In the heart of 1962, Zhang Xiaopi, a young man reborn from the modern world, finds himself thrust into the vibrant chaos of the capital, where he has secured a coveted job. Unexpectedly, he moves into a dilapidated courtyard filled with raucous residents. As he navigates the challenges of this tumultuous era, he strives to carve out his own destiny while confronting the unruly inhabitants of the courtyard. Amidst the slow build-up of tension and a palpable sense of anger, readers are drawn into a story that promises a satisfying resolution. Join Zhang Xiaopi on his journey of grit and determination as he transforms not only his life, but also those around him, in a tale that resonates with hope and resilience. In the spring of 1962, at the entrance of a village nestled within the great mountains beyond the pass, a gathering of villagers stood, their gazes fixed upon a young man before them. This assembly comprised individuals of varying ages, from youthful maidens to elderly women, with an aged man, stooped and adorned with white hair and beard, positioned at the forefront. Beside the young man, a donkey cart awaited, upon which an elder sat. Zhang Xiaopi, as you embark on your journey to Siheyuan City, dedicate yourself to your work. You are the only child from our village to venture beyond the mountains. You must achieve greatness. You embody the hopes of our entire community. Do not invite trouble, the venerable elder cautioned. The young man, the focal point of the villagers' attention, was indeed Zhang Xiaopi, 18 years of age, tall and slender, with a delicate face that radiated vitality. His large, expressive eyes sparkled with life, presenting a stark contrast to the typical demeanor of a child from a mountain village. Standing upright, he resembled a lance, his back burdened with a worn bundle. Rest assured, village head, once I succeed, I will ensure that everyone from Zhangjia village finds their way out, Zhang Xiaopi replied with a cheerful smile. Well, we all know your capabilities. Without you, many in our village would have perished over the past 3 years, the village head remarked solemnly. However, city life is starkly different from village life. Should you encounter hardships, the villagers cannot assist you. Moreover, the city has its own rules. The opportunity at the steel mill in Siheyuan City was granted to you with the collective agreement of our community. You must not bring shame upon Zhangjia village. The village head's earnest warning was met with expressions of excitement rather than sorrow from the villagers. Do not worry, village head. I will strive diligently, though I will miss you all dearly. I shall be alone in Siheyuan City, with no companions to share in my joys. I will think of you. Zhang Xiaopi confessed, tears of emotion streaming down his face, which he hastily wiped upon the village head's clothing as he embraced him. Xiaopi, be good. You have grown up now. At 18, you must not cry so. If outsiders see you, they will mock you, the village head said, his own eyes misting with emotion. Meanwhile, the villagers witnessed the tender moment, some suppressing laughter, while others averted their gazes. Unbeknownst to the village head, the villagers were acutely aware of Zhang Xiaopi's tearful display. Fear not, village head. I promise to return once I have achieved success, and I will cherish the memories of you all, Zhang Xiaopi declared, his tears subsiding as he released the embrace. His face, though slightly flushed, bore no evidence of his earlier emotion. Xiaopi, when you arrive in Siheyuan City, focus on your work and, in a few years, find a wife to settle down and live a peaceful life. Our village is thriving now. You need not worry about us. Zhangjia village is known as a prosperous community in the region. Hurry along now. The hour is late, and you must catch your train, the village head urged, his concern for Zhang Xiaopi's future evident. Zhang Xiaopi felt profoundly moved. He was not of this era. He hailed from 2023, sharing the same name. His life in that time was tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold better than now. Yet, interpersonal relationships were starkly cold. Even friendly neighbors would go years without a word. One day, in 2023, Zhang Xiaopi selflessly aided an elderly lady across the street, only to be struck by a speeding car, resulting in his untimely demise. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself reborn as a newborn infant. Tragically, he lost his father at the age of 1 and his mother at 3, leaving him in disbelief. It seemed he had inherited the archetype of a reborn traveler, yet without the accompanying system typically expected. He lamented for over a decade, feeling cheated by fate. The villagers, however, were simple and kind-hearted. They did not regard Zhang Xiaopi as an ill omen. Until the age of 15, he was raised by the community, treated as one of their own. During mealtimes, he was always welcomed at their tables, and despite their own hardships, no one ever denied him food. In return, at 13, Zhang Xiaopi utilized his memories to prepare for impending famine. He could not speak of the dire future, for to do so would be perilous. Instead, he persuaded the village head to raise rabbits and cultivate potatoes, wheat, and sorghum, emphasizing the importance of food reserves in the face of potential disasters like floods, earthquakes, droughts, or blizzards. Initially met with skepticism, the elders eventually rallied behind his proposal, and as time passed, the villagers' perception of him transformed. Thus, they persevered through 3 arduous years, and not a single villager perished of starvation, save for a venerable ancestor who passed at the age of 89. The village even provided support to the commune, which suffered the least damage in the region. As a result, the commune recognized Zhangjia village, awarding them a workers' quota for Siheyuan City, a reward from the commune, the origins of which remained unclear to Zhang Xiaopi and the village head. Nonetheless, they were informed that the commune had received commendation from higher authorities. Chapter 2. Zhang Xiaopi's scheming against the whole village. Zhang Xiaopi composed himself, casting a glance at the village chief and then at the villagers, his eyes filled with evident reluctance. However, the village chief was right. Time was of the essence, and he needed to catch the train. Village chief, please take care of my house. I plan to return for a few days during the new year, Zhang Xiaopi said, promptly taking a seat on the donkey cart. Xiaopi, hold on tight. We are about to set off, chuckled the elderly driver from the village as the donkey began to trot briskly. Grandpa Min, I shall miss the village, the likes of Xiao Hua, Xiao Chui, Xiao Tian, and even Widow Xia, lamented Zhang Xiaopi, his face a portrait of sorrow, truly reluctant to part with the village beauties. Xiaopi, do not dwell on the young ladies of the neighboring villages. If you don't leave soon, they may well come to confront you collectively. You see, they are on the verge of marriage, and you have bewitched them with your charm. Now they refuse to wed anyone but you, the elder warned with a hint of exasperation. And let me caution you regarding Widow Xia. It is permissible to observe her bathing, but do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. She is under Grandpa Min's affections, and you have no claim there. Not long after they had departed the village, Zhang Xiaopi heard the sound of firecrackers erupting from behind. He was taken aback, sensing something was amiss. Shouldn't they have set off the firecrackers to bid him farewell while he was still present? Why wait until he had left? Grandpa Min, something is not right. Even if they intend to send me off to Siheyuan, the timing of these firecrackers seems rather late. They only start once I am already gone. He queried, bewildered. Enough, Xiaopi. Do not question it further. Focus on your new life in Siheyuan. You are clever and resourceful, unlike the other village youngsters. You are destined for greatness, Grandpa Min replied, scolding the villagers in his mind for their impatience. Zhang Xiaopi had not traveled far, yet they were so eager to celebrate his departure. He hastened the pace of the donkey cart, fearing that Zhang Xiaopi might turn back to witness the fireworks. Soon, the cart vanished into the mountains, heading toward the county town. Back in the village chief observed the villagers bustling with excitement. At last, they had successfully sent Xiaopi off. Everyone hurried to prepare, urging the nearby village girls, Xiao Hua, Xiao Chui, and Xiao Tian, to return without delay. Inform them that Xiaopi has already gone to Siheyuan, so they need not wait. Indeed, Xiaopi had departed, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief after days of anxiety. A chorus of cheers erupted from 3 households. Their village had become the wealthiest among the surrounding areas, prompting the locals to wish for the young women to marry into their families. Are we not being a tad too harsh? Xiaopi, though a bit mischievous, is fundamentally a good person. Without him, our village would not have prospered as it has, some villagers voiced in his defense. Yes. Isn't this rather ungrateful of us? Others echoed. Let him leave. It is for the good of the village. We must prevent him from causing further disturbances among the young women in neighboring villages, especially since we have plenty of eligible bachelors here. Moreover, it is for his own benefit. Xiaopi is bright and quick-witted. Staying in this remote valley offers little opportunity for him. It is better for him to venture to the city. He embodies the hopes of our entire village. Xiaopi is a sentimental soul, and once he achieves success, he will surely remember us. If he cannot make it in Siheyuan, then what hope do our village's youth have? The village chief's words resonated deeply with the villagers. This tale dates back to the days preceding the new year. 3 households had just arranged marriages with families from other villages, planning to wed after the festival. The young men from these families boasted to Zhang Xiaopi about their bride's beauty and allure, igniting his curiosity. He visited the 3 villages, and soon the young women clamored to marry him, even expressing willingness to share him among themselves. When the news reached Zhangjiazhuang, chaos ensued. The elders of the three families nearly fainted from anger, while the three betrothed youths were overwhelmed with regret, weeping inconsolably at home. They lamented their foolishness for boasting to Zhang Xiaopi, forgetting that he was beloved by all. With no other option, they approached the village chief, hoping he would intervene on their behalf. At that moment, the chief was also troubled. His eldest son had been a widower for many years and was interested in widow Xia, yet progress was painfully slow. Zhang Xiaopi seemed to have an inexplicable charm, as he had managed to capture the heart of widow Xia, who was significantly older than him. The village chief, witnessing his son's despondency, felt helpless as he struggled to comfort him. Xiaopi, you are still a young man. How can you pursue a widow older than yourself? There are many young women in the surrounding villages. This could tarnish your reputation, the village chief urged, hoping to dissuade him. Zhang Xiaopi, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, replied, In my youth, I did not understand the merits of a mature woman, mistaking youthful beauty for treasure. You, esteemed elder, are a man of experience. This is a pure and honest affection, untainted by deceit. The village chief, suddenly enlightened, retreated home, disheartened to find his son sitting dejectedly, tears glistening in his eyes, utterly withdrawn. As he pondered how to console his son, the three households arrived in succession. Village chief, that rascal Xiaopi is becoming increasingly audacious. He is on the verge of stealing our brides, and now the girls only acknowledge him, disregarding our sons entirely. You must intervene. After hearing their grievances, the village chief silently cursed Zhang Xiaopi for his audacity, realizing that he had an irresistible charm that transcended age. The village chief, left with no alternative, summoned a group of individuals to deliberate. Eventually, one suggestion emerged. Since the commune had allocated a quota for workers to Siheyuan, why not send Zhang Xiaopi? As he was not residing in the village, he could not possibly wreak havoc upon the village maidens and widows. Upon hearing this proposition, the village chief thought it was a splendid idea. Although the young man was somewhat mischievous, he possessed a sharp intellect and was quite astute. While he harbored reservations about sending anyone else from the village to Siheyuan, he felt entirely assured about Zhang Xiaopi. After all, the lad had never brought misfortune upon the neighboring villages. The assembly reached a unanimous decision to send Zhang Xiaopi to Siheyuan, under the noble pretext of securing his future, for he was regarded as the hope of the entire Zhangjia village. In truth, they had all fallen into his scheme. The moment Zhang Xiaopi learned that there was a quota available for Siheyuan, he had already begun to formulate his plans. However, being merely 18 and possessing significant responsibilities in the village, he knew the villagers would never allow him to leave. Thus, he resorted to this cunning strategy, which unfolded flawlessly, and he embarked on his journey to Siheyuan. Chapter 3: Arrival at Siheyuan. 2 days later, at the Siheyuan railway station, Zhang Xiaopi stood in the midst of a vast square, gazing at the surroundings adorned with houses constructed of blue and red bricks. Many of the surrounding walls were emblazoned with slogans characteristic of this era. The resonant melodies of fervent songs sung by the monks could still be heard in the distance. After 18 years, Zhang Xiaopi finally sensed the vibrant pulse of the city. Although the present city could not be compared to that of his own time, the future Siheyuan promised beauty and prosperity, destined to become the focal point of the world. After standing for a considerable time, he finally took his first steps onto the main road, reveling in the scenery alongside him. He observed individuals clad in liberation uniforms, zhongshan suits, and work attire bustling about. Each face radiated with an air of ease, joy, and contentment. Groups of young girls wandered in clusters, their faces brimming with youthful exuberance and vivacity. This was a sensation that Zhang Xiaopi had never experienced before. Such youthful vitality was absent in his rural hometown, where everyone was perpetually occupied and returned home weary after a long day's labor. Occasionally, green trucks passed by on the road, alongside individuals riding the iconic 2/8 bicycles, a symbol of success in this era. He took out a piece of paper to check the address, and after inquiring with a passerby, he proceeded towards his destination. There was no rush. The day was still young, and he meandered along, exploring and observing until the afternoon when he arrived at the Hongxing Street office. Upon reaching the gatehouse, he presented his letter of introduction to the elderly gatekeeper and completed the visitor registration. After receiving directions on whom to seek, Zhang Xiaopi smoothly entered the street office. The office appeared quite expansive, resembling a 2-entry courtyard with numerous rooms. Following the gatekeeper's instructions, he sought out Aunt Wu in the left middle room of the front courtyard. Stepping into the central room of the front courtyard, he admired the furnishings, which exuded a sense of historical charm. The room contained 6 desks, accompanied by several wooden shelves brimming with documents. He entered directly, noticing several middle-aged women and 2 younger individuals engaged in work. Not recognizing Aunt Wu, he approached a nearby young colleague to inquire. "Greetings, comrade. May I ask who Aunt Wu is? I have come from the countryside to work in Siheyuan. Zhang Xiaopai politely asked, approaching the nearest young colleague. The young man looked up at Zhang Xiaopai. "That is Aunt Wu. You may go over to her for your paperwork." He indicated towards a woman in her 40s, diligently writing at a desk. Expressing gratitude, Zhang Xiaopai approached Aunt Wu. "Hello, Aunt Wu. I have come from the countryside to work in Siheyuan, and this is my letter of introduction." He presented the letter, placing it on her desk. Aunt Wu, hearing someone call her, looked up to find a handsome young man before her. "Hello, comrade. Let me take a look at your letter of introduction." She smiled as she picked it up and began to read. Within a minute, she set it down on the table. "Comrade Zhang Xiaopai, your letter of introduction is in order. You are a formal employee, and your household registration will be transferred to Siheyuan. I will handle your household registration book and grain book. Please take your letter of introduction to the Hongxing Steel Mill for your work arrangements. Since you are from out of town and have no housing in Siheyuan, the steel mill has accommodations available for rent through the street office, conveniently located near the mill, making it ideal for commuting. Many residents there are employees of the steel mill. Would you be interested in renting one?" Aunt Wu retrieved a brand new household registration book and grain book from her drawer, beginning to fill them out. "Aunt Wu, is the rent expensive?" "I just arrived from the countryside with little money," Zhang Xiaopai replied candidly, not wanting to mislead her. He had indeed come with minimal funds, as in his rural home, meals were provided without charge, and money held little value. In their village, wedding gifts were often given in the form of grain, and families in better circumstances might present a chicken. Prior to his departure, the villagers had rummaged through their belongings to gather 20 yuan for him. It is not too expensive. Rent in Siheyuan can be high. Typical urban housing ranges from 4 to 5 yuan per month. However, as an employee of the steel mill, the accommodations I offer are subsidized. You would only need to pay 2 yuan per month, and after 3 years of continuous employment, you can apply for allocation of the housing, eliminating rent altogether. I am sharing this information out of goodwill, as your letter contains excellent remarks about you. If you choose not to rent this accommodation, other options not associated with the steel mill will cost more, and the timeline for allocation from the steel mill can be uncertain. After all, the mill is a massive enterprise with a significant demand for housing, and as a newcomer from the countryside, you may find it challenging without connections. Aunt Wu understood that individuals arriving from the countryside typically had limited funds and were often unaware of the intricate systems in place. "Thank you, Aunt Wu. I will go ahead and rent it. May I pay 3 months rent up front? I have not yet started working and my funds are quite limited." Zhang Xiaopai felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had only 20 yuan in his pocket. Paying annually would not suffice, especially with the need for sustenance. Despite having brought a considerable amount of cornmeal. Not a problem at all. If you prefer, you can pay month by month. There are no regulations against that. Aunt Wu responded cheerfully, familiar with such arrangements. Soon, Zhang Xiaopai completed the necessary paperwork, paying 6 yuan for the rent and receiving the keys to his new residence, along with his household registration and grain book. He was now officially a resident of Siheyuan, marking his transition into urban life. Chapter 4. The Qinman Siheyuan. Initially, Aunt Wu intended to accompany Zhang Xiaopai to the location of his residence. However, just as fate would have it, someone arrived to attend to urgent matters, rendering her unable to do so. She merely provided Zhang Xiaopai with an address, assuring him that it would be easy to locate the expansive Siheyuan, as inquiries in the vicinity would suffice for guidance. Zhang Xiaopai, a person of practicality, did not find this to be an inconvenience. After all, Aunt Wu's service was exceptionally warm, and her eagerness to assist was commendable. He mused that had she witnessed the attitude of contemporary service personnel, she might have been exasperated. Upon exiting the street office, Zhang Xiaopai proceeded in the direction and general vicinity indicated by Aunt Wu. A sense of familiarity washed over him at the mention of Nanluo Guxiang. However, the specifics eluded his memory, and he dismissed it as inconsequential. After all, it was improbable that he had ever heard of Nanluo Guxiang in his lifetime, perhaps merely a remnant of forgotten recollections. Nanluogu Xiang was indeed vast, and it took him 2 inquiries before he finally arrived at the Siheyuan where he was to reside. Yet, the gaze of those he questioned held an unusual quality that he could not quite decipher. Unfazed by their scrutinizing looks, Zhang Xiaopi was oblivious to the fact that their curiosity stemmed not from his shabby attire, complete with 3 conspicuous patches sewn by Widow Xia prior to his departure, but rather from the notorious reputation of the Siheyuan itself. As he stood before the entrance, it dawned on him that the peculiar stares were not directed at his attire, but rather at the unsettling nature of the dwelling he was about to enter. He glanced at the piece of paper in his hand, then at the plaque displaying the courtyard number. The Siheyuan boasted a grand facade, being an expansive 3-entry courtyard, yet it was far from a haven for respectable residents. It was, in fact, a den of questionable characters, sending a shiver down his spine. He quickly recalled the details of a television drama that had left a profound impact on him despite the passage of 18 years, primarily due to its distortion of his moral compass. He stood at the entrance for over 10 minutes, slowly piecing together fragments of the show's narrative, particularly remembering the key characters, the domineering steward, Guanshi Yi, and Yi Zhonghai, a resident of the central courtyard renowned for his hypocritical moralizing and his position as an 8th-level fitter at the steel mill. The second steward, Lu Haizhong, resided in the rear courtyard and exhibited violent tendencies towards his son, also employed at the steel mill as a 7th-level fitter. The third steward, Yan Bugui, occupied the front courtyard and was a calculating figure, a teacher by profession. The rear courtyard housed a deaf elderly lady whose name was unknown, indifferent to all matters save those concerning the foolish Zhu and Yi Zhonghai. In the central courtyard resided Jia Zhangshi, a necromancer, known for her tumultuous antics. Her daughter-in-law, Qin Huairu, was the epitome of a duplicitous figure, a veritable white lotus with deep-seated cunning, utterly shameless. Qin Huairu's son, Bang Gong, fancied himself a master thief, embodying the archetype of an ungrateful wretch. The central courtyard was also home to Zhu, who was a devoted sycophant to Qin Huairu, eventually forsaking his own son to raise another's child while using funds intended for the care of beasts to establish a nursing home. A true affront to moral sensibilities. He even declared himself the god of war of the Siheyuan, though Zhang Xiaopi harbored doubts about his prowess, eager for the opportunity to test his mettle, having himself been dubbed the little god of war from Zhangjia village. In the rear courtyard resided Su Demao, a despicable individual known for his vindictiveness and lecherous nature, unprincipled and heartless, and a notorious recluse, naturally adversarial to Zhu. As for the others, one could describe them as either ignorant or cold-hearted, timid in the face of challenges, leaving scant impressions on Zhang Xiaopi's mind. Lost in contemplation at the entrance of the Siheyuan, he was scrutinized by a bespectacled, frail old man tending to the flowers. The old man approached with curiosity, inquiring, "Young man, you are not from our Siheyuan, are you? Are you here looking for someone?" The old man's voice jolted Zhang Xiaopi from his reverie, and he regarded the elder with newfound clarity. He mused, could this be Yan Bugui? The resemblance to the character from the drama was striking, albeit with a youthfulness that seemed slightly out of place. But then again, the show had commenced its narrative in 1965, and this was 1962, 3 years earlier, which could explain his seemingly younger visage. Zhang Xiaopi also pondered whether his early arrival might have altered the nature of the Siheyuan, yet he dismissed such thoughts as mere musings. Greetings, esteemed elder. I am to reside in this Siheyuan, as arranged by the street office, Zhang Xiaopi replied with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaopi's words, Yan Bugui's expression shifted to one of confusion. Young man, have you made a mistake? Our Siheyuan is fully occupied. It has been this way for many years. How could the street office have arranged your accommodation here? Zhang Xiaopi, equally perplexed, retrieved the address and rental receipt pinned by Aunt Wu from his pocket, presenting them to Yan Bugui. Sir, could you please verify this? Is this indeed your Siheyuan? I possess the address and rental receipt from the street office. Yan Bugui scrutinized the paper and receipt, and his expression transformed, his eyes widening as a storm of emotions surged within him. Upon recognizing the address and the plaque number on the receipt, a flicker of anger ignited within him. Oldie, you and the Jia family have deceived us all. Thankfully, this young man possesses a receipt. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to this arrangement. I shall seek you out later for some compensation. Your receipt and address are indeed correct. It is a room in our rear courtyard. Please, proceed inside, Yan Bugui declared, hastily handing the paper back to Zhang Xiaopi before scurrying back to his home. Zhang Xiaopi observed the old man's sudden change in demeanor, initially perceiving him as amiable and helpful, only to witness him transform so abruptly. He glanced down at his attire, concluding that Yin Bugue must have deemed him too impoverished to be of any benefit, and thus lost interest in him. However, he chose not to dwell on this, for he had no intention of interacting with the residents of the Siheyuan. He was content to lead a simple life, and as long as they did not provoke him, he would remain congenial. With that, he made his way toward the rear courtyard. Chapter 5. The house of the Jia family has been occupied. Zhang Xiaopi first ventured through the grand entrance of the central courtyard, where he noticed it was the most expansive area, featuring a row of water basins at its center. This detail struck a chord with him, as he recalled a scene from a television drama where a woman frequently washed clothes by the basin. He did not linger, however, as the courtyard appeared deserted. It seemed everyone was busy preparing dinner at home, and the workers who had been on duty were likely finishing their shifts. He proceeded directly past the central courtyard into the rear yard, which was noticeably smaller in size. Upon locating his dwelling, Zhang Xiaopi furrowed his brow when he reached the front door. There was no lock present, yet Aunt Wu had given him a key. If the door was indeed unlocked, what was the purpose of the key? While he stood in a daze at the entrance, the door before him swung open. A stout woman emerged, impeccably dressed, her belly prominent, and her face round and plump, with a hint of a double chin. Her large eyes, reminiscent of peach blossom petals, bore a striking resemblance to Qin Huairu. Given her condition, it was difficult to assess her figure, but her stature was undeniably substantial. Zhang Xiaopi unabashedly scrutinized Qin Huairu. She, in turn, cast a glance at him. Although she found him somewhat handsome, the noticeable patches on his clothing and the shabby bundle slung over his back immediately filled her with disdain. Who are you? You do not belong to our courtyard. I have never seen you before. What are you doing at my door? Qin Huairu glared at Zhang Xiaopi, her tone blunt and unyielding. Zhang Xiaopi frowned, pondering how uncouth Qin Huairu was. He now realized that his home had been occupied, and since Qin Huairu resided in the central courtyard, her presence in the rear yard was unexpected. Is this truly your home, sister? Zhang Xiaopi sought clarification, attempting to ascertain the situation. This is my home. I have lived here for 10 years. Are you a thief? Come to pilfer from our courtyard? Someone, quickly, call for help. There's a thief in the backyard. Qin Huairu. Perceiving Zhang Xiaopi's tattered appearance and assuming he was not a resident of the courtyard, was quick to brand him a thief, raising her voice in alarm. Zhang Xiaopi made no effort to intervene, inwardly cursing the audacity of those who feigned innocence, and realizing that Yin Bugue from the front yard had likely known about the occupancy for some time, choosing to retreat rather than intervene. Soon, the rear yard was teeming with people, including those who had just returned from work and some idle women from the courtyard, all casting unfriendly glances at Zhang Xiaopi. At that moment, a short, rotund old woman waddled over to Qin Huairu's side, hands on her hips, glaring at Zhang Xiaopi with palpable fury. Zhang Xiaopi recognized her. She was Jia Zhangshi, Qin Huairu's mother-in-law. Ah, how brazen you are to steal from the Jia family. Such audacity. Do not let him escape. Call the security office to apprehend him. Jia Zhangshi's face was contorted with rage, her small eyes wide, as if to devour Zhang Xiaopi whole. I think it would be more prudent to report to the police station, Zhang Xiaopi remarked nonchalantly. The crowd erupted in chatter. This thief is far too arrogant, entering our courtyard and stealing with such impunity. Yes, the police should be called to capture him. I agree, he ought to be taught a lesson. He may be young, but he is clearly a thief. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaopi's comments, both Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi glared at him in anger. Everyone, this woman claims she has lived in this house for 10 years. Is that true? Zhang Xiaopi turned to the crowd, seeking their input. Indeed, this house has belonged to the Jia family for 10 years. What do you mean by that? Jia Zhangshi interjected, eager to assert her claim. Qin Huairu remained silent, having already stated her case. Correct, this house has been occupied since Jia Dongshu married Qin Huairu. Yes, I believe it was allocated to Jia Dongshu by the steel mill. Indeed, Jia Fugue previously resided in the central courtyard, while Jia Dongshu was assigned this residence in the rear yard. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Zhang Xiaopi gathered the information he sought, understanding that if the steel mill had allocated the house to Jia Dongshu, the street office would not have the authority to rent it out, as the registered resident was Jia Dongshu. All property information was meticulously documented, and transactions were strictly regulated, The street office held exclusive rights over rental properties. Are you all going to report to the police, or shall I take my leave? Zhang Xiaopi expressed, wishing to avoid conflict, knowing that argument would yield no financial gain. The house belonged to the steel mill, and the street office was responsible for its management. Engaging in disputes would serve no purpose and only waste time and energy. If it were indeed his house, occupying it for 10 years would warrant compensation for damages, but as it stood, there was no need for him to take the lead and provoke enmity. With that, Zhang Xiaopi prepared to depart. Chapter 6 One Punch O Jia Dongshu. As Jia Zhangshi observed Zhang Xiaopi attempting to flee, he swiftly positioned himself in front of him, effectively blocking his path. You audacious little thief, daring to pilfer from our Siheyuan. Let me make it clear, unless you compensate us 10 yuan, you shall not leave this place. Jia Zhangshi wore a haughty expression, his demeanor dripping with disdain as he stood with his hands on his hips, exuding arrogance. The residents of the Siheyuan joined in the ruckus, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, to steal from our Siheyuan and still act so brazenly, he must pay. Yes, he must pay. Without payment, he cannot leave. At that moment, a voice resonated from the backyard. What is all this commotion? What are you all doing back here? The crowd turned to see a man of modest height and slightly plump build, possessing small eyes, enter the scene. His gait bore a resemblance to that of Jia Zhangshi, and the cunning smile on his face gave him a somewhat roguish appearance. Dongshu, this person has come to our backyard to steal. Qin Huairu promptly approached and stood beside Jia Dongshu. Jia Zhangshi's spirits lifted upon seeing Jia Dongshu, as he felt bolstered by the presence of an ally. Indeed, Dongshu, just look at him. He's clearly up to no good, dressed in rags. He must be here to steal. We should demand he pays 10 yuan, or else he shan't leave our Siheyuan. Zhang Xiaopi thought to himself, so this is Jia Dongshu, someone he had not recognized until now. He appeared to be nothing more than a petty rogue. Dear sister-in-law, and esteemed lady, let us clarify. I have not entered a single household within this Siheyuan, so how could I have stolen anything? Whose possessions have I pilfered? Your accusations are unfounded. Is there no one here capable of discerning right from wrong? Are all strangers who enter the Siheyuan to be deemed thieves? Should it be proven that I am innocent of these slanders, what is your affiliation? I shall seek out your superiors and inquire whether you shall bear responsibility for such baseless accusations. Zhang Xiaopi's words rendered the crowd momentarily speechless, and many felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, they had not witnessed him stealing, nor had their own belongings been compromised. Their assertions were merely echoes of what they had heard from Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshi, without any first-hand evidence. You claim you're not a thief, but what brings you to our Siheyuan? Standing at our doorstep, you clearly intend to steal. Look at your tattered attire. It is evident you hail from the countryside, where thieves abound. Jia Zhangshi remained adamant in his accusation. Zhang Xiaopi found amusement in Jia Zhangshi's words. He recalled that only Jia Dongshu among them held an urban household registration. The others were all from rural backgrounds, and there were not many urban residents within the Siheyuan. Esteemed lady, if you assert that those with rural registrations are thieves, then pray tell, do you possess an urban or rural registration? And what of the rest of you? How many among you have urban registrations? And how many are from the countryside? Should I find a rural resident to publicize your remarks, I fear your Siheyuan may face demolition. Do you believe that? Moreover, your language and behavior are a clear display of discrimination against farmers. Are you preparing to stand against the vast populace of rural citizens? Without farmers, where does your grain come from? Without farmers, how do you procure your vegetables and meats? You are courting disaster. Zhang Xiaopi's bold declaration left Jia Zhangshi trembling, the weight of his words a heavy burden. Should such accusations be made, they could lead to serious repercussions. In truth, Zhang Xiaopi was merely attempting to intimidate her. After all, Jia Zhangshi herself was a rural resident, and such a label could not be pinned on her. If a capitalist were to make such claims publicly, it would indeed spell calamity. You may be small in stature, yet your tongue is quite sharp, daring to threaten my mother. My mother is a farmer, and such labels cannot be applied to her. You had best compensate us and leave. Otherwise, my grandfather Jia will ensure you cannot fend for yourself. Jia Dongshu spoke with a fierce demeanor, his small eyes glaring at Zhang Xiaopi, his fists raised in a threatening manner. The residents of the Siheyuan remained silent, merely observing the spectacle with expressions of delight and excitement. This young man had just attempted to intimidate them. Having him face Jia Dongshu would serve him right, as he clearly did not comprehend the customs of the urban environment. Zhang Xiaopi sighed inwardly, realizing that the Siheyuan was indeed a den of beasts, devoid of any good souls. Perhaps all the virtuous individuals had either been bullied into submission or driven away, leaving behind only the dregs of society. However, he had no intention of yielding. When had the Siheyuan of Zhangjiao village ever backed down? He had never feared a fight. Though he had endured beatings in the past, his spirit was unyielding. Even when injured and spitting blood, he had managed to break the ribs of the ruffian who had come to cause trouble from the neighboring village. The title of Siheyuan was not one he had earned lightly, nor was the moniker of the village's king of children mere flattery. Who are you trying to intimidate? I do not believe you would dare lay a hand on me. This is the capital, a place governed by law and order. Do you think your mother is aware of your arrogance? Zhang Xiaopi retorted, casting a challenging glance at Jia Zhangshi. Upon receiving Zhang Xiaopi's provocative gaze, Jia Zhangshi's face turned a shade of fury, her teeth clenched in anger as she glared at him. You ungrateful wretch. Do not blame Jia for being inhospitable. With that, Jia Dongshu swung his fist toward Zhang Xiaopi. Zhang Xiaopi had been prepared for this moment. He had been closely observing Jia Dongshu's movements. In this place, where law and order prevailed, he refrained from acting impulsively. The rules in the village were different. The village chief held the ultimate authority. In the village, as long as no one was killed or maimed, the defeated party would simply concede, or else seek revenge later. There was no notion of reporting to the village chief or seeking help from the authorities. Only when matters escalated would the village chief and elders intervene. As Jia Dongshu's fist approached Zhang Xiaopi, he swiftly sidestepped, allowing the punch to narrowly miss him. Without even removing his burden from his back, he slightly bent his body to generate momentum, launching a hook punch aimed at Jia Dongshu's side abdomen. He had long been an enthusiast of boxing, particularly enamored with the prowess of Tyson. With a resounding thud, a punch landed, and all that could be heard was Jia Dongshu's agonized cry. In that instant, Jia Dongshu collapsed to the ground, his hands instinctively clutching his abdomen, rendered immobile. His eyes, now a fiery red, bulged with veins, yet his entire body trembled in pain, unable to even muster a scream, lacking the strength to rise. Zhang Xiaopi, however, had restrained his strength, recognizing the critical nature of the situation. He seldom employed such a move, as in village brawls, strikes to vital areas were uncommon. Yet, Jia Dongshu had struck himself in the face, a severe blow indeed. If one possessed considerable strength, a single punch could prove fatal. Even with moderate force, the impact of an adult's fist was sufficient to render Zhang Xiaopi unconscious or dazed, leaving him vulnerable to a follow-up assault. Chapter 7 The arrival of the beasts. The courtyard's rear was enveloped in an eerie silence, with the expressions of all present reflecting sheer astonishment. Even Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu were momentarily rendered speechless. With such capabilities, you dare to boast about fighting? A mere trash like you would be no match for anyone over 15 in our village. After delivering his scathing remark, Zhang Xiaopi could not resist taunting Jia Dongshu. However, he spoke no falsehood. The children of Zhangjiao village were all accustomed to catching rabbits, constructing fences, chopping wood, and digging, each one robust and muscular. Moreover, capturing rabbits was no simple task. They often resorted to traps and cages, but more frequently, they would pursue them by hand. Yet, a single individual rarely succeeded. It necessitated a group to encircle and catch the creatures, honing their agility and keen eyesight in the process. Furthermore, their diet was ample, consisting of various game meats from the mountains, for they consumed anything that was meat. Lying on the ground, Jia Dongshu seethed with anger at Zhang Xiaopi's taunts, yet lacked the strength to rise. You little beast, how dare you harm my son? Help! There's a thief who steals and assaults. Enraged, Jia Zhangshi berated Zhang Xiaopi before hastening to her son's side, first checking on him before shouting again. Dongshu, are you alright? Qin Huairu also rushed to Jia Dongshu's side, her eyes reddened with worry, standing beside him with an anxious expression. Her growing belly prevented her from crouching down to assist him. Dongshu, are you okay? Please don't scare me. I'm so frightened. Her tone, filled with concern, left uncertainty as to whether it conveyed anxiety or a hint of affection, making Zhang Xiaopi feel somewhat uncomfortable. What are you shouting for? Hurry and help Dongshu up. Jia Zhangshi glared at Qin Huairu, admonishing her. Mother, my belly is too big to crouch down. You know that. Qin Huairu pouted with a hint of grievance. Jia Zhangshi, at a loss, addressed the bystanders. Everyone, come help me lift our Dongshu. Yet, not a soul stepped forward. Instead, they retreated a few paces. This infuriated Jia Zhangshi, who began to scold them again. You heartless lot, turning a blind eye to someone in distress. There will be retribution for this. At that moment, a voice emerged from the courtyard. What is happening? It's so lively. I must see for myself. The crowd turned to face the newcomer, and Zhang Xiaopi followed suit. 3 individuals entered, one with a round head, graying hair, a standard square face, and a towering, robust build. Zhang Xiaopi recognized him as Yi Zhonghai. To Yi Zhonghai's left stood a plump old man, short in stature with a large belly and a round face, exuding an air of arrogance. To Yi Zhonghai's right was a middle-aged man, shorter than Yi Zhonghai, with rough skin and a face lined with wrinkles, though his exposed arms appeared quite muscular. Zhang Xiaopi identified them as Lu Haizhong and He Yuzhu, the latter looking particularly aged, appearing at least 36 or 37. Calculating in his mind, Zhang Xiaopi considered that He Yuzhu was only 27. Yet his appearance seemed to have aged a decade. Upon entering, Yi Zhonghai spotted Jia Dongshu sprawled on the ground, clutching his abdomen. What is going on? What happened to Dongshu? Yi Zhonghai's countenance darkened, and anger flared in his eyes. Old Yi, this rascal came to our courtyard to steal and assaulted our Dongshu. Jia Zhangshi immediately took the opportunity to accuse Zhang Xiaopi, demanding that He Yuzhu deal with him. However, He Yuzhu disregarded Jia Zhangshi entirely, turning his head away, relishing the sight of Jia Dongshu in distress. He thought to himself, why should I intervene for you, Jia Zhangshi? You expect me to handle your problems? I'm no fool. If I cause trouble, I will bear the responsibility. Who are you to come to our courtyard and assault someone? What audacity! Do you believe there are no authorities in the city? Yi Zhonghai scolded Zhang Xiaopi without seeking clarity. At this moment, Jia Zhangshi, seeing her ally had arrived, felt a swell of pride. Zhang Xiaopi found humor in the situation, mocking Jia Zhangshi internally. Old woman, your son lies on the ground, and you're reveling in pride? What a curious state of mind you possess. Upon hearing his words, Jia Zhangshi's expression shifted to one of urgency, and she hurried back to Jia Dongshu's side. Dongshu, are you all right? Please don't scare me. Mother, I'm fine. It just hurts too much to speak. Hurry and help me up. The ground is cold, and I feel the urge to relieve myself. Yi Zhonghai ignored Zhang Xiaopi, proceeding to assist Jia Zhangshi in lifting Jia Dongshu, distancing themselves from Zhang Xiaopi. Upon confirming that Jia Dongshu was indeed unharmed, Yi Zhonghai exhaled with relief. Youth, regardless of who you are, coming to our courtyard and causing harm is inexcusable. Moreover, if Jia Zhangshi claims you are a thief, you must provide an explanation, lest we be compelled to involve the authorities. Yi Zhonghai declared with an air of righteousness, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Compensation is non-negotiable. He must pay for the injuries inflicted on our Dongshu. If he does not part with 50 yuan, this matter will not conclude, and we shall report him to the police to face incarceration. Jia Zhangshi glared at Zhang Xiaopi, her face a mask of fury. However, her expression transformed swiftly, morphing into a smile as she mentioned the sum of money. Chapter 8. Zhang Xiaopi's fierce retort to Beast. Zhang Xiaopi surveyed the assembly of ruffians before him and felt an undeniable urge to unleash a torrent of fury upon them. These individuals exhibited a complete lack of boundaries, distorting truth and fabricating accusations with reckless abandon. Were they in the countryside, they would hardly dare to confront him. In such a case, he would not be known as the little battle god of Zhangjiazhuang. I suggest you report this to the police station, he retorted. I am utterly devoid of funds. Do I appear affluent to you? You expect me to pay 50 yuan? No wonder you are so rotund. It seems your appetite is insatiable. Aren't you afraid of choking on your own gluttony, or worse, of overindulging to the point of demise? Zhang Xiaopi's words struck back with vehemence. He was genuinely disinterested in further conflict, having engaged in fruitless bickering for far too long, without even a sip of water. Winning this argument offered no tangible benefit. Had they not obstructed his departure, and had Jia Dongshu not been the first to strike, he would have sought out Wu Dama at the neighborhood committee or approached the comrades at the police station. Laughter erupted among the crowd, their camaraderie in the courtyard warming noticeably. It became evident that the allegations of theft were baseless. The newcomer had not even entered anyone's home. He was likely a recent arrival in the city, mistakenly wandering into this courtyard with his burden, only to be unjustly extorted by the Jia family. Yet, this young man was no ordinary individual. He appeared robust. Although Jia Dongshu was not particularly skilled in brawling within the courtyard, he was a man of 30, capable of delivering a blow that could incapacitate an opponent. No one dared to provoke him. as even a collective assault could lead to unforeseen consequences. After all, what assurance did they have that they would not suffer a few blows themselves? It was a thankless endeavor, wholly unrelated to their own interests. Young man, entering the police station is not a trivial matter. I see you are new to the city. Striking another is indisputably your fault. Pay a fine of 20 yuan, and you may leave. But refrain from returning to our courtyard in the future. Yi Zhonghai, wishing to avoid escalation, recognized that the newcomer was not a thief. Who could steal while burdened with such a large pack? I refuse to pay. I have no money. Even if I did, I would not compensate you. If you do not report this to the police, I shall take my leave, Zhang Xiaopi declared, striding towards the back gate of the courtyard. As he approached, he noticed Yin Bugui lurking suspiciously by the entrance, clearly unwilling to step inside. Zhang Xiaopi harbored a measure of admiration for him. It was remarkable that someone could be so disinterested in the affairs of others. A mere word from him could dispel the misunderstanding, leaving only the matter between Zhang Xiaopi and the Jia family. However, it seemed that Yin Bugui had no desire to assist him, nor did he wish to offend the Jia family or Yi Zhonghai. As Zhang Xiaopi moved toward the gate, Shaju suddenly blocked his path. You think you can leave without the elder's permission? If you dare to walk away, I will break your legs. Shaju's menacing glare and threatening words were unmistakable. What are you? A pig with garlic in its nose pretending to be an elephant? Do you think I was raised to fear you? If you're going to fight, then do it swiftly. Stop your incessant chatter. I've been here long enough to hear your incessant nagging, and at the very least, you could offer me a drink of water. Zhang Xiaopi mocked Shaju, who was on the verge of fury. Shaju, stand down. No fighting is allowed. Yi Zhonghai intervened hastily. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. Should things escalate and the young man have relatives in the city or nearby villages, a horde could descend upon the courtyard, which they could not withstand. Elder, do not hold me back. This brat is far too arrogant. I must teach him a lesson today. Shaju's face flushed with anger, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Zhang Xiaopi. Shaju, strike him. Hit him hard. I support you, Jia Zhangshi incited from behind. Old sister, cease your meddling. Are you not satisfied with the chaos already? Yi Zhonghai snapped at Jia Zhangshi, who fell silent. Master, let Shaju deal with him. This lad dared to strike me. He must learn the might of our courtyard. Jia Dongshu's expression was fierce, his impotent fury palpable. Yi Zhonghai felt overwhelmed. Was it not simple to fight? Yet, who would bear the consequences afterward? It would ultimately fall upon him. Yi Zhonghai. Silence. This matter will be handled by the police. He commanded. Guangtian, go summon the police, Lu Haizhong instructed. Lu Guangtian, with his round head and somewhat intimidating appearance, quickly dashed off. Yin Bugui attempted to stealthily catch Lu Guangtian, but failed, too fearful to shout. Had Zhang Xiaopi opted to report the incident prior to striking Jia Dongshu, he might have had the audacity to discreetly inform Yi Zhonghai. However, witnessing Zhang Xiaopi's strength rendered him too intimidated to intervene, fearing he might provoke the young man. You chose not to speak up earlier, yet now that trouble looms, you emerge. Is this not blatant favoritism towards the courtyard? Seeing the situation deteriorate, Yin Bugui hastily retreated, no longer wishing to witness the unfolding chaos. Young man, you cannot leave. After striking a member of our courtyard, particularly from the rear, you must provide us with an explanation. As the elder in charge of the courtyard's rear, I am compelled to administer punishment, Lu Haizhong proclaimed. His head held high and hands clasped behind his back, exhibiting a sense of arrogance. Chapter 9. Inciting conflict among beasts. Zhang Xiaopi, upon realizing that someone had gone to report to the police station, felt a surge of delight. This was bound to escalate into a significant affair, and he relished the thought of amplifying the chaos. For the greater the turmoil, the worse the predicament for the beasts. However, he was genuinely parched and fatigued, lacking a water jug. Engaging in conversation with the beasts felt like an affront to his intelligence. Those devoid of capability should refrain from speaking, yet those lacking ability often spoke voluminously, convinced their words embodied truth. In reality, their utterances were mere fodder for ridicule, particularly Lu Haizhong, who aspired to hold an official position despite his limited aptitude, a fool in every sense. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Zhang Xiaopi. Lu Haizhong was a blacksmith, and blacksmiths wield hammers. Thus he truly resembled a fool. It was absurd that even a pig could assume authority. The peculiarities of Siheyuan City were indeed plentiful. Zhang Xiaopi scratched his head and scrutinized Lu Haizhong from head to toe multiple times. Why you? Lu Haizhong's face flushed with anger, his neck thickening as he pointed at Zhang Xiaopi, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The onlookers stifled their laughter, afraid to let it escape. Manager, perhaps you should contemplate how to explain this matter to the street office. Observing that Lu Guangtian had been gone for several minutes, Zhang Xiaopi ceased to conceal his intentions, allowing the beasts to face their just deserts. The crowd was taken aback, bewildered by Zhang Xiaopi's remarks. What do you mean? What must I explain to the street office? Lu Haizhong, confused, gazed at Zhang Xiaopi, his face now devoid of color, brimming with questions. You are the manager of the backyard, and someone has occupied a house for 10 years. This is a serious encroachment on collective property. If you fail to report this or claim ignorance, does that not constitute gross negligence? Regardless of the outcome, how long can you remain in your position as manager? Zhang Xiaopi concluded, breaking into a sinister laugh, filling the courtyard with the sound of his mirth. The atmosphere was thick with silence, save for the uneasy countenance of Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongxiu, who trembled slightly. Qin Huairu sensed their discomfort. Grandma, Dongxiu, what is wrong with you? She inquired with concern. Be quiet. Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongxiu retorted in unison, their expressions oddly synchronized as they scolded Qin Huairu. She lowered her head in grievance, refraining from reply, yet her eyes began to redden, tears cascading down her cheeks. Upon witnessing Qin Huairu's distress, Shaju felt a sharp pang in his heart. Aunt Jia, Dongxiu, what kind of skill is it to berate your wife? If you possess any ability, why not retaliate instead? I hold the utmost disdain for men who resort to scolding their spouses. Shaju's words evidently defended Qin Huairu while simultaneously ridiculing Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongxiu. Enraged by Shaju's remarks, Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongxiu erupted. With a resounding slap, Jia Dongxiu struck Qin Huairu's face, prompting her to cover her cheek and weep uncontrollably. Qin Huairu, how dare you betray us? Are you entangled with Shaju? Jia Dongxiu glared at her, his frustration reaching a boiling point. Nothing was going right today. He had lost a fight, and now faced the humiliation of his wife being implicated with Shaju. Aunt Jia, you dare to accuse Shaju of seducing our Dongxiu's wife? I won't let this go. Jia Zhangshi launched her tirade against Shaju, feeling that the Jia family had suffered a tremendous loss of face. Shaju was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his words would lead to Qin Huairu being struck, and that Jia Zhangshi would turn her ire towards him. Aunt Jia, do not slander me. I merely stood up for Sister Qin against your bullying. Do not tarnish her reputation. Shaju retorted angrily, his face slightly flushed. Yu Shui, observing from behind, shook her head in disbelief, lamenting that her foolish brother had unwittingly become embroiled in this turmoil. Qin Huairu, amidst her tears, hurriedly clarified, Dongxiu, I did not. You are wrongfully accusing me. I have no relationship with Shaju. After speaking, she cast a disdainful glance at Shaju, scolding, Shaju, if you cannot articulate your thoughts, remain silent. I have no connection to you. Your misguided kindness has caused me to be slapped. Once again, Qin Huairu bowed her head, sobbing. Should I discover your infidelity, I will ensure your demise. In the Jia family, we have only lost husbands, not divorced. Jia Dongxiu declared angrily, feeling as if he were losing his sanity. Shaju, you have sullied the reputation of Qin Huairu. Compensate me with 50 yuan, or I will not let this matter rest. Jia Zhangshi continued her assault on Shaju, her gaze piercing. Enough. Do you not think this situation is chaotic enough? Yi Zhonghai interjected, his expression stern as he glared at Jia Zhangshi, Jia Dongxiu, and Shaju. The trio fell silent, unwilling to continue their quarrel. Zhang Xiaopi relished the spectacle, yet Yi Zhonghai's words quelled their discord, much to his chagrin. It is curious, that woman weeping strikes me as particularly poignant. I have never seen these two before, yet their bond seems profound. The woman chastising the man, who bows his head in a display of contrition, only deepens my impression of their connection. Zhang Xiaopi continued to incite further drama, for the assembled crowd thrived on the chaos. And he was more than willing to indulge in the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 10. Only by striving can one succeed. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaopi's words, Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of agitation, fully aware that Zhang Xiaopi was stoking the flames. As anticipated, Jia Dongxiu struck again with a resounding slap. The other side of Qin Huairu's face flushed and began to swell. Qin Huairu, you better give me an explanation. Why did Shaju fall silent the moment you scolded him? Jia Dongxiu glared fiercely at Qin Huairu, his eyes ablaze with suspicion and rage. Shaju, upon hearing this, was indignant yet dared not speak, his face growing increasingly red, betraying a sense of embarrassment. Look at the color of Shaju's face, so red. It clearly indicates he has been struck by the truth, feeling ashamed. He undoubtedly harbors thoughts within. Otherwise, he wouldn't exhibit such an expression. Is this shyness or shame? Zhang Xiaopi continued to fan the flames, pointing at Shaju's face. Everyone present observed the situation with keen clarity, engaging in hushed discussions. Indeed, look at Shaju's countenance. It is unmistakably that of embarrassment. I believe it must be shame. Otherwise, one word from Qin Huairu could silence him, which is not typical of the usual Shaju. You cannot deny. Outsiders often perceive the situation more clearly than we do. You see, this is the clarity of the bystander. We have grown accustomed to it from daily observation. Zhang Xiaopi pressed on. I too believe it is shame. He must feel remorse towards the Jia family. The collective discourse swiftly overshadowed the previous matters of theft and the occupation of communal property, redirecting everyone's focus to the intricate love triangle involving the Jia family and Shaju. Only Lu Haizhong remembered the specifics of the 10-year occupation, yet he found himself unable to interject. Zhang Xiaopi, with a smug expression, directed his thoughts towards Qin Huairu, contemplating how she had branded him a thief. Those 2 slaps were but a light reprimand. Had it not been for your pregnant state, I could have recounted witnessing you and Shaju entangled in a more intimate scenario. Silence. Can't you see this rascal is inciting trouble? Yi Zhonghai's anger erupted as he raised his voice. You, young man, possess a wicked heart. You are destroying the bonds of marriage and tarnishing reputations. Yi Zhonghai pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Xiaopi. Is that so? I was unaware. I am merely labeled a thief by all of you in the courtyard. You have slandered me and tarnished my name, yet I cannot speak a word of truth? Do you not see Shaju's expression? Zhang Xiaopi retorted, his arguments grounded in reason. Yi Zhonghai nearly fainted from disbelief. He had initially called Zhang Xiaopi a thief, only to find himself on the receiving end of a verbal onslaught. He huffed in silence, and the atmosphere grew tense. Shaju, there is no need for embarrassment. Love must be boldly expressed. Harboring feelings in solitude leads to unrequited affection. Only by vocalizing your feelings can you seize opportunities. Remaining silent is but a form of repressed desire. Remember, only through effort can one succeed. We are the youth of a new era, unafraid to voice our thoughts. I cannot abide witnessing such violence against a wife, especially one who is pregnant. If reported to the Women's Federation, unexpected rewards may await. Zhang Xiaopi continued to incite Shaju, even winking at him. Shaju's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu were rendered speechless, their faces pale with rage as they glared menacingly at Zhang Xiaopi. Qin Huairu's gaze was filled with venom directed at Zhang Xiaopi. Shut your mouth. You are behaving like a rogue. When the labor safety inspectors arrive, we shall accuse you of lewdness. Yi Zhonghai seethed, wishing fervently to silence Zhang Xiaopi. Old man, do not label me without merit. You, who are ignorant of the law, ought not to feign knowledge. What lewdness? Have I not merely been conversing with Shaju? Between men, discussing risque topics does not constitute lewdness. I am merely guiding Shaju on the pursuit of happiness. I have only glanced at that woman. If this constitutes lewdness, then all present could be accused, including you. I have neither spoken disrespectfully of her nor made any advances. Many witnesses in the courtyard can attest to my behavior. You threaten and slander me, and I shall report your defamation to the inspectors. Zhang Xiaopi's rebuttal left Yi Zhonghai at a loss for words, having never encountered such a silver-tongued adversary, and now found himself defenseless against Zhang Xiaopi's reasoning. Zhang Xiaopi felt a sense of satisfaction. He mused that they had underestimated him. Having dined at the Zhang family village for over a decade, he knew well that not all could empathize with him. Yet was it not his eloquence that charmed them? In my eyes, everyone in Zhangjia village, from the venerable 80-year-olds to the innocent 3-year-olds, are all dashing figures. I regard any woman younger than I as a sister. Even the most elderly lady is addressed as sister by me. Can any of you match my sweetness of tongue? How can you lack such basic decency and respect for your elders? Do you not understand the meaning of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Yi Zhonghai resumed his moralistic tirade. Old man, who would have thought you possessed such education? Do you even know who penned the notion of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Do you comprehend its true meaning? Zhang Xiaopi scoffed at Yi Zhonghai, his eyes brimming with mockery and disdain. The author is inconsequential. Your failure to respect the elderly is your fault. Yi Zhonghai stared daggers at Zhang Xiaopi, perceiving him as uncouth and disrespectful. Old man, Do you grasp the concept of disrespecting the elderly? You speak solely of respecting the elderly. Why not address the notion of disrespecting them? What merit does a man like you possess to command respect? You enter the courtyard accusing me of theft and violence, even levying charges of lewdness. Are you aware of the facts? Have you investigated the truth? You have done no such thing, yet you label me as uncultured and lacking respect. This idiom is yours to define, is it not? Who are you to question me? Do you even know my name? I do not recognize you. What pretense is this? According to your reasoning, it seems that all the youth in this world should cease to exist. Your words carry the weight of heaven and earth. You perceive yourself as the sovereign of all existence. Anyone who does not conform to your directives or fails to heed your counsel is deemed disrespectful to the elders and must be met with public disdain. I am utterly perplexed as to how you have survived to this day while uttering such sentiments. Go to Xingyangmen or Chongwenmen and proclaim your views aloud. Let us see if you emerge unscathed. Zhang Xiaopi, like a rapid-fire barrage, directly rattled Yi Zhonghai to his core. Chapter 11. Zhang Xiaopi confronts the beasts. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaopi's words, Yi Zhonghai's face turned an ashen hue, his breath became uneven, and his chest heaved with agitation. What right do you have to come into our Siheyuan and dictate terms? You are not one of us. Yi Zhonghai, now consumed by rage, was at a loss for words. Your so-called Siheyuan exists only within the confines of your own home, not in this common area. This is a public space, accessible to anyone, not limited to the residents of the Siheyuan. If you possess the capability, then close the main gate of the Siheyuan to prevent outsiders from entering. Furthermore, how can you be certain that I am not a resident? No investigation, no right to speak. And you, old man, I am in conflict with the Jia family. Who are you to intervene? Are you Jia Dongshu's father, or Qin Huairu's? Or perhaps you are the husband of Jia Zhangshi. The Jia family has yet to speak, and the caretaker of the back courtyard has not yet voiced an opinion. What are you standing there for, pretending to be significant? The saying a pig's nose adorned with garlic fits you perfectly. Zhang Xiaopi continued to unleash a barrage of words, initially reluctant to engage in conflict, but their incessant provocation had stirred a fervor within him, making it difficult to restrain himself. Yi Zhonghai listened to Zhang Xiaopi's tirade, trembling with fury, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, the quick-witted Shazhu was there to steady him. Are you all right, old man? Shazhu asked with concern, now unwilling to converse with this young man, whose words were venomous, akin to a rapid-fire machine gun. Yi Zhonghai was left speechless with rage. We have an exceptional talent in our Siheyuan. At my advanced age, I have never encountered someone with such a sharp tongue. Today has been an eye-opener. He Yushui assisted a frail, white-haired elderly woman as she emerged. Honestly, after dealing with the young, now we have the old, and an even older one at that. At your age, with your feet in the grave, you still come out to act tough. Be cautious lest you provoke divine wrath. Zhang Xiaopi's words struck the old woman hard, causing her face to turn pale and her body to tremble slightly. The elderly lady, supported by a cane, had snow-white hair and fair skin, though her back was slightly hunched. Zhang Xiaopi recognized her immediately. Young man, at my age, no one has dared to speak to me in such a manner. The elderly woman glared at Zhang Xiaopi, her tone unfriendly. Well, today is an exception. Remember me, old lady, at your age. To be scolded by a young man like me. Have you considered why? Why is it that so many others do not scold me, but you do? You ought to reflect on that. If you cannot comprehend, I can enlighten you. Zhang Xiaopi continued his confrontation with the elderly woman, who was equally a beast, neglecting her duties in the Siheyuan and only siding with Shazhu and Yi Zhonghai, showing little regard for fairness. Since she was not a good person, he felt emboldened to confront her, unafraid of their retaliation. He believed that if he pushed back hard enough, they would think twice before bringing trouble his way. Ah, you sharp-tongued young man. I am genuinely curious to hear your reasoning for scolding me, the elderly woman replied through clenched teeth. In our village, there is a 99-year-old elder. In my youth, I asked him the secret to his longevity. He replied, mind your own business, and you will live long. Meddle in others' affairs, and you may invite trouble upon yourself. Zhang Xiaopi jested, smiling at the elderly woman. The old woman trembled all over, her gaze filled with fear, as if she sensed that this young man was not a stranger, but rather someone with whom she shared an unsettling familiarity. What did you say? I cannot hear you, the elderly woman shouted, cupping her hand to her ear. Indeed, it is true. You should return to rest, and strive to live a few more years. I am quite respectful of the elderly, Zhang Xiaopi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai felt as if he might vomit blood, while the elderly woman allowed He Yushui to assist her back inside. It was not that she feared Zhang Xiaopi. Rather, the situation concerning the Jia family was not worth escalating. She had only emerged to support Yi Zhonghai and Shaju. Moreover, Zhang Xiaopi's words were quite clear. The Jia family was encroaching on communal property, a matter that could lead to serious trouble, one from which she had no means to extricate herself. If his claims were untrue, then he would face dire consequences. Once inside, the elderly woman hastily instructed, Yushui, tell Shaju to refrain from getting involved. This young man is not simple. Hurry, or we may find ourselves in a significant predicament. He Yushui, startled by the elderly woman's words, did not respond but promptly left the house and approached Shaju. She quietly relayed the elderly woman's warning, to which Shaju nodded slightly. He had no intention of getting involved. There was no way to outsmart Zhang Xiaopi, and with the police potentially arriving soon, it would not end well for him either. He was no fool, despite appearances. Chapter 12 The Jia family's usurpation of collective property. Yi Zhonghai, upon encountering the deaf elderly woman, found himself at a loss after just 2 sentences. The words spoken by the young man held profound implications, particularly his inquiry about how one could ascertain that he was not a resident of this Siheyuan, and his claim regarding someone having occupied a house for 10 years, thus encroaching upon the collective property of the people. His pupils constricted as he mentally calculated, suddenly realizing that Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu had been married for nearly a decade. He recalled Jia Dongshu's assertion that the house in the backyard was allocated to him by the steel mill. Immediately, he turned his gaze towards Jia Dongshu. Jia Dongshu and Jia Zhangshi were both quite impressed by Zhang Xiaopi's eloquence, captivated by his words. Yi Zhonghai first urged Shaju to release him, then approached Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu, whispering, "This young man speaks of occupying houses and infringing on collective property. Dongshu, could it be that the origins of this house are questionable?" Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu suddenly realized the gravity of their predicament. They had been so engrossed in watching Yi Zhonghai's embarrassment that they had overlooked their own significant troubles. "Master, it was my mother's idea," Jia Dongshu murmured, his head hung low, anxiety evident in his tone. Yi Zhonghai, noting Jia Dongshu's admission, cast a worried glance at him. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he recognized the seriousness of the situation, aware of the venomous tongue of the young man. "What of it? The house from the steel mill is wasted when left empty. It would be better for our family to reside there, given how tight our housing situation is," Jia Zhangshi nonchalantly replied, embodying the ignorance of the unbothered. "Sister-in-law, you've landed us in grave trouble. The infringement upon collective property is a serious offense." Yi Zhonghai was genuinely alarmed at this point, never anticipating that Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu would engage in such actions. This was no mere foolishness. It was a display of utter lack of sense. "You young man, we will not pursue the matter regarding the Siheyuan. You should leave at once and refrain from returning here," Yi Zhonghai declared, seeking to expel Zhang Xiaopi to mitigate the situation. If the authorities arrived, they could still feign ignorance and subsequently evict the Jia family from the house, thus escaping the repercussions. "No way. He damaged our belongings and hasn't compensated us. How can we let him go?" Jia Zhangshi protested vehemently. "Sister-in-law, if you wish to prevent Jia Dongshu from facing imprisonment, it is best to heed my advice. Otherwise, not even divine intervention can save your family," Yi Zhonghai warned, his eyes ablaze with urgency, causing Jia Zhangshi to grow quiet, fear creeping into her heart. "Old fellow, have you ever heard of the crime of harboring? It seems you also wish to join him in incarceration," Zhang Xiaopi remarked nonchalantly, absent-mindedly picking dirt from beneath his fingernails, puzzled as to how it had accumulated, given that he had cleaned them thoroughly while on the train. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaopi's words, Yi Zhonghai trembled, realizing that he could no longer intervene. If the matter escalated, he might also become embroiled in it. He hastily stepped back, positioning himself beside Shaju, keen to disentangle himself from the Jia family. To save Jia Dongshu, he would have to devise a strategy later. For now, he must not get involved, as doing so would implicate him in the crime of harboring. All eyes turned to Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu, who were now acutely aware of the situation. Yi Zhonghai's retreat indicated that he dared not speak, leading to the unsettling notion that Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu might indeed be guilty of encroaching upon collective property. Among those present, there were individuals of discerning intellect, with Su Demao being the most astute among them. He began to calculate with his fingers, softly conversing with his neighbors. Hasn't Jia Dongshu been married to Qin Huairu for over a decade? They wed in the backyard, and when Jia Dongshu claimed this house was allocated to him by the steel mill, I once inquired with an elder, who confirmed that it was Jia Dongshu's own assertion. Indeed, I too had questioned Jia Dongshu. Su Damao continued. Could it be that the steel mill never allocated this house to him at all? Just look at their fearful expressions. It is clear without needing to ask. The crowd's gaze shifted to Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu, who were now pale and trembling, their legs quaking, particularly Jia Dongshu, who seemed ready to break into a dance of panic. At that moment, Qin Huairu was also bewildered. The voices from the Siheyuan were far from hushed, and she could hear them clearly. Anxiety gripped her heart, yet she refrained from questioning, displaying some semblance of sense. Young man, do enlighten us about the situation. Why should I bear the blame? Lu Haizhong, still perplexed, had not been attentive during the earlier exchanges, his mind racing to comprehend his own culpability. Just wait. Considering the time, the police will be arriving shortly. I shall address everything at once to spare my breath. I haven't had a sip of water, and my throat is nearly ablaze from all this shouting. After stating this, Zhang Xiaopi fell silent, hunger and thirst gnawing at him, with uncertainty looming over his lodging for the night. If worst came to worst, he would have to indulge in luxury and check into an inn. You young man, please explain. I am utterly in the dark regarding this matter, yet you expect me to shoulder the blame. Does that seem fair to you? Lu Haizhong's urgency was palpable, as he grasped the distinction between infringing on collective property and personal property. Even possessing a single needle from public property constituted a crime. Zhang Xiaopi glanced at Lu Haizhong, who was now exceedingly anxious, disregarding any notions of respect. If the overseer were to dismiss him, no one in the Siheyuan would regard him with any reverence. Overseer, the room in the backyard where Jia Dongshu resides was not allocated to him by the steel mill. Do you now comprehend my meaning? Zhang Xiaopi's voice was subdued, aimed at preserving his throat. Yet the implications of his words were earth-shattering. Although Su Damao had speculated, it remained mere conjecture until Zhang Xiaopi laid it bare. Chapter 13. Zhang Xiaopi does not suffer loss. As soon as Zhang Xiaopi's words fell, the courtyard erupted in a cacophony of voices. What audacity from the Jia family, particularly Jia Dongshu, to audaciously occupy a residence without permission. It was evident now that during the allocation of housing, while the factory's grand proclamations were fervently made, no one had been aware of Jia Dongshu's clandestine acquisition. This revealed the true nature of the Jia family. Yi Zhonghai, with his eyes closed, found himself at a loss for words, particularly unable to defend the Jia family. To do so would implicate him in a cover-up. He could only wait to discuss the matter with Director Yang later, hoping for some leniency, as the property belonged to the steel mill, which should rightfully have the authority to decide. Lu Haizhong, now fully enlightened, cast a furious glare at Jia Dongshu and Yi Zhonghai. Oldie, I questioned you from the start about how Jia Dongshu had the right to allocate housing. He was not qualified due to his position as a substitute for Jia Fugui, yet you steadfastly claimed it was indeed Jia Dongshu who distributed the houses. Because of your assurance, I refrained from approaching the factory leadership. You have deceived even me. Lu Haizhong's face turned a shade of iron, his anger palpable. He no longer blamed Zhang Xiaopi, but directed his wrath towards Yi Zhonghai and the Jia family. Yi Zhonghai's expression was equally grim, a mask of embarrassment adorning his face. Old Lu, I too was deceived by Jia Dongshu. I regret not having investigated this matter. Rest assured, when the street office inquires, I will take responsibility. Yi Zhonghai offered only an apology to Lu Haizhong, though he had long known that Jia Dongshu lacked the qualifications for housing allocation. His failure to investigate amounted to tacit approval. Lu Haizhong was about to speak again when Yi Zhonghai hastily interjected. Old Lu, please remain calm. We must not allow the courtyard residents to witness our disgrace. We should devise a plan to remove this rascal. Lu Haizhong, still displeased, wore an expression that could incite fear. What plan? If the safety officers arrive, I will report them directly. I have no intention of losing my authority. If I have erred, I shall bravely acknowledge my mistakes and confess to the organization. Lu Haizhong spoke with a sense of righteousness, his words imbued with truth and principle, contemplating whether this incident could serve to oust a certain elder. Zhang Xiaopi was aware that Lu Haizhong did not wish to shoulder the blame for Jia Dongshu and Yi Zhonghai, yet many others could discern this as well, though they chose to remain silent. Just as Lu Haizhong finished speaking, Lu Guangtian entered with 3 safety officers. Before Zhang Xiaopi could utter a word, Lu Haizhong rushed forward, spilling all the details like beans from a bamboo tube. The safety officers wore grim expressions as they regarded Jia Dongxiu, Jia Zhangshi, and Yi Zhonghai. They approached Zhang Xiaopi. Comrade, you claim they have encroached upon collective property. Do you have evidence regarding the occupation of this room? One of the lead safety officers inquired of Zhang Xiaopi. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaopi produced a receipt from his pocket and handed it to the safety officer. Comrade, this house is rented to me by the street office. Here is the receipt. If the steel mill allocated this property a decade ago, the street office's records should reflect that it would not be rented to me again. Furthermore, the elder in charge just mentioned that this household occupies a substitute position at the steel mill. If they had been allocated housing prior to their substitute position, they would not be eligible for further allocation, only for a transfer request. Only those who had not received housing prior to their substitute position are entitled to it. This system is sound, is it not? Zhang Xiaopi articulated his case with clarity and supplemented it with additional information. Safety officers, I also wish to report that this household and this old man attempted to extort me. This Jia Dongxiu struck me first, and in self-defense, I retaliated. The elder woman, Jia Zhangshi, then demanded 50 yuan from me. The old man and the woman are clearly in collusion, one playing the role of the villain and the other the victim. The old man requested 20 yuan to settle the matter. Is this not extortion? Jia Zhangshi turned pale, her trousers dampening, clearly indicating her distress. Yi Zhonghai's visage also darkened. As he was unaware that Jia Dongxiu had initiated the altercation, he merely sought to support Jia Dongxiu. The two safety officers quickly began to inquire among the gathered crowd whether any extortion had occurred. No one dared to lie. As Zhang Xiaopi's mention of the charge of complicity had struck a chord, no one wished to be implicated in such a crime. The safety officer examined the receipt and then glanced at the sign by the door. Comrade, we will verify your claims. The receipt appears legitimate, and we will take the individuals with us for now. Tomorrow, when the street office resumes work, we will send someone to investigate. The officer returned the receipt to Zhang Xiaopi. Safety officer, the date on my receipt is today. I have come from the countryside and have no place to stay tonight. If you are unable to investigate this evening, they still occupy my room. Is it permissible for me to file an additional complaint regarding their encroachment on my personal dwelling? Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongxiu's faces turned even paler, trembling more violently. This young man was truly ruthless, yet they dared not utter a word. Young comrade, you may file a complaint, but is it really necessary? It is merely for one night. The safety officer seemed to consider the matter overly exaggerated. Safety officer, I have stated that I came from the countryside, having traveled for 2 days by train. It is now dark, and I have nowhere to stay. I may have to resort to sleeping under a bridge. They dare to encroach upon collective property, and such behavior is utterly shameful. Why should I, a kind, honest, and diligent citizen, yield to those who commit crimes? This is both legally and morally unacceptable. Zhang Xiaopi remained steadfast, questioning why he should pay to stay in a guest house when they could at least contribute to his lodging costs. He had little money to spare and was not one to be easily taken advantage of. Hearing Zhang Xiaopi's words, the safety officer found himself unable to refute. He regarded Zhang Xiaopi with newfound respect, realizing that this individual was not to be trifled with. He appeared knowledgeable about the law and had even assisted in the inquiry. The officer then cast a glance at Jia Dongxiu, weighing his options. Jia Dongxiu, do you acknowledge that this house represents an encroachment upon the collective property of the community? You may concede to vacating the premises and transferring possession to another party, which could mitigate the charge of infringing upon individual property rights. However, should you delay your admission until our investigation is complete, the offense of encroaching upon personal property will inevitably be added. Consider your options carefully. After speaking, Gong'an fixed a stern gaze upon Jia Dongxiu. Chapter 14. Jia Dongxiu, Jia Zhangshi, and Yi Zhonghai are apprehended. Jia Dongxiu was jolted awake by the words of the security officer, his heart racing in fear. I admit it was my occupation of the house. I had no choice as I was about to get married, so please spare me. Qin Huairu nearly fainted upon hearing Jia Dongxiu's confession. After all these years, she learned that the Jia family possessed only one room. Had she known, she would have never chosen the Jia family, as there were several other families available at that time. However, now that she was heavily pregnant with 2 children, she had no choice but to accept her misfortune. This house belongs to the steel mill. Why is this any of your business? It would be a waste for it to remain vacant. What is wrong with us living here? Our housing situation is already dire. Do you really need to apprehend us? Jia Zhangshi stubbornly insisted, believing her difficulties justified her actions. The security officer chose to ignore Jia Zhangshi, having encountered many like her before. They would soon comply once inside the police station. Qin Huairu, hurry up and move. Vacate the premises, or I will have to add another charge of illegally occupying personal property, Jia Dongshu stammered, his face pale and eyes filled with urgency as he looked at Qin Huairu. Despite her reluctance, Qin Huairu understood that Jia Dongshu was the one providing for the family, so she immediately began packing. Comrade, once she has gathered her belongings, you may enter, the security officer informed Zhang Xiaopi, feeling grateful to him for the simplicity of the situation. The perpetrator had already confessed, eliminating the need for extensive interrogation. The charge of illegally occupying personal property is determined by the amount involved. Since this boy was merely renting at 2 yuan a month, less than 7 cents a day, apprehending him seemed an exaggerated action, yet it saved them considerable time. Comrade, I must trouble you further. Once she finishes packing, please assist me in inspecting the premises to ensure nothing is left behind that they might later claim I stole. I cannot bear that blame. Moreover, the house has been vacant for 10 years, and I am not entirely sure about the furniture inside. If they stole or sold anything from the steel mill, it could easily lead to accusations of illegally occupying collective property against me. After all, I am merely a tenant, and the neighborhood office provided me with a key. However, when I arrived, the door was unlocked. I need your assistance in documenting what's inside and checking for any risks of collapse. When you visit the neighborhood office tomorrow, you can cross-reference the records, and if anything is missing, please hold them accountable. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaopi's words, Jia Zhangshi nearly collapsed. She recalled selling a cabinet, thinking that since the room was occupied by Qin Huairu and Jia Dongshu, one cabinet would suffice, and it could fetch 2 yuan. Jia Dongshu's eyes twitched as he glanced at his mother, remaining silent. He had assisted Jia Zhangshi in moving furniture out at night, one cabinet and a bed, which they sold as well due to the presence of a Kong. This boy was astute, leaving no room for error. After considering Zhang Xiaopi's remarks, the security officer nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words, and decided to delay their departure. Yi Zhonghai refrained from speaking further, aware that any additional comments would bring embarrassment. It was more prudent to address the matter at the police station, where the circumstances would be less humiliating. Help Qin Huairu pack her things. She is heavily pregnant and finds it difficult. I have no significant issues, Yi Zhonghai instructed his weeping wife, who nodded and began to tidy up the room. After about half an hour, the house was cleared of the Jia family's belongings. The security officer entered with paper and pen, conducted an inspection, and recorded the items present within. Comrade, the inspection is complete, you can rest assured. Here is a document with the signatures of my 2 colleagues and a list of the items inside. Zhang Xiaopi cheerfully accepted the note. Thank you, comrade. Having your protection is a blessing for us citizens, though it is indeed unfortunate for wrongdoers. The security officers chuckled, amused by the boy's clever tongue, though they found his words refreshingly original. Soon, Jia Zhangshi, Jia Dongshu, and Yi Zhonghai were taken away, while Qin Huairu was not detained for questioning. Since Jia Dongshu had occupied the house first, her connection to the matter was minimal, and her pregnancy further exempted her. As the inhabitants of the courtyard dispersed, the evening's drama lingered in their discussions. I see the Jia family is in trouble this time. Who would have thought that Yi Zhonghai would assist them in occupying the house? One remarked. Yi Zhonghai is Jia Dongshu's mentor and has always supported him, having occupied it for over 10 years. They must feel the heat now. It's hard to say. Yi Zhonghai is a veteran at the steel mill, and the outcome largely depends on the mill's stance. If they do not pursue the matter, Jia Dongshu may escape unscathed. The crowd continued to chatter as they walked home. Shizhuz, let us return. The Jia family was in the wrong. Occupying a house for 10 years is no trivial matter, especially since it is public property. He Yushui urged. Shizhuz remained lost in thought, contemplating the situation. The Jia family is truly reprehensible, and Qin Jie is far too pitiful. How will she manage in the future? Shizhuz's thoughts drifted to Qin Huairu, pondering Zhang Xiaopi's words about daring to love boldly, feeling his heart race. Shizhuz and He Yushui returned to the courtyard together. Su Damao cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Xiaopi, who was preparing to enter his home, his eyes darting with curiosity. He mused about the boy's formidable prowess, having swiftly dealt with Jia Dongshu. Should Shizhuz engage him in a confrontation, it remained uncertain who would prevail. Comrade, if I were you, I would promptly visit the neighborhood office tomorrow morning to admit my mistakes. Surely you understand the principle of ignorance being no excuse. It is far better to acknowledge your errors now than to face inquiries from Wu Damao later. Consider this advice a friendly reminder. No need to thank me, as I am merely a concerned citizen, Zhang Xiaopi remarked as he entered the house. Lu Haizhong overheard this and, after a moment of contemplation, swiftly returned indoors. Zhang Xiaopi, of course, did not genuinely intend to remind Lu Haizhong. Rather, he perceived that Yi Zhonghai wielded far greater influence than Lu Haizhong. The latter's downfall would yield no benefits, especially considering the animosity that existed between him and Yi Zhonghai. Zhang Xiaopi relished the spectacle of the clash between beasts. Lu Haizhong's sole expertise in pursuing a bureaucratic position lay in his ability to evade accountability. He would undoubtedly shift all blame onto Yi Zhonghai. Transferring responsibility to Jia Dongshu would be futile, for Jia Dongshu was hardly a figure of authority. The only prudent course was to assign the blame to Yi Zhonghai. To Zhang Xiaopi, Lu Haizhong was nothing more than a feeble-minded imbecile. And regardless of his status as a purported authority, Zhang could easily outmaneuver him. It was best to retain such an individual for the time being. Without a designated authority in the courtyard, the street office would not acquiesce. Keeping Lu Haizhong, whom he comprehended fully, was preferable to appointing someone else or allowing another resident to take on that role. He would not oppose any institutional framework. In these times, even a dragon must coil, and a tiger must lie low. He himself was neither a dragon nor a tiger, but merely a small ant with sharper teeth. Chapter 15. The Foolish Pillar's Confession. Zhang Xiaopi stepped into the modest abode, noting its tidy arrangement. The furnishings were sparse: a Kong, a table, 2 chairs, and a cabinet, with nothing else to occupy the space. The dwelling included a small kitchen, measuring merely 5 square meters, while the entire area was around 30 square meters. He did not mind the compactness. After all, living alone allowed for a certain level of compromise. He unfastened the burden from his back, and as it thudded to the floor, it emitted a pronounced sound, indicating its considerable weight. He first laid out the bedding on the Kong, then took his cooking utensils to the small kitchen, returning with a bag of cornmeal. He was genuinely famished, having not eaten since morning, and busied himself preparing a meal in solitude. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu sat in the courtyard after tidying her belongings. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she remained silent, ignoring the calls of Bongging and Xiaodang. She was seething with anger. Years ago, when she entered this Siheyuan for matchmaking, 3 families had shown interest in her: the Su family, the Shaju family, and the Jia family. She had rejected Shaju due to his unattractive appearance and the burden of a financially troublesome sister. He Daqing seemed difficult to deal with, exuding a cunning demeanor. Although Shaju's family had 2 rooms, with 3 members, marrying him would result in a cramped living situation. At that time, Shaju was still an apprentice chef, with all his earnings managed by He Daqing, which further dissuaded her from considering him. In her father's eyes, a son could hardly be the head of the household. Su Damao was even less appealing, with a face resembling a horse's and only a single room to his name. He had no job and was merely learning to operate a film projector under his father's guidance. Thus, she chose Jia Dongshu, who had 2 rooms and was a worker, with a mother-in-law who could assist with childcare and household chores. After marriage, Jia Dongshu became the head of the family. However, to her dismay, Jia Zhangshi offered no help with the children and was idle at home, leading to some regret. Yet, such remorse was futile. She had already married into the Jia family. It turned out to be a deception. The Jia family had only 1 room, and she now pondered how they would manage. The issue with Jia Dongshu was serious, and she felt uncertain about how to navigate her predicament, resolving to take things one step at a time. As Qin Huairu wallowed in regret, Shaju arrived at the Jia family's doorstep. He knocked and called, "Sister Qin, are you there?" Qin Huairu wiped her tears and rose to open the door. "Shaju, I'm quite troubled. What do you want?" she asked, her expression unwelcoming and her tone icy. "Qin Jia, I fear for Jia Dongshu's fate. Have you considered divorce?" "Do not worry about what comes after. I will be there for you," Shaju replied, his face flushed with determination. He believed wholeheartedly in expressing love openly, so he had sneaked out to confess his feelings. If Zhang Xiaopi were to witness this, she would surely find it amusing. Shaju's timing was utterly misplaced. Shouldn't he be offering comfort instead? "Shaju, what nonsense are you spouting? I am still Jia's wife. How can you speak like that? Please go back. I will pretend I did not hear you. If my mother-in-law finds out, do you know how severe the consequences will be?" Qin Huairu's anxiety surged. She avoided meeting Shaju's gaze, instead surveying the courtyard. "Qin Jia, From the moment you entered, I have liked you. Cannot you grant me a chance? The Jia family berates and strikes you, and deceives you. Why do you refuse to leave? Shaju implored, oblivious to the repercussions of his fervent confession. I know you have feelings for me, but I belong to the Jia family. If I leave, what will become of my reputation? Enough, please return. I still have children at home, Qin Huairu declared. Shutting the door firmly, Shaju stood dazed at the threshold, feeling disheartened and aggrieved. It appeared he had no hope left and could only return home. Qin Huairu, meanwhile, felt overwhelmed, pondering how Shaju had become so audacious. Su Damao typically only sought to please her, but Shaju's directness threatened her reputation. In these times, a tarnished reputation could lead to disdain from others. Resolving to keep her distance from Shaju, she feared the repercussions if the residents of the Siheyuan, her mother-in-law, and Dongshu learned of the encounter. Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu would undoubtedly retaliate. She winced at the thought of her lovely face, having already endured 2 slaps that day. Hastily, she retrieved a mirror to check for any lasting scars. Observing her swollen visage only fueled her resentment towards Jia Dongshu. Shaju returned home, feeling dejected. Yet, despite his gloom, he still needed to prepare a meal. The elderly lady needed to eat, as did he Yushui, and he intended to deliver some food to Aunt Da, who likely had little appetite for cooking that day. Chapter 16. The deaf old lady's reminder to Shaju this evening. The residents of the Siheyuan dined quite late, yet no one voiced any complaints. The day's festivities provided ample topics for conversation that could last for several days and nights. Before long, Shaju had prepared dinner. He had actually brought food from the factory, which only required reheating. He first delivered a portion to Idama, then proceeded to the room of the deaf old lady with a bowl in hand. "Grandma, it's dinner time," Shaju announced, stepping into the room. The deaf old lady greeted him with a beaming smile. "Shaju, come sit down. I have something to discuss with you," she urged. Shaju, taking her words lightly, settled himself onto a nearby chair. "Grandma, what is it you wish to instruct me on?" he inquired, looking at her with genuine respect and curiosity. "Shaju, be cautious of that young man in the back courtyard. Though he appears youthful, he possesses keen insight and is not to be underestimated," the deaf old lady advised, concerned that Shaju might act recklessly. Even she was wary of Zhang Xiaopai, finding him difficult to decipher. "Rest assured, Grandma, I do not know him, so I have no reason to provoke him. His issues with the Jia family are of no concern to me. I merely feel sorry for Qin Jia and want to stand up for her," Shaju replied candidly. "Alas, Shaju, after all these years, you still cannot forget Qin Huairu. She is now the wife of Jia and is about to give birth to her 3rd child. Your entanglement with her could tarnish your reputation. How will you marry if your name is sullied?" The old lady expressed her worries, earnestly attempting to persuade him. "Grandma, I understand. I just visited Qin Jia, but she did not greet me kindly," Shaju said, his voice tinged with disappointment. "Shaju, do not get too close to the Jia family or Qin Huairu. The Jia family's conduct is bound to lead to trouble. Look at how Ida Yi has been implicated. He has lost face entirely. I wish I could help, but there's little I can do." The deaf old lady's expression mirrored her concern, reflecting her own troubled mood. "Grandma, do you think Ida Yi is in danger?" Shaju asked anxiously. "He should be fine. He hasn't committed any crimes. His involvement is merely part of the investigation, which is why I remained indoors. Once the investigation concludes, he should be released. However, the situation with the street office is uncertain. He is Ida Yi, after all, and he will bear some responsibility. But he is unlikely to face imprisonment. The worst outcome would be a reprimand from the street office." The old lady, wise from a lifetime of experience, assessed the situation with clarity. "This won't do. Ida Yi has completely lost face, benefiting Erda Yi and Sandy Yi. I cannot align myself with them," Shaju said, his expression darkening with concern. "Let us take it one step at a time. Once Xiao Yi is released from the police station, I will ask him to visit the street office and take responsibility, placing the blame on Jia Dongsu. Perhaps this way, he can preserve a semblance of dignity," she suggested. "Return home and eat. Remember to visit Ida Yi's house and reassure Lu Chuehua that Xiao Yi will not encounter any issues. She should not worry. Her health is not very good," the deaf old lady concluded before picking up her chopsticks and starting her dinner, her mind filled with thoughts, not solely about Yi Zhonghai's troubles, but also about Shaju's situation. It seemed imperative to find a suitable wife for him to divert his attention from Qin Jia. The Jia family was a source of misfortune. After leaving the deaf old lady's home, Sha Zhu visited Ida Yi's residence and relayed the old lady's insights to Ida Ma, who visibly brightened at the news. He then returned home. Upon entering, Sha Zhu found He Yushui already seated at the dining table, enjoying her meal. "Your nose is remarkably sharp. I had just finished cooking when you arrived," he remarked, taking a seat at the table and pouring himself a generous amount of liquor. "Sha Gu, I will be going to school in a few days. I need 20 yuan, He Yushui said between bites. "Why do you need so much money? Can we still manage at home?" Sha Zhu exclaimed in surprise, his voice rising in urgency. "Sha Gu, I'll be starting high school in the second half of the year. Soon, our school will take us to the countryside for an event where we'll engage in labor and teach rural children. My studies are particularly demanding, and the commute takes nearly 2 hours each way. Do you think I have that much time?" He Yushui retorted, a hint of annoyance in her eyes. "Your reasoning does make sense. Fine, I will give you the money, but remember not to squander it. This is half a month's wages for your brother," Sha Zhu said, though he felt a pang of reluctance. He walked over to the bedside cabinet, retrieved 20 yuan, and handed it to her. "Sha Gu, while I'm away, do not get too close to the Jia family or Qin Huairu. She is already someone else's wife. You have been thinking of her for years. Don't assume I'm oblivious," He Yushui warned, her demeanor serious as she accepted the money. "Focus on your studies. Your brother's affairs are not your concern. It's pointless to worry about things that don't involve you," Sha Zhu replied, slightly irritated. "Fine, consider it my good intention gone awry. I won't say anything further. Just know that Grandma is watching over you. Oh, and when I'm not home, if the weather is nice, remember to check my window for ventilation," He Yushui continued to remind him. "I understand. Now, please finish your meal. I am feeling quite vexed," Sha Zhu said impatiently, pouring himself another drink. He Yushui frowned, but said nothing more, returning to her meal. Chapter 17. The arrival of the golden finger. Lu Haizhong sat at home. His face darkened as he took a hearty swig of liquor. Dama, noticing Lu Haizhong's gloomy demeanor, could only offer words of consolation. "Old Lu, this matter has nothing to do with you, so you need not worry so much. What do you know? This house has inexplicably housed someone in the backyard for 10 years. Can it really be so easily dismissed?" Lu Haizhong retorted. "Moreover, there are significant issues at stake. This time, undoubtedly, someone from the steel mill will face repercussions." Although Lu Haizhong may not have been particularly astute, he often pondered the inner workings of the steel mill's leadership. He had now uncovered a pressing concern. Who will suffer? This is not solely the doing of Jia Dongshu, is it? Dama became intrigued and inquired further. "Are you foolish? The steel mill has not allocated this house in 10 years. Do you not wonder why? Do you not perceive the underlying issues? Furthermore, how could the street office so arbitrarily lease the house to this fellow? Have you not considered the matters at play?" At once, Lu Haizhong transformed into Lu Dekongming, grasping the crux of the issue. "Old Lu, are you suggesting that there are individuals scheming within both the steel mill and the street office?" Dama's expression shifted, yet her mind remained muddled. "I cannot ascertain, but I suspect it is not a problem with the street office. Even if they had not allocated it, the steel mill could have done so in 10 years. There are so many without housing now, and we cannot simply leave one room in our courtyard unoccupied. Tomorrow morning, I shall visit the street office and shift all blame onto Old E. If it weren't for him, would I have faced such humiliation today? I will also inquire with Wudama about the situation regarding the house, to find out exactly when the steel mill notified the street office about the lease." Lu Haizhong felt uncertain, yet he was certain that something was amiss, so he resolved to investigate further. Yin Bugui, at home, furrowed his brow. He had refrained from appearing to testify for Zhang Xiaopi today, fully aware that the trespasser was, in fact, a resident, yet he chose to remain passive. While he did not wish to offend Zhang Xiaopi, he also realized that he had left a poor impression in others' minds. Should he wish to scheme in the future, it would be far more challenging. "Old Yin, why the long face today? Aren't you going to see the excitement tonight?" Sandama asked curiously as she observed Yin Bugui. "No mood for it. I missed an opportunity today. I did not speak the truth, and it seems that the lad from the backyard now has a poor impression of me. It will not be easy to gain an advantage from him in the future," Yin Bugui lamented. He felt regretful, for a single word could have extricated him from this situation, yet he had refrained from saying it. "What happened? Have you offended the newcomer?" Sandama asked anxiously, fearing Yin Bugui had made an enemy. Yin Bugui recounted his conversation with the young man upon his arrival. "Old Yin, I must say, you should have at least mentioned this matter. Isn't it clear that this house is inhabited? By doing so, you would not offend anyone. It is merely stating the facts, Sandama replied tersely, believing Yin Bugue had miscalculated this time. How was I to know this lad was so formidable? I initially thought he would surely suffer a setback and leave the courtyard in disgrace. Offending him is better than crossing Old E, is it not? Furthermore, I possess leverage against the Jia family, and Old E would undoubtedly provide me with compensation to keep quiet, yet I did not anticipate the situation escalating to this extent. Yin Bugue felt wronged. This was indeed a strategic blunder. Old Yin, it is no matter. It is simply that it will be harder to gain an advantage from him in the future. After all, you hold no animosity towards him. Just consider him as a non-resident. What do you think, Oldie? Is this situation troublesome? Sandama felt that the affairs concerning the young man from the backyard were not particularly grave. It was merely that he would be more difficult to manipulate. The larger issue lay with Old Yi's awareness. If he was unaware, the problem was minimal. It depended on how Yi Zhonghai would respond, but he was a clever man and would certainly not admit to any knowledge. Moreover, the residence was not his, it belonged to Jia Dongshu. Jia Dongshu was in a considerable predicament, primarily dependent on the steel mill's stance. We need not concern ourselves with this matter. Jia Dongshu has never shown me any respect, often deriding me as a poor scholar behind closed doors, simply relying on Old Yi's support. After voicing this, Yin Bugue felt disinclined to converse further and lay down to sleep. At this time, Zhang Xiaopi was also reclining on his bed, his hands resting on his belly, having just let out a hearty belch. A few steamed buns and a small dish of pickles sat on the table beside a large enamel cup. He had eaten too quickly and now felt uncomfortably full, dreading the prospect of sleep. Zhang Xiaopi muttered to himself, "Ding, the system has detected that the host has successfully moved into the courtyard. May I inquire if the host wishes to bind the system?" Zhang Xiaopi sat upright immediately, disregarding his bloated stomach. "Bind it. Ding, system binding successful. System, please introduce yourself." Zhang Xiaopi's face lit up with joy as he rubbed his hands together, thinking, finally, my standard configuration has arrived. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, and his heart raced with excitement. Chapter 18. The Super Farm System. This system is known as the Super Farm System, which bears similarities to the Happy Farm. The specifics can be explored by the host. May I inquire if the host wishes to enter the farm space now? Please wait a moment. I need to lock the door. Zhang Xiaopi swiftly rose and securely locked the door to his room. He was eager to immerse himself in the farm space. Indeed, the farm space resembled the Happy Farm, with several houses surrounding him and 6 neatly arranged plots of land appearing before his eyes. System, how does one plant? Where can I find the seeds? Seeds can be purchased in the farm mall. You simply need to mentally summon the mall interface. Zhang Xiaopi promptly conjured them all, but upon viewing the inventory, he found only wheat seeds, corn seeds, and cabbage seeds, just these 3 items. Other seed icons remained darkened, hinting at their unknown nature, with only LV2 and LV3 displayed in the corners. Zhang Xiaopi comprehended that his farm level was insufficient for further unlocks. He was quite adept at this. He often set his alarm to wake in the middle of the night to harvest crops. The 3 seeds available for cultivation were all unlocked at the first level farm. The mall interface also provided explanations, which Zhang Xiaopi scrutinized. The higher the farm level, the more seeds would be unlocked. Seeds from the real world could not be planted on the farmland. Only those provided by the system could be utilized. There were ordinary seeds and special seeds. Seeds could be purchased with farm-exclusive currency, with a single ordinary seed costing 1 farm coin. As for the special seeds, he had yet to see their icons or know their prices. As he pondered the pricing, Zhang Xiaopi's eyebrows twitched. The cost was rather steep. 1 farm coin equated to 10 yuan. Ding. You have received a new farm novice gift pack. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special seed. 1 fortune tree seed, 1 copper skin iron bone body refining pill seed, and 1 technology tree seed, along with 100 farm coins. The seeds have been deposited into the farm warehouse. Would you like to summon the warehouse to view them? Zhang Xiaopi was somewhat bewildered. These special seeds were extraordinarily unique. He immediately summoned the farm warehouse. He gazed in astonishment at the fortune tree seed, feeling a surge of excitement. Wasn't this akin to the plastic trees he had bought from street vendors during the New Year festivities? The branches were adorned with gold coins, ingots, bars of gold, and gifts. He then examined the other 2 special seeds. The copper skin iron bone was a black and yellow pill, while the technology tree seed resembled a tree with 9 empty slots above it. Zhang Xiaopi couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, a miraculous pill. While he wasn't entirely certain it qualified as such, its design was indeed striking. Without hesitation, he planted the 3 special seeds in the ground. Immediately, the time until harvest was displayed above the plots. The technology tree would take 30 days, the copper skin iron bone body refining pill would mature in 18 hours, and the fortune tree would take 7 days. Zhang Xiaopi felt the waiting period was not excessively long. He then purchased 2 wheat seeds and 1 cabbage seed, spending 3 farm coins. However, the novice gift pack had provided him with 100 farm coins, equating to a generous sum of 1,000 yuan. He planted the wheat and cabbage seeds in the remaining 3 vacant plots. Land expansion was necessary. Each plot required 100 farm coins to enhance. Before reaching level 5, each level increase demanded 1,000 farm coins, while from level 5 to 10, it would require 2,000 farm coins. Additionally, the farm included a processing workshop, which could be unlocked for 1,000 farm coins. After reaching level 3, a ranch could be established, and a fish pond could be built after level 5. There were 2 methods to acquire farm coins: selling harvested crops and goods from the ranch and fish pond to the mall, or directly purchasing farm coins at the rate of 10 yuan per coin. Zhang Xiaopi regarded this pricing with dismay. Currently, he had no funds for such transactions, but he would consider it when he became more affluent. For now, he could only await the yield of his plots and their selling prices. Upon exiting the farm space, he lay on his bed, contemplating how he now possessed a system, an essential aspect of life. Once he finalized his work matters the next day, a brand new chapter of his life would commence. He began reminiscing about a drama he had previously watched. According to the plot, Jia Dongshu was nearing death, supposedly from a work-related accident. However, he had been apprehended, which could be perceived as saving his life. Such encroachment upon collective property should, ideally, result in a lengthy prison sentence. Did this not constitute an act of virtue? After all, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Should Jia Dongshu not bow in gratitude to him? If Jia Dongshu were to survive, the melodramatic twists of the series would be negated. Had he not saved Shaju? Should Shaju not express his gratitude with a bow? He dismissed the thoughts, deciding they could express their thanks if they wished, while he ought not to indulge in fantasies. His stomach was no longer uncomfortably bloated, so he took out the clothes from his pack and arranged them. Zhang Xiaopi held a photograph, gazing intently at it. It depicted him with a rabbit in the county town. According to the previous market conditions, a single rabbit would hardly suffice, yet at that time, food was scarce. What use was money? The photography studio was so inundated that it could barely serve its clients. Seeing a rabbit warranted not just one photograph, but several, as the film could be developed despite exposure. After all, studios accounted for loss. Zhang Xiaopi calculated that he would certainly manage to capture a photograph. In this black and white image, 9 children could be seen. To take this photo, Zhang Xiaopi had led 8 children on a 30-mile trek to the county town. In the photograph, Zhang Xiaopi stood in the center, flanked by 3 girls and 5 boys. Judging by their appearances, the youngest appeared around 6 or 7 years old, while the oldest was merely 13 or 14. These 8 were Zhang Xiaopi's closest companions from the countryside, whose families had been most supportive of him over the years. Now that he had the system, Zhang Xiaopi, being a grateful person, envisioned a future where he could lead them all out of the mountains when the opportunity arose. Chapter 19. Yi Zhonghai was released. Zhang Xiaopi, unable to sleep, awaited the ripening of his seeds. As darkness enveloped the courtyard and every household extinguished their lights to rest, Zhang Xiaopi found himself battling sleepiness repeatedly, yearning for the moment when his primary seeds would mature. Upon re-entering his farming space, he beheld the fully ripened wheat and cabbage, a smile illuminating his face, though internally, he was quite anxious, eagerly anticipating the harvest yield. He activated the one-button harvest function, yielding 1,500 pounds of cabbage and 2,000 pounds of wheat. Following the harvest, all crops were automatically transferred to the farm's storage, a feature that halted the passage of time within the storage, ensuring that nothing would spoil, particularly food items, which were preserved indefinitely. He retained 2 cabbages and sold the remainder to the marketplace, although he intended to keep some wheat. It was unprocessed and he had no means to handle it in the courtyard, so he sold it as well. Ding. Sold 1,488 pounds of cabbage, earning 4 farm coins. Ding. Sold 2,000 pounds of wheat, earning 8 farm coins. Zhang Xiaopi calculated that the farm coins earned from both cabbage and wheat were equivalent, with each coin purchased for a primary seed yielding 4 coins, resulting in a net profit of 3 coins, a commendable achievement. He decided to proceed at a steady pace, reassured that his prosperous days were about to commence. Subsequently, he purchased 3 cabbage seeds and sowed them in the field. After exiting the farming space, he chose not to linger further. The hour was late, and fatigue enveloped him, prompting him to fall into a deep slumber. At dawn, Lu Hai hurriedly departed the courtyard, having had a restless night, dark circles framing his eyes as he made his way toward the street office. Zhang Xiaopi too had struggled to find rest, uncertain if the emergence of the farm was the source of his worries. Awakening in the dead of night, he summoned the farm, executed a quick harvest, and after sowing once more, returned to sleep. It was not until afternoon that he ventured outside, and upon closing the door, he furrowed his brow. The lock was missing. He had forgotten to request Jia's family to replace it. After some contemplation, he recalled that the courtyard was home to a renowned thief. He returned inside, collecting the cornmeal, pickled vegetables he had brought from his rural home, and some rabbit jerky, transferring them into the farming space before exiting the courtyard. Not long after leaving, the thief indeed circled his home, but upon finding nothing of value, departed, muttering a curse about being a miser with no delectable offerings. Inside the rolling mill, in the office of Director Yang, the atmosphere was tense. Director Li, how is the investigation from your logistics department proceeding? How could a building at the rolling mill remain unoccupied for 10 years without the factory's knowledge, and yet someone has occupied it all this time? Director Yang questioned sternly. Director Yang, this matter is difficult to investigate. The logistics officer responsible for the rolling mill was Chun Hyaming, who retired 9 years ago and passed away last year in the hospital. The building was only discovered last year when the supervisory unit sent auditors, and our logistics department had no records of it. The auditors even inquired about the situation, and I took immediate action, informing the street office, which assisted us in renting it to employees without housing. Director Li felt a sense of frustration, not having anticipated that someone could occupy the building for a decade. It was evident that Chun Hyaming had accepted bribes, possibly stealing or destroying the records of the building, leaving the rolling mill oblivious. Had they known there was a vacant room in the Hongxing courtyard, it would have been allocated long ago. Furthermore, the actions of Jia Dongshu raised suspicions. He had a house in the central courtyard, yet managed to occupy another for 10 years, indicating collusion. I will call the police chief to report this development, Director Yang declared, visibly agitated, as this incident could tarnish the factory's reputation and significantly affect his standing as director. Director Li had no objections. As the logistics director, he bore considerable responsibility for the issue. What about Jia Dongshu? I heard a 7th-level fitter is involved. What's the situation? Director Li continued to seek guidance on handling the matter. There's no need for us to intervene. The police will handle it. This is a brazen act of occupying communal property, a flagrant violation, Director Yang replied. The 7th-level fitter, Yi Zhonghai, was unaware of the situation. Jia Dongshu had misled him into believing the house was allocated to him by the rolling mill, which he had taken at face value. He should have been released by now. After exchanging a few more words, Director Li exited Director Yang's office. Without delay, Director Yang contacted the police chief, detailing the factory's circumstances and his suspicions. At this moment, Yi Zhonghai returned to the courtyard, his demeanor one of deep dejection. It was humiliating for someone of his esteemed reputation as a 7th-level fitter at the rolling mill to have spent a night in the police station, leaving him utterly embarrassed. The idle women of the courtyard, noticing Yi Zhonghai's troubled expression upon his return, fell silent, casting him peculiar glances as he entered the central courtyard. Once home, Yi Zhonghai collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted from the night without sleep, finally feeling a sense of relief upon returning home. Oldie, you're back. Are you all right? An elderly woman inquired with concern, pouring him a glass of water and assisting him with his shoes. I am fine, though I was unaware of the situation. It's just that Dongshu is in trouble. Without the rolling mill's letter of understanding, he could face a minimum sentence of 20 years. Yi Zhonghai responded, weariness weighing on him both physically and mentally. After nurturing Jia Dongshu for many years, he had hoped to rely on him for support in his old age. Now, that prospect seemed futile. If he were to serve 20 years in prison, what would be left upon his release? He would be rendered useless, unable to provide for him. Alas, all our years of effort have gone to waste. I had always expressed doubts about Jia Dongshu's reliability, especially considering the influence of the Jia family. Never mind, we are still not too old. You can work for another decade or more, and we can consider adopting a child who may support us in our old age. The elder woman lamented, expressing her reluctance towards Jia Zhongshi and Jia Dongxiu. However, she felt powerless to alter Yi Zhonghai's decision. As a rural woman unable to bear children, she felt a deep sense of guilt towards Yi Zhonghai. Consequently, he made all the decisions, and she never opposed him, merely offering her suggestions. Do you understand the costs involved in raising an adopted child from infancy? It will require significant financial commitment, not to mention the expenses for their future marriage. Do you think my money falls from the sky? Furthermore, whether they will support us in our twilight years remains uncertain. Just look at Lu Guanqi from the Lu family. After marriage, he has never been seen, nor has he returned to the courtyard. This is a living example right before us. Yi Zhonghai was immediately incensed, his mood considerably soured. Recognizing his anger, the elder woman chose to remain silent, aware of his discontent. Chapter 20. The canteen's official worker assisting in the kitchen inside the interrogation room of the police station, Jia Dongxiu sat on a chair, his hands shackled, hair disheveled, face pale, and eyes devoid of life, staring vacantly at the security officer seated behind the desk. We have thoroughly investigated the issue of your misappropriation of communal property. However, the steel factory reported that the records of your residence mysteriously disappeared a decade ago. Please enlighten us on this matter. Do not feign ignorance. You are familiar with Chun Haiming, are you not? The officer fixed a stern gaze on Jia Dongxiu, directly naming the individual responsible for the records back then. Upon hearing Chun Haiming's name, Jia Dongxiu immediately trembled. I confess, it was Chun Haiming who helped me dispose of the records for the house in our courtyard. I was about to get married, and with only one house in the family. I feared my fiancée would refuse me. I was employed at the steel factory through connections. My father had already been allocated a house, leaving me without the qualification to apply for one. I sought his assistance to explore options for securing a residence. I offered him a bribe of 50 yuan. You should apprehend Chun Haiming, as he orchestrated this for me. Furthermore, I take full responsibility for this matter. My mother is innocent. Please release her. He divulged everything like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. There is no need to pursue further. Chun Haiming passed away in the hospital last year. Whether he assisted you is no longer relevant. We merely wish to understand the sequence of events. Now that we are clear, you will remain in the detention room until the court's judgment in 5 days. Your mother will be released shortly. She does not reside in the courtyard and cannot be deemed to occupy the property. The officer recorded the details in his notebook, exchanged a glance with his colleague, and exited the room. The supervising officer led Jia Dongxiu to the detention room. Jia Dongxiu's face turned ashen. Resigned to his fate, he chose to shoulder the burden of the furniture sale by Jia Zhongshi as well. It is better for one person to serve time than for both to suffer. Jia Zhongshi could return to watch over Qin Huairu and care for the children, preventing any infidelity on her part. Most importantly, his mother could devise a plan to save him. Zhang Xiaopi arrived at the office of the section chief at the steel factory with an introduction letter. Chief Lin, I am here to report for duty. Here is my introduction letter. Zhang Xiaopi respectfully placed the letter on Chief Lin's desk. Introduction letter? Our steel factory is at full capacity. How could there be new hires? Chief Lin expressed confusion but accepted the letter nonetheless. So you were sent from the commune outside the city. That explains it. Chief Lin's expression returned to normal, indicating he was aware of the letter's origin. Indeed, Chief Lin, you are familiar with our commune. Zhang Xiaopi inquired, intrigued by Chief Lin's puzzled demeanor. This introduction letter was issued by the factory to your commune. 2 years ago, your commune provided us with substantial grain support, aiding us through difficult times. Consequently, the factory allocated 3 positions to your commune. The other 2 have already been hired last year, and you are the last to arrive. We have actually reserved the position since last year. Please provide your household registration book, and I will register you. Chief Lin collected the introduction letter and retrieved an envelope from a cabinet. Zhang Xiaopi produced a large package of rabbit jerky from his worn bag and placed it on Chief Lin's desk. Chief Lin, this is rabbit jerky made from rabbits raised on my family farm. It is a local specialty. Since we are now colleagues, please give it a try. Zhang Xiaopi said with a cheerful smile. Chief Lin chuckled, teasing. You're quite young, but already adept at this. This won't do. Chief Lin, please do not misunderstand. I have just arrived in the capital today, and though you are my superior, we are colleagues. Bringing a local specialty from my hometown is merely a gesture of camaraderie. If you refuse, it may seem as though you look down upon me as a junior employee, and that would not foster a connection with the community. Zhang Xiaopi stated earnestly, standing straight as if to assert that refusal would be an affront to him. Very well, I shall accept it. Since it is a local specialty, it will be a private gesture of goodwill. Chief Lin laughed, for who would refuse meat in such times, especially with children at home? Xiaozhang, what position would you like to pursue? Do you have any preferences, aside from the security department and administrative roles? Chief Lin was considerate, recognizing that positions were not strictly defined, as the slots were not due to a lack of talent, but rather a reward from the factory to the commune. Chief Lin, I would like to work in the canteen. As a rural person, I lack the skills for technical work, and I believe the canteen would suit me best. I also enjoy cooking and consider myself reasonably skilled. Zhang Xiaopi was not exaggerating. He had a passion for food and had learned to cook through online videos, mastering various home-cooked dishes. In Zhangjia village, he was often the one to take charge of the meals. Moreover, cooking in the canteen primarily required physical effort. The key to delicious large pot meals lay in generous seasoning, and he had his unique recipes learned from videos, a skill not easily acquired in this era. Oh, I did not realize you possess such talent. The fifth canteen is indeed in need of a cook, but the factory has yet to sample your cooking. It would be inappropriate to promote you to an 8th grade cook directly. Chief Lin frowned slightly before continuing. How about this? You can start as an assistant cook, and we can promote you to cook when the opportunity arises. An 8th grade cook earns about 30 yuan, which is not significantly different. However, as a formal worker, the minimum wage is 27.5 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaopi felt elated. Indeed, good connections made things easier. As a formal worker assisting in the kitchen, he would bear no responsibility and need not prepare large quantities of food, merely washing and tidying up, allowing him to also tend to the farm. Thank you, Chief Lin. I will certainly work diligently. Chief Lin stated, you may return today, report to work tomorrow morning. Just go to the 5th canteen and find Director Chun. I will inform him of your situation shortly. Chapter 21. The release of Jia Zhangshi. Zhang Xiaopi exited the Human Resources Office, elated as he strode towards the gates of the steel mill. The hierarchy of chefs differs from that of workers. The latter ranges from level 1 as the lowest to level 8 as the highest. Conversely, the culinary and electrical ranks are inverted, with level 8 being the lowest and level 1 the highest. The management of electricians is notably stringent, as it pertains to matters of life safety and requires substantial knowledge, with level 8 necessitating a certification. In contrast, a level 8 chef at the steel mill is not required to possess such credentials. Typically, they spend a few years as an assistant, and as long as they can satisfactorily prepare meals, they are deemed a level 8 chef, thus compensated accordingly by the mill. Given that the steel mill operates as a production-oriented enterprise rather than a luxurious hotel or restaurant, the expectations regarding culinary flavor are rather minimal. The kitchen primarily serves large quantities of food, which results in a more relaxed management of the logistics and dining facilities. Although the leader's special meals are prepared by Sha Zhu, even the most exceptional culinary skills do not translate into a salary increase. Despite the admiration from superiors, Sha Zhu remains a level 7 chef, earning a mere 5 yuan, which, when combined with a team leader's stipend of 2 yuan, totals 5 yuan, a sum that falls short of even a level 2 worker's pay. Therefore, Director Yang is compelled to offer additional incentives. Zhang Xiaopi draws 3 conclusions. First, the steel mill's policies permit the hiring of chefs only up to level 7, due to the nature of the enterprise. Second, Sha Zhu's lack of a chef's certificate is permissible given the lax management of the cafeteria, provided it does not exceed certain limits. Third, the apparent favor shown by the leaders toward Sha Zhu is merely an appreciation for his culinary output, not an endorsement of his character, which is widely known to be lacking. Zhang Xiaopi soon departed from the steel mill, unhurried to return home since entry into the agricultural space was unnecessary. He merely needed to keep an eye on it. He intended to visit the market to assess the prices in the city of Siheyuan. Unbeknownst to him, the 3 quotas from the commune had been requested by the steel mill from higher authorities. The mill had previously reported to its superiors, who, through frugality, extended their support. Surely, some form of reciprocity was warranted, as such goodwill is significant. Given that it stems from a commitment to alleviate hunger, sending products from the steel mill to the commune was not appropriate. While cattle would have been suitable, the mill had none to offer, leaving only financial compensation and positions as options. However, monetary compensation was detrimental and not in accordance with regulations. Thus, positions were the only alternative. The higher authorities were not overly burdensome. After all, the allocation was to the commune. A public entity interacting with another public entity, resulting in the mill receiving an additional 3 slots. Within the police station, Jia Zhangshi exited but did not return home. Instead, she re-entered the station to request a visit with Jia Dongxiu. At that moment, both were seated in the visitation room. Dongxiu, you must remain strong. I will find a way to rescue you. Jia Zhangshi anxiously gazed at Jia Dongxiu, her eyes brimming with tears. Mother, you must save me. I do not wish to languish in prison. Quickly find my master, a level 7 fitter, to help obtain a letter of understanding from the factory. Surely, the director will honor his standing. Jia Dongxiu's face was ashen, his hands trembling as he spoke. Rest assured, mother, I will seek out Lao Yi upon my return and ask for his assistance. If it were not for your insistence on my marriage to Qin Huairu, our family would not be in this predicament. Jia Zhangshi, pained, recalled past events in the detention center. Please refrain from such remarks, mother. Now that Qin Huairu is aware of our single-room situation, this complicates matters further. Keep an eye on her. Do not let her engage with Sha Zhu, or our family's reputation will be tarnished. Jia Dongxiu still held affection for Qin Huairu, yet the altercation from the previous night was swift and decisive. Understood, Dongxiu. Hold on a little longer. I will return to seek out Lao Yi and ensure he helps you. If he fails to assist, I shall not let him off easily, Jia Zhangshi declared, then hurriedly departed. Her urgency was palpable. Upon entering, she had inquired with the safety officer, learning that Jia Dongxiu faced a minimum sentence of 20 years unless a letter of understanding was secured. As dusk fell, the workers of the courtyard gradually finished their shifts. Zhang Xiaopi too entered the courtyard. Yin Bugui, upon seeing him, remained silent, his gaze evasive. Zhang Xiaopi chose to ignore him, continuing on his path to the inner courtyard and towards the back. Qin Huairu was washing clothes, her eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaopi with a seething animosity. He similarly opted to disregard her. This was not an act of cowardice. He deemed such petty tactics beneath him, especially considering her condition as a pregnant woman. Should she pursue him aggressively, he would simply flee, as he would never dare lay a hand on a pregnant woman, for complications could arise that would be difficult to navigate, particularly with the elderly, who could easily exploit the situation to ruin one financially or ensnare them in lifelong obligations. In this treacherous courtyard, one must exercise utmost caution. Not long after Zhang Xiaopi returned to his quarters, Jia Zhangshi hurried back to the courtyard in a state of distress. Chapter 22. Zhang Xiaopi nibbles on cabbage upon seeing Jia Zhangshi return. Qin Huairu hurriedly approached her. Mother, you're back. Where is Dongxiu? Why didn't he come back with you? Jia Zhangshi, faced with Qin Huairu blocking her path, immediately wore an unpleasant expression. It's all your fault, you jinx. If you hadn't married into our Jia family, would Dongxiu be facing imprisonment now? And now you block my way. Hoping I want to rescue him, so you can be with Sha Zhu instead. Hurt by Jia Zhangshi's words, Qin Huairu lowered her head in grievance. Mother, you're wronging me. I didn't Jia Zhangshi, however, had no time to argue with Qin Huairu. She was intent on finding Yi Zhonghai to save Jia Dongxiu. Step aside. I need to find Lao Yi to save Dongxiu. If you obstruct me again, I want to hold back. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu immediately moved aside. Jia Zhangshi strode forward and pushed open the door to Yi Zhonghai's home without knocking. Lao Yi, you must help save our Dongxiu. Without the steel mill's letter of understanding, he faces over 20 years in prison. Our Jia family cannot survive without him. If Dongxiu goes to jail, how will we manage? He is your apprentice. You cannot turn a blind eye to his plight. Jia Zhangshi plopped down on the floor of Yi Zhonghai's house, weeping as she spoke. Yi Zhonghai and Adama were taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. Adama rushed to help Jia Zhangshi to her feet. Yi Zhonghai, looking helplessly at Jia Zhangshi, said, Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to help. I truly have no way to do so. Jia Dongxiu has created a significant mess, and I doubt my ability to save him. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's reluctance, Jia Zhangshi's expression changed. She ceased her crying and adopted a fierce demeanor. Yi Zhonghai, if you want to save your own apprentice, have you lost your conscience? Isn't obtaining a letter of understanding from the steel mill a solution? Yi Zhonghai's face darkened at Jia Zhangshi's accusations. He felt anger rising within him but refrained from retorting, understanding her current state of distress. Sister-in-law, I'll take your words as a reflection of your anxiety for Dongxiu and your urgency. Do you think I run the steel mill? Just because I ask for a letter of understanding doesn't mean it will be granted. The mill is a collective with leaders. I'm just a worker. Do you think the leaders will heed the words of a worker? Moreover, Jia Dongshu has truly committed a grave offense. Jia Zhongshi, however, was not in a position to absorb Yi Zhonghai's reasoning. Saving Jia Dongshu was her only priority. Lao Yi, I don't care. You must rescue my son. Lao Jia, show your spirit. Your good friend Yi Zhonghai want to save your son. Come and take him away. And that little beast in the back courtyard. If he and T rented a room in our courtyard, Dongshu wouldn't T have encountered this trouble. Lao Jia, take them all away. As she shouted, Jia Zhongshi lay back down on the floor of Yi Zhonghai's house, flailing her arms and legs, resembling someone having a fit. At that moment, a crowd had gathered at the door of Yi Zhonghai's house, hesitant to approach, merely observing the scene from a distance through the open door. Qin Huairu's face flushed with embarrassment. She lowered her head, feeling that Jia Zhongshi was truly making a spectacle of herself. Zhang Xiaopi then emerged to watch the commotion, munching on a 6-pound cabbage as if it were a nut. The residents of the courtyard were stunned by the sight of Zhang Xiaopi devouring the cabbage, their mouths agape, momentarily forgetting the turmoil within Yi Zhonghai's home. Don't just stand there, it's only a cabbage. I plan to eat it over 2 meals, Zhang Xiaopi mumbled through a mouthful, his speech muffled. The crowd snapped back to reality, dumbfounded at how someone could eat cabbage in such a manner, fearing the consequences of an upset stomach. Moreover, at 4 cents per pound, the cabbage in his hands was worth at least 20 cents, a sum that could mean a lavish meal for many. They were unaware that Zhang Xiaopi was consuming produce from a super farm, pesticide-free, bacteria-free, healthy, and delicious. It wasn't that 20 cents for a meal was extravagant. Rather, few in the courtyard were well off. After their initial astonishment, the crowd shifted their gaze back to Yi Zhonghai's house, no longer paying attention to Zhang Xiaopi. Zhang Xiaopi continued to eat the cabbage while stealing glances at Yi Zhonghai's house, also caught up in the excitement. The sounds of his chewing resonated as the onlookers focused on the unfolding drama within. Zhang Xiaopi mused to himself that this must be Jia Zhongshi's spectral summoning skill, a tactic few could employ due to the fear of embarrassment. Inside Yi Zhonghai's home, both Yi Zhonghai and Adama wore ashen expressions. Adama pressed her hand against her chest, hastily retrieving medicine from a drawer to calm herself. Yi Zhonghai, trembling with anger, pointed an accusing finger at Jia Zhongshi. Sister-in-law, you've resorted to this tactic against me? Don't forget who I am. Do you believe I want to report you to the street office tomorrow and have you sent to the pig pen for half a month? Upon hearing this, Jia Zhongshi sprang to her feet, glaring fiercely at Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai, if you dare not save my son, do you not recall the promise Lao Jia made to you on that piece of parchment? With that, a triumphant expression spread across her face as she looked at Yi Zhonghai. Hands on her hips, exuding arrogance. Yi Zhonghai's countenance shifted to one of tension, his expression darkening as his breathing grew heavier. Sister-in-law, I truly cannot help you right now. Allow me some time to think. Once I have a solution, I will find you. I need to remain calm and deliberate. Yi Zhonghai's tone suddenly became composed, though his gaze flickered. Fine, I shall await your plan. Dongshu's verdict is due in 5 days. With that, Jia Zhongshi stormed out of Yi Zhonghai's house, filled with fury, ignoring the onlookers in the courtyard as she returned home to the Jia family. Chapter 23: The quarrel between Jia Zhongshi and Qin Huairu. As Yi Zhonghai observed Jia Zhongshi departing, he hastily closed the door. The 2 individuals inside the room sighed in relief. Soon, the onlookers in the courtyard dispersed, and Zhang Xiaopi returned to the backyard, feeling rather dejected. It was disappointing. The argument yielded no clear victor. Zhang Xiaopi grumbled to himself. Behind him, Dama listened to his complaints, her eyes twitching in irritation. She thought to herself how this fellow seemed even more foolish than Shaju, and wondered who could consume such unpalatable food without fearing the consequences. Old E, what is the matter with the cowhide paper that Jia Zhongshi mentioned? One Dama inquired curiously, wondering why Yi Zhonghai, who initially had no intention of assisting, had suddenly changed his mind upon hearing about the cowhide paper. It is nothing significant. It pertains to a promise I made to old Jia to care for Jia Dongshu before he passed. Old Jia had shown me kindness, and thus I pledged to assist the Jia family, Yi Zhonghai explained candidly, though he averted his gaze from one Dama as he spoke. One Dama did not question Yi Zhonghai's words, she merely sighed. Alas, what can be done? If there were a solution, it would have been resolved long ago. It is not as if the occupied property belongs to an individual. A person could simply compensate a little more, but would the factory truly concern itself with such trivial amounts? Upon hearing one Dama's remarks, Yi Zhonghai's mind raced, and he furrowed his brow. Enough, Go prepare dinner. I am hungry. I will lie down and ponder if there is a solution, Yi Zhonghai declared, reclining on the bed with his eyes closed, contemplating how to address the situation. Meanwhile, Jia Zhangshi sat at home, glaring furiously at Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, meekly seated, kept her head down in silence, only occasionally stifling a sob. Crying, crying. All you do is cry. Speak a few words, and you cry. Scold you, and you still cry. Even when hit, you cry more. Are you intended to bring sorrow to our Jia family? Have you come to ruin our family's fortune with your tears? Jia Zhangshi glared at Qin Huairu's sorrowful visage, her fury boiling over. Mother, how can you say such things? When I married into the courtyard, it was Dongshu who informed me there were 2 rooms. What does that have to do with me? Qin Huairu felt a surge of resentment. The Jia family had only 1 room and had deceived her into believing there were 2. This was not merely a deception in marriage. She had not yet blamed the Jia family, yet this deceased woman was now directing blame at her. Upon hearing Qin Huairu dare to retort, Jia Zhangshi's ire flared once more. How can you not bear any blame? If it weren't for the desire to marry you, would our Dongshu have mentioned 2 rooms? Qin Huairu, now inflamed by Jia Zhangshi's words, retorted, Mother, if you continue to speak this way, I will report your family to the Women's Federation for deception in marriage. It was Dongshu who assured me of 2 rooms, and now you have concealed the truth from me for over a decade. Dongshu has secretly occupied a room, and now you accuse me of being the cause of this. If your family lacked the ability to marry, then you ought not to have sought a wife, leading us to live in 1 room. When I give birth, it will be 6 of us in 1 room. How are we to survive? Qin Huairu's patience had worn thin. She had initially tolerated the Jia family situation, believing there was some foundation left. But now, it seemed the Jia family lacked both resources and responsibility, with a mother-in-law who merely blamed others and shirked her duties. With Jia Dongshu having dared to raise a hand against her, she felt her life was unbearable. Witnessing Qin Huairu's defiance, Jia Zhangshi's face turned ashen with rage. Ah, Qin Huairu, you have finally revealed your true nature. You married into our Jia family for our wealth, and now that our Dongshu is in trouble, you wish to abandon us, do you? Jia Zhangshi's eyes were bloodshot. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Qin Huairu. Mother, if you persist in this manner, none of us will be able to live in peace. What property does the Jia family possess? What have you provided me over these past 10 years? I have borne you 3 children. Dongshu has worked for over a decade as a primary laborer, earning merely 33 yuan a month. He gives you 5 yuan, leaving me with only 15 yuan for the household. With 5 people in the family, that amounts to merely 3 yuan per person, even less than the minimum for impoverished households. Do you truly believe I covet your 15 yuan for household expenses? Qin Huairu's frustration erupted. Since the Jia family could provide her with nothing, why should she remain? To be scorned as a harbinger of misfortune would tarnish her reputation and jeopardize her future prospects. The sounds of their quarrel drew attention, and soon the residents of the courtyard gathered to observe the commotion at the Jia household. Zhang Xiaopi, still chewing on cabbage, emerged, swaying his head side to side in search of the best angle to witness the spectacle. The courtyard's residents were no longer concerned about Zhang Xiaopi's cabbage. They had seen enough. Zhang Xiaopi pondered to himself, feeling unsettled by Qin Huairu's current demeanor. Why did she appear so different from the virtuous daughter-in-law depicted in television dramas? In those narratives, she seemed dutiful and submissive towards Jia Zhangshi, enduring hardship and abuse with grace. How had she transformed so drastically? Had he arrived too early? It was still 1962, not yet 1965. Or perhaps it was his act of sending Jia Dongshu to the police station that had altered the course of events. Yet, he recalled that the dramas had never mentioned the Jia family's occupation of the backyard rooms. Such occurrences had indeed transpired since his arrival at the courtyard, indicating a divergence from the fictional portrayals. Chapter 24. The arrogant Jia Zhangshi, Yi Zhonghai, could hear the commotion from the Jia family, where Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu were embroiled in a heated argument. With a dark expression, Yi Zhonghai stepped out of his home. He glanced at the crowd, and then cast a scrutinizing look at Zhang Xiaopi, before striding directly into the Jia residence. Zhang Xiaopi observed Yi Zhonghai intently, crunching on a piece of cabbage as he chewed. Yi Zhonghai, taken aback by Zhang Xiaopi's peculiar demeanor, found himself at a loss for words, having never encountered such an eccentric individual before hastily entering the Jia household. Old sister-in-law, what are you causing a ruckus about this time? Is it not enough that you've already stirred up trouble regarding Dongshu? You must be creating further disturbances. Yi Zhonghai stormed as he entered, his face flushed with anger. Oldie, you arrived just in time. I need to ask you something. Qin Huairu was introduced to our Dongshu by you, yet she dares to insult my mother-in-law. This is utterly disrespectful and outrageous. You must convene a meeting of the entire courtyard to reprimand her, Jia Zhangshi declared, immediately casting a fierce glare at Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu met Jia Zhangshi's gaze defiantly, but remained silent. Yi Zhonghai, feeling an overwhelming headache, turned to Qin Huairu, questioning her directly. What is the meaning of this? How could you confront your mother-in-law like that? Have you no sense of propriety? Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's reprimand, Qin Huairu's expression shifted to one of vulnerability, her eyes reddening. She glanced at Yi Zhonghai and then at the onlookers in the courtyard before lowering her head and beginning to weep softly. Oh dear, what sins have I committed to marry into such a family? As soon as my mother-in-law returned, she labeled me a harbinger of misfortune, claiming that Dongshu's imprisonment was my doing. Had it not been for marrying me, he would never have occupied the back room. She accuses me of living the good life, while plotting to seize the Jia family's fortune. Tell me, what fortune do I seek? Dongshu gives me a mere 15 yuan a month for household expenses, and he provides my mother-in-law with 5 yuan for her pension. There are 5 mouths to feed in this household. They blame me for their own failings. Is that fair? Do I still have a reputation left? As Qin Huairu finished her lament, the courtyard erupted into a flurry of discussion. Jia Zhangshi is truly unreasonable. I recall when Jia Dongshu claimed the back room. He had barely met Qin Huairu. They were only acquaintances. This is not the crux of the matter. What is crucial is that a family of 5 survives on a meager 15 yuan a month. Indeed, Jia Zhangshi alone receives 5 yuan, leaving just 15 yuan for the entire household, which is quite excessive. Jia Zhangshi is truly inconsiderate. All household chores and child-rearing fall on Qin Huairu, yet she seeks to tarnish her daughter-in-law's reputation. Alas, what misfortune has befallen this family? Zhang Xiaopi listened intently to the murmurs around him, thinking to himself that Jia Zhangshi was indeed foolish, having orchestrated this situation against Qin Huairu. It seemed the labels of a manipulative seductress and a false saint were not unfounded. Old sister-in-law, is what Qin Huairu said true? Yi Zhonghai inquired, his displeasure directed at Jia Zhangshi. And what if it is? Once married into the Jia family, she becomes one of us. She is born Jia and will die as a Jia ghost. We decide how she is treated. I could even beat her if I wished. We brought her from the countryside to live a better life. Should she not be grateful? Now she dares to talk back, Jia Zhangshi retorted defiantly. The onlookers in the courtyard wore expressions of indignation, whispering their disdain for Jia Zhangshi. Zhang Xiaopi remained silent, merely observing, lost in thought. Qin Huairu, take the children with you to my house. Auntie is inside, go chat with her. I'll handle your mother-in-law, Yi Zhonghai said, his demeanor serious. As he spoke earnestly, Qin Huairu glanced at Yi Zhonghai, her eyes filled with resentment. She took her children and left the Jia household, heading straight to Yi Zhonghai's home. With Qin Huairu gone, the crowd in the courtyard lingered. Yi Zhonghai stepped outside to address the onlookers. There is no need to stand around. This is merely a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law squabble. Let us all disperse. I'll have a word with Jia Zhangshi. Seeing Yi Zhonghai's insistence, the onlookers felt awkward and exchanged sheepish smiles before returning to their own affairs. Zhang Xiaopi, too, decided to leave, feeling that something was amiss. However, as he had only recently arrived at the courtyard, he had limited knowledge of the inhabitants. Their actions seemed more akin to a television drama than reality. With this thought, Zhang Xiaopi slyly crept to the back window of the Jia residence to eavesdrop on their conversation. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yi Zhonghai re-entered the Jia household. He observed the furious Jia Zhangshi and quietly cautioned her, "Old sister-in-law, we are in a new era. You must adapt your antiquated mindset. Who among the youth today will tolerate your ways? Everyone has received an education. If Qin Huairu were to approach the Women's Federation, the Jia family would face dire consequences, and you would bear the blame for your outdated notions. I do not believe she would dare to report me. Is she not afraid I would send her back to the countryside, forsaking her city life?" Jia Zhangshi remained obstinate, refusing to heed Yi Zhonghai's counsel. "Very well, old sister-in-law, continue your antics. I shall refrain from involving myself in your affairs. You shall face the consequences alone. I have no time for your disputes with Qin Huairu. By the way, regarding that cowhide paper for which you charged me 500 yuan, I've adhered to our agreement and taken Jia Dongshu as my apprentice. You claimed you had burned it. What do you mean by that today?" As Yi Zhonghai spoke, his face flushed with fury and his eyes gleamed with menace. Chapter 25. The astonishing secret Jia Zhangshi gazed at Yi Zhonghai with an air of calmness, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. Old E, had it not been for our Jia family providing false testimony back in the day, you would have long been imprisoned. Even if you had managed to serve your time, you would have been dismissed from the steel factory and returned home to a life of farming. How could you possibly have risen to become a 7th-level technician, thriving as Yi Zhonghai? Jia Zhangshi looked at Yi Zhonghai with a sense of triumph, her expression conveying that she held damning evidence against him. If you refuse to help me rescue Jia Dongshu, we shall both face ruin. Yi Zhonghai's eyes blazed with fury, his body trembling with rage as he pointed a finger at Jia Zhangshi. You did not burn the cowhide paper. Jia Zhangshi let out a cold laugh, fixing her glare upon Yi Zhonghai. Old E, our Jia family had you write this cowhide paper because even he was wary of you. After all, he suffered retribution for his actions, being electrocuted, his body charred beyond recognition. You took on the responsibility of taking our Dongshu as an apprentice, yet what have you taught him? After more than a decade, he remains a 1st-level worker. I know your intentions, however. I have refrained from confronting you, simply not wishing to sever ties. Do not mistake my patience for ignorance. I am quite astute. With a defiant stance, hands on her hips, Jia Zhangshi continued to glare at Yi Zhonghai. Zhang Xiaopi, eavesdropping beneath the rear window, was left astounded. The depths of Yi Zhonghai's predicament were far more significant than he had anticipated. Even Jia Dongshu's father was entangled in this matter. It seemed that Jia Dongshu's father had witnessed something of great importance, subsequently providing false testimony during the investigation, ultimately coercing Yi Zhonghai into confessing his crimes. Zhang Xiaopi's curiosity piqued. What secrets lay inscribed upon that paper? Old sister-in-law, what must I do to procure that paper from you? How much will it cost? Please state your price outright. Let us complete this transaction in one go. Yi Zhonghai, suppressing his anger, understood that provoking Jia Zhangshi could lead to his downfall. He realized he must endure for the time being, aiming to acquire the paper first. Assist me in rescuing Jia Dongshu, and I shall grant you the paper. Should Dongshu be imprisoned, our Jia family will be doomed, and I shall have no reason to live. At that point, do not hold me accountable for my lack of consideration. Upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's words, Yi Zhonghai's countenance darkened, and he hastily replied, Old sister-in-law, do you comprehend the cost of rescuing Jia Dongshu? This is not merely a personal matter. It involves the collective. Even if the factory shows me leniency, the compensation will be substantial. I offer you 1,000 yuan. Hand over the paper, and that will suffice for your old age. Jia Zhangshi disregarded Yi Zhonghai's words, continuing with her own agenda. Our Jia Dongshu's sentencing is imminent, within 5 days. You have only 4 days left. Yi Zhonghai, if you fail to rescue Jia Dongshu, our family shall perish together. Recognizing Jia Zhangshi's resolute tone and expression, Yi Zhonghai understood her determination. He realized he had no choice but to save Jia Dongshu, or he too would face ruin. Very well, old sister-in-law. Tomorrow I shall approach the factory manager to discuss any possible solutions. Yi Zhonghai, now dejected, felt his former authority dissolve. Old E, remember, I require Jia Dongshu's rescue, not a discussion of potential solutions. Depart now. Should you fail to rescue him, do not return to see me. With that, Jia Zhangshi dismissed him, and Yi Zhonghai left without another word, glancing around before returning to his own quarters. At that moment, Zhang Xiaopi stealthily slipped away, making his way to the backyard. Upon arriving home, Yi Zhonghai discovered that Bongging and Xiaodang had devoured all the food on the table, while Qin Huairu sat by, indifferent and unperturbed. The elder aunt wore a displeased expression, seated beside the bed, mending some clothing. Yi Zhonghai said nothing, maintaining a facade of normalcy. Old woman, please go to the small shop and buy me a bottle of liquor. I am in a foul mood and wish to drink this evening. The elder aunt glanced at the half-full bottle on the shelf. Isn't there half a bottle left? If you finish it, I shall sell it again. You cannot possibly drink half a gin in one sitting. Yi Zhonghai's displeasure was evident, yet he responded, that is ordinary white liquor. Consuming too much is detrimental to one's health. Please procure me a bottle of erguo too. Unable to resist Yi Zhonghai's insistence, the elder aunt, recognizing his distress, said nothing further and departed. Once she had left, Yi Zhonghai turned to Qin Huairu, speaking urgently. Huairu, send the children home. I need to discuss something with you. Qin Huairu complied, ushering the children away, yet remained seated, eyeing Yi Zhonghai with curiosity. Brother Hai, I can no longer endure life at the Jia household. We are confined to a single room, housing 5 people, and soon I shall give birth, making it 6. Can you bear to see your children living in such squalor? You used to provide me with some financial assistance each month. But now that Jia Dongshu is imprisoned, how am I to survive? Yesterday, Jia Dongshu even struck me, and you did not come to my defense. Qin Huairu began to weep, her sorrow palpable. Zhang Xiaopi silently regretted missing a dramatic scene. Huairu, do not linger on such matters. Time is of the essence. Jia Zhangshi possesses a piece of cowhide paper. You must find a way to either steal it or discover where she has hidden it. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai's focus remained singular. The cowhide paper was of utmost importance. Chapter 26. Yi Zhonghai requests Qin Huairu to steal cowhide paper. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's request, Qin Huairu was taken aback, pondering the irony of her dire situation while he remained concerned about cowhide paper. What great secret could possibly lie within it? Driven by curiosity, she inquired about the contents of the paper that seemed to elicit such urgency from him. Yi Zhonghai refrained from answering and hastily mentioned that a dama would be returning shortly. As the local supply and marketing cooperative was not far from the alley, he urged her not to ask further, emphasizing that if she desired a better life in the future, she must assist him in retrieving the cowhide paper. He reassured her that enduring a little hardship now was trivial, as it was all for the sake of the children. He envisioned a future where Bang Geng could inherit his position and Xiao Dang could take over the Jia family's role. In truth, Yi Zhonghai had long known that Jia Dongshu's claim of receiving a house from the steel mill was a fabrication. The mill would never allocate housing to him. He had chosen to remain blissfully ignorant at the time, hoping for Qin Huairu's comfort, knowing that if trouble arose, Jia Dongshu would bear the consequences. However, he had not anticipated that the Jia family would still have a hidden agenda. He had once hoped Qin Huairu would choose the Jia family, as they were the most manageable among the 3 families. Moreover, Jia Zhangshi could assist with childcare, relieving her of burdens. Little did he know that after her marriage, Jia Zhangshi would cease all responsibilities and simply retire to a life of leisure. When that boy had caused a ruckus in the backyard yesterday, Yi Zhonghai suspected that the matter of housing had been exposed. Yet, he had to feign ignorance. Any slip of the tongue would land him in prison alongside Jia Dongshu. Qin Huairu wore a look of shock as she questioned, "Hai Go, will Jia Dongshu be released? He has been increasingly harsh towards me." Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened, and he regarded her with sympathy, gently caressing her face with his rough hand. "His release hinges on whether you can procure the cowhide paper within the next 2 days. If you succeed, he will remain incarcerated, but I will find a way for you and the children to leave the Jia family. If you fail to find it, I will have no choice but to seek a way to rescue Jia Dongshu." At that moment, they heard voices outside as someone greeted a dama. Yi Zhonghai quickly withdrew his hand and signaled Qin Huairu to leave. She nodded and approached the door, unintentionally colliding with the dama. "A dama, I must return home. The children were mischievous and devoured all your meals," Qin Huairu said pitifully. "It's fine, let them eat. I will prepare something else for Laui. Huairu, your mother-in-law is in a foul mood, so do not take her words to heart," a dama consoled her. Qin Huairu nodded before departing. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai sat at the dining table, lost in thought, his expression still grim. "Laui, I brought back the wine," a dama said, placing a bottle on the table. "Please fry some peanuts for me. I intend to have a drink tonight, as I must go to the street office tomorrow morning." Yi Zhonghai opened the bottle and poured himself a small measure of wine. "What business do you have at the street office? Do they know about it?" a dama queried while rummaging through the cupboard for peanuts. "They certainly know. I must acknowledge my mistakes. Although the police have clarified the situation, I still need to confess to Wu Dama, as I am responsible for overseeing matters. I must inform the street office that the police have cleared me of any wrongdoing," Yi Zhonghai replied directly. He remained anxious about whether Qin Huairu could successfully steal the cowhide paper. If she failed, he would have to consult Director Yang, contemplating how to plead his case. A dama continued, "What about that boy in the backyard? He has moved in, and we do not even know his name. He does not seem harmless. Today, the other ladies in the courtyard have been discussing him." Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened. "He cannot stay in our courtyard. He is not one of us, and he seems educated and sharp-tongued. He is renting a room here. I will inquire with Wu Dama about his circumstances tomorrow. If necessary, I will lease the room to evict him." A dama sighed, clearly reluctant. "Why would you rent it? There are just the 2 of us, and we already have 2 rooms. The adjacent one is for storage. We do not need another. This matter is still in its infancy. We should prioritize rescuing Jia Dongshu. Once he is freed, I will have settled my debts with the Jia family, and I will have repaid Lao Jia's kindness," Yi Zhonghai said dismissively. though he secretly wished to rent the room for Qin Huairu and the children. He could not disclose this to a dama. Indeed, repaying favors is the most arduous task. If necessary, you might appeal to the elderly lady. I hear she has assisted Director Yang in the past. Her influence surpasses yours. Even Shaju has faced no consequences at the steel mill due to her intervention, a dama remarked. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's eyes lit up with curiosity. Why did the elderly lady never mention her good relationship with Director Yang? A dama shook her head, uncertain. The elderly lady did not tell me either. It was He Yushui who revealed it. When He Daqing left, Shaju took over his position. You know, Shaju learned culinary skills from He Daqing. Although he was young and lacked experience, he was still quite skilled among the cooks. The others at the factory envied him and bullied him. The elderly lady, seeing him return injured, inquired about the matter. When Shaju explained he had been bullied by the factory cooks, she promptly confronted Director Yang, who then protected Shaju. And no one dared to bother him again. After listening to a dama's account, Yi Zhonghai nodded, deep in thought. He understood Shaju was not one to disclose his grievances. The elderly lady was also quite astute, with only He Yushui, being young and talkative, revealing the details. Yi Zhonghai considered that there was no rush. He would give Qin Huairu 2 days to see if she could steal the cowhide paper. If she succeeded, Jia Dongshu would remain imprisoned. If not, he would have to seek the elderly lady's assistance. At least her involvement would be more effective than his, potentially resulting in a lesser financial penalty. Chapter 27. It seems I have ingested a fake pill upon returning to the Jia residence. Qin Huairu found herself spared from further quarrels with Jia Zhangshi. Although she disregarded Yi Zhonghai's words, a flicker of trepidation regarding Qin Huairu's visit to the Women's Federation lingered in her heart. Observing that Qin Huairu paid her no heed, Jia Zhangshi climbed up to the window and, mere moments later, began to snore. Jia Zhangshi was indeed remarkable. Despite her son's unresolved issues, she could fall asleep in an instant, embodying an enviable sense of ease. Seated on the edge of her bed, Qin Huairu gazed at the snoring Jia Zhangshi, internally cursing the noise that disrupted her rest. She dared not voice her thoughts aloud, and instead pondered Yi Zhonghai's statements, her faith in him wavering. The fact that Jia Zhangshi could anticipate Yi Zhonghai's move suggested that he was not a trustworthy ally, a realization that further deepened her skepticism. Additionally, the contents of the brown paper that instilled such fear in Yi Zhonghai were still on her mind. She needed to locate that paper, and once found, she would feign ignorance about its whereabouts. Control over this evidence was essential for her security. However, it was not an opportune moment to search, as Jia Zhangshi was still present at home. With a measured resolve, Qin Huairu rose slowly and stealthily exited the Jia household. At this hour, many homes within the courtyard had extinguished their lights, allowing her to slip away undetected. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaopi lay in bed, having skipped dinner in favor of consuming an entire 6-pound cabbage. The farm-fresh cabbage was simply delectable, its flavor so enthralling that he had indulged to the point of excess. Earlier that day, he had learned from the market that cabbage was priced at 4 fun per jin, and a single mu could yield 1,500 jin, translating to 60 yuan, or 6 farm coins. The farm's marketplace offered a purchasing price of 4 farm coins, indicating a disparity of 2 farm coins, equating to 20 yuan. After careful consideration, he decided to sell to the farm's marketplace. Although it meant a slight loss, it ensured his safety. In these times, speculative dealings were a grave offense, and given the substantial quantity, selling individually would undoubtedly lead to trouble. It was unwise to covet immediate profit when one's life was at stake. Wholesale transactions would be preferable. He then summoned his warehouse, which currently contained 7,500 jin of cabbage and 20,000 jin of unprocessed wheat. He promptly sold everything to the marketplace. Ding. Sold 7,500 jin of cabbage, earning 20 farm coins. Ding. Sold 20,000 jin of wheat, earning 80 farm coins. He beamed as he noted his farm coins had accumulated to 194. Though progress was slow, he did not expect to become wealthy overnight. Suddenly, a pill materialized in his hand, comparable in size to a childhood glass marble. The pill, exhibiting a mottled black and yellow hue, exuded a fragrant aroma. This was the recently harvested Tongpi Tiegu Lianti Dan, and it was the only one he possessed. Zhang Xiaopi swallowed hard and promptly placed the pill in his mouth. Initially, he felt no discernible change. However, gradually, warmth enveloped his body, his skin flushed and tingling, and a similar sensation coursed through his bones. This state persisted for approximately half an hour before he returned to normalcy. Zhang Xiaopi was left bewildered, seated on his bed in a daze, contemplating the lack of any dramatic effects. Unlike others who reported purging impurities or experiencing intense pain, he felt nothing at all, leading him to suspect he had ingested a counterfeit pill. Regardless, he resigned himself to the experience and lay back down, returning to his gardening. With the space for the Tongpi Tiegu Lian Ti Dan now available, he purchased a cabbage seed and sowed it into the soil. Subsequently, he expended 100 farm coins to cultivate a new plot of land, bringing his total to 7 plots, where he also planted wheat seeds. However, constructing an additional plot now required 200 farm coins, a doubling of the previous cost. Zhang Xiaopi found this increase unsurprising and quite reasonable. At this time, the courtyard was enveloped in darkness as every household had retired for the night. Qin Huairu, seated in a rickshaw, arrived at a house on the outskirts of Siheyuan and paid the driver 20 fun. Driver, at this hour, you likely have little business. If you wish, you may wait for me to return. It will be no more than half an hour, and you can take me back to Nanluguxiang, she instructed as she disembarked from the rickshaw. In this moment, Qin Huairu appeared less the fragile figure from the courtyard and instead bore a hint of arrogance. The term wabo, a colloquialism for a shoulder-borne laborer, referred to skilled porters who belonged to both the sedan share and rickshaw trades. Very well, I shall wait for you for half an hour. I have no pressing matters, replied the middle-aged driver cheerfully. The fare from Nanluguxiang to this location was indeed 20 fun, making the round trip 40 fun, and as he resided nearby, he was delighted to earn an extra 20 fun for his trouble. Seeing the driver acquiesce, Qin Huairu entered the courtyard and shut the door behind her. This area, being on the outskirts of Siheyuan, was relatively secluded and desolate at night. While she requested the driver to wait, her growing belly made walking inconvenient, and she also felt a twinge of fear. Upon entering the courtyard, she approached the door of a room on the left side, gazing at the darkened window without much thought. She knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The lights within the room flickered to life. Who is it? A man's voice called from inside. It's me. Hurry and open the door. It's freezing out here. I'll be right there, the man replied, and the sound of rustling could be heard as the door swung open. Chapter 28. The enormous secret grows larger. The door to the house swung open, revealing a man in his 30s, possessing a fair complexion and a height of approximately 1.78 meters. His features were somewhat handsome. Huairu, what brings you here at such a late hour, especially in your condition? Upon spotting Qin Huairu, the man expressed immediate concern, guiding her into the house. Once inside, Huairu seated herself at the dining table, pouring herself a glass of water, exuding an air of authority as if she were the mistress of the abode. The man inquired, Huairu, it is quite dangerous for you to come here at this hour. Qin Huairu took a sip of water, and over the next few minutes, she recounted the entire situation to the man before her. Brother Bin, that old rascal Yi Zhonghai has instructed me to steal Jia Zhang's cowhide paper. I believe this paper is of utmost importance and should be in my possession. If I hold on to it, Yi Zhonghai would not dare to abandon me. His wealth would become mine, and he would be responsible for raising our child. In the future, the properties of the Jia family and Yi Zhonghai, including their work positions, will belong to Bongging and Xiaodang. To her astonishment, it was revealed that Bongging and Xiaodang were indeed her children, not of Yi Zhonghai's lineage. Brother Bin contemplated for a moment before a sinister smile crossed his face. Huairu, you are absolutely correct. Should you acquire that paper, it must not fall into Yi Zhonghai's hands. That old dog married you off to Jia Dongshu after having his way with my woman. He should not be allowed to prosper. We must strip him of all his wealth, property, and position, leaving him with nothing, thus alleviating my deep-seated resentment. Moreover, we cannot spare the Jia family either. You have yet to divulge to me how you came to the city and ended up entangled with that old dog Yi Zhonghai, eventually marrying into the Jia family. Can you share that with me now? I have pondered over it for over a decade and am nearly driven to madness. Ah, it is a pity that fate has kept us apart. If we were not cousins, we could have shared so much more. Although life in the countryside was tough, at least we could have been together every day. As Brother Bin spoke, a look of sorrow clouded his face, his hand grasping his head in despair. Qin Huairu took hold of Brother Bin's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Cousin, I know you care for me. You left Qinjia village alone to protect my reputation, enduring a solitary life in the city, eking out a living through odd jobs. I will forever be grateful for your kindness. I must reveal the truth to you now. After you left, I was utterly despondent. It just so happened that Zhonghai, that old lecher, came to the village, seducing young girls into bearing his children, driven purely by his lust. If he truly sought a child, he could have married a widow, who would have been capable of bearing children. Yet, he insisted on pursuing young girls, under the pretext of wanting offspring, merely seeking the allure of youth and beauty. I realized I might be pregnant after a month without my period, and if I did not marry soon, the truth would inevitably come to light, leading to my parents' wrath. Thus, I calculated my approach with that old lecher, reluctantly entering into a relationship with Zhonghai. I had heard from villagers that he visited once a year, looking for young girls. Some knew he owned 2 houses in the city and worked as a 5th-level machinist at a steel factory, earning a monthly salary of 61.7 yuan. I believed he could provide well for our child. When I informed him of my pregnancy, he was overjoyed. I insisted he take me to the city to marry, but he hesitated, concerned for his reputation and his career, adamant that he could not divorce. I was furious, realizing I had been manipulated by an old lecher. In desperation, I threatened to take my own life if he did not marry me. As an unmarried woman, I could not have children. If the villagers found out, my parents' reputation would be ruined. Ultimately, he gave me 200 yuan and promised to find me a suitable family to marry into, ensuring that someone else would raise his son, and all the wealth would belong to his child. I thought this plan was brilliant. If he could scheme against me, I would play along, ensuring that all the assets of the Jia and Yi families would belong to my son. However, I did not anticipate that he would have me choose from 3 families, and being a naive country girl, I was deceived by Jia Zhang's flattery, selecting the seemingly best match, Jia family. In reality, the Jia family was a declining household, currently the most impoverished among the 3. As Qin Huairu shared her tale, her face was etched with grievance and fury. Brother Bin listened, astonished, realizing that his cousin's experience was indeed legendary. She had endured tremendous suffering for the sake of their child. Huairu, I had no idea you had faced such hardships. I am truly sorry. Had I known, we should have eloped long ago to a place where no one knew us. However, now that over a decade has passed, you must persevere for the sake of our child. If we gain nothing, it is you and the child who will suffer. Wasn't Bonging born at least 2 months premature? Did they not question it? Qin Huairu nodded in agreement, her expression growing resolute. I have endured years of suffering and exerted tremendous effort to enter the city. I will not give up easily. Besides, if we go elsewhere, we would have nothing. How would we survive, and how could we provide a better life for Bonging? There is no place better than the city. I would never leave. I have already anticipated the doubts surrounding Bonging's birth. During my previous checkups, I befriended the obstetrician and offered her small gifts, weaving a touching tale that moved her. She agreed to help me keep it a secret. When I felt labor approaching, I intentionally tripped, ensuring I would be taken directly to the hospital's obstetrics department, where she would be the attending physician, thus avoiding any complications. Neither the old lecher nor the Jia family suspected anything. Brother Bin gave Qin Huairu a thumbs up, his face filled with admiration. Is Xiao Dang truly my daughter? After all, you are well aware that such opportunities are scarce. Qin Huairu smiled triumphantly, her visage betraying a hint of disdain. It is impossible for that old lecher, Zhonghai, to father a child. I suspect he has issues of his own, rather than any fault lying with his wife. Despite our numerous encounters after the birth of the child, I still failed to conceive. As for Jia Dongxiu, he is unequivocally incapable. I feel absolutely nothing. Furthermore, I can easily calculate the timing of our intimacy in relation to my pregnancy. Upon hearing Qin Huairu's words, Brother Bin's expression relaxed considerably. In truth, it matters little. As long as it is confirmed that the child is mine, everything will ultimately belong to him. Even if Xiao Dang is not my offspring, she is still your daughter, and I can easily secure her a position. With a playful glint in her eye, Qin Huairu turned to Brother Bin and teasingly remarked, "Cousin, I have arranged so much for the child. Should we not honor the legacy left by your ancestors, who were once third-grade officials in the Shuntian prefecture?" Upon hearing this, Brother Bin immediately rose to glance out the window, and only after confirming that no one was around did he relax once more. Chapter 29. A profound transformation. After confirming that no one was outside, Qin Huairu's cousin let out a sigh of relief. He returned to sit beside her, gently grasping her hands and whispering, "Huairu, did I not ask you not to speak of this? Rest assured, both my grandfather and father have mentioned that the heirlooms are to be passed down to the male descendants. Once Bangung marries and has children, I will naturally inform him where the treasures are kept. In this day and age, selling such items invites trouble. Transactions are strictly prohibited. It is safer for me to hold on to them. It is not prudent to inform Bang Gung now. If he were to expose them prematurely, they would be confiscated. Qin Huairu felt a pang of disappointment. After years of deception, she had failed to extract the treasures from her cousin's family, indicating that he still did not trust her. Although she harbored such thoughts, she playfully chided him, saying, "Cousin, I am merely worried that you might not safeguard them properly, and that they could be discovered." Her cousin smiled slightly at her response. "Fear not. As long as I remain silent, no one will know their whereabouts. We have successfully kept this secret for generations." Realizing that further inquiries would only heighten her cousin's suspicions, Qin Huairu refrained from pressing the matter. "Cousin, I won't be visiting for a while. I am due to give birth soon, and there are many matters to attend to in the Siheyuan. Jia Zhangshi has been particularly watchful of me." Her cousin replied, "Very well, take care of yourself. I will be heading south shortly, and will bring back a gift for you upon my return." After exchanging a few more words, her cousin handed her 20 yuan for living expenses. Aware that time was running short, Qin Huairu left her cousin's home and rode a tricycle back to Nanluo Guxiang. As she sat in the tricycle, her hand brushed against the bulging money in her pocket. 20 yuan composed of various denominations, which elicited a grimace of disdain from her. By the time she returned to the Siheyuan, the night had grown late. She tiptoed to the Jia family's door, cautiously pushed it open, and climbed into bed. "Qin Huairu, where have you been at this hour?" Jia Zhangshi's shrill voice pierced the silence. Startled, Qin Huairu nearly lost control of herself. "Mother, you scare me to death. I felt unwell and went to the restroom. Please keep your voice down. Bang Gung and Xiao Dang are asleep, and Bang Gung has school tomorrow." She quietly reassured her mother, grateful that the lights were off. Otherwise, Jia Zhangshi would have certainly noticed her anxious demeanor. "Do not deceive me. I woke up over half an hour ago and noticed you were missing. I immediately went to the restroom to look for you, but you were nowhere to be found." Jia Zhangshi continued her loud interrogation. Recognizing the skepticism in her mother's voice, Qin Huairu felt the pressure mounting. "Mother, after using the restroom, I realized something was wrong with my stomach and rushed to the hospital. I was worried about the baby. If you don't believe me, I can show you my pants. I've been having issues all day." Reluctantly, she offered this explanation, knowing it was embarrassing, but fearing that if Jia Zhangshi raised her voice further, she would be unable to explain herself. "Very well. Then remove your pants for me to check," Jia Zhangshi commanded, turning on the lights and moving closer to where Qin Huairu lay. With no other choice, Qin Huairu complied, and after a careful inspection, Jia Zhangshi lay back down, exclaiming, "It smells foul. Is the baby all right?" She scolded first, then shifted her focus to concern for the child. "It is fine, mother. I have just been under a lot of stress recently." The doctor advised maintaining a calm demeanor and avoiding shocks. Qin Huairu spoke casually, subtly implying that while her mother's scolding was insignificant, any harm to the baby would be her fault. "Turn off the lights and sleep. Bang Gung needs to go to school tomorrow," Jia Zhangshi retorted, ending the conversation and lying down to sleep. In truth, she had only been awake for a few minutes, and considering Qin Huairu's advanced pregnancy, it was unlikely she could sneak away undetected. However, she felt compelled to warn Qin Huairu that she was always watching her, urging her to behave. As dawn broke, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly exited the Siheyuan, aware that most residents had yet to rise. He was on his way to the street office for self-criticism and to check on the situation regarding the young man in the back courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xiaopi also left the Siheyuan, eager to make a good impression on his first day of work. Arriving early, he found only cleaners and helpers in the cafeteria. Director Chen had not yet arrived, nor had any of the chefs. He engaged in casual conversation with the other helpers while waiting. It was not until around 9 o'clock that the cafeteria director appeared, with the chefs gradually trickling in. "Director Chen, I am Zhang Xiaopi, the new helper," he announced, standing across from Director Chen with a cheerful demeanor. "Xiao Zhang, yesterday Xiao Lin informed me that being a helper is quite simple. Just follow the chef's instructions. There are no specific tasks assigned. Since you are now a formal employee, there will be no master to guide you. Just handle things as you see fit. You will be in the back kitchen of the 5th cafeteria. Do you know how to get there?" Director Chen explained. He typically frequented the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd cafeterias, while the 5th was seldom visited, often left unattended. "I arrived early today and have already toured each cafeteria. I know where to go," Zhang Xiaopi replied respectfully. Maintaining his cheerful expression, Director Chen nodded and promptly sent him on his way. Chapter 30. Assisting in the fifth canteen upon leaving Director Chen's office, Zhang Xiaopi proceeded directly to the fifth canteen. Nestled in a remote location, it was quite a distance from the workshop, but the kitchen staff had already become acquainted with Zhang Xiaopi, having conversed with him for quite some time that morning. A woman nearing 50 remarked, "Xiaopai, being the youngest, you should go outside to sweep the floor and wipe down the tables. Leave the washing and chopping of vegetables to us." "All right, Gu Dajia, I shall attend to the floors and tables right away," Zhang Xiaopi replied, dashing out of the kitchen. "You little rascal, calling me sister when I am older than your mother," Gu Dajia chuckled. In the kitchen, there was only one chef in his 40s and his apprentice, who appeared to be around 20. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaopi's words, both burst into hearty laughter. To be fair, this lad is quite endearing, and as a formal worker, he is likely to become a chef in the fifth canteen, the chef remarked while stir-frying. "Master Chow, you are indeed correct. Since his arrival this morning, he has worn a cheerful expression, uplifting the spirits of those around him. His words are sweet, he is handsome, and being a formal worker, if he weren't still so young, I would consider introducing him to my niece," Gu Dajia teased. "Gu Dajia, why not introduce me to your niece? I am already 20 and have yet to experience romance," the blushing apprentice, Ma Xiaolu, shyly interjected. Gu Dajia encouraged, "Ma Xiaolu, the moment you secure your formal position, I shall introduce you to her. But with your monthly wage of merely 16 yuan and 50 cents, which is 11 yuan less than Xiaopai's, finding a girl may prove challenging. Besides, you are only 20. Marriage typically occurs at 22. There is no rush. Focus on honing your culinary skills. Even if there are no vacancies at the steel plant, you can still secure a decent job elsewhere, or perhaps cater for rural banquets." Ma Xiaolu nodded with a smile in response to Gu Dajia's words. "Rest assured, Gu Dajia, I will strive diligently to win your niece's affection," he declared, only to receive a wilted vegetable leaf thrown his way. "You little scoundrel. How dare you gaze upon my niece before mastering your craft? You are asking for trouble." Overall, the atmosphere in the fifth canteen's kitchen was harmonious, albeit with a minimal number of staff. Zhang Xiaopi quickly completed his task of sweeping and wiping down the tables. To his surprise, he felt a significant increase in both stamina and agility, attributing it to the efficacy of the elixir he had consumed the previous night. As for other changes, he had yet to notice them. Once he finished his duties, he returned to the kitchen, where Gu Dajia expressed her astonishment at his swift completion. Concerned that he might be slacking off, she conducted a quick inspection, only to find everything neatly arranged and impeccably clean. "Xiaopai, your efficiency is commendable. From now on, you are responsible for the outdoor cleaning. Remember to sweep once before 11 a.m. and again after 1:30 p.m. Your work will then be complete," Gu Dajia said with a smile after her inspection. Zhang Xiaopi, taken aback, inquired, "Gu Dajia, is my work truly so light? As a newcomer, please do not go easy on me. I am young and strong. Assign me any tasks you have." The others chuckled once more. Gu Dajia replied, "No one is going easy on you. It is simply that you work quickly. If I were to clean outside, it would take me at least an hour and a half. Furthermore, our canteen serves fewer patrons, as most prefer dining in the third canteen. You may have noticed the meager supply of vegetables delivered by logistics. It is barely enough for over 100 meals. You will handle the outdoor cleaning, while I will wash and prepare the ingredients, and it will be Ma Xiaoyou's responsibility to learn the culinary arts through practice." Zhang Xiaopi decided not to be overly modest, realizing there was indeed little work to be done. "What shall I do now? Am I to wait until 1:30 p.m. to clean again? Is there nothing for me to do at present?" Master Chow chuckled. "Xiaopai, you truly have nothing to do. Feel free to amuse yourself, but remember to return to help serve food at mealtime. Just do not venture beyond the steel plant's gates, or it will be counted as absence." Zhang Xiaopi nodded. "I have yet to explore the steel plant. I shall take a stroll outside." With that, he exited the kitchen. After wandering around and finding nothing particularly entertaining, he returned. "Master Chow, I have heard that each canteen competes against one another, and the one with the highest patronage each month receives a bonus. Does our canteen participate?" Zhang Xiaopi asked while seated on a chair at the kitchen's entrance. "Indeed, but do not hold your breath. My culinary skills are far too lacking, and most patrons prefer the third canteen. We are left with only those who cannot secure a meal there or those unwilling to wait," Master Chow replied. Before Zhang Xiaopi could respond, Ma Xiaolu interjected, "It is not that the Master's skills are poor, but rather that Xiaoju's cooking is exceptional. At least our canteen still serves over 100 meals. Just look at the fourth canteen. I suspect it may soon close its doors." "Xiaolu, Refrain from such comments in the future. It is unwise for others to overhear. You are still a temporary worker. Do not stir up trouble, Master Chow admonished. Ma Xiaolu nodded, acknowledging the advice. Zhang Xiaopi observed the camaraderie between Master Chow and Ma Xiaolu, noting the strong bond between them as mentor and apprentice. Chapter 31. No comparison, no harm at noon. Zhang Xiaopi was assisting at the cafeteria window, where the spacious dining hall, measuring over 300 square meters, had only a few patrons. Soon, the dishes prepared by Master Chow were entirely served, totaling over 100 portions. One staff member looked at Zhang Xiaopi and remarked, "Young man, you must be new here. Please ask Master Chow to prepare some more dishes. There are still many of us who haven't had a meal." Zhang Xiaopi felt a bit bewildered. The food delivered by the logistics department had already been consumed, leaving no ingredients for further cooking. Just as he was about to respond, Enku spoke up. "Wang Dachui, we have run out of ingredients here. You all should go to another cafeteria to eat. You know well that cafeterias 1, 2, and 3 are the main ones. And the logistics department primarily allocates ingredients to them. We only get leftovers, and once they are gone, they are gone. Next time, come earlier." The person addressed as Wang Dachui appeared displeased, yet he understood that Aunt Gu was not trying to make things difficult for him. She was merely stating the facts. Though he wore a frown, he realized he could not go hungry and reluctantly made his way to another cafeteria. Once Zhang Xiaopi saw Wang Dachui and the others leave, he curiously asked Aunt Gu, "Sister, do these people frequently come here to eat? They seem like our regular customers. We should consider their needs. If we send them away, fewer people will come to our cafeteria." As Aunt Gu tidied up, she replied nonchalantly, "It's fine, they will return. They are from the fitting workshop and had some conflict with the silly Zhu at Cafeteria 3. As a result, the kitchen staff there intentionally targets them, making it difficult for them to get their meals. Hence, they won't go to Cafeteria 3, and they have to queue at Cafeterias 1 and 2. They often come here to eat. In time, you will understand. Please take the rice bowls to the kitchen. I need to wash them. We should also head to the kitchen for our meal, as our food has been set aside there." After saying this, Enku picked up 3 large plates stacked together and walked away. Zhang Xiaopi, holding a steamer basket for buns, followed her into the kitchen. Cafeterias 1, 2, and 3 were always the busiest, with Cafeteria 1 located near the blacksmith workshop, Cafeteria 2 near the foundry, and Cafeteria 3 close to the fitting workshop. The 5th cafeteria was the most isolated, frequented mainly by warehouse staff and the automobile maintenance team. Zhang Xiaopi reflected on how the silly Zhu had offended his fellow workers, causing the entire kitchen to conspire against them. Regardless of who was right or wrong in this matter, the silly Zhu had clearly erred. After all, the cafeteria was not his private domain, and his actions could be seen as personal vendetta. Moreover, it was not a free meal. Tickets were required. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone from the 5th cafeteria had finished work. Ma Xiaolu accompanied Master Chow to earn some extra cash, catering for events such as weddings and funerals. In these times, dining out at restaurants was not fashionable. Most gatherings took place at home or in courtyards, with several tables set up. Those with skills could earn quite a bit on the side, and sometimes when busy at larger households, Aunt Gu would lend a hand, earning herself a little something as well. Aunt Gu and Zhang Xiaopi locked the cafeteria doors, leaving the key in a hollow of a large tree outside. After all, whoever arrived first the next day would unlock the door. The 5th cafeteria enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere. "Xiaopi, I'm heading home now. I need to take my grandson out to play. By the way, you don't need to come in so early tomorrow. Our cafeteria has a more relaxed schedule. Just come by before 9. As Aunt Gu spoke, she unlocked her bicycle. "All right, sister, I understand. You should head home early to take care of your grandson. I plan to stroll around Siheyuan. I haven't explored that area yet." Soon, Aunt Gu rode off on her bicycle, and Zhang Xiaopi walked away with a smile. It was uncertain whether the cafeteria staff were wealthy or if the residents of the courtyard were impoverished. There were 4 of them at the 5th cafeteria, and even Ma Xiaolu owned a sturdy bicycle. Yet, in their courtyard, not a single bicycle could be found. Only Su Damao occasionally rode a bike from the steel factory, primarily for transporting film equipment to the countryside for screenings, which was quite cumbersome without a vehicle. Zhang Xiaopi also wished to purchase a bicycle. He could manage to buy some cabbages, but obtaining a bicycle ticket was a challenge. As a kitchen helper, he had no means of acquiring a ticket. Moreover, the price of bicycles was set to increase significantly, rising 4 to 5 times until 1965, when prices would finally drop. Selling 400 yuan worth of cabbages could easily attract attention, considering that would require around 10,000 jin of cabbages, and he would need to resort to the black market for a bicycle ticket, which was too risky. With these thoughts in mind, he decided to set aside his worries and take a leisurely walk around Nanluo Guxiang to familiarize himself with the environment. In the courtyard, Qin Huairu had been searching for several hours at home without success in finding any craft paper. At that moment, Jia Zhangshi returned from the police station after delivering clothes to Jia Dongshu. Upon entering the house, she immediately noticed signs of a thorough search. Qin Huairu, what are you rummaging through at home? Are you plotting to take my pension money? Jia Zhangshi glared fiercely at Qin Huairu. Startled, Qin Huairu continued searching the cupboard, unperturbed. Mother, what are you talking about? I'm just looking for fabric that matches the color of the pants for the stick. The pants are getting shorter, and I plan to patch them up. Hearing this, Jia Zhangshi's expression softened, and she sat down in a chair. Stop looking. There isn't any fabric in that color. Those pants are from when Dongshu was a child. Even if you find a matching fabric, it won't be symmetrical. It would be embarrassing to wear them out. Just take Dongshu's old pants and modify them. We can adjust the length of the stick's pants for Xiaodong to wear. Noticing that Jia Zhangshi seemed suspicious, Qin Huairu ceased her search, tidied up her belongings, and took the dirty clothes and pants outside to wash. Chapter 32. The suspicions of Jia Zhangshi. Upon witnessing Qin Huairu's departure, Jia Zhangshi squinted her eyes, her expression far from pleasant. She approached the cabinet but refrained from opening it. Instead, she swiftly crouched down, extending her hand beneath the cabinet's base. When her fingers brushed against a cool box, her countenance returned to normal. She chose not to retrieve the box, as the timing was not opportune. Instead, she withdrew her hand and quickly stood up, returning to her original seat to rest. The cabinet was supported by 4 legs, with a wooden panel obstructing the bottom, effectively creating 2 concealed layers where Jia Zhangshi had hidden her belongings. She suspected that Qin Huairu was either searching for fabric or attempting to pilfer her pension funds. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu, who was washing clothes, appeared equally troubled. After searching for several hours without success, she had even knocked on each tile of the floor, yet found no hiding places. In truth, Jia Zhangshi was fortunate. The very spot where she concealed the box was the one Qin Huairu sought, but her considerable size rendered it impossible for her to crouch down. In her mind, she cursed the old woman, wondering where she had hidden her possessions. Before long, the workers from the courtyard finished their shifts. As Yi Zhonghai returned to the central courtyard, he quietly inquired of Qin Huairu, "Have you found it?" Qin Huairu remained silent, prompting Yi Zhonghai to continue on his way without delay. She proceeded to hang the freshly washed clothes in the yard before returning indoors to prepare dinner. "What did old Yi say to you just now?" Jia Zhangshi asked Qin Huairu from within the house. Qin Huairu was well aware that the old woman was watching her closely. "Nothing. He just told me not to worry about Dongshu, that he is finding a solution." She replied dismissively. Jia Zhangshi did not suspect her. She had noticed Qin Huairu's earlier silence. At that moment, Zhang Xiaopi returned to the courtyard, and shortly thereafter, Aunt Wu from the neighborhood office arrived. Lu Haizhong's son, Lu Guangtian, shouted outside Zhang Xiaopi's door, "Kid, come out. The neighborhood office is here for a courtyard meeting. Hurry to the central courtyard." After delivering his message, he dashed off, oblivious to Zhang Xiaopi's name. The residents of the courtyard were indeed peculiar. No one bothered to ask Zhang Xiaopi for his name. He, too, saw no need to disclose it, knowing they would inevitably learn it in due course. Why should he humiliate himself by introducing himself? This bunch of ruffians had no other skill but to take liberties, and each had honed that talent quite well. They were expected to conduct their own inquiries. If they asked, he would respond. But if they did not, he would remain silent. Upon arriving at the central courtyard, Zhang Xiaopi noticed most of the residents had gathered. He found a corner to stand in and waited. Before long, Aunt Wu began to address the assembly. "Dear residents, a few days ago, some unfortunate events transpired in this courtyard. The labor safety authorities have already investigated and confirmed that the matter involves Jia Dongshu's unauthorized occupation of the steel factory's premises in the backyard. He has since been apprehended, and the police station along with the steel factory will handle the situation, leaving the neighborhood office and others out of it. Initially, this incident was to be attributed to the courtyard's overseers, as they failed in their supervisory duties. However, the 2 grandfathers of your courtyard voluntarily went to the neighborhood office to offer self-criticism, claiming they were unaware of the circumstances, and the police have verified this. Therefore, the neighborhood office will not hold the overseers accountable at this time. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong must each submit a 500-word self-criticism within a week to the neighborhood office. Both Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong's faces darkened. Although they had anticipated this outcome, hearing it in front of so many people was still a blow to their pride. Yin Bugue maintained a stoic expression, focusing his gaze inward. The housing issue had no bearing on him. The occupied premises were within Lu Haizhong's jurisdiction, while Yi Zhonghai, as the courtyard's overseer and Jia Dongshu's mentor, could not escape responsibility either. After a few more remarks regarding the neighborhood office's promotional work, Aunt Wu departed. The crowd dispersed, and Zhang Xiaopi returned to the backyard, somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to displace Yi Zhonghai from his position, but that plan had failed. Nevertheless, he reflected that Yi Zhonghai had not committed a significant offense. After all, it was not his property being occupied. He merely needed to maintain the stance of ignorance, and at most, it would result in a reprimand. The overseer's position was not formal. It was merely a community role, largely voluntary. If one were to escalate matters, it would not fall upon their shoulders. Given that Qin Huairu, a resident, had not been taken away, Yi Zhonghai's absence meant he was unlikely to be pursued. Furthermore, since the police had verified the situation, he chose not to dwell on it, as it did not concern him. Yi Zhonghai returned home, his expression troubled. "Oldie, did you inquire about that kid in the backyard?" Aunt Wu said nothing earlier. The elder woman asked Yi Zhonghai. "I did ask. Aunt Wu mentioned he paid 3 months of rent and works at the steel factory. If he does not renew the lease, it could be rented to me." Yi Zhonghai replied, pouring himself a cup of water. The elder woman contemplated this and then asked, "Did she mention how much the rent is?" Yi Zhonghai paused his pouring momentarily before continuing. "Not much, like this kid, 2 yuan a month." The elder woman nodded, refraining from further comments. In reality, the rent was not 2 yuan, but rather 4 yuan per month. Zhang Xiaopi had no home. The property belonged to the steel factory, and he was a formal employee with benefits. After 3 years of service, Zhang Xiaopi could apply for housing, although it remained uncertain whether the steel factory would grant approval. Alternatively, should Zhang Xiaopi pay 20 years rent up front, he would effectively secure permanent residency rights for the property. These details were not disclosed by Yi Zhonghai, who had his own plans in mind. Chapter 33. The situation grows ever more intriguing on the following day. Whenever Jia Zongshi was absent from home, Qin Huairu would rummage through the rooms. Regrettably, she had yet to discover Jia Zongshi's cowhide paper. Today, Qin Huairu exerted tremendous effort, even lying on the ground to search beneath the cabinet, but the iron box remained elusive. Earlier that morning, when she went out to buy groceries, Jia Zongshi had already concealed the iron box elsewhere. Jia Zongshi was naturally a suspicious person. She trusted no one but herself. Although Qin Huairu's recent actions had not all gone unnoticed, they had certainly aroused her suspicion. In the evening, Qin Huairu paced slowly back and forth outside the entrance of the courtyard, appearing to stroll leisurely, while keeping a watchful eye on the direction from which Yi Zhonghai would return from the steel factory. Before long, Yi Zhonghai appeared within the alley. Qin Huairu feigned turning around to continue her walk, only to bump into Yi Zhonghai face to face. "Good day, sir, off work?" Yi Zhonghai responded with a cheerful nod. "Qin Huairu, with that belly of yours, you ought to forego the stroll and head home to rest." As they conversed, they walked toward the courtyard. Qin Huairu spoke in a vague manner, her lips hardly moving. "Haiga, I can't find my mother-in-law's cowhide paper. I've turned my room upside down, yet it remains missing. I wonder if she hasn't left it at home." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened, his brows furrowing as he replied in a similarly ambiguous tone, his mouth barely moving as well. "All right, I understand. You still need to help me look for it. This item is crucial. If Jia Zongshi produces it, then Bongging and Xiaodong will have nothing in the future." Qin Huairu nodded slightly. Recognizing the level of Yi Zhonghai's anxiety and understanding that this item was indeed his lifeline. As they approached the courtyard, Zhang Xiaopi swiftly overtook them, entering the courtyard ahead of them. Both were left with displeased expressions, casting resentful glances at Zhang Xiaopi, who did not look back as he entered. However, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. The conversation between Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu had reached his ears. Despite maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 meters behind Yi Zhonghai, he had been close enough to overhear their initial exchange. However, their subsequent whispers were inaudible unless one was nearby. Yet, after consuming the elixir, Zhang Xiaopi's hearing had inexplicably sharpened, allowing him to discern the gist of their conversation. Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu were entangled in something, and Jia Zongshi possessed a piece of cowhide paper. Qin Huairu was assisting Yi Zhonghai in a theft, and Yi Zhonghai was anxious about this cowhide paper. If Jia Zhenxi revealed it, Bangan and Xiao Dang would be left with nothing. Their words had been obscure, leaving him momentarily bereft of clarity regarding the specifics, but there was no doubt that the paper was of great importance to Yi Zhonghai. He recalled Jia Zhongxi's threatening words to Yi Zhonghai from the previous day, which also mentioned the cowhide paper. Wasn't Qin Huairu a daughter-in-law of the Jia family? Yet here she was, aiding Yi Zhonghai against her own mother-in-law, stealing from her own family. As he pondered, he entered his room and closed the door. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu were undoubtedly involved in something nefarious. Both were despicable beings. A woman assisting another man in scheming against her own mother-in-law, stealing family belongings. This could only stem from greed or an extraordinary bond. If it were purely for monetary gain, holding onto the paper would be far more lucrative than selling it to Yi Zhonghai, providing sustenance for a lifetime. Thus, the likelihood of financial motivations seemed slim, leaving only one possibility. Zhang Xiaopi's eyes widened in realization, and he involuntarily muttered, "Goodness, how scandalous." Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu are entangled in an affair, while Jia Dongxiu is the unsuspecting fool. However, he quickly silenced himself, recalling Yi Zhonghai's words about Bongging and Xiaodong having nothing in the future. The cowhide paper posed a danger to Yi Zhonghai, yet it could only benefit the Jia family. Why then would he claim they would have nothing? As he contemplated this, a knowing smile crept across his face. Yet, this remained merely conjecture. Without evidence, he could not voice it, lest he be accused of slander, especially in an age devoid of DNA testing. The depths of depravity exhibited by these creatures continually reshaped his understanding. That evening, Yi Zhonghai entered the deaf old woman's room, carrying a bowl of braised pork and a bowl of cornmeal porridge. "Madam, Sui Hua prepared some braised pork for you, cooked to tender perfection. Please give it a try." Upon entering, Yi Zhonghai greeted the old woman, who lay on the kong, with a warm smile. The moment the old woman heard braised pork, she instantly perked up. "Braised pork? How wonderful. It has been ages since I last had it." Yi Zhonghai placed the braised pork and porridge on the old woman's dining table, then assisted her in rising from the kong to sit at the table. The old woman picked up her chopsticks, savoring a piece of braised pork. "Not bad. Sui Hua's skills have improved, nearly matching Shaju's half. Next time, make sure Shaju doesn't deliver dinner anymore," he replied with a nod, but as the moment approached, his expression turned somber. "Madam, I fear for Jia Dongxiu this time. The authorities say he faces at least 20 years. I had hoped he would support Sui Hua and me in our old age, but now that seems unlikely." Chapter 34. The deaf old lady agrees to help. The deaf old lady continued to sip her porridge and savor the braised meat, mumbling incomprehensibly. With little hope, judging by the state of the Jia family, even if this incident passed without consequence, trouble would inevitably arise sooner or later. Zhang Xiaohua had entrusted her skills and talents to her son. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not pass on both her brains to Jia Dongxiu. She only imparted one, while the other remained within her womb. Indeed, she possessed two minds. Yi Zhonghai, unable to comprehend what the deaf old lady meant by Jia Zhongxi having two minds, was nonetheless driven by his own motives to seek her assistance. He chose to selectively ignore her sardonic remarks, mirroring her deafness. "Old lady, could you possibly find a way to rescue Jia Dongxiu? After all, I have invested over a decade of effort into him, and to abandon him now feels unjust." Yi Zhonghai persisted, even as the thought of giving up crossed his mind, yet reality held him captive. Noticing Yi Zhonghai's continued insistence, the old lady set down her chopsticks and regarded him intently. In truth, she had already surmised his intentions, and upon hearing Jia Dongxiu's name, her suspicions deepened. The old lady's initial words were meant to seize the opportunity to convey that the Jia family was not worth saving. However, she had not anticipated, nor could she have imagined, that Yi Zhonghai held leverage over Jia Zhongxi, compelling her to rescue Jia Dongxiu. "Xiao Yi, I understand your feelings, but is it truly worthwhile? He is merely a disciple, not a blood relative. Do you really lack apprentices? Jia Dongxiu's character is questionable. He has caused considerable trouble throughout his life. Were it not for Zhang Xiaohua's cunning, his limbs would have long been broken. Has Jia Dongxiu ever shown you genuine respect over the past decade?" The deaf old lady continued to counsel Yi Zhonghai. In this courtyard, she would only assist two individuals, Yi Zhonghai and Shaju. "Please grant Jia Dongxiu another chance. If he misbehaves again, I shall not trouble you further." Yi Zhonghai's expression turned somewhat awkward, yet he addressed the old lady with utmost respect. Seeing Yi Zhonghai's resolve, the old lady could only offer a bittersweet smile. If he causes trouble again, I shall not be able to save him. The currency of human favors diminishes with each use. Although Xiao Yang owes me a favor, I have previously troubled him regarding Shaju. While the matter was minor, it still constituted a personal debt. Originally, I intended to reserve this favor for Shaju, hoping to assist him after his marriage and childbirth. Since you wish to save Jia Dongxiu, I shall accompany you tomorrow. Let me clarify. This situation concerning Jia Dongxiu is quite troublesome. Although Xiao Yang is the factory director, the organization is collective, and he faces his own challenges. Regardless of how you approach Jia Dongxiu's predicament, you must accept the outcome. Do not find yourself regretting the use of my favor when the results are unsatisfactory. That would be a double loss. Upon hearing the old lady's willingness to assist, Yi Zhonghai's countenance brightened considerably, and he nodded eagerly. Rest assured, old lady, I will pay any price necessary, so long as Jia Dongxiu remains free and does not face imprisonment. In his heart, Yi Zhonghai felt a twinge of bitterness. He would not mind if Jia Dongxiu perished, as he could easily find someone else for Qin Huiru. He never dreamed that Jia Zhongshi had an ulterior motive. Had he known, he would have intervened when Jia Dongxiu sought to claim the house, ensuring that the paper would have been retrieved. Now, faced with this sudden crisis, he found himself at a loss, fully aware of Jia Zhongshi's wariness towards him. This endeavor would undoubtedly require significant sacrifice, and he would be indebted to the old lady, a favor that could have elevated him to the status of an 8th-level fitter, providing an additional monthly salary of 15 yuan, sufficient to support a family of 3. All right, Xiao Yi. I will not concern myself with other matters. Tomorrow morning, please assist me in visiting the steel mill. Yi Zhonghai nodded hurriedly and soon exited the deaf old lady's abode. As the old lady watched him leave, she shook her head and sighed. She could never fathom why Yi Zhonghai consistently supported the Jia family. She did not believe he was blind to their character flaws, yet he remained wholeheartedly devoted to them. Nonetheless, she did not dwell on it, for she had Shaju to care for her in her old age. She often advised Shaju to avoid entanglements with the Jia family. Now that she was advanced in years, and having received ample care from Yi Zhonghai over the years, she would not have bestowed such a significant favor upon him without her own considerations. Her assistance to Yi Zhonghai was ultimately for Shaju's benefit. She was acutely aware of the moral character of the people in the courtyard. If she were to pass away, Shaju would indeed be left to fend for himself against their schemes. By helping Yi Zhonghai secure a prominent position, she was also providing Shaju with a safeguard against future bullying. Zhang Xiaopi, inside the house, noticed Yi Zhonghai visiting the deaf old lady, yet he preferred to remain uninvolved in the beast's scheming. He found satisfaction in his own life, as long as the beasts did not provoke him. He had little interest in their affairs. However, should there be any advantage to be gained, he would not hesitate to involve himself, for he bore no moral burden in dealing with them. His thoughts were consumed by the farm, where the 8th plot of land had already been cultivated. With over 90 farm coins remaining, he had more than enough to purchase seeds. Upon returning home, Yi Zhonghai appeared to regain his composure, though he still felt a sense of anguish over the costs required to resolve the situation. Oldie, did the old lady agree to help? Antido inquired. Yi Zhonghai nodded, adjusting his demeanor. The old lady said that, for my sake, she would ultimately advocate for Jia Dongxiu this time. However, should he cause any further trouble, I am not to seek her assistance again. Yi Zhonghai felt a pang of disappointment. Fully aware of the value of the favor owed to the deaf old lady, Auntie Da's expression was similarly grim, yet there was little to be done. After all, old Yi was indebted to the Jia family. Chapter 35. The Master of Moral Coercion. The deaf elderly lady. Early in the morning, the residents of the courtyard gradually departed for work. Yi Zhonghai assisted the elderly lady as they exited the courtyard, making their way towards the steel mill. Knock, knock, knock. Please, come in. The office door swung open, revealing Yi Zhonghai and the elderly lady entering Director Yang's office. Xiao Yang, I have come to see you, old lady, Yi Zhonghai announced. Director Yang hurriedly looked up, a smile gracing his face upon recognizing Yi Zhonghai and the elderly lady. He quickly rose to his feet to assist her. Old lady, why have you come in person? If you wish to see me, you could have asked Sha Zhu to inform me, and I would have come to visit you directly. Yi Zhonghai respectfully greeted Director Yang. Internally, he felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, Director Yang had mentioned calling Sha Zhu, not him. Director Yang helped the elderly lady settle onto the sofa. You are a busy man. It has been years since we last met. and you have aged considerably, with your hair turning white. I am just an old lady with no pressing matters, and I do not wish to disturb your work. The burdens you carry are quite heavy, and even the matters concerning me pale in comparison to your responsibilities." The elderly lady elevated Director Yang's status with her flattery. Everyone enjoys hearing kind words. Director Yang poured a glass of water for her, and then took a seat beside her, neglecting to pour any for Yi Zhonghai, who evidently lacked such privilege. Once seated, Director Yang promptly addressed the matter at hand, fully aware that the elderly lady's visit was not without purpose, considering the debt she owed him. "Old lady, is there something you require my assistance with? Please feel free to speak openly." The elderly lady smiled warmly, scrutinizing Director Yang before her expression turned grave as she sighed. "I have no personal matters to discuss. Rather, it concerns my disciple, Jia Dongxiu. Over the years, I have relied on Xiao Yi and his wife for care. She has asked me to seek your help, and as an old woman, I possess little capability, so I must turn to you, Xiao Yang." Director Yang glanced at Yi Zhonghai, and the tone he used with the elderly lady contrasted sharply with how he spoke to Yi Zhonghai. "Master Yi, the situation with Jia Dongxiu is quite complicated. I recommend you refrain from getting involved." Upon hearing Director Yang's words, Yi Zhonghai's expression became complex, tinged with compassion. "Director Yang, I am also at a loss. Jia Dongxiu is the sole breadwinner of the Jia family, supporting his mother, a 9-year-old boy, and a 6-year-old girl. His wife is also expecting, and the child will arrive soon. If something were to happen to Jia Dongxiu, it would be unbearable to witness the Jia family suffer. I understand my position is humble, and I can only shamelessly plead for the elderly lady to intervene. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda. Of course, it is not Jia Dongxiu's life that we are seeking to save. He has brought this upon himself, but the elders, wife, and children of the Jia family are innocent and cannot survive without him." Yi Zhonghai's words were laden with moral coercion, clearly implying he wished to rescue Jia Dongxiu without incurring any cost, relying solely on the old lady's goodwill. Director Yang remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Noticing the lack of response, Yi Zhonghai felt increasingly anxious. Failing to rescue Jia Dongxiu would surely bring reprisals from the Jia family, and he found himself more anxious than they were for Jia Dongxiu's fate. "Xiao Yang, please lend a hand. Xiao Yi has had his struggles. Jia Dongxiu is his disciple. How could a master bear to see his disciple's family destroyed? Out of both emotion and reason, assistance should be given. Naturally, we cannot allow the collective assets to be lost. Those must be reclaimed. Not only must the losses be recovered, but penalties and fines must be imposed. Consider what measures are appropriate, but imprisonment should be avoided. If he were to be incarcerated, it would spell disaster for his family. I know you are a compassionate person. Imprisonment does not resolve all issues, and lost assets cannot be reclaimed. Their family would be driven to destitution. Penalties and fines yield better outcomes. In these times, there are many who value money over life. The deterrent effect of having money but no life is far more compelling, discouraging anyone from encroaching on collective assets. Moreover, this is not a matter of murder or arson. There is no need to escalate to criminal charges. Excessively harsh penalties would tarnish the reputation of the steel mill, and being associated with the destruction of an entire family would be a disgrace. The elderly lady implored, presenting a solution that would not place undue pressure on Director Yang while still addressing the issue. She recognized that if she remained silent, Director Yang might genuinely find himself in a difficult position, forced to rescue Jia Dongxiu without any cost. Director Yang, after considering the elderly lady's words, slightly relaxed his furrowed brow. "Old lady, since you have come forward, I will contemplate a solution. You mentioned there are 5 people in the family. If the penalties are too severe, it would be unfeasible, as their wages barely sustain them. However, if the fines are too high, they would be unable to compensate, and I would find it difficult to explain. I propose this. If you agree, I will present it for discussion at the conference. If you do not agree, then I am left with no options." The elderly lady and Yi Zhonghai fell silent, both awaiting Director Yang's proposal. Chapter 36. Director Yang's proposal. Director Yang did not speak directly. Instead, he lit a cigarette, lost in thought until it was consumed. Once extinguished, he turned to the deaf old lady and Yi Zhonghai. "Jia Dongxiu has occupied the property for over 10 years. Let us consider it as 10 years. At 4 yuan per month over 120 months, that amounts to a property loss of 480 yuan. If the Jia family is willing to bear 3 times the penalty, the total loss including the fine would be 1,920 yuan. We can choose not to pursue Jia Dongshu's responsibility for encroaching on collective property, but we must expel him from the steel mill. The Jia family's house will be reclaimed by the steel mill, as it is fundamentally the property of the mill. We have the right to demand that employees who violate regulations vacate their premises. If the Jia family is willing to accept a fivefold penalty, the total would then be 2,880 yuan. We can still forego pursuing Jia Dongshu's encroachment, but his tenure must be revoked, and he would start anew as a level 1 worker, earning a salary of 27.5 yuan instead of 33. After sharing his terms, Director Yang turned to Yi Zhonghai and said, Master Yi, I will need to present this condition at a meeting later. It is advisable for you to discuss with the Jia family which proposal they prefer. However, I cannot guarantee the outcome. If the collective decision does not pass, Jia Dongshu will still face imprisonment, and the Jia family's house will be reclaimed by the steel mill, leading to Jia Dongshu's dismissal. Upon hearing Director Yang's proposal, Yi Zhonghai felt a pang of anguish. Both options represented substantial compensation. Although the house could not currently be sold, with properties valued at merely 300 to 400 yuan, the lesser option of 1,920 yuan would suffice to sustain a family of 3 for over a decade without work. He contemplated choosing the first option, but with the property and position reclaimed, what would happen to Bongging? These were all essential for them, and leaving the Siheyuan meant losing the support of his son and daughter. If they departed from the Siheyuan and the capital, who would care for him in his old age? Even if he wished to keep Bongging and Xiaodong, it would be entirely unjustifiable to retain the children under those circumstances. The only viable choice remained the fivefold penalty. Director Yang, after I escort the old lady home, I will discuss this with the Jia family, Yi Zhonghai stated. Director Yang nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief conversation with the deaf old lady, Yi Zhonghai assisted her in exiting the steel mill. The old lady's expression was grim. While she had anticipated this, it still weighed heavily on her heart. The essence of Yang's final discussion was that he had repaid the old lady's favor, yet this matter required collective support from other leaders. He could not afford to owe anyone else. The old lady understood that in such a position, one could not afford to be overly sentimental, as it would jeopardize their standing as director. Upon returning to the Siheyuan, Yi Zhonghai helped the old lady onto the Kong. Xiao Yi, you heard Director Yang's words. I will no longer be of assistance regarding the factory's affairs, the old lady remarked, eyes closed. Rest assured, we will behave ourselves and avoid causing trouble, and I will keep an eye on Shaju, Yi Zhonghai replied, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. Realizing he had exhausted his favor with the old lady. Xiao Yi, go find Zhang Xiaohua. Old Yang mentioned a meeting this afternoon. Do not delay, for this is a singular opportunity. I am tired and need to rest, the old lady said. Yi Zhonghai understood the urgency and promptly left her room, heading directly to the Jia family's residence in the central. Chapter 37. Yi Zhonghai's forced compromise. Yi Zhonghai closed his eyes and remained silent for a considerable time, his emotions tumultuous and his frustration palpable as he endeavored to regain his composure. Jia Zhongshi did not urge him, merely watching with her small, keen eyes. Upon opening his eyes and encountering Jia Zhongshi's gaze, Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of animosity towards her, yet he could only respond with feigned cordiality. Do you not grasp the situation? If we proceed as you suggest, the steel mill will be mine, a personal enterprise where I will wield complete control. Why should I engage in this futile discourse with you? Jia Zhenshi was acutely aware that her demands were indeed excessive. She recognized the complexities of encroaching upon communal assets. This was not merely a personal affair. Typically, her disruptions were directed at individuals, never at collective entities. And she understood well enough to keep her distance from collective issues. It was her son, in his folly, who had recklessly pursued connections for a housing allocation, resulting in this calamitous predicament. Let us opt for the second proposal then, the fivefold compensation. At least Dongshu's position remains intact, allowing him to earn a living, and we need not reclaim the house. Yi Zhonghai, anticipating Jia Zhongshi's inclination towards the second option, regarded her intently. Sister-in-law, I shall head to the steel mill and inform the director of our choice. Prepare the funds. Upon hearing the mention of money, Jia Zhongshi erupted once more. What funds? I have no money. As a jobless old woman, what funds could I possibly possess? You shall provide the money. Yi Zhonghai had anticipated this reaction. Fury washed over him as he glared at her. Sister-in-law, this is a sum of 2,880 yuan. Your heart is truly blackened. I cannot possibly afford that much. I can manage only 1,000 yuan. You will need to cover the rest. After stating this, he glared at Jia Zhangshi with barely contained rage. Very well, I shall not ask you for money. I will take the craft paper to the steel mill to retrieve Jia Dongxiu. Old E, do you recall how that piece of equipment worth $20,000 was destroyed? And your colleague, Lu Quansan, was killed in the explosion. He had 3 sons. Recently, I encountered Lu Quanzan's wife. All 3 of his sons have returned from military service. Old Jia mentioned to me that back then, you attempted to secretly examine the new equipment structure, and when Lu Quansan prevented you from dismantling it, you insisted on proceeding, resulting in a short circuit and subsequent explosion. You escaped unharmed. But Lu Quansan was struck in the head by a shard of metal and perished instantly. Were it not for old Jia working overtime and providing false testimony to distort the truth, claiming that Lu Quansan was secretly dismantling the machine while you tried to stop him, the responsibility for that machine would fall squarely upon you. That is a considerable sum of $20,000. Can you afford such a price? You caused Lu Quanzan's death. You will face imprisonment and be expelled from the steel mill. Should Lu Quanzan's 3 sons discover that their father's demise was a consequence of your actions, will they seek vengeance upon you? Lu Quanzan's position has been revoked, his home reclaimed, and he bears the stigma of disgrace. I need not witness their suffering to understand how dire their circumstances must be for a city dweller to send all 3 sons to serve in the military. As long as I negotiate favorable terms with the steel mill to secure Dongxiu's release, I will present the craft paper you personally inscribed. Old E, do you wish to pay this $20,000? Do you wish to be expelled from the steel mill? Do you wish to go to prison? You claim to lack funds. Are you deceiving me? Our families have known each other for years. Yi Zhonghai's complexion turned ashen, his lips trembled, and his eyes burned with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Jia Zhangshi. Sister-in-law, are you intent on taking my life? Is your goal to ruin the Yi family? Jia Zhangshi regarded him with a cold expression, her tone equally frigid. Old E, when you committed such a grave error, your family became entwined with the Jia family. Without old Jia, your present circumstances would not exist. Now that the Jia family faces adversity, you, Yi Zhonghai, turn a blind eye to our plight. Can you truly reconcile this with your conscience? I shall ensure your family suffers even more than mine. In that instant, Yi Zhonghai's countenance turned pale, and he felt utterly defeated, his once proud posture now slumped. Very well, I will cover the entire amount, but you must give me that craft paper. Yi Zhonghai spoke weakly, realizing he had no choice but to acquiesce. Jia Zhangshi smirked coldly before retorting, First, secure our Dongxiu's release. He is the head of our household, and I must consult with him. Yi Zhonghai felt the urge to explode in anger, but dared not provoke Jia Zhangshi further. This old woman could indeed resort to desperate measures. I shall head to the factory now, await my news at home. With that, Yi Zhonghai departed, his steps unsteady. As Jia Zhangshi watched him leave, a cold smile crept across her face. After approximately 5 minutes, she too exited the house, disappearing into the courtyard. At that moment, Qin Huairu emerged from the left corridor of the Jia residence, her face a mask of shock, realizing the magnitude of the situation surrounding the craft paper. Even though she was aware of the truth, it was of little consequence after all these years. Yi Zhonghai could easily deny it. However, the craft paper itself could not be repudiated, which explained Yi Zhonghai's fear of its exposure. Resolute, Qin Huairu made up her mind to discover the location where Jia Zhangshi had concealed the craft paper. She returned to the Jia house and began to search through the rooms. Little Dang, merely 6 years old, observed her rummaging about, not fully comprehending the situation. Noticing the heated argument between the elder and the grandmother, she continued to play with her fingers, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Yi Zhonghai returned to the steel mill and entered Director Yang's office. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, his mind consumed with thoughts of retrieving the craft paper. He could not afford to let Jia Zhangshi threaten him for a lifetime. As the workday neared its end, Director Ma approached Yi Zhonghai, informing him that the resolution had been approved, instructing him to report to the finance department the following day to settle the payment. The mill would contact the police station to secure the release of the detained individual. Upon hearing this news, Yi Zhonghai felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he mourned the loss of funds, he cherished his life even more. Chapter 38. Exorbitant compensation. Early the next morning, Yi Zhonghai proceeded to the finance department to settle the payment. In the afternoon, Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu awaited Jia Dongxiu's release outside the police station. At the 5th canteen of the rolling mill, Zhang Xiaopi was the last to leave. Today, Master Chow had gone to the countryside to arrange a large banquet, and both Ma Xiaolu and Aunt Gu had gone to assist, leaving Zhang Xiaopi to undertake all cleaning duties. Master Chow promised that Zhang Xiaopi would receive a generous pig trotter the following day. Zhang Xiaopi, with nothing pressing to attend to, felt no fatigue and planned to spend his after-work hours at the nearby park, watching elderly gentlemen engage in chess. While others returned home to embrace their spouses, at just 18, he found himself overlooked in the pursuit of companionship. Since yesterday, he had discovered a gathering place for the elderly, where they played chess, go, and engaged in physical exercises, often congregating with enamel cups in hand to engage in lively conversations. He found it quite entertaining to listen to their discussions about the happenings in the city. At that moment, the factory's loudspeaker blared to life. "Attention, comrades! A disciplinary announcement follows. Our employee, Jia Dongxiu, has unlawfully occupied collective housing. Following a meeting of the factory leadership, the following penalties have been decided for Jia Dongxiu. First, he shall compensate the rolling mill for losses amounting to 480 yuan, along with a fine equating to 5 times the compensation, totaling 2,400 yuan, bringing the total compensation to 2,880 yuan. Second, all his years of service and related allowances will be revoked, and his service tenure will be recalibrated to that of a first-level fitter, with a salary of 27.5 yuan. Third, Jia Dongxiu will receive a formal reprimand and will be barred from assessment for 3 years. Furthermore, the factory leadership has resolved to allocate the fine of 2,400 yuan as subsidies for impoverished households. Employees whose families meet the designated criteria for poverty in the city may register with the personnel department, provided they present proof from the neighborhood committee. Moreover, those facing special hardships, even if their incomes exceed the poverty line, may also register, as the security department will conduct investigations and provide assistance if the claims are validated. Lastly, we urge all employees to foster patriotism, love for the factory, and familial devotion, and to refrain from engaging in unlawful activities. The announcement was broadcast 3 times. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaopi merely chuckled to himself, uttering, "Jia Dongxiu, I wish to save you. Observe how the courtyard will change in the future, though I fear you will not witness it. Indeed, it is said that the King of Hell calls you to your demise at the 3rd watch. Who would dare keep you until the 5th? It is already destined in the shadows." Were these words to reach others, they would undoubtedly scold him, for such sentiments were unsanctioned in this era. He mused on superstitions, reflecting on how he had retained memories from a previous life and possessed a powerful agricultural system, leaving him incredulous about anything else. Zhang Xiaopi had initially contemplated discussing the matter with the factory director, but reconsidered, recognizing that the decision had been made collectively during a meeting. Upholding principles could result in severe repercussions for Jia Dongxiu, yet he would also incur the ire of others, jeopardizing his aspirations to remain at the rolling mill for over a decade. There was no need to offend the entire leadership of the factory for the sake of a soon-to-be fallen creature. The fact that they could spare Jia Dongxiu hinted at external intercession on his behalf. Additionally, the allocation of 2,400 yuan to assist impoverished and needy employees bore some of his responsibility. This compensation of 2,400 yuan was indeed exorbitant. In this era, eggs cost 4 cents per pound, pork 7 cents. Northeastern rice 2 cents, southern coarse rice merely 1.5 cents, and white flour 18 cents. A movie ticket cost between 5 and 10 cents, while a cotton uniform ranged from 15 to 18 yuan, prices requiring tickets. In the black market, prices would be higher but did not require tickets. Cornmeal, however, was sold without tickets for 1 cent per pound. Primary school fees were $2.50 per semester, while secondary school fees were $5. With this 2,400 yuan, if allocated at 5 yuan per person, it could sustain 40 individuals for an entire year or 480 individuals for a month. At this moment, the atmosphere within the factory grew lively. Yi Zonghai, with a grim expression, busily polished his work pieces, while his colleagues engaged in casual conversation. They remarked on Jia Dongxiu's misfortune, noting how he was usually miserly and opportunistic. Never anticipating such a hefty penalty, the factory had acted justly, reclaiming only the losses while distributing the fine to the impoverished. "What joy do you find in this? It does not benefit you," someone quipped. Indeed, the impoverished were pitiable. One worker from the 3rd group, a 2nd-level worker, supported 6 family members, including ill parents and 3 younger siblings, all while managing to send them to school. If he could receive some of that compensation, It would ease his burdens for at least a month. It was well known that whenever overtime was available, he would be the first to volunteer, even borrowing a tricycle to transport goods after work. It seemed he was left with no choice but to toil tirelessly. Jia Dongshu had certainly faced his punishment, and the hefty fine was no small matter. Who would have thought he possessed such wealth? Unbeknownst to you, Jia Dongshu would have faced a 20-year prison sentence had he not paid. By then, he would emerge a shell of his former self. It is far wiser to compensate, one remarked. Not necessarily. Prison at least provides food and drink. With my wealth, I could willingly serve time, and upon release, choose to retire immediately. Get lost. Would you waste your youth in prison? Does your wife consent to this? Regardless, the crowd continued their lively discussions. While Li Zhonghai's expression morphed like a Sichuan opera mask, flushing red, turning blue, then pale, as the workpiece in his hands became utterly ruined. He abruptly shut off the machine and left the workshop, seeking a secluded spot to smoke. Su Domao, having heard the announcement in the publicity department, remarked with a smirk, having incurred such a loss, he truly deserves it. Letting you escape without imprisonment is a stroke of luck. With that, he resumed organizing the film reels in his hands. Lu Haizhong, in the forging workshop, also expressed surprise at the hefty compensation, feeling quite pleased, as the Jia family had never regarded him as family. Their misfortune seemed justly deserved. Upon hearing the news, Shazhu's face was awash with indignation. He was indifferent to the matter of money. What truly troubled him was the prospect of Jia Dongshu's release, which would extinguish any hope he had with Qin Jia. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Shazhu hurried to the office building, intent on demanding that Jia Dongshu be imprisoned. However, less than 10 minutes later, he returned. Shazhu still wished to inquire with Director Yang about why Jia Dongshu had been released, only to find out from Director Yang that the elderly deaf woman had intervened. Upon hearing this, Shazhu's countenance fell into despair, yet he found himself powerless and, in a fit of anger, returned to the cafeteria. Chapter 39. Jia Dongshu has emerged. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu waited for a considerable time at the entrance of the police station, yet Jia Dongshu had not made his appearance. Anxiety was evident on Jia Zhangshi's face as she paced back and forth. Qin Huairu also appeared quite anxious, though her eyes occasionally darted around, observing the attire and appearance of the young women passing by, assessing whether any of them surpassed her beauty. Just as Jia Zhangshi's legs grew weary from her pacing and Qin Huairu disdainfully scrutinized the unattractive women nearby, a disheveled man with a hunched back emerged from the police station. His face was notably pale, and he seemed somewhat listless, having not seen the sun for several days. His small eyes were nearly squinted shut. He walked cautiously, glancing over his shoulder every few steps, resembling a furtive thief. Dongshu, my son, you have finally emerged. Upon seeing Jia Dongshu, Jia Zhangshi's anxiety dissipated instantly, replaced by a beaming smile as she hurried towards him. Dongshu, you are finally out. I was so worried about you. Qin Huairu's eyes instantly reddened, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Jia Dongshu. Upon seeing Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu, Jia Dongshu's previous despondency vanished, and he immediately adopted an arrogant demeanor. I, Jia Dongshu, am blessed and destined to thrive. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. Mother, Huairu, let us hurry home. I am famished. At the police station, I subsisted on mere 2 steamed buns daily. What kind of life is that? Jia Zhangshi felt her own hunger pangs. She too had been unable to eat properly these past few days, swallowing hard. All right, let us return home. Huairu, go buy 2 pounds of meat. We shall have braised pork. Jia Zhangshi cheerfully declared. And the mention of 2 pounds of braised pork revealed that the emergence of Jia Dongshu had indeed whetted her appetite. Exactly. Today we shall feast on 2 pounds of braised pork, Jia Dongshu exclaimed joyfully. However, Qin Huairu, upon hearing their words, contemplated the meager monthly allowance of 15 yuan and thought it absurd to dream of indulging in 2 pounds of braised pork in broad daylight. Her mother-in-law, seemingly out of her mind, was unwilling to part with even a dime on ordinary days. It appeared there was no hope of her providing money for meat this time either. Jia Dongshu, you truly live in luxury. Had it not been for the deceased old woman's hold over Zhonghai, you might as well wait 20 years to enjoy braised pork. Yet she said nothing, maintaining a calm facade as the three made their way back to the courtyard. Upon their return, Jia Dongshu immediately climbed onto the bed, reclining with his legs crossed. There's south no place like home. Huairu, go buy 2 pounds of meat. We shall feast on braised pork tonight. Qin Huairu's face fell with a sense of grievance. Dongxiu, we are out of money, and there are no tickets. Jia Dongxiu's temper flared at once. What? I gave you 15 yuan last month. How could you spend it all so quickly? What have you been spending it on? Are you keeping a young lover? He glared at Qin Huairu. Internally, Qin Huairu was at a loss for words. You do remember that was last month's allowance. We are already midway through this month. Dongxiu, you gave me the salary at the beginning of last month, and now it's already the middle of this month. Mother and I have been eating nothing but steamed buns at home. Jia Dongxiu paused, his expression awkward as he realized he had forgotten about this month's salary. Aside from giving Jia Zhangshi 5 yuan, he had lost the rest of his money. Jia Zhangshi was always keenly aware of his paydays, ready to claim her share as soon as he returned. Had he delayed even a day, he might have lost it all. Don't you have any savings? What harm is there in buying 2 pounds of meat for your husband? Qin Huairu lowered her gaze, staring at her burgeoning belly, her face filled with distress. I don't have a job, so how could I have any money? The 15 yuan is barely enough. By the end of the month, I have to borrow food to get by. I still haven't paid for Bang Geng's school fees. He has asked me for it twice already. Jia Dongxiu understood that meat was out of the question. He had no money in his pocket, and his gaze shifted uncomfortably as he abruptly changed the subject. Mother, while I was at the police station, was everything all right at home? Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi's expression turned awkward, quickly shifting to anger. The steel mill is utterly unscrupulous, demanding we pay 880 yuan, and Dongxiu, your years of service and seniority allowance have been revoked. You are now merely a first-tier worker, earning only 27.5 yuan. Jia Dongxiu was taken aback, staring in disbelief for several seconds. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his face turning a deep shade of anger. What? The steel mill has extorted so much money from us, and they have revoked my years of service? Jia Zhangshi looked at Jia Dongxiu, feeling the weight of the 880 yuan. Had it been given to her, she could have comfortably retired. Mother, where did you find so much money to bail me out? Was it left by my father? Jia Dongxiu looked at Jia Zhangshi with curiosity. Jia Zhangshi did not respond, glancing at Qin Huairu. Dongxiu, change out of those clothes. They are unlucky. Let Qin Huairu wash them for you. Qin Huairu understood that Jia Zhangshi was deliberately trying to keep her from overhearing their conversation, but she was already aware of most of it, save for the precise location of the yellow paper. Realizing the truth, Jia Dongxiu quickly changed his clothes and tossed them to Qin Huairu, who promptly exited with the garments. Chapter 40. Jia Dongxiu seeks trouble. Upon seeing Qin Huairu near the water pool, Jia Zhangshi quietly divulged to Jia Dongxiu that the funds were provided by Yi Zhonghai, including the matter concerning the cowhide paper. She recounted the truth of the events from years ago. Initially, Jia Dongxiu was somewhat bewildered, but as the narrative unfolded, his excitement grew. Mother, my father truly is a genius. He has grasped such a significant leverage over my master. That 2,880 yuan is merely a trifle. My master has at least 10,000 in savings. He is notoriously frugal. Our family hardly ever indulges in meat or white flour, often subsisting on cornmeal. Jia Zhangshi concurred, yet she hesitated. Dongxiu, I am aware of old Yi's stinginess. Over a decade ago, I solicited 500 yuan from him and requested that he take you as his apprentice. Although he acquiesced, I sensed his considerable resentment, and I could only say that the cowhide paper had burned. Had it not been for your predicament this time, I would never have revealed this. My original intention was to wait until Yi Zhonghai retired to leverage this against him, compelling him to hand over all his wealth to our Jia family, including his position for our child and transferring his property to us. I envisioned him ensuring our family's financial security for a lifetime. In gratitude for your father's benevolence. As Jia Zhangshi spoke, her heart was a tumult of emotions. It felt akin to losing a watermelon while grasping at a sesame seed, especially upon learning of Yi Zhonghai's substantial savings. Jia Dongxiu appeared somewhat embarrassed, not anticipating that his actions would disrupt all of his mother's schemes. Mother, what should we do now? Yi Zhonghai will undoubtedly be on guard against us. Jia Zhangshi chuckled with satisfaction, appearing quite confident. Dongxiu, I can only confide in you. You must not disclose this to anyone, especially Qin Huairu. Focus on your work and do not jeopardize my grand plan. In the future, all of old Yi's estate will belong to us. Do not sabotage it yourself. Jia Dongxiu, feeling dejected, remained silent, though his face bore an expression of discontent. I have already had a counterfeit cowhide paper made, and I spent a premium of 2 yuan on it. Yi Zhonghai will undoubtedly be unable to discern the difference. When the time comes, you can present the fake before him and burn it in his presence. The real one is safely hidden away, to be produced when Yi Zhonghai retires, allowing us to seize his wealth and property and send him back to the countryside. Jia Dongshu was immediately invigorated, admiring his mother's cunning and resourcefulness. "Mother, are you certain you can deceive Yi Zhonghai? That old scoundrel has already tricked you once." Jia Dongshu was filled with resentment towards Yi Zhonghai. Had it not been for his mother's leverage over him, Yi Zhonghai would not have considered aiding him. "Dongshu, rest assured. This paper is from over a decade ago. Old Jia brought back several sheets, and I kept them all together. Moreover, the person I enlisted to write on it is a professional calligrapher. The only forgery will be the fingerprints. Regardless, the fingerprints will be similar enough. When the time comes, just be cautious and show it to him from a distance before burning it in the small stove." What can he say? He will have to accept it, but to be safe, do not let him handle the cowhide paper. Jia Dongshu pondered for a moment and realized that his mother's plan was indeed clever. Just then, Qin Huairu returned from washing clothes. The mother and son of the Jia family ceased discussing the matter, shifting to other topics, as they had already deliberated sufficiently on Yi Zhonghai's situation. At that moment, the employees from the courtyard returned, and Jia Dongshu observed them pass by, his face brimming with pride. He wished to demonstrate to them that he, Jia Dongshu, was indeed fortunate and resilient. At that moment, Zhang Xiaopi walked through the courtyard but did not cast a glance at the Jia family. Upon recognizing him, Jia Dongshu's anger flared once more, as this young man had nearly thwarted their family's significant plans. He immediately pursued him. As Zhang Xiaopi reached his doorstep, Jia Dongshu shouted, "You little rascal, stop right there. You've cost me a fortune, and you owe me an explanation." The Jia family will not let this slide. In this courtyard, no one dared to offend Jia Dongshu. You better clear out of this courtyard, or I will make your life miserable every day. Jia Dongshu yelled at Zhang Xiaopi from the backyard. As the commotion escalated, more people gathered in the backyard, having heard Jia Dongshu's loud outburst. Zhang Xiaopi frowned, realizing that Jia Dongshu had not learned his lesson. Soon, Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu arrived, casting resentful glances at Zhang Xiaopi. Turning to face Jia Dongshu, Zhang Xiaopi mockingly remarked, "Jia Dongshu, I initially thought you were merely foolish, but it seems you lack any sense at all." Furious, Jia Dongshu glared at Zhang Xiaopi, yet he hesitated to strike, fully aware that he could not overpower him. Just then, Yi Zhonghai hurried into the backyard and addressed Jia Dongshu. "Jia Dongshu, return to the courtyard. Do not cause further trouble." Jia Dongshu, incensed, responded, "Master, this scoundrel has insulted me, and I cannot let him remain in the courtyard. He must be expelled." Yi Zhonghai, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that Zhang Xiaopi was indeed correct. Jia Dongshu was lacking in common sense, but refrained from expressing this aloud. He turned to Zhang Xiaopi and said, "Zhang Xiaopi, since you both work at the steel factory, there's no need for animosity. Apologize, and we can resolve this matter amicably. Jia Dongshu has already incurred considerable losses, and it's clear he harbors resentment. There is no need for us to escalate this situation." Just as Zhang Xiaopi was about to retort, questioning Yi Zhonghai's judgment, Jia Dongshu interjected, "Master, that is not acceptable. This rascal has caused me great harm, and he thinks a mere apology will suffice. It is not that simple. I know he has no money and cannot compensate for my losses. He rents his home." Jia Dongshu boldly opposed Yi Zhonghai's suggestion, emboldened by the fact that Yi Zhonghai was merely a worker for the Jia family, making it impossible for him to fear his subordinate. Jia Dongshu then turned his attention back to Zhang Xiaopi. "It turns out your name is Zhang Xiaopi, a name indeed rather unrefined. You must vacate our shared courtyard, or I shall make it my daily endeavor to disturb your peace, ensuring you find no respite." Yi Zhonghai discerned a shift in Jia Dongshu's demeanor towards him. Though Jia had never shown him much respect, such behavior had been a constant since childhood, and he had never found it peculiar. However, the fact that Jia no longer heeded his words was a troubling sign. He wished to avoid involvement in today's affairs, particularly since his resentment towards the Jia family had grown even more profound than that he harbored towards Zhang Xiaopi. Chapter 41. Zhang Xiaopi intimidates Jia Dongshu. Zhang Xiaopi first surveyed the crowd gathered in the courtyard, then noticed Yi Zhonghai's pale countenance as he glared at Jia Dongshu, seemingly lost in thought. Amused, he reflected on the apparent disunity among the beasts. He cast a disdainful glance at Jia Dongshu's distressed expression and let out a derisive laugh. "Jia Dongshu, truly, you lack foresight. Do you think that just because the steel mill hasn't imprisoned you, you are entirely in the clear? What significance is there in expelling me from this courtyard? I do not rely solely on this place. I have other accommodations. Since you wish to play a game, let us elevate the stakes and make it more thrilling. Do not forget, while the steel mill may be the aggrieved party, it is also the governing authority over this property. However, the steel mill has superiors of its own. Should you dare to utter another insult or raise your voice in front of my door, I shall promptly report your retaliatory actions to the higher authorities, alleging that you threaten tenants. I will escalate this matter to ensure your case is re-evaluated, potentially leading to your imprisonment. At that point, those who might intercede on your behalf will also find themselves in dire straits. At this juncture, Zhang Xiaopi paused. A smile plastered on his face as he awaited Jia Dongshu's response. Jia Dongshu stood frozen, his complexion draining to a ghastly pallor. He felt he had overstepped his bounds and feared the consequences of provoking the higher authorities. Both Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu also turned ashen, hesitant to speak for fear of inciting Zhang Xiaopi's wrath. This young man, whom they hardly knew, was unpredictable, and they could not ascertain whether he would dare to act. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaopi's words, Yi Zhonghai's expression soured. He felt compelled to intervene, his anxiety escalating. The one who could intercede was the deaf old lady. Even if an investigation were to arise, it would not pose significant issues. However, with the involvement of Director Yang, who had already invested considerable resources, he worried about the potential waste of effort. If the higher authorities truly conducted a fresh investigation and Jia Dongshu was imprisoned, he would be powerless to assist. The old lady's influence could only extend to Director Yang, and that too had been exhausted. The most troubling scenario would be Jia Dongshu's imprisonment, as Jia Zhangshi would undoubtedly cause a ruckus to secure her son's release, armed with documents to negotiate with the higher authorities. The previous incident had already stirred up the supervisory bodies, leading to the immediate dismissal of the former director and deputy director. He felt uncertain, unwilling to gamble on whether Zhang Xiaopi might recklessly provoke the ire of all the leaders at the steel mill by escalating matters to the higher authorities. After all, Jia Dongshu's actions could indeed be seen as deliberate retaliation, and the higher authorities might impose severe penalties. What had once been a settled issue could be reignited. In a hurry, Yi Zhonghai cautiously approached Zhang Xiaopi, attempting to reason with him. Zhang Xiaopi, do not act impulsively. Do not jeopardize your future. You have only just arrived in the city. Do you truly wish to return to the countryside? Yi Zhonghai's moralistic stance was well known to Zhang Xiaopi. His concern was but a facade, ultimately serving his own interests. Who would trust his words, knowing they could lead to ruin? I am indifferent, Zhang Xiaopi retorted. I am merely 18. Should I leave the 4th ninth city, I can venture to the 5th ninth or 6th ninth city. It is merely a job, and the salary is not remarkable. What is so significant? Were it not for the village insisting on allocating this position to me, I would be quite content in the countryside, where I am the village's most favored. Here in the city, I am beset by trivial matters and an abundance of refuse. His gaze was fixed upon Jia Dongshu as he spoke of the refuse, making his disdain abundantly clear. Jia Dongshu felt the heat rise in his face and neck as he recognized Zhang Xiaopi's accusatory stare, yet he dared not respond. At that moment, the deaf old lady emerged, leaning on her cane, and spoke directly. Enough. This situation arises from the misdeeds of Jia's child. Jia Dongshu, apologize to Zhang Xiaopi, and let us put this matter to rest. In the future, do not disturb the peace in the backyard. You have caused my heart to race with fright. The deaf old lady, fearing Zhang Xiaopi's potential outburst, felt compelled to intervene. Any negative impression left on Director Yang in the eyes of the higher authorities would be detrimental. At the very least, if Director Yang fared well, Shaju would not suffer. She worried that any repercussions would fall upon Shaju. Moreover, Zhang Xiaopi was just 18. Such youth often acted impulsively. She could not afford to gamble on the outcome, as Zhang Xiaopi's future bore no consequence for her, but Shaju's did. Zhang Xiaopi, sensing the old lady's defense, felt a peculiar unease. This elderly woman was not one to exhibit such kindness without reason. Perhaps her involvement had its own motivations. However, with her speaking on his behalf, he refrained from countering her, knowing that to do so would be ungrateful. Jia Dongshu, do not remain silent. Your silence will be interpreted as defiance. Tomorrow, we shall see. Apologize now, and I shall generously let you off. If you refuse to apologize, tomorrow will present no opportunities. Do you dare to gamble? Let us see if I will escalate this matter. Zhang Xiaopi's gaze was cold and penetrating as he regarded Jia Dongshu, making him profoundly uncomfortable. Chapter 42. Jia Dongshu's apology. Seeing that Jia Dongshu was unyielding despite his attempts to mediate and disregarding the words of the deaf old lady, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly approached Jia Zhangshi and whispered, "Sister-in-law, we must prevent Jia Dongshu from causing a scene. He is merely 18, at the age where he is reckless and impulsive. If this escalates, he might simply walk away, finding work elsewhere without a care in the world. He has no ties, no money, and no home. He could always return to the countryside. Can your family survive if he gets into serious trouble? If he gets arrested, no one in the steel mill will be able to rescue him, let alone risk offending the higher-ups for our sake. The connections beyond our reach are far beyond what we common folk can access." Jia Zhangshi, although often stubborn and headstrong, felt a pang of fear in her heart. She was adept at navigating social dynamics, knowing whom to intimidate and whom to appease. Zhang Xiaopi was nothing but a pauper, akin to a broken bowl compared to the Jia family, and any confrontation would surely bring misfortune upon them. She quickly approached Jia Dongshu and urged softly, "Dongshu, apologize to him, and let us return home." Jia Dongshu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jia Zhangshi. "Mother, what are you saying? When has the Jia family ever suffered or submitted?" Seeing Jia Dongshu's defiance, Jia Zhangshi hesitated to utter the words of apology, feeling it would tarnish the family's honor. However, she reasoned that it was better to swallow her pride than to see Jia Dongshu imprisoned. "Dongshu, are you foolish? He has nothing, no money, no home. He could simply feed himself and let his family starve. Our Jia family is prosperous with a bright future ahead. You are like fine porcelain compared to a broken bowl. No matter how much you stir the pot, we will be the ones to suffer. Use your head. Let this matter pass and reclaim our dignity in future disputes." Upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's words, Jia Dongshu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The other party was devoid of possessions, only holding on to a job, and he could not best him in a fight. It was evident that escalating the conflict would only lead to his own detriment. "I'm sorry," he muttered begrudgingly before swiftly returning to the courtyard. Today he felt he had lost face. Zhang Xiaopi scoffed derisively and pushed open the door, shutting it behind him. The deaf old lady cast a disapproving glance at Yi Zhonghai. "Xiaoyi, I somewhat regret helping you with this. My goodwill has gone to waste. What a fool I am," she lamented, turning her back on him and slowly making her way back inside, leaning on her cane. Yi Zhonghai's expression soured as he braced himself to endure the consequences. He addressed the onlookers. "All right, let us not discuss this matter outside. You may disperse." He was not concerned about them reporting Jia Dongshu. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu were about to leave when Yi Zhonghai hastily whispered, "Sister-in-law, wait. I have fulfilled my promise to you. Do not let me down." His eyes were cold as he spoke. Jia Zhangshi understood the gravity of the situation. If she failed to appease Yi Zhonghai, he would certainly become wary and retaliatory, leading to mutual destruction. "I haven't left the items at home. Come to my house tomorrow night," she replied curtly before departing. Qin Huairu, choosing to ignore the exchange, glanced at Yi Zhonghai and followed Jia Zhangshi, internally cursing her for not having the items at home. Yi Zhonghai felt a sense of relief that Jia Zhangshi was willing to cooperate. He thought that whether it was sooner or later, he could afford to wait, without needing to pressure her excessively. He contemplated acquiring the cowhide paper first, and then having the Jia family help raise his son and daughter. In the future, when they grew older, he would claim the Jia family's properties and positions for himself. Eventually, the Jia family would become obsolete, and he would deal with them at his leisure. As he continued to ponder, Yi Zhonghai felt increasingly satisfied, strolling back with his hands clasped behind him. Upon returning home, Jia Dongshu lay on his bed, seething with anger, his chest heaving with agitation. Once Jia Zhangshi returned, she glanced at Qin Huairu and remarked, "Qin Huairu, please prepare dinner. We are all famished." Qin Huairu, sensing the tension in the room, chose to remain silent. Observing the displeased expressions of Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu, she understood that discretion was wise to avoid further conflict. As Jia Zhangshi saw Qin Huairu heading to the kitchen, she approached Jia Dongshu's side. "Dongshu, old E has requested something from me. Tomorrow night, light the small stove in the room and hang the kettle to boil water. Follow my instructions carefully and do not let him see the items directly. Just ensure he can see the contents above." Jia Dongshu sat up immediately. "Mother, I understand. But where did you hide the real items?" He felt it would be safer to keep them in his possession. "Do not ask. I trust you, but I do not trust Qin Huairu. Remember, It was she who introduced you to Yi Zhonghai. Also, when you were detained a few days ago, there were signs of disturbance in the house. I have a lingering suspicion about her. If she inquires, tell her you returned them to the old gentleman or that you burned them. As long as we can keep this hidden until Yi Zhonghai retires, we can let him go. The children will grow up, and our family will become dual income. Then, we can send Qin Huairu away, tired of her constant lamenting and pretense. I will find you a new 18-year-old bride. Upon hearing this, Jia Dongshu was instantly invigorated. An 18-year-old girl, a blooming flower, had always been his preference. Mother, I understand. I promise I will act oblivious. Jia Zhongshi beamed with pride, envisioning a future filled with joy, where Jia Dongshu would support her in her old age, providing a monthly allowance, allowing her to indulge in her desires without concern. Chapter 43. The troubles of Jia Dongshu. As dawn broke, Jia Zhongshi stepped out, and Jia Dongshu did not inquire about her destination. Jia Dongshu, Bongging, Xiaodang, and Qin Huairu were having breakfast. Qin Huairu's eyes darted around, and she stood up to peer out the door before returning. Dongshu, where has mother gone? She hasn't come to breakfast. How can we eat? Jia Dongshu, slurping his cornmeal mush, did not look up. Let her be today. She has matters to attend to. Qin Huairu speculated that Jia Zhongshi might have gone to fetch some craft paper. Dongshu, did mother mention anything about the craft paper? I believe it is quite important. As the head of the family, she should entrust its safekeeping to you. Jia Dongshu lifted his gaze to Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, this is a matter of the Jia family. Do you have any say in it? Besides, the craft paper is to be given to Yi Zhonghai today, so there is no need for safekeeping. With that, Jia Dongshu resumed slurping his cornmeal mush. Qin Huairu was taken aback. If it was to be given to Yi Zhonghai today, it meant she would not have the opportunity to acquire it. Soon after, Jia Dongshu left for work, walking alone without waiting for Yi Zhonghai's call. His mindset had shifted. In his eyes, Yi Zhonghai was merely a servant of the Jia family, no longer deserving of the respect he once commanded. What was a master? Merely a tool for the Jia family. Upon arriving at his workstation, Jia Dongshu noticed Yi Zhonghai already engaged in crafting components. He did not greet him, instead organizing his own tools to prepare for work. His mood was sour. Upon starting his shift, he encountered Director Ma, who bluntly informed him that he had received a serious reprimand, and another would lead to termination. At that moment, 3 co-workers approached Jia Dongshu. They were workers from the foundry, each appearing robust and somewhat intimidating. The leader smiled broadly at Jia Dongshu. Come outside the workshop, we need to talk. Jia Dongshu, agitated, did not even look up. Who are you to summon me outside? After saying this, he turned to see the leader, his pupils dilating as his expression shifted. Hugo, it's you. My apologies. I failed to recognize you and spoke thoughtlessly. I'm quite busy at work now, but I'll find you shortly. Hugo chuckled and replied, we'll be waiting outside. If you don't come out in 5 minutes, you'll face the consequences. With that, Hugo and his 2 companions left. Jia Dongshu's face turned pale, his legs trembling slightly. He realized he was in deep trouble. He hurriedly set down his tools and stepped outside. Yi Zhonghai noticed, but did not intervene. His only desire was to retrieve the craft paper. Upon exiting, Jia Dongshu saw Hugo smoking beneath a tree, with the other 2 leaning against the tree, also smoking. Jia Dongshu's demeanor brightened instantly. He approached with a smile. Hugo, what an honor for you to come find me. You know I was in detention a few days ago. Rest assured, I will repay you as soon as I receive my salary this month. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed. Jia Dongshu covered his face, his complexion ashen, trembling slightly. His usual arrogance vanished. Who do you think you're fooling? You dare to deceive me? You earn a meager 27.5 yuan a month. When do you plan to repay the 150 yuan you owe us? Hugo glared menacingly, his eyes wide, pointing accusingly at Jia Dongshu. Jia Dongshu stammered. Hugo, I'm in a tight spot here. I have no money. Please give me a few more days, and I'll pay you as soon as I can. Hugo sneered, observing Jia Dongshu. I'm not a philanthropist. I warned you against gambling, yet you chose to ignore my advice. Now you want to default on your debts? You owe me 2,880 yuan, and you can't even pay back 150 yuan? Listen well, if you don't repay. Chapter 44. Jia Dongshu's coercion of Yi Zhonghai. Before long, Director Ma approached, his expression one of considerable ire upon discovering Jia Dongshu lost in thought. Earlier that morning, he had issued a warning to the young man, expecting at least a modicum of diligence during work hours. Yet, here he was, scarcely any time had passed, and the rascal was already slacking off. Truly, He was like a stubborn weed that refuses to be nurtured. Jia Dongxiu, why are you daydreaming? You have been on the clock for over an hour, and your machine remains untouched. Do you even wish to keep your job? Startled, Jia Dongxiu snapped back to reality, recognizing Director Ma and hastily stammering, Director Ma, I will commence my work immediately. I was feeling a bit unwell. Director Ma scrutinized Jia Dongxiu's pallid complexion, softening his tone. If you are unwell, take a leave and rest. Do not collect a salary while shirking your duties. Tell me, do you wish to take a leave? I will approve it at once, and you can go see a doctor. Jia Dongxiu vigorously shook his head. How can I take a leave? I am already short on funds. If I take leave, how will I manage? Rest assured, Director Ma, I am feeling much better now. I do not need to take a leave. I will begin working right away. Observing that Jia Dongxiu's pallor had improved, Director Ma refrained from insisting he take a leave. Yi Shifu, keep an eye on your apprentice. Do not let him cause any trouble, Director Ma remarked to Yi Zhonghai before departing. Yi Zhonghai turned to Jia Dongxiu. Do not stir up any trouble. Get to work. Today, avoid any hazardous tasks and focus on grinding pieces instead. Jia Dongxiu's eyes lit up as he leaned closer to Yi Zhonghai and whispered, Master, could you lend me 200 yuan? I have an urgent need. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's expression soured, and he glared at Jia Dongxiu. Jia Dongxiu, I just compensated you too, 880 yuan, and now you wish to borrow another 200? I cannot assist you. Go ask your mother. Ahu from the foundry is looking for you. I knew there would be trouble. Jia Dongxiu felt a surge of indignation. How dare a mere worker speak to him in such a manner? Master, if you do not lend me the money after work, I will refuse to give you the craft paper. Do as you see fit. Without waiting for a response, Jia Dongxiu issued his threat, leaving no room for negotiation. Yi Zhonghai was momentarily taken aback, his face darkening with a mix of emotions. The audacity of Jia Dongxiu to use craft paper as leverage was intolerable. This could not continue. After several minutes of silence, Yi Zhonghai sighed and addressed Jia Dongxiu. Fine, I shall give it to you after work, but remember, you must deliver the craft paper to me. With that, Yi Zhonghai departed. Jia Dongxiu's spirits soared. His mother had been correct. The craft paper would be the key to the Jia family's prosperity. Yi Zhonghai was merely a tool, and he would yield the 200 yuan. Although Jia Dongxiu felt he was shortchanged, he decided it best not to provoke Yi Zhonghai further. Moreover, this matter must remain concealed from his mother. If Yi Zhonghai informed Jia Zhangshi, he would be in dire straits. In the courtyard, Jia Zhangshi was busy stitching shoe soles, while Qin Huairu had secretly scoured their home, having completed several rounds in search of the craft paper, but to no avail. She was increasingly anxious, having searched every conceivable place without success. Casting a glance at Jia Zhangshi, she suspected the paper might be hidden on her. She rummaged through her room, pulling out a few old garments and placing them in a basin before approaching Jia Zhangshi. Mother, why not change into a different outfit? The weather is lovely, and I plan to wash clothes. Let us do it together. Jia Zhangshi shot a glance at Qin Huairu and continued her work, unperturbed. No need. You go ahead and wash. Seeing Jia Zhangshi's refusal, Qin Huairu persisted. Mother, you've worn this garment for quite some time. If you do not wash it soon, it will become unwearable. The weather is also quite warm. Without lifting her gaze, Jia Zhangshi replied, Qin Huairu, do not entertain thoughts of the craft paper. I see everything you have been up to these past few days. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. As long as I am here, you shall not take charge. Now be gone. Qin Huairu's face paled, and she feigned innocence. Mother, I have done nothing wrong. You are unjustly accusing me. I merely wish to help by washing your clothes. Jia Zhenxi's eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu, if you continue your incessant whining and playing the victim, do you believe I want to have Dongxiu return home and deal with you harshly? Do you think you can take charge without consulting me? At this, Qin Huairu fell silent, taking the clothes and heading outside to wash them. As she washed, her mind raced. Initially, she was anxious, fearing Jia Zhangshi had discovered her involvement with Yi Zhonghai. However, judging by Jia Zhangshi's demeanor, she suspected her mother thought she was merely after the craft paper to manipulate Yi Zhonghai, thereby gaining control over the Jia family. This could lead to a significant financial gain. Jia Dongxiu would surely heed her words, and she would no longer have to listen to her mother. Qin Huairu's speculation was not unfounded. Jia Zhangshi indeed harbored such thoughts, and she had not even disclosed the existence of the craft paper to Jia Dongxiu, for she trusted no one but herself with it. Time swiftly passed, and evening approached as Jia Dongxiu returned to the courtyard alongside Yi Zhonghai. Today, Yi Zhonghai was strangely in a better mood. After a dismal morning, he appeared more content in the afternoon, engaging in light banter with several older workers. As Jia Dongshu waited at Yi Zhonghai's door, the latter emerged just minutes later, handing him 200 yuan with a single instruction. Dongshu, remember, you must provide me with the craft paper. You have already taken so much money from me. I cannot sustain this. Neither can you live in comfort. Jia Dongshu smiled as he tucked the money into his pocket. Do not worry, master. My mother assured me she would certainly give it to you tonight. Without further comment, Yi Zhonghai retreated into his home. Chapter 45. Qin Huairu receives a slap upon returning home. Jia Dongshu glanced at the displeased Jia Zhangshi and then noticed the timid and cautious Qin Huairu. Mother, what troubles you? Are you upset again? Jia Dongshu inquired with genuine concern for his mother, who was the family's financial support. He would rather part with Qin Huairu than lose his mother. Ask your wife. She dares to covet the cowhide paper. Jia Dongshu's anger flared immediately upon hearing this. With a sharp slap, he exclaimed, How dare you also set your sights on the cowhide paper, targeting my mother? Qin Huairu, you have increasingly disregarded both me and my mother. What are your intentions? Qin Huairu, covering her face, felt tears welling up in her eyes and shook her head pitifully. Dongshu, you are wronging me. I did not covet the cowhide paper. I only thought that as the head of the family, you should keep such important items for safekeeping. Mother is aging, and I fear she may forget where she placed things. Jia Dongshu felt somewhat reassured by her words, failing to perceive the underlying issues they presented. However, Jia Zhangshi was not so easily swayed. The old woman had a sharp mind. How do you know the cowhide paper is important? This matter is known only to me. Jia Zhangshi glared at Qin Huairu. A wave of panic surged within Qin Huairu. She had inadvertently revealed knowledge that no one had shared with her. Jia Dongshu's eyes widened in disbelief, and with another resounding slap, Qin Huairu received a second blow to the other side of her face. How do you know? Did Yi Zhonghai tell you? What is your relationship with him? You were introduced to me through Yi Zhonghai. Are you entangled with him? You shameless wretch, how dare you betray me? Today, I will not spare you. Jia Dongshu's rage intensified. No one had ever dared to betray him in such a manner. Earlier that day, when Hu Gu sought to leverage Qin Huairu for interest, he had refused. Mother, this cowhide paper cannot be given to that old dog Yi Zhonghai. This must be clarified. Qin Huairu was truly flustered. She had not anticipated Jia Dongshu's perceptiveness. In a state of distress, she began to weep, urgently explaining, Dongshu, you misunderstand me. When we were introduced, I didn't even know Yi Zhonghai. I truly have no connection with him. She then turned to Jia Zhangshi. Mother, I only overheard your conversation with Yi Zhonghai that day while passing by. It was not intentional. Qin Huairu recounted the gist of what she had heard. After listening to her explanation, Jia Zhangshi's demeanor softened slightly. Enough, Dongshu, cease your violence. Go prepare for the tasks I assigned you last night. Jia Zhangshi warned Qin Huairu. You should behave yourself. In the Jia family, we may be widowed but not divorced. If I discover you betray me, I will not hesitate to take drastic measures. After saying this, Jia Dongshu left for the kitchen to retrieve a small stove, departing to start a fire. Jia Zhangshi regarded Qin Huairu with a cold expression. If you wish to live well, keep your mouth shut. If you do not, I can easily have Dongshu deal with you. He is my son, raised by me alone, and if you seek to rise above me, do not harbor such delusions. Only death would allow that. Qin Huairu quickly shook her head. No, I did not. Jia Zhangshi ignored her, delivering a final admonition. It is best that way. Behave yourself. Feeling a sense of relief, Qin Huairu was grateful for her quick thinking and recollection of the conversation, as it had spared her from significant trouble. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaopi had cultivated 9 plots of land within the farm space. The next plot would require 800 farm coins to unlock, but he was not impatient. He had ample time. He planned to unlock 10 plots before saving farm coins for upgrading the farm, as his current yield was limited to wheat and cabbage, making life quite challenging. Although the cafeteria's lunch offerings lacked meat, the food was generally decent. Having endured hardship in the countryside, he was not picky and could eat both good and bad food, especially since it was free, an undeniable benefit for kitchen staff. He gazed at the fortune tree and noted it would mature in just one day. He was eager to see what rewards it would yield. The tree displayed gold coins, gold bars, gift boxes, and red envelopes, leaving him feeling both envious and excited. After closing the farm, he found cabbage in his hands and began to munch on it. The cabbage was crisp and slightly sweet, with abundant moisture. As for dinner, Zhang Xiaopi had no intention of cooking. In Yi Zhonghai's home, Aunt Yi wore a stern expression and remained silent. Yi Zhonghai, engrossed in drinking and snacking on peanuts, paid her no mind. Aunt Yi could not contain her frustration. It had only been a few days, and he had already lost over 3,000 yuan, money that represented more than 3 years of his salary. Old Yi, I feel something is off with you lately. In just a few days, you've lost over 3,000 yuan. At this rate, we won't have anything for retirement. Aunt Yi finally voiced her concern. Yi Zhonghai glanced at her, but refrained from rebuking her. The Jia family's debts are being settled. We will save money gradually. I will be taking the 8th level exam next year, which will bring in an additional 14 yuan and 50 cents monthly. His tone was calm, suggesting he had already devised a plan. Seeing Yi Zhonghai's demeanor, Aunt Yi's expression softened slightly. However, she still cautioned him. I hope what you say is true. The Jia family has never been at peace. Yi Zhonghai did not respond, continuing to enjoy his peanuts and drink. Feeling unsettled, Aunt Yi retired early, while Yi Zhonghai carried on with his drinking until she fell asleep. Chapter 46. The burning of the craft paper. Yi Zhonghai glanced at the clock in his home. It was nearly time. He set down his wine glass and looked at the sleeping matriarch, before quietly stepping out of the house. At this moment, all the households in the courtyard had extinguished their lights, leaving only his and the Jia family's illuminated. Yi Zhonghai proceeded directly to the Jia family's doorstep and discovered the main door ajar. Inside, a small stove was simmering water, with a few steamed buns placed nearby, seemingly being warmed. Old sister-in-law, you haven't had dinner yet, still heating the buns, Yi Zhonghai casually remarked as he entered. Jia Zhangshi wasted no time. Upon seeing Yi Zhonghai, she directly stated, Qin Huairu, you wait outside. Dongshu did not call you back. Qin Huairu hesitated momentarily, but after a moment's contemplation, she rose, took a bun, and stepped outside. She finally understood why the Jia family was awake. It appeared that Jia Dongshu's words from the morning were indeed true. They were going to hand over the craft paper to Yi Zhonghai. A sense of irritation surged within Qin Huairu. What a splendid opportunity, wasted just like that. Why should it be given to Yi Zhonghai? The Jia family were fools without foresight. If this were in her hands, she could maximize its benefits. Observing Qin Huairu had distanced herself, Jia Zhangshi turned to Jia Dongshu and said, Dongshu, bring out the paper for old Yi to see. Is it the one he wrote on? Jia Dongshu retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, spreading it open. He held it such that Yi Zhonghai's signature and thumbprint were obscured on either side. Yi Zhonghai looked at Jia Zhangshi, puzzled. Old sister-in-law, aren't you going to give it to me? Old Yi, confirm whether this is the one. Then I will burn it in your presence. This paper cannot be given to you. If you keep it, and it inadvertently falls into the wrong hands, leading to the steel mill, people would surely question why you pinned your own incriminating evidence. You would undoubtedly implicate our Jia family, jeopardizing our reputation and Dongshu's position. You can take the paper back if you wish, but you must provide a 2,000 yuan deposit as collateral. If you find yourself in trouble one day, this 2,000 yuan will belong to our Jia family. Although old Jia has passed, the steel mill will certainly revoke Dongshu's position. If you don't want to offer a deposit, simply confirm if this is the confession letter, and we shall burn it here. The stove is right here. You can witness it. Surely that cannot be feigned. After speaking, Jia Zhangshi regarded Yi Zhonghai with an impassive demeanor, exuding an air of authority that was unmistakable. Jia Dongshu's expression mirrored her stoicism, though internally he was fraught with anxiety, feeling an urgent need to relieve himself. Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brow, refraining from a direct answer, contemplating the pros and cons of the situation. Within the Jia household, only the crackling of the fire and the bubbling of boiling water broke the silence. Yi Zhonghai felt a whirlwind of emotions. He yearned for the craft paper. Yet Jia Zhangshi's demeanor suggested she would not easily relent. Furthermore, her terms of a 2,000 yuan deposit felt less like collateral and more like a scheme to extort him. Yet, he pondered the possibility of the craft paper being counterfeit. Wouldn't that leave him at the Jia family's mercy? However, the thought of parting with 2,000 yuan was burdensome. 200 yuan seemed manageable, but 2,000 was excessive. Nevertheless, Jia Zhangshi was correct. The paper served as evidence not only against him, but also implicated old Jia. If he were apprehended, it would spell serious consequence. And while old Jia's fate was sealed, there were still living members of the Jia family to consider. The potential loss of Dongshu's position loomed large. Forfeiting, it was likely the only recourse. At that moment, The paper in Jia Dongshu's hands appeared to be about 4 meters away, and Yi Zhonghai struggled to discern its details. Dongshu, bring the paper closer. I can't see it clearly. Jia Dongshu paused, glancing at Jia Zhongshi. She smiled and addressed Yi Zhonghai. Old Yi, you are overly cautious. If I have brought it out, it is with sincerity. She then turned to Jia Dongshu, instructing, Dongshu, come within 2 meters of old Yi, but no closer. If old Yi wishes to take it, he should directly collect the craft paper. We won't be giving it away. Yi Zhonghai observed Jia Zhongshi without uttering a word. Following her instructions, Jia Dongshu approached within 2 meters, holding the paper up for Yi Zhonghai to see. Yi Zhonghai scrutinized the document for a full minute, carefully examining the signature and the half of his thumbprint. Even the craft paper exhibited uneven discoloration, with some areas significantly yellowed and others slightly faded, indicating its age. The text, too, showed signs of oxidation, a testament to the passage of time. The simultaneous oxidation of both the text and the paper rendered it aesthetically unpleasing yet naturally aged. In his heart, Yi Zhonghai confirmed that this was indeed the craft paper. Old sister-in-law, are you truly not giving it to me? A 2,000 yuan deposit is excessive. I can offer you 200 yuan as a gesture, and you can hand over the paper. Yi Zhonghai remained undeterred, hoping to negotiate a favorable outcome. Old Yi, do not harbor such thoughts. 200 yuan cannot buy our Jia family a position. It is our livelihood, Jia Zhongshi stated without hesitation. Yi Zhonghai had anticipated this response. He was merely testing the waters. Then Dongshu, proceed to burn it. Jia Dongshu approached the stove. Since Yi Zhonghai had confirmed the paper, his gaze had not strayed far from it, wary of a potential switch. He lifted the kettle, bringing the craft paper near the stove, igniting one corner before gradually setting it ablaze. The fire quickly consumed nearly half the sheet. At this point, the paper had become hot to the touch. Jia Dongshu tossed it onto the small stove. Yi Zhonghai watched intently, and as the entire sheet was swiftly consumed, he hurried over to inspect the remnants. Upon witnessing the outcome, he finally exhaled in relief, his furrowed brow easing, and a smile graced his face. Chapter 47. Jia Zhongshi's repeated reminders peering from the courtyard. Qin Huairu's heart was bleeding. Although she did not overhear the conversation between Jia Zhongshi and Yi Zhonghai, she witnessed Jia Dongshu actually burning the cowhide paper. Her fists clenched tightly, her expression revealing an unprecedented intensity as she muttered through gritted teeth, "What a fool, what an idiot. If I had that paper in my hands, why would I linger in the Jia family or endure the presence of Yi Zhonghai, who reeks of age?" However, now that it had been burned, the opportunity had slipped away from her grasp. She could only close her eyes and endure the pain, trembling with anger. Yi Zhonghai, feeling quite pleased, scattered the ashes and placed them in a small furnace. Jia Zhongshi looked on with a mocking expression. "Old Yi, aren't you being overly cautious? It's turned to ash. Can it possibly be restored?" Yi Zhonghai chuckled and replied, "Caution is the mother of safety. Since it has already been burned, I shall take my leave." With that, he departed. Seeing Yi Zhonghai leave, Qin Huairu hurried back inside. "Mother, did Dongshu really burn it?" Just as Jia Dongshu was about to speak, Jia Zhongshi interjected, "Indeed, old Yi has confirmed it. Can burning it not solve the problem? He has spent so much money, and our Jia family must maintain its reputation." Jia Dongshu quickly added, "Indeed, our Jia family must uphold its reputation. All right, I will extinguish the furnace. Let us rest early. I have work tomorrow." Qin Huairu inwardly cursed. What nonsense about reputation. What reputation does the Jia family even have? However, having seen it with her own eyes and with Yi Zhonghai's confirmation, she resigned herself, feeling aggrieved yet determined to continue pleasing them. Biding her time. Soon, the Jia household extinguished the lights and retired for the night. The following morning, Jia Zhenxi pulled Jia Dongshu aside outside, her expression particularly grave. "Dongshu, remember, from now on, the matter of the cowhide paper must not be mentioned again. No one is to speak of it, especially not Yi Zhonghai or Qin Huairu. If they inquire, simply say it has been burned and nothing more. If you let slip any details, the loss will be ours, the Jia families." Jia Zhongshi reiterated her warning to Jia Dongshu, urging him to keep it a secret. Jia Dongshu was certain he would not speak of it, as these matters would one day belong to him. "Mother, I understand. I won't say a word, even if it costs me my life." Jia Zhongshi nodded, her face lighting up with satisfaction. "Remember to use your wits. If you seek trouble, at least ensure there is something to gain. Like that boy in the backyard, he has nothing, If you quarrel with him, you will only suffer losses. You are porcelain, while he is merely a broken bowl. Jia Dongshu quickly signaled his understanding. As Jia Dongshu prepared to leave for work, Yi Zhonghai emerged, holding his forehead. Dongshu, could you help me request a couple of days off? Please inform Director Ma. I drank too much last night, and my head feels like it might explode. My blood pressure seems off. I need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Jia Dongshu glanced at Yi Zhonghai, knowing the matter was settled and wishing to avoid offending him for the future. All right, I understand, master. Please take care of yourself. Jia Dongshu then headed out to work. Jia Zhongshi looked at Yi Zhonghai and said with a smile, Old Yi, has the burden on your heart finally lifted? Did you celebrate last night with a bit too much to drink? Yi Zhonghai sighed, sister-in-law. After you've spent so much of my money, it's only right I indulge a little in drink to ease my worries. I'm getting older, my tolerance is waning, and my health isn't what it used to be. I should go for a checkup as well. With that, Yi Zhonghai ignored Jia Zhongshi and returned home. Jia Zhongshi's expression remained unchanged, but internally, she was elated. Drink, but don't drink yourself to death. We need you to continue earning and saving for our Jia family. After saying this, she too returned indoors. Qin Huairu coldly observed this scene, reflecting on how these two families managed to coexist in peace just as before. She had thought she was the only one capable of such a feat, but now she realized she had underestimated Yi Zhonghai, Jia Zhongshi, and Jia Dongshu. In truth, she had long wished to leave the Jia family. With Jia Dongshu's meager salary of 27.5 yuan, it was impossible to support a whole family. However, the thought of leaving filled her with dread. Her reputation would be tarnished. In this day and age, lacking money and a home was not the primary concern. Without a good name, one could hardly move forward, especially since she had no allies in the bustling city of Siheyuan. After arriving at the factory, Jia Dongshu first went to the sand-casting workshop to return the money. There, he encountered Director Ma and recalled Yi Zhonghai's request for leave. He quickly called out to Director Ma. Director Ma, my master asked me to request a couple of days off. He is not feeling well and needs to go to the hospital for a checkup. Jia Dongshu said cheerfully, offering Director Ma a cigarette from his Fima brand pack. Director Ma accepted the cigarette with a smile and replied, All right, I understand. It seems you're doing well. Despite losing so much money, you can still afford Fima cigarettes. Jia Dongshu, full of pride, boasted, Director Ma, you know I've grown accustomed to this brand. Smoking anything else makes me cough. Director Ma, uninterested in engaging further, thought to himself that Jia Dongshu was too easily pleased. All right, get back to work. Remember to work diligently. Just because you're sharing Fima cigarettes doesn't mean I'll overlook any laziness. With that, Director Ma departed. Chapter 48. No need for Jia Dongshu to provide for retirement. As Jia Dongshu watched Director Ma depart, his expression darkened, and he muttered to himself, What is so remarkable about him? He is merely a workshop director. I, Jia Dongshu, simply do not wish to take on that role. If I were to exert myself, this position would undoubtedly be mine. After voicing his thoughts, Jia Dongshu returned to his workstation. In the kitchen of the 5th cafeteria at noon, Zhang Xiaopi had completed the necessary tasks and, feeling somewhat bored, assisted in transferring soy sauce from a large barrel into smaller bottles for convenience. Chef Chow, while stir-frying, cheerfully remarked, Xiaopi, are you free this afternoon? If so, accompany me to Qinjia Siheyuan for a banquet. Zhang Xiaopi lifted his head to look at Chef Chow, pondering whether the Qinjia Siheyuan mentioned was the same village from which Qin Huairu hailed. Is it the Qinjia Siheyuan near Qintuan River? Zhang Xiaopi inquired curiously. You've only been in Sijiacheng for a short while, and yet you are already familiar with the surrounding villages, Chef Chow teased. Noticing the playful banter, Zhang Xiaopi reciprocated, Ma Xiaolu, are you having a disagreement with your master? Look, he isn't taking you along to the banquet. This won't do. You are showing a lack of respect for your teacher. Are you planning to betray your master? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaolu immediately grew anxious, eager to explain. Aunt Gu could no longer hold back her laughter and chimed in, Xiaopi, your name suits you well. You truly are mischievous. Just a light jest from Chef Chow, and you instantly turn it back on him and Ma Xiaolu. Ma Xiaolu replied, I need to accompany my mother to the hospital for a checkup this afternoon, and Qinjia Siheyuan is too far for me to manage in time. With no public transport returning after the evening banquet, I would have to ride a bicycle there and back. You are young, so you can help out. I cannot endure such a long ride. You can use my bicycle. Ma Xiaolu then added, Xiaopi, you are just taking advantage of my clumsiness with words. With your playful nature, I wonder how you will ever find a wife. You will surely frighten them away. It is evident you are not a straightforward person. Zhang Xiaopi sighed. Xiaolu, you are far too honest. Never mind, I won't say more. In the future, you will see whether it is easier for you or for me to find a spouse with our respective ways of speaking. Aunt Gu stifled her laughter. She preferred not to involve herself in their playful exchange. Chef Chow shook his head, noting how much joy Zhang Xiaopi had brought to their kitchen since his arrival, as he was never without a joke. I shall accompany Chef Chow then. I have yet to explore the rural areas around Siheyuan. I am curious to see how they differ from my hometown, Zhang Xiaopi declared. Chef Chow replied with a smile. Very well. We shall depart together this afternoon. First, we will stop by my home to gather some supplies before heading to Siheyuan. Zhang Xiaopi felt a surge of curiosity, particularly after developing suspicions regarding Qin Huairu. He intended to investigate her background in Siheyuan. Additionally, there was another individual, Qin Jingru, who was expected to arrive at the courtyard in Siheyuan. The noon hour passed swiftly, and after tidying up the cafeteria, Zhang Xiaopi set off with Chef Chow. Chef Chow's residence was quite spacious, featuring a private courtyard with 3 rooms and a small storage shed. Zhang Xiaopi secured the cooking utensils and seasonings onto the rear of his bicycle, while Chef Chow loaded his belongings onto his own bike before they set off. Chef Chow frequently traveled to rural areas for banquets, having visited Siheyuan several times before. The bicycle ride to the village typically took around 2 hours, so they left early, aiming to arrive by around 4 o'clock. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai lay on his bed, appearing quite relaxed. Auntie expressed her concern. Oldie, are you all right? You drank quite a lot last night. Yi Zhonghai seemed in good spirits, responding with a smile. It's nothing serious. The issues have been resolved, and I am content. I can work with peace of mind now, and I just need to find a suitable person for retirement. Aunt Yi hesitated, taken aback by his words. Are you not planning on having Jia Dongshu provide for your retirement? He has spent a significant amount of our family's money. Would this not be too great a loss for us? Yi Zhonghai shook his head, his gaze turning contemplative. There is no need for him to provide for me. The Jia family is unreliable, and Jia Dongshu has lost that opportunity. Aunt Yi felt a sense of relief. She had never held Jia Dongshu in high regard. I believe Shaju would make a good choice for our retirement. Although he may be a bit simple-minded, at least he shows respect. Just look at how well he cares for the old lady. Though Yi Zhonghai felt no envy, he acknowledged Shaju's genuine kindness. However, he conveniently overlooked the old lady's care for Shaju in previous years, which had also been sincere. This matter is not solely for us to decide. It requires the old lady's agreement. She is quite protective, and if she objects to Shaju taking care of us, we will have no alternative. No rush. Let's continue to search for other options, Yi Zhonghai mused. It was unlikely that he would allow someone else to provide for his retirement. This was merely a facade for Aunt Yi's benefit. He had his own plans with Bangeng and Xiaodang, and with Qin Huairu expecting a child, he would feel reassured if it were a boy. Yet, he began to contemplate Shaju's intentions regarding Qin Huairu. Many had noticed Shaju's affection for her, though no one dared to address it openly. It was time for him to carefully consider how to navigate this situation, as gaining the old lady's approval would not be straightforward. Ultimately, as long as the Jia family was not responsible for their retirement, Aunt Yi would defer to Yi Zhonghai's decisions, remaining non-committal in her stance. In her heart, she deemed the Jia family too unreliable, especially after the considerable financial burden they had incurred. Chapter 49. The complexity of Shaju. Time passed swiftly, and the horn of the steel mill sounded, signaling the end of the workday. At this moment, Master Chow and Zhang Xiaopai had already arrived at Siheyuan, where a temporary cooking station had been set up. There was no need for them to wash vegetables or dishes, as the local villagers were more than willing to lend a hand. The entire Qin family had gathered, and Master Chow informed Zhang Xiaopai that today marked the wedding of the village chief's youngest son, a significant event for the village. Master Chow busied himself with cooking while Zhang Xiaopai assisted by chopping vegetables. Master Chow glanced over and smiled, remarking, "Xiaopai, your skills are quite commendable. You've been practicing your knife work for several years, I presume?" As he continued to slice the vegetables, Zhang Xiaopai replied, "It's just something I've tinkered with. After all, cooking in large pots doesn't require extraordinary knife skills. It primarily relies on the chef's expertise. My knife skills suffice for home cooking, but if I were to work in a prestigious establishment like Bada Lu, Bada Ju, or Bada Tang, my skills would likely fall short, and I would probably be dismissed by the head chef." Master Chow nodded in agreement, affirming Zhang Xiaopai's sentiment. Many of Sha Zhu's signature dishes were learned from what you mentioned at Baodalu. However, the master chefs there do not hold him in high regard. Zhang Xiaopai, taken aback, gazed at Master Chow with curiosity. Master Chow, you seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. I have yet to inquire how many years you've spent at the steel mill. Without hesitation, Master Chow revealed. I began learning to cook large meals at the age of 16. By 19, I had completed my apprenticeship and assisted my master for 3 years, after which he allowed me to work independently as a chef. I seized the opportunity to join the steel mill, where I spent my days cooking in the cafeteria and also assisting my master with banquets. In the blink of an eye, I will have been at the steel mill for 20 years. A few years ago, my master retired, entrusting me with the external banquet work. Zhang Xiaopai grinned at Master Chow. That is impressive. At the very least, your respect for your master has earned you his trust. I find Sha Zhu to be quite lacking. What is your perspective? Master Chow chuckled, intentionally cautioning Zhang Xiaopai. We can discuss this here, but remember, I know you share a courtyard with Sha Zhu. Be wary, he may seem simple-minded, but he has a sharp tongue that can offend others, and he is quite cunning. Upon hearing Master Chow's words, Zhang Xiaopai scrutinized him closely and asked with curiosity, Master Chow, do share your thoughts. You know I live in the same courtyard as him. It wouldn't do for me to fall victim to his schemes. Once Master Chow finished preparing a large pot of dishes, Zhang Xiaopai promptly assisted him by taking a plate to serve the food. He then called over a local woman nearby to help carry the dishes. After Master Chow began cooking another dish, he continued, I merely wish to caution you. You know I do not indulge in idle gossip. Zhang Xiaopai, growing impatient, expressed his curiosity about the beasts of the matter. Master Chow, this is unacceptable. You are aware that I share a courtyard with him. Can you bear to see me unwittingly suffer because of him? If you enlighten me about Sha Zhu, I'll consider today as wages yours. I will simply take a red envelope for good luck. Master Chow contemplated Zhang Xiaopai's words and conceded that he had a point. This young man was indeed clever, and it was wise to be cautious. Very well, I shall share, but let it be known that what is said here remains confidential. I will not acknowledge it if you inquire later. Zhang Xiaopai eagerly nodded, continuing his work while attentively listening. This fellow, during his time at Baodalu, sought to learn by applying for a position as a sous chef, willing to accept even the lowest wages. After a few months, he resigned on his own accord. He would secretly observe the master chefs while they cooked and even pilfer their unique seasonings to experiment with at home. Such thievery of culinary knowledge is quite unethical. There was one particularly astute master chef known for his Jiuzhuan Fei Chong, the best in Jiu Chong, who possessed a secret recipe. He would carry a small amount of it on his person, never leaving it in the kitchen. However, during Sha Zhu's tenure as a sous chef, one evening, the master chef was knocked unconscious on his way home, while his money and belongings remained untouched. The seasoning he carried mysteriously vanished. Though it was not of significant monetary value, the nightlife in Jiu Chong was quite different then, and the safety was far worse than it is today. An investigation yielded no results, and thus the matter remained unresolved. In recent years, whispers among the leadership at the steel mill claimed that Sha Zhu's Jiuzhuan Fei Chong rivaled that of the former Baodalu, leading to him being assigned to prepare dishes for the leaders. This news spread among external chefs, and were it not for the new societal norms, according to our old customs, Sha Zhu's hands would have been severed. Consequently, any chef or restaurant in Jiu Chong with a legacy does not hold Sha Zhu in esteem. His culinary skills, if applied outside, would have afforded him greater prospects than at the steel mill. Yet no restaurant dares to employ him. Should any esteemed establishment, be it state-owned or privately managed, allow Sha Zhu to work as a chef, the other chefs with a legacy would resign en masse. At this point, Master Chow fell silent. Zhang Xiaopai began to comprehend, realizing that Sha Zhu was not as foolish as he appeared. He was indeed quite calculating. Master Chow, does Sha Zhu not have the legacy of Tanjiakai? Why then does he resort to stealing from others? Master Chow scoffed disdainfully. Tanjiakai is a cuisine of the gentry. In this day and age, where would one procure such high-quality ingredients? Moreover, as you mentioned, it is Tanjiakai, the creation of the Tan family. What connection does Sha Zhu have to them? The Tan family still has descendants. It is hardly a lineage that Sha Zhu can claim. As for the history of how it came to be, I cannot say. My master was also curious but remained in the dark. However, it is quite normal. Perhaps a descendant of the Tan family took on apprentices, but to claim that Sha Zhu has mastered every aspect of Tanjiakai is implausible. Without direct lineage, a master would surely hold back some secrets. This is an age-old tradition. After hearing Master Chow's account, Zhang Xiaopai realized he had underestimated Xia Zhu. It was surprising to learn that Xia Zhu had been calculating from a young age, yet he could not fathom why he chose to feign ignorance now. It seemed prudent to keep a closer watch on him. Chapter 50. Intelligence on Qin Jingru Chao Shifu and Zhang Xiaopi conversed amiably while preparing the meal, and time passed swiftly. The wedding banquet was vibrant and lively, with several men already intoxicated. Now, both he and Chao Shifu were engaged in the final meat dish. However, Zhang Xiaopi noticed that Chao Shifu always set aside a small bowl of food each time he cooked, which he knew was meant for himself and Zhang Xiaopi. There is an old saying that speaks to the plight of chefs: eat without worry, drink without care. Zhang Xiaopi, curious, inquired about its meaning. You refer to the saying that chefs need not worry about food and drink, Chao Shifu explained. This implies that a chef can eat freely while preparing meals for the host, as long as it does not hinder their duties. When hosting guests, provisions are typically purchased in abundance to avoid embarrassment. The host may not concern themselves with appropriate quantities, but the chef knows how much is suitable for each table. Thus, you will notice that our dinner has varying portions of dishes depending on the number of tables set before us. Zhang Xiaopi nodded in comprehension. Soon, a girl of about 14 or 15 approached the stove, her eyes fixed intently on the pot. She possessed a charming appearance, with fair skin and large, bright eyes that hinted at her cleverness. Zhang Xiaopi, upon seeing her face, felt a striking resemblance to his memories of Qin Jingru. A thought struck him. Qin Jingru was known for her quick wit. When she first entered the courtyard, she was rather naive, and he assumed she remained just as innocent now. Having completed his own tasks, he crouched down to speak with the girl. Little miss, what is your name? Why have you come here instead of joining the feast? If you do not hurry, the others will finish everything. Zhang Xiaopi spoke truthfully. During these times, food and drink were scarce, and hesitation meant missing out entirely. Chao Shifu, noticing Zhang Xiaopi amusing the girl, paid him no heed, as his tasks were complete. With the final vegetarian dish prepared and placed on the cutting board, the little girl looked at Zhang Xiaopi with a beaming smile. Zhang Xiaopi was taken aback. This girl was remarkably unreserved, exuding an air of maturity beyond her years. Big brother, my name is Qin Jingru. I arrived late, and thus have little to eat. I am waiting for more dishes so that I can enjoy more. Zhang Xiaopi's assumption was correct. This girl was indeed Qin Jingru, sharp-witted and lively. Turning to Chao Shifu, Zhang Xiaopai said, Chao Shifu, please set aside some of this meat dish. Chao Shifu nodded with a smile. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xiaopi held a bowl in hand and sat down beside a nearby stone stool with the little girl. Qin Jingru gazed hungrily at the several pieces of braised pork in Zhang Xiaopi's bowl, saliva pooling in her mouth. Qin Jingru, do you have an elder sister named Qin Huairu? He asked. Qin Jingru nodded, her eyes glued to the enticing pork rather than meeting Zhang Xiaopi's gaze. As long as you share everything you know about Qin Huairu, this bowl of braised pork is yours, Zhang Xiaopi continued. Qin Jingru's eyes sparkled with delight. That's what you said, and you must not deceive me. Zhang Xiaopi smiled and extended his pinky. Let us make a pact. Those who lie will fall into the latrine. After sealing their promise, Qin Jingru's face radiated joy. Qin Huairu is my cousin. She married into a big city and only returns during the new year. She rarely comes back and is quite stingy. Even the sunflower seeds she brings during the holidays, she doesn't share with me. As she spoke, Qin Jingru pouted, a hint of frustration evident on her face. What is your cousin's reputation in Qinjia village? Zhang Xiaopi inquired. Qin Jingru looked at him curiously. What do you mean by reputation? Zhang Xiaopi pondered for a moment before rephrasing. I mean, does anyone in the village speak ill of Qin Huairu or slander her, especially the older women who gather to gossip in the sun at the village entrance or exit? Qin Jingru did not respond immediately, but extended her hand with a grin. Well, I can tell you, but one bowl of meat is not enough. Zhang Xiaopi reached into his pocket and pulled out a dime. If you tell me, this is yours. Qin Jingru's eyes widened. A dime was quite a sum in the countryside. I once heard the older women say that before my cousin married, she had an ambiguous relationship with her cousin, often spending time together. Then, for some reason, he left the village. Later, I heard the older women gossiping that my cousin was involved with an older man from the city, who they claimed frequently sought out young girls from nearby villages to father children. Before long, my cousin married and moved to a worker's family in the city. Families in the village envied her, and my parents wished to marry me off to a big city as well. The villagers even asked my cousin to help find suitable matches in the city for the village girls. but it seems she has never introduced anyone over the years. They scold her, saying she has lost her sense of kinship, forgetting her roots in Qinjia village, and that she is ungrateful. Qin Jingru continued to spill the details about Qin Huairu as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Chapter 51. The eerie Yizhonghai Zhang Xiaopi was somewhat taken aback by Qin Jingru's words, contemplating how audacious the Jia family was. Did they not even bother to investigate Qin Huairu's background before their marriage? However, Zhang Xiaopi understood that even if they came to investigate, given the Jia family's demeanor and their disdain for rural folk, the villagers would remain tight-lipped. They were all from the same village, and solidarity against outsiders was a fundamental principle. Moreover, with the constant possibility of encountering each other, meddling in someone else's marriage could invite retaliation regarding one's own children's prospects. The crux of the matter was that the Jia family was reluctant to spend money. In reality, information in the village was quite accessible. Had Zhang Xiaopi not easily uncovered it himself? If they were willing to invest, it would be possible. Yet, the elders would probably not part with even a dime. While Qin Jingru was someone he could easily manipulate, certain conversations could only be exchanged at information hubs situated at the village's entrance and exit, and the locals were part of a close-knit group. Any unfamiliar face attempting to intrude would be met with silence as they collectively sought to ascertain the newcomer's background. Having grown up in a rural setting, Zhang Xiaopi was well acquainted with the dynamics of information gathering. Venturing out alone without offering a significant price would yield no such weighty revelations. Additionally, he could potentially find himself in jeopardy if he inquired about individuals closely associated with Qin Huairu's family. However, as he was there to partake in the feast, he would not arouse suspicion. He chose to approach Qin Jingru, knowing that while he did not possess complete knowledge of her, she was certainly more approachable than a stranger. He was aware of her vulnerabilities, and given her youth, she would be easier to deceive. Qin Jingru was not malicious. Although she displayed a hint of snobbery, this was a common flaw among many, and thus, comprehensible. Few individuals in this world are entirely devoid of desires. It merely boils down to the magnitude of their demands. Within Zhang's family village, he was a core member of the information network, often mingling with the older women to glean village news. His experience was considerable. Within a village, secrets were scarce, though distinguishing between rumors, exaggerations, and truths required discernment. Based on the current information, it appeared that Qin Jingru was not lying. Her statements held truth. With this thought, Zhang Xiaopi refrained from delving deeper, recognizing that it was not the appropriate moment. He handed Qin Jingru a dime and a bowl of braised meat. Qin Jingru, what we discussed today must remain between us. If anyone finds out, you shall not escape a beating, do you understand? He warned. Qin Jingru nodded eagerly, gazing at the money and the bowl of meat. I understand. I wouldn't share it with anyone. I only spoke to you because I find you quite handsome, she exclaimed before attempting to flee. Zhang Xiaopi was momentarily stunned, not expecting to have teased a girl of 14 or 15. He quickly inquired, what is your cousin's name? As she dashed away, Qin Jingru replied, his name is Chun Wenbin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaopi chuckled and, without further thought, made his way to the stove. By this time, Master Chow had finished preparing the meal and was already eating. You managed to chat for quite a while with the young girl. What you said during the day was indeed correct. You might find a wife soon. While that rascal Ma Xiaolu remains stubbornly single, Master Chow teased, handing a red envelope to Zhang Xiaopi. Hurry up and eat. Once we finish, we need to tidy up and leave. The road is treacherous without moonlight, and we'll be home quite late. Zhang Xiaopi gratefully accepted the red envelope, casually taking a piece of dough and devouring his meal. He paid no attention to the amount inside the envelope. Although he currently lacked funds, money was not of paramount importance to him. He believed that it would come in due time, and today, the fortune tree would soon be ready to harvest. He did not feel the need to explain his conversation with Qin Jingru, as it was irrelevant to Master Chow. After they had dined for a little over half an hour, Zhang Xiaopi washed up his belongings. Master Chow exchanged pleasantries with the host, casually discussing potential business, as his primary occupation was catering, while the steel mill was a side endeavor. A large banquet in the village typically fetched an income of 2 to 3 yuan. In Qinjia village, it was 3 yuan due to the long distance. Master Chow provided the seasonings, which were rather commonplace and of little value. There were also 2 red envelopes. The amounts varied by family, as they represented a token of good fortune. The host's environment could influence the amount given. With more generous offerings in better settings, and as little as 50 or 60 cents in less favorable circumstances, As they traveled, Master Chow continued recounting various peculiar incidents from the steel mill, sharing amusing tales about Sha Zhu, which heightened Zhang Xiaopi's regard for him. By this time, the residents of the courtyard had long extinguished their lights and retired for the night. In Yi Zhonghai's residence, the lights were also out. However, unexpectedly, the door swung open. Yi Zhonghai emerged clad in a black outfit and a matching hat. He cautiously slipped out of the courtyard, heading towards the steel mill. Yi Zhonghai moved swiftly, soon arriving at the steel mill. Instead of entering through the front gate, he squeezed through a small hole in the wall. The steel mill was vast, accommodating thousands of workers, and such openings were strategically placed in inconspicuous locations. Had they been too obvious, the mill would have sealed them off long ago. Approximately 30 minutes later, he emerged from the steel mill, first ensuring to erase any traces of his passage around the hole. He then dusted himself off and made his way back to the courtyard. Chapter 52. Striving for excellence after returning to Siheyuan. Zhang Xiaopi first went to Master Chow's residence to put away his belongings. Then he rode Aunt Gu's bicycle away. Upon reaching the entrance of the Siheyuan alley, he stowed the bicycle in his farm warehouse. Leaving it outside would risk theft, and he lacked both money and tickets to replace it for Aunt Gu. It was safer to keep it inside the farm warehouse. As he approached the entrance of the Siheyuan, he noticed a shadow entering. Zhang Xiaopi furrowed his brow. He recognized the figure, as there were only 3 tall individuals in the entire Siheyuan: Su Demao, Yi Zhonghai, and himself. The figure entering was clearly not Su Demao, who was rather slender. It could only be Yi Zhonghai. He thought little of it, assuming Yi Zhonghai had stepped out to relieve himself, for there were no toilets in the Siheyuan, and everyone had to go out to the public restroom on the right side of the alley during the night. He entered the Siheyuan directly, and as he passed through the courtyard, he saw no sign of Yi Zhonghai and paid it no mind before returning to his room in the back courtyard. After securely locking the door, he eagerly summoned the farm space and initiated collection. At that moment, the Gongxi Fatsai plant vanished from the ground, and a new Gongxi Fatsai tree sprouted at the edge of the farm. There was a description on the tree. The Gongxi Fatsai tree could be harvested once a day, with rewards being random. Zhang Xiaopi's eyes lit up, realizing this was a valuable find, and he hurriedly tapped on the tree to collect. Collection from Gongxi Fatsai tree successful. Congratulations on receiving 5 pieces of steelworker notes, totaling 60. The notes have been automatically deposited into the warehouse. Zhang Xiaopi quickly opened the warehouse and took out a stack of brand new, light yellow banknotes. He sighed in relief and muttered to himself, "Finally, I won't be short on money. Life will be much easier now." Suddenly, the banknotes vanished from his hand again. He replanted seeds in the farm and sold the cabbages and unprocessed wheat from the warehouse, leaving only a few cabbages for his own consumption. Once everything in the farm was sorted, he lay in bed, recalling what Qin Jingru had said. Qin Huairu was undoubtedly suspicious. One was her ambiguous cousin, and the other was Yi Zhonghai. He could not confirm the truth about her cousin for the time being, but he was certain that Bang Gung and Xiao Dang were not Jia Dongxu's children. However, he wasn't entirely convinced they belonged to Yi Zhonghai either. If Yi Zhonghai were to seek someone to bear children, Qin Huairu would not be the first choice. If she were the first, the people of Kanjiakan wouldn't say that Yi Zhonghai frequently sought women from nearby villages to bear children. With Yi Zhonghai's notoriety, Qin Huairu would certainly not be the first to agree. Yet, he had not seen Yi Zhonghai bring anyone to the Siheyuan, nor heard him mention any other children. He felt it necessary to accompany Master Chow to the surrounding villages to see if he could gather any information. There was another method to ascertain whether the children belonged to Yi Zhonghai, albeit one that relied heavily on chance, predicting children's blood types based on their parents' blood types. With this thought in mind, he decided to let it go. After all, it did not concern him greatly. His curiosity was merely a fleeting whim, and he figured he could inquire if the opportunity arose. The next morning, Aunt E looked at Yi Zhonghai, who was lying in bed, with a hint of concern. "Oldie, are you all right? Should we go to the hospital for a checkup? You keep saying you feel weak, and I am a bit worried." Yi Zhonghai lay with his eyes closed, responding weakly, "I'm fine. I feel much better today than yesterday. I plan to go to work tomorrow. So don't worry." Aunt E still appeared worried and insisted, "If you still feel weak tomorrow, you must go to the hospital for a checkup." Yi Zhonghai nodded in agreement. "All right, if I still lack strength tomorrow, I will go to the hospital. Today, let's buy some meat. It's been a while since I've had any." Aunt E opened a drawer to check. "Okay, I will go buy some now. We still have 2 meat tickets worth 2 liang each. For liang will be enough, and I'll bring a bowl for the old lady." With the meat tickets tucked into her pocket, she left. Once Aunt E departed, Yi Zhonghai opened his eyes and smiled meaningfully at the ceiling. In the steel mill, Jia Dongshu had just turned on the machine. He frowned slightly, noticing that the machine's speed seemed erratic, but he did not dwell on it. He picked up a workpiece and began to file it. Since yesterday, Jia Dongshu had been exceptionally diligent at work, avoiding idleness and chatter, which piqued the curiosity of his co-workers. One of them jokingly remarked, "Jia Dongshu, why are you so diligent all of a sudden? This isn't like you. With mastery absent, you seem to be putting in extra effort." The surrounding co-workers burst into laughter. Jia Dongshu was not genuinely striving for excellence. He understood that Yi Zhonghai would no longer be his support. Yi Zhonghai believed that the Jia family no longer held any leverage over him. Even if he were fired, Yi Zhonghai would not care, for his previous concern and affection had all been feigned. Now, Jia Dongshu could no longer use leverage against Yi Zhonghai. He was more concerned about Yi Zhonghai quitting, which would result in losses for the Jia family, especially considering Yi Zhonghai's current monthly salary of 84.5 yuan. If he were to be promoted to level 8 next year, his salary would rise to 99 yuan a month. Jia Dongshu's own wages paled in comparison. Thus, Jia Dongshu resolved to work diligently, aiming to qualify as a second-level worker in 3 years and strive for a third-level position in 5 years. "I, Jia Dongshu, am determined to work hard," he declared proudly. His co-workers laughed heartily once more. "Well, let's see how long you can keep this up," one co-worker retorted, unable to hold back his ridicule. Jia Dongshu paid no mind. Shamelessness was a hereditary trait of the Jia family. As the saying goes, if you have a thin skin, you cannot obtain a steamed bun. Only by being thick-skinned can you earn a bun. A few co-workers whispered among themselves from a distance. "Do you think Jia Dongshu is really becoming diligent? To place faith in his words is to squander your youth in vain. He has languished for a decade, yet remains at the entry-level position. His newfound determination bears little fruit. Let us not forget the 3-year penalty during which one cannot take the qualification exam. His prior years of service have been annulled, rendering him akin to a novice once more, compelled to rebuild his tenure from scratch, resulting in a pension that shall inevitably be inferior to that of others. I believe he has merely received a severe reprimand. And fearing further infractions that could lead to dismissal, particularly in the absence of Master E as his support, he finds himself in a precarious situation. Enough said, let him be. Our relationship with him has never been strong, and it is of no concern to us. Let us return to our duties and refrain from further discussions regarding his affairs." Before long, the comrades resumed their tasks, ignoring the overly ambitious Jia Dongshu. Chapter 53. Jia Dongshu suffers electric shock. As time passed, the steel mill's workshop was bustling with activity. The machines were continuously in operation, emitting a significant amount of heat, accompanied by the deafening roar of machinery and the jarring sound of grinding metal. Although it was merely spring, the temperature within the workshop surpassed that of the outside air considerably. Many workers had loosened several buttons on their uniforms. It was still too early for summer attire, and the temperature fluctuations between day and night necessitated heavier clothing for most. Those unperturbed by the cold wore sleeveless vests, while others donned sweaters or long-sleeved shirts beneath their work attire. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from one of the circuit breakers, accompanied by a shower of sparks, startling the workers, particularly those near the source of the noise, who instinctively took several steps back. One worker urgently shouted, "The circuit breaker tripped. It's on fire. Call the electrician." Workers in other areas quickly shut down their machines, fearing similar issues. One worker, eyes wide with shock, pointed at a nearby workstation. Jia Dongshu is Zhaola." The moment those words escaped his lips, all eyes turned towards Jia Dongshu's station. At that moment, Jia Dongshu was enveloped in smoke, his entire body charred, standing motionless. The workshop erupted into chaos, with frantic cries echoing. "Oh no! Jia Dongshu has been electrocuted. Someone save him! Save him! Can't you see he's smoking, his eyes wide, and he's not moving? His mouth is agape, he has gone. Get a wooden stick." His hands are still on the machine. Director Ma hurriedly rushed over, and upon seeing Jia Dongshu's condition, his heart sank. Soon, the electrician and a worker wielding a wooden stick arrived. The electrician promptly shut off the main power, while the other workers, wary of danger, used the stick to pry Jia Dongshu away. Knowing that even with the power cut, the presence of transformers in the machine posed a risk. In the kitchen, Zhang Xiaopi was chatting with Master Chao and Aunt Gu. Ma Xiaolu rushed in with a cart of vegetables, exclaiming, "Something's wrong at the factory. Jia Dongshu in the workshop has been electrocuted. He seems to be in serious trouble." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaopi dashed out of the kitchen towards the workshop. He thought to himself, finally, it has happened. I should have stayed in jail. It would have been better than this. Master Chow, cooking, noticed Zhang Xiaopi's haste and jested. Look at him running so fast. You'd think he and Jia Dongshu were the best of friends. I heard Jia Dongshu was detained last time for occupying his rented room. Aunt Gu sighed and shook her head, saying, let him be. Young people love a spectacle. If it were someone else who got electrocuted, I might feel some sympathy, but for Jia Dongshu, I'll pass. Ma Xiaolu set down his card and ran to the kitchen door, saying to Master Chow, Master, I'm young too. I want to see what's happening. I'll be back to tell you. Aunt Gu chuckled at Master Chow. Look, your disciple has dashed off like a gust of wind. Master Chow merely shook his head, unconcerned. Let them see. It might raise their safety awareness. But this incident might cause trouble for the factory. Aunt Gu remarked, Master Chow, you're worrying too much. You're just a chef. It's not your place to fret. Just focus on your cooking. Your dishes are about to burn. At her words, Master Chow snapped back to attention and hurriedly checked his pot, turning off the heat and beginning to plate the food. Zhang Xiaopi had just arrived at the workshop when Ma Xiaolu caught up, breathless. Did you see what happened? Is he really in serious trouble? Zhang Xiaopi, maintaining a steady brea. Chapter 54. The tragic demise of the Jia family father and son. At this moment, personnel from the security department and the medical office hurriedly rushed in. The medical staff crouched down to examine Jia Dongshu's eyelids, palpating his heart and checking his neck pulse. It was evident that he was lifeless. The physician from the medical department spoke to Director Yang and Director Li, acknowledging the grim reality. No one was surprised. Had Jia Dongshu survived, he would undoubtedly have been favored by the heavens. Director Yang sighed, a look of regret etched on his face, contemplating that had he known earlier, he would have opted to imprison Jia Dongshu instead. Now, with his death, he had unwittingly invited a significant predicament upon himself. The security department promptly transported Jia Dongshu to the crematorium, with Director Ma instructing someone to notify Jia Dongshu's family to come to the crematorium, suggesting that other matters could be addressed after the funeral arrangements were made. Director Yang spoke wearily. Director Ma nodded and proceeded to organize the security team for the task. The security personnel carried Jia Dongshu on a stretcher, covering him with a tarpaulin as they departed. Director Ma casually summoned a disciple of Yi Zhonghai to inform the family. The workers dispersed, and Ma Xiaolu returned to report to his master. At this juncture, the technical department arrived, their hands stained with grease, indicating they had just been repairing machinery and thus arrived late. Master Chun, please inspect the machinery to ascertain the issue that caused such a fatal electric shock, one of them urged. Master Chin's expression grew grave as he examined the power supply, discovering that it had been disconnected. He then opened the panel of the workbench. Zhang Xiaopi had not left. He entered the workshop to observe Master Chen at work. He noticed a dark handprint on the tool bench. Though not an electrician, Zhang Xiaopi possessed a basic understanding of electrical principles. It was clear that this was the location where Jia Dongshu had received the electric shock. However, as the workbench was made of metal, it could not be attributed to a leakage. He could not comprehend the internal workings of the machine, yet he recognized the warning inscribed on a component: high voltage hazard, do not touch. Furthermore, he noted the substantial copper rings and the thick wires, with the main line being 6 square millimeters, indicating that this machine was of considerable power. Soon, Master Chen rose, wiping the sweat from his brow, and stated, Director, a live wire inside the machine has burned out. The protective material surrounding the wire shows distinct scorch marks. After the wire burned, the live end fell to the bottom of the metal panel, electrifying the entire workbench. Given the machine's age, it's reasonable that the wires have deteriorated. I reported the need for new equipment wiring last year, but due to a heavy workload, the request was postponed. Director Yang nodded, acknowledging, understood. We shall delay repairs for now. If the higher-ups wish to inspect, let them do so. For now, close the panel. At this moment, the electrician interjected, the circuit breaker has been fixed. I have disconnected the wires from the machine that caused the incident. If all is well, I shall turn the breaker back on. Master Chen nodded in agreement. As the electrician reactivated the circuit, the machines surrounding Jia Dongshu whirred back to life. Soon, the electrician departed, followed by Master Chen. Director Li turned to Director Yang and inquired, Director, a death has occurred. What shall we do if the higher-ups inquire? Let us discuss it in the office. Director Yang replied curtly before leaving, with Director Li trailing behind. Zhang Xiaopi, unable to grasp the situation, noticed that the circuit breakers were the traditional push-up and down types. commonly referred to as knife switches. This era's knife switch lacked both leakage protection and voltage overload protection, only functioning when the voltage escalated enough to burn out the fuse within the switch. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Xiaopi exited the fitting workshop. By this time, the workers had returned to their stations, but several workstations adjacent to Jia Dongshu's were vacant, as their occupants had taken leave, shaken by the gruesome sight. Upon returning to the kitchen, he overheard Master Chow conversing with Aunt Gu. The Jia family has truly faced misfortune. Jia Dongshu's father also perished from an electric shock years ago, and now his son has met the same fate. What transgressions could their family have committed? Master Chow's expression was grim as he sighed, though lacking a look of sorrow, instead displaying a demeanor of sympathy. Master Chow, be cautious with your words. With only us present, if outsiders overhear and report it to the factory, you may find yourself in trouble. We cannot speak so freely in this new era, Aunt Gu cautioned. Master Chow, taken aback, quickly nodded with a smile. I misspoke. I was merely pondering. Zhang Xiaopi hurriedly asked, Master Chow, are you saying Jia Dongshu's father died in the same manner as he did? Indeed, I witnessed it years ago. It was quite similar to what Ma Xiaolu told me, Master Chow confirmed. Zhang Xiaopi was taken aback. The coincidence of both father and son succumbing to electric shocks was too uncanny for him to accept. He sensed that there was more to the story. Furthermore, he had heard Master Chen's comments from the technical department. Although he lacked concrete evidence, he believed that the deaths of both father and son could not be mere coincidence. Regardless, the security department would undoubtedly conduct an investigation, and he resolved to leave it be. Wishing to save Jia Dongshu was futile. That man had shown no gratitude. If given the chance to choose now, Jia Dongshu would likely proclaim that jail was indeed preferable. Let it be. The deceased should be treated with respect, and mocking Jia Dongshu, who met an untimely end, would serve no purpose. Perhaps in the next life, he would become a virtuous person, akin to those in television dramas, finding peace at last. Master Chow noticed Zhang Xiaopi lost in thought. Xiaopi, stop daydreaming. Are you frightened? Don't let your mind wander too much, or you won't be able to eat. Help serve the dishes. Mealtime is approaching. Master Chow interrupted Zhang Xiaopi's reverie, prompting him to exclaim and begin assisting with the serving of the dishes, pushing aside his troubled thoughts. Chapter 55 Discussions among the people. Soon, the news of Jia Dongshu's tragic electrocution spread throughout the steel mill. Lu Haizhong, from the forging workshop, also heard the news, and his face was etched with shock and disbelief. Furrowing his brow, he pondered alone, reflecting on the uncanny similarities between the deaths of old Jia and his son. Both had met their demise through electrocution. It felt unsettling, yet he could not conjure any conclusions. For the father and son had shared the same fate. In the publicity department, Su Daimao also received the news. His initial expression was one of astonishment, which quickly morphed into delight. Jia Dongshu was always a short-lived soul. Had I known he would perish so soon, after causing the factory so much financial loss, it truly is unfortunate for him. That money would have suited me splendidly, Su Daimao muttered to himself. In the kitchen, Shizhuz also learned from his apprentice, Ma Hua. His countenance brightened with glee. For now, Sister Qin was a widow and no longer needed to divorce Jia Dongshu. He wondered if an opportunity had finally presented itself, and without uttering a word, sat in his special chair, contemplating how to win over Sister Qin, bidding farewell to his previous affection for Wu Gunyang, Qin Huairu. Meanwhile, one of Yi Zhonghai's apprentices rushed into the courtyard. Sandama was chatting with several other women at the entrance when she noticed the anxious steel mill worker. Young man, are you looking for someone? You seem to be an employee of the steel mill, Sandama inquired curiously, while the other women displayed expressions of intrigue. Breathless and flustered, the young worker addressed the gathered women. Jia Dongshu has had an accident at the factory. He is already deceased and has been sent to the crematorium. His family must hurry to the crematorium. He spoke in a rush, having sprinted the 15-minute journey in one breath. Upon hearing this, Sandama's face turned pale, her expression one of profound shock, and the surrounding women were equally alarmed. Realizing the young man was exhausted from his run, Sandama said, "Let me help you call for assistance. You look like you can hardly catch your breath." She hurried into the courtyard, followed by several other women. Jia Zhangshi was at the entrance, mending shoes, her demeanor suggesting she believed everyone owed her something. Sandama dashed into the courtyard, announcing, "Jia Zhangshi, your son Dongshu has had an accident at the factory. He has been sent to the crematorium. You must hurry there." Her voice reached the ears of those in the courtyard, prompting them to rush out. Jia Zhangshi, upon hearing Sandama's words, exploded with fury. What do you mean? How dare you curse my son? I will not let this go. She stood with her hands on her hips, berating Sandama. Unfazed by Jia Zhongshi's tone, Sandama replied, I have no time for idle arguments. The steel mill worker is here to inform you. At that moment, the worker entered the courtyard, his breathing now steadier. You must be Jia Dongshu's family. Director Ma sent me to inform you that Jia Dongshu has died from electrocution, and his body has been taken to the crematorium. You should go there promptly to identify the remains. He conveyed the message succinctly, as the matters of the factory and Jia Dongshu's family were not his concern. Qin Huairu approached, her heart sinking upon hearing the news. If Jia Dongshu was dead, what would become of the Jia family? How would she manage to raise her children? Her face paled, and a slight tremor coursed through her. Jia Zhongshi remained in disbelief. I cannot accept this. Our Dongshu is blessed and fated for greatness, under the protection of our late Jia. You must be spreading rumors out of spite. She continued to stand with her hands on her hips, her disbelief evident. At that moment, an elder woman stepped forward, urgently stating, Jia Zhongshi, no one would jest about such matters. The young man is a disciple of Lao Yi. He would never make such a joke. Hearing this, Jia Zhongshi's heart raced with anxiety. Qin Huairu then approached, saying, Mother, perhaps we should go and see for ourselves. I also believe no one would joke about something so serious. If there are issues at the factory, he will not escape unscathed. Deep down, Jia Zhongshi knew the truth. She simply refused to acknowledge it. After hearing Qin Huairu's words, her expression shifted from anger to sorrow, tears streaming down her face as she gasped, revealing her long-neglected yellowing teeth. Dongshu, mother is coming. Wait for me. Jia Zhongshi cried out, rushing out of the courtyard. Qin Huairu stood momentarily stunned by the rapid transformation, but after a few seconds, she collected herself, returned home to fetch her child, and headed towards the courtyard's exit, needing to pick up Bang Gung from school. The residents of the courtyard began to murmur amongst themselves. Jia Dongshu's electrocution mirrors the tragic fate of old Jia. What a misfortunate family. Was old Jia also electrocuted? Indeed, I heard from the elders in the courtyard that old Jia met his end in a similar manner. Chapter 56 Moral Gentleman Yi Zhonghai Adama furrowed her brow, feeling perplexed. When Lao Jia passed away, she was still in the countryside and had not yet come to the Siheyuan. It was only later, upon receiving a letter from Yi Zhonghai, that she made her way to the city. She had heard, however, that Lao Jia had died from an electric shock. She gazed at the approaching Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, was Jia Dongshu truly electrocuted? Xiaofeng's expression was grim as he nodded. Shirmu, where is my master? I need to see him and inform him. Before long, Dama led Xiaofeng back into the room. Master, Jia Dongshu has been charred from the electric shock. I nearly vomited. The factory has prohibited any rumors from spreading. Xiaofeng quietly relayed this to Yi Zhonghai, who was still lying on the bed, his eyes bleary with sleep. Yi Zhonghai urgently inquired, Xiaofeng, what happened to Jia Dongshu? Did he die from an electric shock? Xiaofeng hastily responded, Yes, master, he has been severely burned. Are you feeling all right? Yi Zhonghai quickly got out of bed, shaking his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, an expression of profound sorrow etched on his face. What on earth is happening with the Jia family? Lao Jia died from an electric shock, and now his son has met the same fate. Such tragic fate is truly unbearable. Dama, bring me my clothes. I must go and pay my respects. Xiaofeng hurriedly interjected, Master, you shouldn't go. They have already taken him to the crematorium, and your health is not good. There is nothing you can do, and the factory's security has already handled the matter. Yi Zhonghai's face hardened as he glared at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, despite the conflicts between Jia Dongshu and several of my disciples, he was still my student. Now that he has passed, all grievances should be forgotten. Do you not understand the principle of respecting the deceased? While I cannot force you to accompany me, as a master, I cannot simply ignore my studentess passing. Xiaofeng lowered his head in silence, overwhelmed by guilt. Yi Zhonghai hastily put on his shoes and looked at Xiaofeng. You should return to the steel factory. I can go alone. Let us not spread rumors that could tarnish the factory's reputation. Xiaofeng nodded and swiftly departed, reluctant to attend, having endured Jia Dongshu's bullying. Had it not been for Director Ma summoning him, he would have avoided the visit altogether. Dama anxiously said, Lao Yi, you have yet to recover fully. Are you certain you want to go? Yi Zhonghai fixed a serious gaze upon her. What do you mean by that? Although Jia Dongshu may have caused trouble, he is still my disciple. If I do not attend, others will gossip. Moreover, As a master, it is my duty to send my disciple off. With that, Yi Zhonghai exited the room. Ma sighed, realizing she could not dissuade him. She understood his reasoning. After all, a life had been lost, and paying one final tribute was the least one could do. To contest this would be to disregard the complexities of human relationships. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly left the Siheyuan, slowing his pace as he exited the alley. The expression of anguish on his face had vanished, replaced by an air of tranquility. The Siheyuan was bustling with activity. Everyone was now aware of Jia Dongshu's demise, some relishing in the misfortune, others expressing neighborly sympathy, while a few remained indifferent. In the afternoon, personnel from the police station arrived at the steel factory to investigate the cause of the accident, accompanied by 2 leaders from higher authorities, inspecting the situation alongside factory director Yang and director Li. The current deputy factory director had been largely uninvolved due to health issues and had been hospitalized for several months. Zhang Xiaopi, having never seen him, only learned of this from Ma. However, this had no bearing on Zhang Xiaopi, who left the steel factory alone. With newfound wealth in his pocket, he planned to spend it wisely, thus contributing to the flourishing of the local economy. He first visited the street office to pay 3 years' worth of rent, hoping to secure allocation of the housing once he approached the factory. Upon entering the street office, he spotted Wu Ma working at her desk. With a cheerful demeanor, he approached her. Wu Ma, I have come to pay the rent. My folks from the village have brought me the money, and I wish to settle 3 years' worth. Wu Ma smiled upon recognizing Zhang Xiaopi. You need not rush, Zhang Xiaopi. Why pay for 3 years in advance? You have many expenses now that you are in the city. Wu Ma kindly cautioned him. Actually, I plan to apply for allocation of this house after my 3 years of work at the steel factory. The location is convenient for my job, Zhang Xiaopi replied candidly, revealing his intentions. Wu Ma pondered for a moment and agreed, realizing that as long as Zhang Xiaopi occupied the house, it could only be allocated to him, given that it was originally the property of the steel factory. All right, 3 years will amount to 72 yuan. I will issue you a receipt. By the way, your house is quite sought after. Just the other day, an elder from the Siheyuan inquired about it, asking how long you had rented it, implying that he too wished to rent it after your lease ended. I recall he has 2 rooms. He lives in one with his wife, but seems to want to rent the other, though the rent is high at 4 yuan a month. As you are a worker at the steel factory without housing, we would prioritize you. I had planned to remind you as your rent due date approached, should you not come to pay. Wu Ma's remarks were a considerate reminder, reflecting the kindness of many in these times. Thank you, Wu Ma, for your thoughtful advice. Your kindness will not be forgotten. In our Siheyuan, I have not encountered many good souls. Some have occupied their homes for over a decade. The elder in question is a long-standing employee at the steel factory. I find it hard to believe he is unaware of the policies. Nevertheless, the past is in the past, and discussing it further serves no purpose. I merely suggest that the street office keep an eye on our Siheyuan. Zhang Xiaopi offered this as a friendly caution, aware of the many unsavory dealings within the Siheyuan. After chatting for a while, Zhang Xiaopi took the receipt and left. Wu Ma merely smiled at his words, recognizing the complexities of life in a large communal dwelling. She thought Zhang Xiaopi, having come from the countryside, was perhaps too straightforward, unable to overlook many things. In time, he would surely grow accustomed to it. Zhang Xiaopi, sensing Wu Ma's indifference, was unconcerned. He had fulfilled his obligation to acknowledge her kindness. In truth, handling such matters at the street office was quite cumbersome, a fact well understood by him. Chapter 57 Yan Bugue found the situation rather peculiar. Zhang Xiaopi exited the street office and promptly made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative, followed by a visit to Beihai Park where he purchased a ticket to enjoy some leisure time. After becoming fatigued from his activities, he spent a mere 15 cents on a bottle of soda, which he quickly consumed before returning the bottle for a 5-cent refund. He also perused the department store, initially intending to buy 2 sets of clothing. However, after inquiring with a sales assistant, he lost interest and left empty-handed. As dusk began to settle, he returned directly to the Siheyuan. The atmosphere within the Siheyuan was bustling, with several groups gathered together in hushed conversations. Paying them no mind, he retreated to his room. After securing the door, he summoned the farm space and collected a Tree of Prosperity. Tree of Prosperity collected successfully. Congratulations on receiving 5 fabric coupons. The fabric coupons have been automatically stored in the warehouse. Upon seeing the notification, Zhang Xiaopi nearly choked with frustration, lamenting that he should have collected it sooner, realizing his earlier excursion had been in vain. He examined the fabric coupons in his hand. A complete outfit required approximately 13 to 15 feet of fabric, and with 50 feet of fabric coupons at his disposal, he could indeed procure 2 full outfits. He pondered that if he purchased fabric and had someone make the clothes, it might be even more economical, conserving some material as well. He recalled that Aunt Gu could sew. Perhaps he could persuade her to craft 2 sets for him without charge, as she would likely not accept payment, allowing him to utilize more fabric. With the night now fully enveloping the surroundings and the local cooperative having closed for the day, he resolved to visit again during business hours tomorrow. The fabric coupons in his hand vanished instantly, transforming into a cabbage. He picked up the borrowed Romance of the Three Kingdoms and began to read while munching on the cabbage. In the Siheyuan, Jia Zhangshi, Qin Huairu, Bongging, and Xiao Dong, along with Yi Zhonghai and his companions, returned with somber expressions. In this era, there were not many customs surrounding death. When someone passed away, they were taken directly to the crematorium, where family members would bid farewell before the body was cremated. In the village, funerals were somewhat better, typically involving burial. The body would be kept for 3 days, and no one would complain, as this was the norm, unless the deceased belonged to a poor family, in which case they would be buried on the same day, wrapped in a straw mat, without even a coffin. Upon entering the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai turned to Jia Zhangshi. "Sister, take care. I must head back now. I am still not fully recovered." After speaking, he made to leave. Jia Zhangshi hurriedly replied, "Laui, please accompany me to the steel mill tomorrow." Yi Zhonghai pondered for a moment before replying to Jia Zhangshi, "Sister, there is no rush regarding the steel mill. You heard Director Li say to wait until your mood stabilizes, and considering your family's complex situation, you should contemplate how to proceed with future matters. It is late, and I am too exhausted to stand. Let us discuss this tomorrow evening after I finish work. What do you think?" As he concluded, he rhythmically tapped his leg, whether intentionally or not. Qin Huairu observed this in silence, simply supporting Jia Zhangshi. "Very well, we shall wait until you finish work tomorrow. I too need to gather my thoughts." With that, Jia Zhangshi turned and walked into the house, her mind in a state of confusion. As Qin Huairu passed by Yi Zhonghai, she cast a subtle glance outside. Yi Zhonghai, noticing this, promptly returned to his own home. Bongging and Xiao Dong exchanged no words. The latter bore a hint of redness on his face, indicating he had likely been reprimanded. The 2 children hurried back to their residence. Bongging called out, "Grandma, Mom, I am hungry. I have been bowing for most of the day. Please make me something delicious." Xiao Dong remained silent, shyly retreating to the bed. Qin Huairu's expression darkened, and she scolded, "Bongging, how can you speak like that? Your father has just passed, and you still think of food? Go lie down." Jia Zhangshi's expression shifted as she glared at Qin Huairu, rebuking, "Qin Huairu, why are you scolding my grandson? He is the only spark of hope for our family. You must not rebuke him again. Hurry and prepare dinner. I am hungry too." Upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's words, Qin Huairu refrained from further comment, having initially scolded Bongging out of concern that Jia Zhangshi might unleash her frustrations on him. She proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the meal. At this moment, San Dama returned home and remarked to Yin Bugue, "Old Yin, the Jia family has returned. It seems they have resolved their matters." Yin Bugue did not respond, merely furrowing his brow in contemplation. Observing his unusual demeanor, San Dama grew curious. "Old Yin, what are you thinking? You seem so strange and silent." Yin Bugue, startled by her call, replied, "Old lady, do you think the Jia family has incurred some misfortune? Back when old Jia was electrocuted, and now Jia Dongshu has also met the same fate. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, yet I find no evidence to support it." San Dama rolled her eyes at Yin Bugue's words. "You are worrying for no reason. Even if there is something suspicious, what does it have to do with us? The Jia family has never respected us, often referring to you as a poor, dilapidated teacher. Why do you concern yourself with their affairs? You really are a bit unwell." Her words caused Yin Bugue's expression to sour, and he slammed his hand on the table, startling San Dama. "You are right. Their matters are of no concern to us. I have yet to have dinner, and here I am pondering such trivialities. Please hurry and prepare our meal." San Dama chose not to respond further and went to prepare dinner. Chapter 58. The schemes of Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu in the Lu family. A scene similar to that of the Yin family was unfolding, as both families had long been residents of the Siheyuan. Second Aunt watched with curiosity as Lu Haizhong enjoyed his drink and fried eggs. "Old Lu, don't you think the Jia family is exceptionally unfortunate? Both the father and son met the same fate. It's quite terrifying," she remarked. Lu Haizhong took a sip of his drink and a bite of the fried eggs. I have thought about it, but I have no clues. Moreover, deaths from electrical leaks are not uncommon in these past decades. It's not just old Jia and Jia Dongxiu. Several others have faced similar fates. The machines are old, and their deterioration is severe. At least I, as a blacksmith, perform labor that does not involve electricity, he replied. Second Aunt expressed her concern. You must be careful and pay attention to your safety. You are the pillar of our family. Lu Haizhong nodded and continued eating his fried eggs. I understand, I will be cautious. The Jia family has committed many wrongdoings. This is merely retribution. Let us remain oblivious to their affairs and focus on our own backyard. Second Aunt wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Haizhong's sentiment. Old Lu, I heard that Zhang Xiaopi from the backyard also works at your steel factory. What does he do? Second Aunt inquired with curiosity. People from the foundry mentioned that he works as a helper in the fifth cafeteria, and he is a formal employee. It's a rather easy job. The fifth cafeteria is much less busy than the third cafeteria run by Shaju, Lu Haizhong explained. Second Aunt perked up at this information. So, this lad doesn't have to worry about food every day? He can take whatever he wants from the cafeteria? Lu Haizhong shook his head and replied, I don't know. I have never seen him cook dinner, but I often see him gnawing on a cabbage. Second Aunt sighed, feeling a pang of pity as she looked in the direction of Zhang Xiaopi's room. Cabbage costs 4 cents a pound. That is even more extravagant than eating plain steamed buns. What a wasteful way to live. Lu Haizhong smirked and said, This lad dared to offend me the first day he entered the Siheyuan. Keep an eye on him for me. I intend to catch him in a mistake, so he knows the consequences of crossing Lu Haizhong. Second Aunt nodded in agreement. Late at night, when all households were sound asleep, the door of Yi Zhonghai's home creaked open. Yi Zhonghai stealthily stepped outside, carefully closing the door behind him. He first approached the Jia family's entrance, coughed softly, and then swiftly exited the Siheyuan. Within minutes, Qin Huairu also rose from her slumber. Hearing the sound of Jia Zhang's snoring, she cautiously dressed and stealthily left her room. Under a large tree near the restroom, Yi Zhonghai, smoking a cigarette, noticed Qin Huairu approaching stealthily. He discarded the cigarette and extinguished it with his foot. Their positions beneath the tree were shrouded in darkness, hidden from view unless one paid particularly close attention. Brother Hai, what brings you here so late? My mother-in-law just fell asleep, Qin Huairu said, her voice tinged with worry that Jia Zhang might awaken and discover her absence. Yi Zhonghai patted his thigh. This was the signal they had previously agreed upon. Huairu, I have no other choice. Tomorrow after work, I need to discuss matters with Jia Zhang. Tonight is the only time I have to consult with you. Qin Huairu's expression darkened slightly as she lowered her head, appearing pitiful. Brother Hai, I can't bear living in the Jia family any longer. Life there is unbearable, and my mother-in-law looks at me with disdain. With Jia Dongxiu dead, my leaving the Jia family won't tarnish my reputation. Yi Zhonghai's face showed signs of distress upon hearing her words. Huairu, you must trust me. I will ensure your well-being. Staying in the Jia family is advantageous for you. Although they lack money, they still have a room and a job. Once you start working at the steel factory, financial control will be in your hands. I will discuss all these matters with Jia Zhang tomorrow, Yi Zhonghai patiently explained. Qin Huairu was well aware that Yi Zhonghai was reluctant to spend money on raising children, hoping instead that she would earn money to support their child. Brother Hai, I have had enough of this life. You are the father of our child. It is one thing to leave the burden of raising the child to me, as I am the mother, but now you expect me to support my mother-in-law while remaining in the Jia family? How can I endure this? You are too cruel. Why don't you just divorce first, Aunt? Then I can marry you, and you can rightfully become a father. Wouldn't that be better? Qin Huairu's words were evidently a form of coercion. Yi Zhonghai's expression grew conflicted. He needed to uphold his image. If he were to follow through with her suggestion, he would lose face and Lu Haizhong would surely call a meeting to oust him. Moreover, he would be looked down upon by the residents of the Siheyuan, losing their respect. As a 7th-level worker at the steel factory, he aspired to advance to the 8th level next year, becoming the most esteemed worker in Nanluo Guxiang. He could not allow his reputation to suffer even slightly. Furthermore, he was uncertain about the future of Bang Geng and Xiao Dang, as well as the child in Qin Huairu's womb, and he was unwilling to spend money on uncertain matters. Huairu, I know you have endured much hardship and have not enjoyed a good life for over 10 years. However, I have my own difficulties. Rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer. I will also find a way for Shaju to bring back some meals from the steel factory each day, which will significantly reduce your monthly expenses in the Jia family. I do not expect you to save money for the child. I will prepare everything. Your only responsibility is to take care of the child. Yi Zhonghai's refusal was resolute and unwavering. In light of his reputation, Qin Huairu was insignificant. Although he was drawn to her beauty, the fact that she was about to bear her third child diminished her allure. If not for the absence of anyone more suitable than Qin Huairu to care for the child, he would have long since cast her aside. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, Qin Huairu felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She was acutely aware that this old man only cared for the children, rendering her presence somewhat superfluous. However, she found herself lacking the leverage to confront Yi Zhonghai, and thus, she opted to endure the situation for the time being, planning to devise a strategy in the future. Brother Hai, I shall heed your advice. Do you think Shaju will agree to bring us meals? Yi Zhonghai, relieved by Qin Huairu's acquiescence, reassured her, rest assured, Shaju is generally obedient to my requests. I have ways to persuade him to deliver food to you. However, you must remember to claim it is merely leftover food, as it originates from the steel mill's kitchen. Should any rumors arise, it would jeopardize Shaju's ability to assist you, and the repercussions would fall upon you. With his cunning nature, Yi Zhonghai articulated his thoughts. Qin Huairu nodded in agreement, and soon they parted ways. She returned home first, while Yi Zhonghai lingered under the tree for a moment to smoke a cigarette before finally heading back to the courtyard. Chapter 59. Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangshi discussed the following afternoon. Zhang Xiaopi accompanied Master Chao to the countryside once more, initially intended for Ma Xiaolu. However, Zhang Xiaopi insisted on foregoing his wages, suggesting that they be given to Ma Xiaolu instead. He merely desired a red envelope, viewing the trip to the countryside as a leisurely excursion and a chance to enjoy a dinner. Naturally, Ma Xiaolu was delighted, as he would still receive money without having to go. Nevertheless, Ma Xiaolu lent his bicycle, as Zhang Xiaopi had no means of transportation. That evening, within the Jia household, Jia Zhangshi sat in a chair with a grim expression, while Yi Zhonghai sat alongside her. Qin Huairu was seated by the Kong, where Bongging and Xiaodang played with paper, with Bongging tearing his textbook to craft paper airplanes. Dear sister-in-law, Dongshu has already departed. Your family must continue on. My suggestion is for Qin Huairu to take over Jia Dongshu's position after she gives birth, while you remain at home to care for the child. What do you think? Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's proposal, Jia Zhangshi's face darkened immediately. No way. The steel factory is a man's domain. If Qin Huairu goes to work, what if she betrays our Jia family? What if another man entices her away? What will become of our Jia family's children? What of our family's reputation? If she truly goes, I might as well expel her from the Jia family. Our reputation would not suffer as a result. Yi Zhonghai grew anxious upon hearing this, and Qin Huairu felt a pang of worry as well. If she were to secure a position at the steel factory, her identity would shift to that of a worker, although she would still hold a rural household registration. The status of being a worker would eventually enable her to transition her registration to the city, thus securing her own food supply. Dear sister-in-law, if you prevent Qin Huairu from working, how will the Jia family manage? There are so many mouths to feed, Yi Zhonghai lamented. Jia Zhangshi harbored deep mistrust towards Qin Huairu, yet her doubts were not unfounded. Old Yi, do not say another word. I have distant relatives who can inherit the position. I will simply write to them to come and take over. They will support our family. You need not worry about this matter. Jia Zhangshi's response was curt, leaving no room for further discussion. Yi Zhonghai felt a jolt in his heart. He had not anticipated Jia Zhangshi's profound suspicion towards Qin Huairu, which explained why Qin Huairu was reluctant to remain with the Jia family. Qin Huairu remained silent, merely lowering her head and weeping. She understood that speaking would only further solidify Jia Zhangshi's distrust. Dear sister-in-law, do not be foolish. How long has it been since you last contacted your relatives? Knowing someone's face does not equate to knowing their heart. What if you grant the position to someone who does not support the Jia family? Will your entire family starve? Furthermore, Qin Huairu is your daughter-in-law, and Bongging is your grandson. If you give the position away, and it ends up in someone else's hands, what will Bongging rely on for his future? Can you face old Jia or Jia Dongshu with that decision? Do not blame me for not warning you. If such a day comes, no one in the courtyard will pity your family, and no one will hold you, Jia Zhangshi, in esteem. You will no longer deserve that name. You might as well revert to being Zhang Xiaohua. Yi Zhonghai's words were sharp and struck a chord with Jia Zhangshi. She recognized the validity in his statements, yet she remained uneasy about entrusting Qin Huairu. After pondering for a moment, she declared, I can agree to Qin Huairu working, but I have several conditions. If she agrees, I will allow it. If not, I can simply call back Zhang Xiaohua. My son is gone. I have nothing left to lose. The future of my grandchildren is theirs to determine. If Bongging becomes successful, he will not need our Jia family's position. Noticing a slight shift in Jia Zhangshi's stance, Yi Zhonghai's anxious heart eased somewhat, though his expression remained stern as he urged her to continue. After a moment of silence, Jia Zhangshi spoke again. Qin Huairu must provide me with 3 yuan each month for my support. She will be responsible for all household expenses. While I will assist with the children, other matters I shall not concern myself with. Most importantly, Qin Huairu must sign a letter of commitment stating that the Jia family's position is solely for Bongging and cannot be given to anyone else. The final condition I will discuss privately with Qin Huairu. If she agrees to the previous terms, we will speak further. If she disagrees, she may give birth and take all the girls with her. I will go to the street office to explain the situation, and from then on, she shall have no ties to the Jia family. If she wishes to marry or find another man, it is of no concern to us. Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu were both taken aback, surprised by Jia Zhangshi's unexpected assertiveness. Particularly for Yi Zhonghai, Jia Zhangshi's demeanor was entirely beyond his calculations. He had believed that without Qin Huairu, the Jia family would struggle to survive, yet he had not anticipated Jia Zhangshi's formidable resolve. Qin Huairu, possessing a deeper understanding of the Jia family than Yi Zhonghai, was aware that despite Jia Zhenqi's incessant claims of poverty, she still possessed the gold ring given by old Jia, and the family owned a sewing machine. Furthermore, Jia Dongshu had provided Jia Zhangshi with a steady income of 5 yuan each month for the past decade. Jia Zhangshi indeed had her own means. Should the situation become dire, she had the option of liquidating her remaining assets, leaving Yi Zhonghai with nothing but money, property, and position, or facing dire consequences. Her insistence on expelling Qin Huairu and her granddaughter stemmed from her suspicions and disdain towards Qin Huairu, particularly due to her constant weeping, which only served to irritate Jia Zhangshi further. She also held a superstitious belief that Qin Huairu's tears had somehow contributed to Jia Dongshu's demise. Expelling her granddaughter was merely a matter of practicality, as they were seen as a financial burden, wasting food within the household. Chapter 60. Qin Huairu's compromise. Yi Zhonghai glanced at Qin Huairu, harboring an intense resentment towards Jia Zhangshi. He had not anticipated the extent of Jia Zhangshi's ruthlessness. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as Jia Zhangshi was still present, and this was a matter concerning the Jia family. His involvement was merely as Jia Dongshu's mentor, discussing the family's livelihood. Should he interject on Qin Huairu's behalf, or show favoritism towards her? Jia Zhangshi would only grow more suspicious of Qin Huairu. He had to maintain the facade of supporting the Jia family, as was expected of a mentor. Moreover, Jia Zhangshi's decision to let Qin Huairu go could be seen as a gesture towards her new life. There was no right or wrong to articulate, and any attempt at persuasion would be unsuitable. It was easier for women to advise, but men should refrain from speaking. Qin Huairu was aware of the intricacies of the situation and observed Yi Zhonghai's predicament. "Uncle, please wait outside for a moment. I must first hear my mother's final demand before making a decision," she said. Yi Zhonghai nodded and retreated to the courtyard's water basin, lighting a cigarette to collect his thoughts. Qin Huairu turned to Jia Zhangshi. "Mother, what is the final condition?" Jia Zhangshi glanced at her, then stated plainly, "Qin Huairu, once you start working at the steel mill, I know you won't be able to resist. At 30, one is as fierce as a wolf. At 40, as fierce as a tiger. Once you begin your job, I will have no control over you." "Mother, I won't. You must believe me. I would never betray the Jia family," Qin Huairu hurriedly explained, tears streaming down her face, her expression turning earnest and aggrieved. "Be quiet. I do not want to hear you say you won't. I want to believe that you surely will. Just listen carefully," Jia Zhangshi commanded. Qin Huairu lowered her head in silence, harboring a deep resentment towards the old woman. Yet for the sake of the Jia family's position and home, she had no choice but to endure. To bear it was to have a future. To not endure was to lose everything. "Qin Huairu, if you wish to inherit my Jia family's position, you must get an IUD before starting work. If you do not, I cannot trust you." "Think it over," Jia Zhangshi declared. Qin Huairu was taken aback, astonished by Jia Zhangshi's cunning. She had never encountered such a shrewd Jia Zhangshi, who was neither unreasonable nor capricious, but spoke with clarity and logic. Qin Huairu realized that in this contest of wits, she was at a disadvantage against Jia Zhangshi. She hesitated, pondering that with Jia Zhongshi's current mindset, she could not outmaneuver her within the Jia family. However, the thought of leaving the Jia family was equally unbearable, even though she had spoken of departure in front of Yi Zhonghai. In truth, she was attempting to pressure Yi Zhonghai into marrying her. But judging by Yi Zhonghai's attitude, even if she truly left the Jia family, he would not marry her, leaving her with nothing. She had contemplated this throughout the day, reflecting on Yi Zhonghai's actions from the moment they met until last night. She realized Yi Zhonghai was unreliable, self-centered, and more selfish than the Jia family, possessing a cunning nature and a miserly disposition. Even if future children were to support him in old age, he would likely hold on to his wealth until his dying breath. At present, she could only calculate her gains, hoping to ascertain some of Yi Zhonghai's wealth. However, she could not afford to hang all her hopes on a single opportunity, for she could end up with nothing in the future. Mother, I promise you, I will get the IUD before starting work. Qin Huairu resolutely agreed to Jia Zhongshi's demand, recognizing the need for multiple plans. After all, she would soon have 3 children, ensuring her future financial security. Her immediate priority was to amass wealth. Seeing Qin Huairu's acquiescence, a smug smile spread across Jia Zhongshi's face. The world believed Jia Zhongshi lacked intelligence, yet this was merely her guise, akin to a deaf old woman feigning ignorance. Only the deaf old woman truly understood her genuine character and sharp intellect. After all, the deaf old woman had often clashed with Jia Zhongshi. Had it not been for her age, she might not have triumphed over Jia Zhongshi. In this male-dominated society, Jia Zhongshi managed to keep old Jia in check, not due to her short stature or unattractive appearance, but through her cleverness. In their household, Jia Zhongshi held sway, while old Jia attended to domestic chores. A woman devoid of strategy could hardly control someone as industrious as old Jia. Remember my words, Qin Huairu. Only through our cooperation can life for the Jia family improve. I shall continue my antics, and you shall persist in your victimhood. Thus, our family situation may improve. The residents of the courtyard will sympathize with us. I have played the villain, and being a good person is not difficult, Jia Zhongshi asserted, leaving Qin Huairu astonished. She now recognized that her mother-in-law was formidable, and all she could do was endure and devise alternative strategies. Only when Jia Zhongshi aged and lost her sharpness might she find her opportunity. Mother, I understand. I will raise the children well. They will not only support you in your old age, but me as well, Qin Huairu softly murmured, her head bowed. Jia Zhongshi smiled, contemplating that once Bang Gung grew up, Qin Huairu could be cast aside. By then, with age diminishing her allure, no one would desire her. She would become a harbinger of misfortune, and their son Dongshu would be doomed because of her. I will endure you for another 10 years. As for your dreams of the children supporting you in your old age, do not harbor such fantasies, she thought. All right, summon old E to come in. We shall finalize the agreement. I need to visit the steel mill tomorrow, Jia Zhongshi declared, signaling the end of her private negotiations with Qin Huairu. Mother, I will accompany you tomorrow, Qin Huairu expressed, eager to learn how much Jia Zhongshi would secure. There's no need. Stay home and look after the children. Do not meddle with such schemes in the future. These are remnants of my past dealings, Jia Zhongshi replied coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Qin Huairu was taken aback, quickly stating, I will go call Uncle E. Soon, Uncle E returned, and after a brief exchange, Yi Zhonghai began to write with a notebook and pen, while Qin Huairu awkwardly scrawled her name and pressed her handprint. After Jia Zhongshi secured the note, the matter was settled. Qin Huairu escorted Yi Zhonghai out before commencing her preparations for dinner. Chapter 61 The situation is growing more complicated. Yi Zhonghai returned home, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction within, yet he did not outwardly express it. Considering the current circumstances of Jia Zhongshi, he found them somewhat acceptable. In due time, he could offer some assistance, perhaps have Shaju deliver a lunchbox to Qin Huairu, and life would continue to unfold. Furthermore, he harbored a vague ulterior motive. He contemplated binding Shaju and Qin Huairu together, thus ensuring that Shaju's 2 rooms would eventually serve as a solid foundation for their future. With this arrangement, they would possess 5 rooms, alleviating concerns about marriage and children. As Yi Zhonghai pondered this, he felt a surge of pride, only to suddenly furrow his brow, realizing that it should actually amount to 6 rooms. Eventually, the home of the deaf old lady would also belong to him, having cared for her over the years. It was clear that her advanced age and lack of descendants meant that her property would surely be bequeathed to him, as she had previously indicated. When Zhang Xiaopi returned to the courtyard, Everyone else had already retired for the night. His visit had taken him to Fangshan village, situated upstream from Qinjia village, a considerable distance away. However, fortune favored the diligent. Through his persuasive rhetoric, several elderly women in the village recounted events from over a decade ago when individuals from the city had come to the countryside seeking to father children. Notably, a widow from the Bai family, who had borne 3 children, had consented to this arrangement and subsequently followed Yi Zhonghai. She returned to Fangshan village only once, entrusting her home to the villagers for management, claiming her intention to return to retire. She departed with her belongings, stating she was remarrying and would be moving to Beijing. This revelation left Zhang Xiaopi astounded. Wasn't the Bai widow the one who eloped with He Daqing? Astonishingly, she had once assisted Yi Zhonghai in fathering children, and his presence lingered in her story. How many lives had Yi Zhonghai manipulated? This meant that Yi Zhonghai and He Daqing were indeed connected, and the widow had truly borne 3 children. Thus, she had not aided Yi Zhonghai in fathering children. And it was unclear why Yi Zhonghai had relinquished her to He Daqing, who took her to begin a new life in Beijing. Zhang Xiaopi decided to set aside these thoughts for the moment. The more he contemplated, the more convoluted the matter became, and the intrigue only deepened. His mind felt overwhelmed, and he recognized that unraveling the truth would require considerable effort and time. Lying in bed, he summoned the farmland space and proceeded to harvest the prosperous fortune tree. Harvesting the fortune tree was successful. Congratulations on acquiring 2 small yellow fish. The small yellow fish will be automatically stored in the rural space. After gathering all the produce and replanting, he sold the cabbage and wheat from his storage before closing the farmland space. Holding a modest small yellow fish in his hand, he weighed it briefly before storing it away. A smile adorned his face. The small yellow fish weighed approximately 31 grams. He was unaware of the current gold price, and given the prohibition on gold transactions, he recalled that in the future, the price could soar to over 430 yuan per gram. Regardless, he had no intention of selling it. He would keep it, as it would serve as a hedge against inflation, far superior to mere currency. As the small yellow fish faded from view, he extinguished the light and drifted into slumber. With the break of dawn, Yi Zhonghai accompanied Jia Zhangshi to the steel mill. In Director Li's office, Jia Zhangshi wept profusely, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Although Director Li found her distress bothersome, he understood that the death of someone's child, especially under such tragic circumstances, warranted sorrow. It was particularly poignant for a parent to bury their child. Madam Jia, we share in your grief over Jia Dongshu's passing. The steel mill will provide the maximum compensation of 500 yuan in accordance with our policy. You may designate someone to inherit Jia Dongshu's position. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi rose indignantly. Director Li, my husband perished in service to this steel mill, and now my son, so young, has also died for its sake. The manner of his death was horrific, and yet the mill offers only 500 yuan? We were once a family of 2. And soon we will be 5. This amount is utterly insufficient. I cannot accept it. Just a few days ago, we contributed a significant sum to the mill. Had I known my son would meet this fate, I would have withheld that contribution. Now, I am left bereft, with nothing to sustain my family. How are we to survive under these circumstances? With that, Jia Zhangshi collapsed to the floor, wailing heart-wrenchingly, an agonizing display of despair. Director Li felt overwhelmed, yet he could not simply dismiss her. Meanwhile, several staff members gathered outside, discreetly observing the unfolding situation. Yi Zhonghai recognized that assisting Jia Zhangshi was imperative. If the Jia family were to thrive, he could find solace, while also saving some funds for Qin Huairu. Director Li, it is true that Jia Zhangshi's claims hold validity. They had exhausted their savings on fines, accruing substantial debts while relying on Jia Dongshu to repay them. This paltry 500 yuan compensation was indeed driving the Jia family to the brink of ruin. Yi Zhonghai's expression shifted to one of profound sympathy, and unexpectedly, he found a few tears escaping his eyes, which he pretended to wipe away discreetly. Chapter 62. The Oscar contender Director Li observed that Jia Zhangshi was weeping inconsolably, akin to the heavens collapsing, while Yi Zhonghai was equally engulfed in sorrow, tears streaming down his face. The situation weighed heavily upon him. The payment had only been made a few days prior, and now a life had been lost, resulting in significant loss. However, the factory's announcement had stated that the 2,400 yuan was to be used for aiding impoverished families. And the additional 480 yuan was collective property, which was, of course, not available for disbursement. Madam Jia, Master E, compensation follows a set protocol. It is not solely at my discretion. Even the steel mill lacks the authority to make unilateral decisions, he explained. Old Jia, Dongshu, I feel your plight. The steel mill lacks compassion. You sacrificed for the mill, especially you, Dongshu. Just days before your demise, the mill absconded with all our money, leaving the Jia family burdened with insurmountable debt. We are unable to sustain ourselves. Dongshu, rest assured, Mother will come to accompany you tomorrow. I will bring your wife, your 2 children, and the one yet unborn. We shall all confront the steel mill together. We shall depart as a family. Please wait for us, she declared fervently. Yi Zhonghai, sensing the urgency, interjected, Sister, do not escalate the situation. The leaders have their own difficulties. If your family is struggling, they will certainly devise a solution. Our steel mill is a collective. How could we allow the families of our employees to resort to such extremes? Rest assured, we would not want the steel mill to be branded a heartless establishment in the city. Releasing Jia Zhangshi, he approached Director Li, speaking in hushed tones. Director Li, please consider a solution. After Jia Dongshu's passing, numerous creditors have appeared at our door, fearing their funds will be lost. If this situation remains unresolved, they may seize the Jia family's belongings, even their home. If it comes to that, the Jia family might indeed come to the steel mill in desperation. Director Li's complexion paled. Should such a confrontation occur, the blame would fall upon them, damaging the steel mill's reputation. Madam Jia, please refrain from crying. Here is what we shall do. I will confer with the factory director and explore potential resolutions. Master E, stay with Madam Jia and ensure she does not lose hope. I will speak with the director immediately. With urgency, Director Li hurried away. The onlookers outside, witnessing his departure, scattered in a flurry. At this juncture, Jia Zhangshi ceased her tears but remained seated, drinking deeply from her cup, her throat parched from her earlier lamentations. Oldie, how much do you think the steel mill could possibly compensate? She inquired. Yi Zhonghai glanced towards the door before shaking his head. I cannot say. Whatever they can provide will suffice. It will ease your burden somewhat. Jia Zhangshi narrowed her eyes at Yi Zhonghai. Old E, if I receive a greater compensation, you won't abandon us, will you? After all, you were Jia Dongshu's mentor, though I may lack the means to prove it. If I speak the truth, the steel mill staff may still doubt you. Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened, urgency creeping into his voice. Silence yourself. Rest assured, I will support your family, but do not overstep your bounds or scheme against me. A sense of triumph surged within Jia Zhangshi, as she thought to herself that she had no intention of plotting against him just yet. To do so now would only diminish their family's income by at least 10,000. Yi Zhonghai felt cornered. Earlier that morning, he and Jia Zhangshi had reached an understanding. Should he refuse to cooperate, she would disseminate information about him. Although lacking concrete evidence, it would still tarnish Yi Zhonghai's reputation. After all, he was not the one dispersing funds, and if aiding the Jia family resulted in an improvement in their circumstances, it would ultimately lessen his own financial burden. He found himself harboring deep resentment towards Jia Zhangshi, but felt powerless against her. More than an hour later, Jia Zhangshi exited the steel mill, her face aglow with joy. Zhang Xiaopi rode towards the mill on Ma Xiaoyou's bicycle, trailing behind him a roll of dark blue fabric, 32 feet in length. He had just purchased it from the supply and marketing cooperative and had discussed it with Gu Dama the previous day, who had been delighted. In these times, each person received only 1 foot and 7 inches of fabric tickets annually. Crafting a suit required saving for many years. Gu Dama, being generous, had promised to provide buttons, and with this fabric, Zhang Xiaopi could manage to accumulate 5 or 6 feet, a fortunate turn of events indeed. As he approached the beaming Jia Zhangshi, strutting with an air of arrogance, he noted the bulging pockets of her clothing. It was apparent she had secured funds from the steel mill. Despite Jia Dongshu's death qualifying her for compensation, he was surprised by her apparent lack of sorrow. She wore a bright, sunny expression. Zhang Xiaopi chose to ignore Jia Zhangshi, observing her swaggering gait as she walked, oblivious to the passers-by. Jia Zhangshi was indifferent to any potential collisions, as she would simply take advantage of anyone who bumped into her. As Zhang Xiaopi passed within 3 meters of her, he pedaled past, and Jia Zhangshi only felt a slight breeze as he went by, paying her no mind as she continued towards the courtyard. He merely smiled, not stopping, as he headed towards the steel mill. In his farm space, Zhang Xiaopi discovered 2 stacks of money, each sealed, consisting of 5 yuan notes, totaling 1,000 yuan. He was astonished. Had the steel mill's compensation system truly reached such heights? As he had believed the maximum was only 500 yuan? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, knowing he would not retain that money. As he glided past Jia Zhangshi, he activated the farm space's ability to extract items from a distance, deftly relieving her pockets of their contents. This power had its limits. He had to be familiar with the appearance of the items within her pockets and remain within a 5-meter radius. Assuming the contents were money, he seized it without hesitation, envisioning denominations of 1, 2, and 5 yuan, and simply took what he could. Chapter 63. Zhang Xiaopi's recruitment efforts. Zhang Xiaopi arrived directly at the steel mill and parked his vehicle in front of the cafeteria. Gu Dama and Ma Xiaolu were already there, while Master Chao had yet to arrive. He handed a piece of cloth to Gu Dama. "Sister, 32 feet of cloth," he said. After receiving the fabric, Gu Dama cautioned him gently, "Xiaopi, in the future, do not flaunt such a large quantity of cloth so openly. Thankfully, this is our cafeteria, and we are all familiar faces. Otherwise, outsiders would undoubtedly question you." Gu Dama's concern for Zhang Xiaopi was evident as he smiled in acknowledgement. "Understood, sister." Gu Dama carefully stored the cloth, wrapping it in oil paper to obscure its appearance. At that moment, the cafeteria director hurried into the kitchen. Director Chen seldom visited the 5th cafeteria, typically overseeing the more prominent 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Upon seeing Director Chen, Gu Dama curiously inquired, "Director Chen, what brings you here to inspect our cafeteria today? I haven't seen you since last year." Director Chen waved dismissively, and then noticed Zhang Xiaopi mopping the floor. "Zhang Xiaopi, come here. Is it true that Section Chief Lin mentioned you can cook?" Startled, Zhang Xiaopi set down the mop and approached Director Chen. "Director, I can manage large-scale cooking, but I'm not very skilled with stir-frying. However, I can prepare simple home dishes." Hearing this, Director Chen relaxed a bit, then hurried to the 4th cafeteria. "You will be preparing the large meal today. The chef there was inebriated yesterday and is now hospitalized." Gu Dama urged, "Xiaopi, you should go quickly. If you do well, you might become a chef." Ma Xiaolu echoed her encouragement. "Yes, Xiaopi, hurry up." Zhang Xiaopi nodded and followed Director Chen, while Gu Dama watched them leave with a hint of worry, uncertain about how well Xiaopi would fare with the large meal. Ma Xiaolu, however, had confidence in Zhang Xiaopi, recalling his master's praise of Xiaopi's knife skills. "It should be fine. My master said Xiaopi's skills surpass mine." Gu Dama chuckled. "What does it mean for a formal worker to be assisting in the kitchen? It all depends on him now." Ma Xiaolu, feeling envious, muttered, "I wonder when I'll get to be a full-time employee." Gu Dama glanced at Ma Xiaoping, but chose not to discourage him, returning to her own tasks. With Xiaopi absent, they all had to work harder. Upon arriving at the 4th cafeteria's kitchen, Zhang Xiaopi found it quite similar to the 5th, only 2 people present. It seemed that both the 4th and 5th cafeterias were indeed the neglected corners of the steel mill. Zhang Xiaopi, Director Chen instructed, "You will be cooking here today. The expectations are not high. Just ensure it's edible. Don't cause any trouble." Zhang Xiaopi felt a surge of indignation at the implication that he might not be competent. "What do you mean by edible? While I may not be a professional chef, surely you cannot underestimate my abilities," he asserted. "Director, if you wish, I can whip up a dish for you to taste, and if you find it unsatisfactory, I shall cease." Director Chen, unfazed by Zhang Xiaopi's attitude, regarded him as a youth with a bit of spirit, dismissing any offense. "All right, prepare a stir-fried potato dish. There are pre-sliced potatoes available, so it shouldn't take too long." Zhang Xiaopi approached the pre-sliced potatoes, grabbed a handful, placed them in a large bowl, and soaked them in water. He then began boiling water, recalling the methods used in the 5th cafeteria, effortlessly putting his knowledge to use. "Director, do you prefer spicy or mild?" he inquired while waiting for the water to boil. "Just a touch of spice will suffice," Director Chen replied. Once the water was boiling, Zhang Xiaopi blanched the potatoes before quickly retrieving them. He heated the wok until it was very hot, added oil, followed by chili segments, which he sautéed briefly before adding the potatoes. A vigorous stir-fry ensued, and he added salt, knowing that the steel mill lacked MSG, a luxury reserved for high-end establishments. After tossing the dish a few more times, he splashed in some vinegar before plating it. As the aroma wafted through the air, Director Chen swallowed hard, clearly enticed by the enticing scent of the potatoes. "All right, you may serve as the chef here," he declared after sampling the dish. "Your skills are commendable. I'll let Lao Ge rest for a few more days." With that, Director Chen departed. In the kitchen, the other 2 workers, a young assistant and an elderly cleaning lady, were both surprised to see Zhang Xiaopi. You're one of us at the steel mill? I haven't seen you before, the cleaning lady inquired with a smile. Yes, Auntie, I'm Zhang Xiaopi from the 5th cafeteria, here for a temporary assignment, he replied. The young assistant chimed in. Zhang, your cooking presentation looks impressive. Zhang Xiaopi smiled, and soon the three became acquainted. The assistant was named Wang Mudun, and the cleaning lady was known as Chiu Dama. After chatting for a while, Zhang Xiaopi checked the time, realizing that the kitchen staff was limited, with only 50 or 60 people present, primarily laborers from the steel mill who were not picky eaters, as long as the food wasn't inedible. They worked hard and preferred a saltire meal to replenish their strength. Chapter 64. The Lost Compensation of Jia Dongshu. After conversing for a while and noticing the time, Zhang Xiaopi began to stir-fry. The steamed buns were already in the steamer when he arrived, prepared in a predetermined quantity. Zhang Xiaopi's cooking technique was as fierce as a tiger, yet he was certainly not foolish. He expertly tossed the contents of the large pot. Had Xiazhu witnessed this, he would have been astonished. For Xiazhu could only manage to toss the contents 5 or 6 times before needing a brief rest. In contrast, Zhang Xiaopi did not pause, only stopping momentarily to add seasonings. The dishes today were quite simple, shredded potatoes and spicy pickled cabbage. Finding the menu somewhat monotonous, he noticed an abundance of pickles and several blocks of tofu in the kitchen, leading him to prepare a pot of pickled vegetable and tofu soup, albeit slightly on the salty side. Wang Mudun, this soup is intentionally a bit salty. If anyone finds it too salty, they can simply dilute it with some water, thus avoiding waste. Wang Mudun took the pot to the dining hall. Aunt Chiu returned to fetch the buns, smiling. You really thought this through. This way, everyone can adjust to their taste. Given the limited ingredients in the kitchen, they had no need for a separate cooking station. All right, you all continue with your tasks. I'm off to the 5th dining hall to lend a hand. Zhang Xiaopi dashed back to the 5th dining hall, as preparing these 2 dishes did not consume much time. Master Chow looked upon Zhang Xiaopi's return with surprise. Xiaopi, why have you come back? Did something go awry? Shall I assist you? Master Chow teased with a grin. No, it was just 2 dishes, and there were even fewer diners than in our hall. I once thought our hall was the most relaxed, but I have come to realize that the 4th dining hall is indeed the most leisurely. Aunt Gu chuckled in agreement. The 4th dining hall's patrons preferred a heavier flavor, leading them to find the dishes less appealing, and consequently, workers generally avoided it, save for those from nearby warehouses. Before long, it was time for the meal. Inside the 4th dining hall, a curious loader inquired. Who prepared today's meal? It tastes different from what Master Gu usually makes. A young lad cooked it. Master Gu is in the hospital, so this young man will be cooking for the next few days. Is it not to your liking? Aunt Chiu responded after tasting the dish. Not quite. I just find it a tad bland. I know our tastes are heavier than average. Perhaps this young man is unaware. The worker continued. You should try the soup. It was intentionally made a bit salty. After sampling the soup, the workers nodded in approval. Exactly, it's fine as long as there's soup. The doctor has advised against overly salty food, but we sweat a lot and need the strength to work. A bit of soup suffices. With that, the worker took his meal and departed. In the courtyard, the women gathered in the central area, observing the situation at the Jia household. Upon returning indoors, Jia Zhangshi immediately exhibited a tense demeanor and rushed out of the courtyard, wailing as she came back, continuing to cry uncontrollably. Qin Huairu sat by the Kong, her face pale. Jia Zhangshi, seated on the ground, was weeping profusely. What kind of wicked person would steal my money? 1,000 yuan. This is a matter of life and death for me. Jia Zhangshi lamented, striking the ground with her hands. Mother, where did you drop it? Let us go back and search. Jia Zhangshi continued to cry and curse. Search for what? I have already looked several times and found nothing. It must have been picked up by someone else. Jia Zhangshi kept pounding the ground, wailing loudly. Qin Huairu felt faint from anger. How could 1,000 yuan just vanish? This old woman truly deserved her fate. Mother, shouldn't we hurry to the police station? You had your money in 2 pockets. It's impossible for both to have fallen out. It must have been stolen. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi immediately stood up. You're right. It must have been stolen. Let us go to the police station and catch the thief, and when we do, we'll make them eat peanuts. Let us go. Jia Zhangshi declared before sprinting out of the courtyard. Qin Huairu wished to follow, but her heavy belly hindered her from keeping pace with Jia Zhangshi. She could only remain at home, sighing in frustration, internally cursing Jia Zhangshi for being so astute in daily matters, yet failing to manage such a trivial issue. She began to suspect that Jia Zhangshi had hidden the money and was merely pretending it was lost to keep it from her. Within the steel mill, Zhang Xiaopi held a sheet of paper and a pen, swiftly writing something down. By this hour, the kitchen staff had already left, leaving him alone in the dining hall. Once he finished, he looked at the contents of the paper and chuckled to himself. He first checked the main entrance of the dining hall to ensure no one was watching, then took out an oiled paper, wrapping the money and the paper securely, fastening it with a fine string used for bundling vegetables. He did not rush to leave, but remained in the dining hall, summoning the farm space to begin harvesting the Gongxi Fatsai tree. Harvesting of the Gongxi Fatsai tree successful. Congratulations on acquiring 100 farm coins. Farm coins have been automatically credited. Zhang Xiaopi was taken aback. He had anticipated that farm coins could also be harvested from the Fatsai tree. He checked his total, now amounting to 1,003 coins, which was sufficient. After selling the wheat and cabbage from his storage, he reached a total of 1,090 farm coins. He hurriedly upgraded his farm to level 2. Ding! Farm upgrade successful. Zhang Xiaopi promptly summoned the marketplace and began to examine it closely. This time, there were numerous items available, including potato seeds, tomato seeds, corn seeds, sorghum seeds, cucumber seeds, chive seeds, chili seeds, and garlic seeds, each costing 2 farm coins. Zhang Xiaopi purchased 2 seeds each of tomatoes and chives, and 1 seed each of the others, then directly sowed them. The planting time had also changed, previously maturing every 3 hours. It was now every 6 hours. He closed the farm space, locked the dining hall door, and departed. Chapter 65. The donation from Jia Zhangshi to Jia Dongxiu in the evening. Jia Zhangshi returned home dejectedly, lost in thought, her hair in disarray, and her demeanor appearing rather foolish. Despite Qin Huairu calling her several times, Jia Zhangshi remained unresponsive. Realizing there was no hope, Qin Huairu soon learned from Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui that Jia Zhangshi had lost Jia Dongxiu's compensation money. While Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui felt a pang of heartache over the lost fortune, it infuriated Yi Zhonghai, who, feeling disheartened, retreated to his room. As dinner time approached, the entire courtyard was enveloped in a peculiar silence, everyone wary of provoking Jia Zhangshi, who was immersed in her anger over the lost money. At that moment, Qin Huairu arrived at Yi Zhonghai's doorstep. "Uncle Yi, we cannot go on like this. There is nothing to eat at home. And my mother-in-law is still sitting there in a daze, not uttering a word." Yi Zhonghai pondered for a moment before responding. "Jia Zhangshi truly cannot be trusted to do anything good. I will have Aunt Yi send 10 jin of cornmeal to your home. I will discuss with old Lu and old Yen about organizing a relief meeting for your family. Otherwise, the Jia family may starve to death, especially considering how carelessly the money was lost." Qin Huairu quickly replied, "Thank you, Uncle Yi. I shall return now." After expressing her gratitude, she departed. Aunt Yi, having overheard Yi Zhonghai's words, retrieved 10 jin of cornmeal from the kitchen. "I shall deliver this to Qin Huairu's family. Such a sum of money lost so easily. Truly, misfortune begets misfortune. I have never encountered someone so unfortunate." Yi Zhonghai sighed deeply, realizing that the quiet life he had hoped for was likely slipping away. At that moment, Zhang Xiaopi joyfully returned to the courtyard, munching on a cabbage. Yi Zhonghai, seeing him, chose not to acknowledge him, instead casting a stern glance at Zhang Xiaopi as he walked past and headed to the front yard. Zhang Xiaopi, in high spirits, paid no heed to Yi Zhonghai's glare. After all, who would care about the opinions of a beast? He felt cheerful after his visit to the orphanage, where he had secretly left a parcel of money with the gatekeeper. He was not concerned about the gatekeeper pilfering the funds or informing anyone. After all, those in charge of the gate were formidable individuals, battle-hardened veterans with no family ties, whose integrity was beyond reproach. As Zhang Xiaopi had anticipated, upon opening the parcel, the gatekeeper was taken aback when he discovered 2 stacks of money. He examined the note atop the bundle, which read, "Mother Jia Zhangshi and son Jia Dongxiu have donated 1,000 yuan to the orphanage, hoping the children grow up well and contribute positively to society." The gatekeeper, feeling a surge of excitement, immediately picked up the phone to call the director. Before long, the director arrived, equally exhilarated, for they were perpetually in need of funds. This 1,000 yuan was no trifling sum. It could cover the monthly food expenses for the 70 orphans for nearly 5 months, given that their meals cost merely 3 yuan per child each month. "Old Ma, did you see who left this?" the director inquired. Old Ma shook his head. "No, I went to fetch water and returned to find the money here. To donate such a large amount, they must not want us to thank them publicly." The director contemplated for a moment, then said, This simply cannot do. It is a tremendous act of kindness. Although we are unaware of their origin, I shall call a friend at the newspaper tomorrow to request a small corner to express our gratitude to these benevolent individuals. Old Man nodded in agreement. Director, that sounds like a sound plan. The director departed with the money, heading back to his office to make the call. Yi Zhonghai went straight to Yin Bugui's doorstep. Old Yin, have you eaten? Come out for a moment. Shortly, Yin Bugui emerged, curiosity etched on his face. Old Yi, what is the matter? Yi Zhonghai sighed, glancing towards the Jia family's direction. Jia Dongshu's compensation of 500 yuan has been lost, along with the 400 yuan compensation from a few days ago. The factory, seeing Jia Dongshu gone, felt pity for the Jia family and returned 500 yuan, which Jia Zhangshi also squandered. They are in dire straits. I propose we hold a relief meeting for the entire courtyard. Otherwise, they will truly starve, especially with Qin Huairu expecting. Yi Zhonghai laid out the situation plainly. Yin Bugui appeared troubled, gazing at Yi Zhonghai. Old Yi, no one in the courtyard is wealthy. We have never held such a relief meeting, and I am unsure how the others will react. Yin Bugui genuinely did not wish to convene such a meeting, as it would entail contributions from him as well. Old Yin, how can you lack compassion? The Jia family is already suffering greatly, and as one of the 3 elders, it would not reflect well if you do not extend assistance. You are well aware of the Jia family's circumstances. If we 3 elders do not take the lead, and should something unfortunate happen to Qin Huairu's unborn child, it would be a disgrace to all of us in the courtyard, especially for us 3 elders, particularly as you are a teacher. Others may accuse us of being heartless. We are known as the commendable and united courtyard, a reputation we cannot afford to tarnish. Yi Zhonghai expressed his frustrations passionately. Yin Bugui, realizing he had no viable argument, conceded, if you insist on holding the meeting, so be it. Let us do it after dinner tonight. Please inform old Lu. With that, Yin Bugui returned home, knowing he had no choice in the matter, bound by his role as one of the 3 elders. Chapter 66. The General Assembly. Upon witnessing Yin Bugui's agreement, Yi Zhonghai felt relieved that resolving Lu Haizhong's issue would be manageable. He sought out Lu Haizhong, initially echoing his previous sentiments to Yin Bugui, though the latter part of his discourse diverged. Old Lu, it is imperative that you lend your support to this matter. We are united as the esteemed Siheyuan, and for the honor of our community, your backing is essential. If the Jia family encounters misfortune, it would fall upon us, the elders, to bear the responsibility. How could we face the community when seated in positions of authority? Yi Zhonghai spoke earnestly, his gaze imbued with a hint of sorrow as he addressed Lu Haizhong. Listening to Yi Zhonghai's words, Lu Haizhong felt a twinge of embarrassment, his heart racing with anxiety. He harbored aspirations of ascending to a leadership role, and the prospect of this situation jeopardizing his future weighed heavily on him. All right, old Yi, if you insist, I shall comply, he acquiesced. Yi Zhonghai's countenance brightened upon Lu Haizhong's agreement. Upon returning home, Qin Huairu found Jia Zhangshi lost in thought. Mother, the elder is convening a relief assembly. Will you attend? Qin Huairu remarked, her expression tinged with disdain. Jia Zhangshi, roused by the mention of the relief assembly, looked at Qin Huairu with renewed enthusiasm. Of course, why wouldn't I go? It would be foolish to turn down financial aid, she replied, her spirits visibly lifted. Qin Huairu was taken aback by the rapid shift in Jia Zhangshi's demeanor. She pondered how her mother-in-law could oscillate between cleverness and folly. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts. Qin Huairu, remember to feign a pitiful state. If others see your plight, they will be more inclined to assist us. Jia Zhangshi resumed her cheerful demeanor, seemingly having forgotten her previous concerns about money. Qin Huairu, struggling to keep pace with Jia Zhangshi's erratic logic, merely nodded in response, her silence a testament to her own prowess in eliciting sympathy. In another part of the compound, Zhang Xiaopi was munching on cabbage while engrossed in the romance of the 3 kingdoms when Lu Guangtian called out from outside. Zhang Xiaopi, the courtyard is holding a general assembly. Hurry up, Lu Guangtian announced before rushing off to summon Su Damao. Zhang Xiaopi folded the corner of his book and placed it on the table, clutching the cabbage as he exited, curious about what the gathering might entail. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he noted a considerable assembly of individuals. A glance around revealed an octagonal table where 3 elders were seated, Yi Zhonghai at the head, with Lu Haizhong on the left and Yin Bugui on the right. The trio exuded an air of authority, appearing quite imposing. Zhang Xiaopai muttered under his breath, indeed, the less one possesses, the more ostentatious the display. They are merely common folk, yet they have mastered the art of leadership posturing. His words, though spoken softly, caught the attention of many in the Siheyuan, including Yi Zhonghai and the others. What did you say, Zhang Xiaopi? Is there no decorum? Yi Zhonghai shot a disapproving glance in his direction. Nothing at all. Our village has over 500 residents, and even our village chief does not exhibit such airs. I find it peculiar. Is there an issue with my observation? Zhang Xiaopi replied, crunching on his cabbage audibly. The onlookers swallowed hard, not out of desire for the cabbage, but because they had never witnessed anyone consume it with such relish. You come from the countryside. This is a big city. Please refrain from eating your cabbage so noisily. I have never seen anyone eat raw cabbage in such a manner, Lu Haizhong scolded, pointing at Zhang Xiaopi, who had already offended him. What could I do? I once receive my salary for another 2 weeks, and I have no means to purchase food. This cabbage was a donation. I don't wish to eat it, but if I do, I'll just need to relieve myself more at night, Zhang Xiaopi retorted defiantly. Lu Haizhong was left speechless. Yet they overlooked a critical detail. Cabbage cost 4 cents per pound, and Zhang Xiaopi held approximately 6 pounds, which could be exchanged for 2 pounds of cornmeal. No one noticed this discrepancy, except for one individual. Zhang Xiaopi, do you not know how to manage your resources? That cabbage could be traded for 2 pounds of cornmeal, Sha Zhu mocked. Zhang Xiaopi was taken aback, realizing that Sha Zhu, contrary to his apparent simplicity, possessed keen insight. A rarity among the residents of the Siheyuan. Perhaps it was a chef's instinct, attuned to the nuances of ingredients. All right, enough of these trivial matters. We have serious business to attend to, Yin Bugua interjected, cutting off the exchange. The sound of crunching filled the air as Zhang Xiaopi took another bite of cabbage. Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened, yet he chose silence, recognizing the importance of the upcoming discussions. Zhang Xiaopi could eat as he pleased, as long as he did not disrupt the relief assembly. He had little hope for Zhang Xiaopi's assistance, as he was currently the poorest individual in the Siheyuan. At that moment, the courtyard was quiet, save for Zhang Xiaopi's crunching. Many residents fixated on the cabbage, their mouths watering as they felt their earlier meals begin to feel insufficient. Even Yin Bugua and Lu Haizhong appeared to be drawn in by the sight. It was not that they coveted Zhang Xiaopi's cabbage. Rather, his enjoyment of it was genuinely appetizing. Yi Zhonghai opted to close his eyes, choosing not to witness the spectacle. Chapter 67. The Rescue Conference. After a wait of roughly 5 to 6 minutes, Yi Zhonghai discreetly opened his eyes and observed that all the residents of the Siheyuan had gathered. He cleared his throat softly, and only then did the collective gaze of the crowd refocus on the 3 esteemed elders. Satisfied that he had their attention, Yi Zhonghai began to address them. My dear neighbors, you are all aware of the unfortunate situation concerning the Jia family. Jia Dongshu has passed away, and Jia Zhangshe received a meager compensation of 500 yuan. Furthermore, the steel mill, out of humanitarian concern, returned 500 yuan from a 2,400 yuan fine that Jia Dongshu had to pay. It is indeed pitiful for their household. As you all know, their circumstances have become dire. They are left with only an elderly man, a pregnant woman, and 2 children. In the spirit of camaraderie that our esteemed Siheyuan embodies, we, the 3 elders, have resolved that today's gathering will serve as a rescue conference. We hope that everyone can extend their kindness to assist the Jia family in overcoming this crisis. At this point, Yi Zhonghai paused momentarily, scanning the expressions of those gathered. The crowd displayed a range of emotions. Some wore grim faces. Others appeared sympathetic, while a few were seemingly indifferent. However, no one spoke. A heavy silence enveloped the assembly. Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brows in frustration and continued, I understand that everyone is facing hardships, yet no matter how difficult your lives may be, they can hardly compare to the misery of the Jia family. Their plight has transcended mere hardship. They stand at the brink of despair. Moreover, with Qin Huairu heavily pregnant and nearing her time of delivery, if we fail to lend our support, and should anything unfortunate befall her, we, as residents of this Siheyuan, would bear the weight of guilt. Just as Yi Zhonghai finished speaking, Zhang Xiaopi hastily stepped forward, eager to clarify, I have only recently moved into the Siheyuan. When I arrived, Qin Guafu was already in this condition. This has nothing to do with me. The child she carries is not mine. Zhang Xiaopi feigned ignorance, and the previously solemn atmosphere was abruptly shattered, eliciting laughter from the crowd. This lad has a way with words. Let us clarify that I am not involved either. Qin Huairu lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, feeling an urge to strangle Zhang Xiaopi for tarnishing her reputation and referring to her as Qin Guafu. Yi Zhonghai nearly choked in exasperation, his face turning an ashen hue. Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui stifled their laughter, mindful of their authority as elders. Jia Zhangshi immediately interjected, glaring at Zhang Xiaopi with fury. You wretched child! How dare you speak so? Who claimed you were involved? You are tarnishing the Jia family's reputation and shall pay for it. Jia Zhangshi launched into another tirade. It was not I who said it, but one of the elders. If anything were to happen to Qin Guafu and her child, we, the residents of this Siheyuan, would all be guilty. I have been here for less than half a month, and when I arrived, Qin Huairu was already due any moment. I was still outside the gates then. This truly has nothing to do with me. You may suspect any man in the Siheyuan, but you cannot accuse me. I am innocent. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaopi's defense, Jia Zhangshi's anger reached a boiling point, for it was indeed a misstep by Yi Zhonghai. She shot an infuriated glare at him, who now bore an awkward expression. Zhang Xiaopi, step aside. No one claimed you were involved, Yi Zhonghai explained, exasperated. I knew it. You startled me. In the future, elder, please add a disclaimer saying that we are all guilty, except for Zhang Xiaopi. Thank you, Zhang Xiaopi retorted, before returning to munch on his cabbage. Yi Zhonghai felt his blood pressure rising. This was undeniably his blunder. Zhang Xiaopi had indeed twisted the words, making it difficult to refute his point. I apologize for the misunderstanding. My previous statement was an error, Yi Zhonghai admitted, feeling the tension he had built dissipate due to Zhang Xiaopi's antics. What I meant was, with Qin Huairu nearing her delivery, if due to the family's dire circumstances an unfortunate incident were to occur, we, as residents of this Siheyuan, would share the responsibility for not providing assistance. Given that the Jia family is in such dire straits, as good neighbors, we should support one another and extend our compassion to help them through this trying time. Zhang Xiaopi clapped enthusiastically, a piece of cabbage still in his mouth. The crowd was momentarily stunned, as were the three elders, Jia Huairu and Jia Zhangshi, all gazing at Zhang Xiaopi in disbelief. Yi Zhonghai could hardly contain his frustration. What are you doing, Zhang Xiaopi? Yi Zhonghai exclaimed. Zhang Xiaopi halted his applause, clutching the dwindling cabbage in his hand. I just felt moved by your eloquent speech, elder. I couldn't help but feel a swell of pride for living in this Siheyuan. As you can see, I have been subsisting on cabbage for nearly half a month, and my home contains but a single quilt. Everything else belongs to the steel mill. Shouldn't I be prioritized for assistance? I have noticed that Qin Guafu possesses a sewing machine, which is rather expensive. I've heard it costs about 180 yuan. And you need a ticket for it. If they are struggling, why not sell it? They could surely fetch at least 120 or 130 yuan. I am truly destitute. Shouldn't I be the one to receive aid? Elders, I humbly request that the Siheyuan extend assistance to me. The crowd was left speechless, jaws agape, and the expressions of Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu mirrored their astonishment. Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui were equally bewildered, and the atmosphere became eerily silent. Chapter 68. Zhang Xiaopi is excluded from the conference. Zhang Xiaopi observed the astonished expressions of the crowd, deliberately making his presence known, particularly before the three elderly gentlemen, circling around them and pointing at himself, proclaiming, I am indeed destitute. It would be remiss not to assist me. Yi Zhonghai, snapping back to reality, glared at Zhang Xiaopi, his face a dark shade of fury. Zhang Xiaopi, aid should be prioritized. Your request for assistance can be addressed later. We are currently deliberating on matters concerning the Jia family. Yi Zhonghai was incensed, wishing he could strangle Zhang Xiaopi. That is not correct, my good sir. Shouldn't we first aid the most impoverished? I am the most destitute in this courtyard, hence I should receive priority for assistance. The Jia family still possesses a sewing machine, which, if sold, could sustain them for another 6 months. They can wait their turn. The Jiazhong family glared at Zhang Xiaopi with palpable disdain. Zhang Xiaopi, it is not that I am unwilling to facilitate your request for assistance, but as a mere tenant of the courtyard, you do not qualify as a permanent resident and therefore fall outside the scope of aid. Once you have been allocated a room and become a permanent resident, you may approach me again. Yi Zhonghai cunningly seized upon this point, providing a seemingly reasonable explanation. Oh, so that is the case. I must apologize to you, sir. Does this mean I may take my leave? As a tenant, I am not eligible to participate in the courtyard assembly. The three elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, with Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui, both turning to Yi Zhonghai. Very well, you may go. You are not permitted to attend future courtyard assemblies. Zhang Xiaopi, munching on a cabbage, departed nonchalantly. He had intentionally provoked the situation, finding Yi Zhonghai's explanation unworthy of rebuttal. He had no desire to involve himself in the assembly, which was filled with the most base of discussions. He had successfully extricated himself from any entanglement. At that moment, Yin Bugui furrowed his brow, casting a meaningful glance in the direction Zhang Xiaopi had left, yet he remained silent. The others were oblivious to any underlying issues. They were well aware that Zhang Xiaopi was financially destitute. Whether he attended the aid assembly or not made little difference. His presence merely served to disrupt their proceedings, and they longed to finish quickly and return to their slumber. Yet, they failed to notice the significance of Zhang Xiaopi's words. He had stated that he would not participate in future assemblies, and it was Yi Zhonghai who had made that determination. Should the residents of the courtyard conspire against Zhang Xiaopi in the future, he could entirely disregard the notion of the assembly. All blame would fall squarely upon Yi Zhonghai's shoulders. He understood that a confrontation with the residents was inevitable, and he could not evade the assembly forever. However, the leverage Yi Zhonghai had unwittingly given him could now be used against him to bear the consequences. Having escaped the quagmire of aid, Zhang Xiaopi had also cleverly set a trap for Yi Zhonghai, while analyzing the situation of the Jia family. Their possession of a sewing machine indicated they were not as impoverished as claimed. Any further donations were no concern of his. One could only conclude that they were either foolishly wealthy or had ulterior motives, possibly drawn by the allure of Qin Huairu. Upon Zhang Xiaopi's departure, Yi Zhonghai, Jia Zhang, and Qin Huairu all sighed in relief. This boy had no money but was adept at sowing discord. If he remained, the aid assembly would surely collapse. During the earlier commotion, Sha Zhu had remained silent, fully aware that if true aid were to be dispensed, Zhang Xiaopi should be at the forefront. However, it was evident that no one in the courtyard would extend a helping hand to him. He had no influential backing, nor did he possess amiable relations with his neighbors, and certainly no charm. Yi Zhonghai signaled to Qin Huairu with his eyes. She immediately began to weep, her cries heart-wrenching. Please, everyone, help our family. We truly cannot endure any longer. The child within me is in peril. We lack even the funds for childbirth, and we are on the verge of starvation. I implore you all, good deeds yield good fortune. Our Jia family will forever be grateful. As she wept, Qin Huairu continued to plead. Jia Zhang quickly put on a facade of urgency, adding, yes, our Jia family will be eternally grateful. Please assist us. Recognizing that time was of the essence, Yi Zhonghai interjected. All right, let us move past this interlude. Zhang Xiaopi is a rural lad unfamiliar with the customs of our courtyard. I shall lead by example and donate 10 yuan. With that, Yi Zhonghai placed 2 10 yuan notes on the table. Lu Haizhong's eyes twitched slightly, but he gritted his teeth and placed 10 yuan on the table as well. If old Yi has donated 10, I shall do the same. Now it was Yin Bugui's turn to feel the heat. He awkwardly smiled at the crowd. Everyone knows my salary. I cannot compare to the earnings of the first and second elders. I shall contribute 2 yuan. He reluctantly retrieved 2 yuan and placed it on the table. Yi Zhonghai did not mind the amount Yin Bugui contributed. He understood his financial situation and sought his support. Jia Zhang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. While Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong had each donated 10, Yin Bugui contributed a mere 2. However, the thought of having already collected 22 yuan was encouraging. Surely, more would follow, and such charitable events must be organized frequently, ideally, once a month, or even bi-weekly. Qin Huairu felt exhilarated, realizing that this method of acquiring funds was far more expedient than working. At this juncture, Sha Zhu stepped forward. I shall donate 5 yuan. Sister Qin is truly pitiful, and we must all lend our support. Sha Zhu placed 5 yuan on the table and immediately turned to Su Damao. Su Damao, do not let me surpass you. I have donated 5 yuan. Sha Zhu beamed at Su Damao, who could not allow himself to be outdone. Sha Zhu, I will also donate 5 yuan. I am not short of money and will not be outdone by you. Su Damao produced 5 yuan and slapped it down on the table with a resounding noise. Yet, no one was angered. Sha Zhu and Su Damao were natural rivals. Though Jia Zhang's face displayed a semblance of restraint, her eyes sparkled with delight. They had already amassed 32 yuan, and she hoped for even greater contributions, as her family was truly in dire straits. Chapter 69. Jia Zhangshi is appreciated. The residents of the Siheyuan observed that the 3 esteemed gentlemen, along with Sha Zhu and Su Damao, had generously contributed funds, leading them to exchange hushed whispers. Their expressions bore a hint of resignation. Given the collective donations, it would be unwise for anyone to abstain, lest they face scrutiny, particularly under Siheyuan's vigilant gaze. At that moment, someone finally spoke up. I will donate 1 yuan. I will contribute 50 cents. I will offer 20 cents. I will give 1 yuan. I will donate 10 caddies of corn flour. I will contribute 2 caddies of grain coupons. Soon, the entire Siheyuan was engaged in the act of giving, with contributions ranging from 10 cents to 2 yuan. In no time, a considerable sum, approximately 50 yuan, along with a quantity of corn flour and grain coupons, accumulated atop the 8 immortals table. At this juncture, Qin Huairu emerged. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked upon the crowd. Supporting her belly, she bowed deeply to everyone. Thank you all for aiding the Jia family. We will surely express our gratitude in the future. Upon witnessing this, Yi Zhonghai gathered the collected funds and extended them towards Qin Huairu. However, before she could accept, Jia Zhongshi snatched the money away, declaring, "This money belongs to the Jia family. I shall safeguard it." With so many witnesses, Yi Zhonghai found himself at a loss for words. As Qin Huairu watched the funds disappear into Jia Zhongshi's pocket, her eyes ignited with fury. Well then, this assistance meeting has concluded successfully. I appreciate everyone's kindness and generosity, which exemplifies the unity and excellence of our Siheyuan. The hour is late, let us disperse. In no time, the crowd dispersed, and Jia Zhongshi hurried home. Qin Huairu, with a forlorn expression, turned to Yi Zhonghai, who could only wait for the remaining residents to leave. One of the elders took the money back. Once it enters her pocket, it is nearly impossible to retrieve, Qin Huairu lamented. Inform Jia Zhongshi that this money is meant for the entire courtyard to assist your family, not for her personal use. If she does not return it, the community will not support you in the future, Yi Zhonghai replied. His tone stern and deliberately audible for the Jia family and other neighbors to hear, hinting at the possibility of future assistance meetings. The faces of the residents turned sour. No one's money comes easily, and while one-time assistance might be acceptable, repeated requests could lead to resentment. However, dissent was futile unless they chose to leave the Siheyuan. Returning home, Qin Huairu relayed Yi Zhonghai's words to Jia Zhongshi, who remained silent, her gaze fixed inward. She extracted 3 yuan and handed it to Qin Huairu, stating, "This is the week's food allowance." With no choice, Qin Huairu accepted the money, realizing that obtaining funds from Jia Zhongshi was akin to climbing a mountain, nearly impossible unless by chance. Filled with frustration towards Jia Zhongshi, she lacked the courage to confront her. In the backyard, Zhang Xiaopi overheard the conclusion of the assistance meeting and let out a cold chuckle. Contemplating the consequences for those who dared to provoke him, he summoned his agricultural space, collecting all the items within. The yield from a plot of level 2 seeds could fetch 16 farm coins, yielding a profit of 14 coins, a commendable return. He bit into a tomato, savoring its sweet and sour flavor, finding it far superior to any tomatoes available in the market. Each was perfectly round, large, and vibrant red, boasting an exquisite appearance. After finishing the tomato, he produced a cucumber, crunching into it with delight, his face alight with smiles. The produce from this farm is exceptional. The cucumber is also top-notch. I wonder when garlic will be available. I would love to make garlic cucumber salad. He eagerly anticipated the animals that would be available in the ranch he could construct upon reaching level 3. Upon returning home, Yin Bugue furrowed his brow, his expression reflecting significant distress. The third aunt shared his sentiment. As 2 yuan was no trivial amount, it represented 3 to 4 days of their household expenses. Old Yin, you could have simply donated a few cents, yet you chose to give 2 yuan at once. Did you not hear old E mention future assistance meetings? If you donate 2 yuan now, what will others think when you only give a few cents later? The third aunt reproached him, her face clouded with discontent. Enough, I understand. Next time old E calls for an assistance meeting, I will certainly oppose it. If it must happen, let Jia family sell their sewing machine first. I refrained from speaking out today out of respect for old E. It is not worth the trouble of offending him and the Jia family in public. Yin Bugue expressed his dissatisfaction, his annoyance bubbling to the surface. Indeed, that boy from the backyard is correct. The Jia family is not yet destitute, making it inappropriate to solicit aid. If assistance is to be given, it should go to those truly in need, like that boy from the backyard. I passed by his home the other day and saw that they truly have nothing, he added. The third aunt concurred, you may not realize it, but that boy is quite astute and has pointed out an essential truth. However, Few paid heed to his words, allowing him to distance himself from the situation without causing offense. Thus, he remains unaffected by future assistance meetings or community gatherings. Yin Bugui envied this perspective, lamenting his own regret. He realized he should have supported Zhang Xiaopi's sentiments. Had he done so, today's assistance meeting would never have taken place. Chapter 70. Regrets of the courtyard dwellers. Yin Bugui and Zhang Xiaopi were not well acquainted, and there were subtle grievances in his heart towards the young man, rendering him unwilling to support Zhang Xiaopi. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he realized that Yi Zhonghai had already taken the lead in making a donation. Continuing to speak would only disrupt the situation and offend Yi Zhonghai. Are you suggesting that Zhang Xiaopi's words were deliberately intended for everyone's ears? Inquired Sandama with curiosity. Did you not hear what Oldie later said in the courtyard? Such relief gatherings will undoubtedly occur in the future. Zhang Xiaopi can choose not to participate, but what about the others? If they abstain, it would signify a lack of unity in the courtyard and would also incur Yi Zhonghai's displeasure. Many of us here work in the steel factory, and offending Yi Zhonghai would not bode well. Yin Bugui explained to Sandama. What about our family? The Jia family is struggling. Are we not facing difficulties as well? It's one thing for Oldie to target the slightly more affluent families, but why must we be included in this? Sandama replied, her face flushed with anger. Regardless, I will not agree to any future relief gatherings initiated by Oldie. If he wishes to hold them, let him do so. He has his agenda, and I have my own calculations. Just wait and see how I will counter him. In truth, many residents felt a twinge of regret after their donations, especially upon recalling Zhang Xiaopi's remarks. There were indeed astute individuals among them, but they did not wish to stand out like Zhang Xiaopi. Yi Zhonghai, the Jia family, Sha Zhu, and the deaf old lady were all formidable in their own right. Facing them together, they could only go along with the majority. If others refrained from donating, they would too. If everyone contributed, they would find themselves compelled to do so as well, fearing the repercussions from Yi Zhonghai and others. A small donation was merely a means to ensure a peaceful existence. Thus, the courtyard remained tranquil for nearly half a month, during which time Masterga from the 4th canteen returned. Zhang Xiaopi resumed his leisurely life at the 5th canteen. Xiaopi, did the director not promote you to chef? I heard you made excellent dishes in the 4th canteen. The transport workers claimed your cooking surpassed Masterga's. Anigu remarked, her face filled with indignation. Please, Ani, my salary is 27.5 yuan, and an 8th level chef earns only 30 yuan. Chefs work much harder than I do. Although I earn 2.5 yuan less, my work is far less strenuous. If I truly wanted to make more money, I could partner with Master Cao outside, earning as much as in the steel factory. I am simply seeking a stable job to avoid being labeled as a vagrant. It's all about living a peaceful life, Zhang Xiaopi explained. He was not in need of money. His farm had reached level 3, the processing plant was operational, and the ranch was thriving. The prosperity from the Gongxi Fatsai tree had yielded substantial profits in gold coins and bars, far beyond what he could spend. In this day and age, entrepreneurship was not feasible, and the paramount principle was to keep one's wealth discreet. He initially considered converting all his money into farm currency, but realized that rapid upgrades would render it unnecessary, and selling resources was not an option. He preferred to remain prudent in his endeavors. In 3 years, he planned to marry and start a family, envisioning a future where he could open a fresh produce supermarket for each of his children, allowing them to earn income effortlessly. An enticing prospect indeed. With over 1,000 yuan already, he found himself uncertain how to spend it. His most pressing need was merely to enjoy some food. With a tomato field yielding 7,000 pounds every 6 hours, he could not possibly consume it all within a year. You have quite the admirable mindset. While others strive for higher wages, you seem unconcerned. Auntie Gu teased with a smile. Ani, I am aware of my own abilities. I did not even graduate from elementary school, having attended the village school. Aside from farming and being industrious, I can only prepare simple home-cooked meals. I truly lack other skills, Zhang Xiaopi said, continuing to knead dough for buns. Xiaopi, I must say your outlook is commendable, but your low salary may hinder your prospects in finding a wife. I, on the other hand, must strive for improvement to earn more money and marry a beautiful bride, Ma Xiaoliu stated candidly. Auntie Gu shook her head in amusement, while Master Cao shot a disapproving glance at Ma Xiaoliu. Sixth brother, you possess a quintessential urban mindset, yet this remains a valid concern. While there is some truth to it, it does not encompass the entirety. Humans are complex beings. As two bachelors, we should refrain from discussing such matters, as we lack experience, Master Cao remarked. Life has improved. Thus people's thoughts have evolved, and their pursuits have changed. Auntie Gu and Master Cao shared a hearty laugh. Ma Xiaoliu, slightly confused, turned to his master and asked, "What does Xiaopi mean?" Understanding is not easily conveyed. You were born in the city, and your thoughts differ from Zhang Xiaopi's. Each of you leads distinct lives, and there is no right or wrong. Your varying life experiences shape your differing perspectives. However, little 6, there is no denying that your inner strength does not match that of Zhang Xiaopi, Master Cao added. Xiaopi, today is your first payday. Make sure to leave later, as the finance department begins distributing salaries at 3 o'clock, Auntie Gu cheerfully informed him. Zhang Xiaopi suddenly felt a jolt. He had forgotten that the salary was distributed on the 5th of each month. I completely forgot today is the 5th. It's my first paycheck. I should send some money back to my friends in the village to buy snacks, he replied with a smile, missing his companions dearly, yet uncertain if they thought of him in return. Chapter 71. Qin Huairu is in labor in the afternoon. The 4 individuals from the 5th canteen gathered in line at the finance office. Among those ahead in the queue were the staff from the 3rd canteen, and to everyone's astonishment, Xia Zhu was also among them. The finance personnel kept their heads down, avoiding eye contact, while employees approached to report their names, sign for their wages, and collect their payments. The head chef of the 3rd canteen was Siheyuan. The finance staff were seasoned veterans, familiar with the salary amounts of long-standing employees. Siheyuan's pay totaled 37.5 yuan, comprising a base salary of 35.5 yuan and an overtime allowance of 2 yuan. After counting the money, the finance staff handed it over to Xia Zhu, instructing him to have he sign for it. Xia Zhu, seemingly puzzled, wondered why the finance staff were counting when they had never made an error before. Siheyuan simply signed and turned to leave, but noticed Zhang Xiaopi in line for his wages, choosing to linger and observe. Perhaps he was curious about Zhang Xiaopi's earnings. Master Cao earned 30 yuan, Ma Xiaoliu received only 16.5 yuan, and Aunt Gu was paid 19.5 yuan. Zhang Xiaopi, a helper in the 5th canteen, stood before the finance staff. Taken aback, the finance personnel hesitated as they did not recognize the name. They promptly consulted the new employee ledger and then looked up at Zhang Xiaopi. Subsequently, they counted the money and handed it over. Zhang Xiaopi, who had worked for 27 days, received a total of 24.75 yuan. He counted the money and signed without hesitation, having already checked the amount while the finance staff were counting. When Xia Zhu collected his wages, his gaze was fixed on the money, having calculated the amount in his mind beforehand. Though Zhang Xiaopi appeared to be a robust individual with a jovial demeanor, he was far from naive and should not be underestimated. Superficial appearances could easily mislead one. At that moment, everyone except the 5th canteen employees expressed astonishment at Zhang Xiaopi's salary for merely being a helper. Xia Zhu lingered, while the others from the 5th canteen departed together. Eventually, Xia Zhu returned to the finance office, inquiring why Zhang Xiaopi, as a mere helper, received such a substantial wage. The finance staff, recognizing Xia Zhu, smiled and explained that Zhang Xiaopi was a formal employee, earning 27.5 yuan per month despite his position as a helper. The others understood, and Xia Zhu was momentarily taken aback, having assumed Zhang Xiaopi was a temporary worker. However, he bore no ill will toward Zhang Xiaopi. His inquiry stemmed purely from curiosity. Upon exiting the office building, the 4 individuals from the 5th canteen went their separate ways, each with their own tasks. Zhang Xiaopi embarked on a journey lasting over half an hour to the post office. Upon arrival, he found himself in possession of 2 packs of Chungung cigarettes and a bag of Da-Bai 2 milk candies. The cigarettes were purchased from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, where, despite the need for ration tickets, Chungung cigarettes were in oversupply and could be bought for a mere 2 yuan without a ticket. The Da-Bai 2 milk candies, collected from a previous auspicious occasion, were destined for Zhangjia village. Initially considering purchasing alcohol, he ultimately opted against it, mindful of the fragility of glass bottles during shipping. At the post office, he penned a letter, carefully packaging the 2 packs of cigarettes, the bag of candies, and 20 yuan to send back to Zhangjia village. Later that night, the Jia household erupted in commotion. "Mother, I am in labor. Quickly call someone to take me to the hospital." Jia Zhangshe immediately sat up in alarm. "What hospital? You've already given birth to 2 children. Just call for a midwife." Qin Huairu nearly collapsed from the exasperation of her mother-in-law's words. "Bonging, hurry and shout outside that I am in labor." I need the ants to take me to the hospital. Bongging dashed out of the house, calling, "Everyone, wake up! My mother is in labor." Zhang Xiaopi, who had already fallen asleep, was jolted awake by Bongging's shouts. He turned over, pulling the blanket over his head, muttering a curse. What nonsense is this? If she is in labor, then let her be. Why disturb the entire courtyard as if everyone owes your family something? At this moment, lights in every household flickered on. Yi Zhonghai and Xia Zhu, particularly anxious, emerged from their homes, standing outside the Jia residence where they felt it inappropriate to enter. An elderly aunt hurried out, and upon seeing her, Yi Zhonghai urged, "Dear, you should go inside and check." Without hesitation, the aunt rushed into the Jia household. "Sister-in-law, why haven't you prepared anything? We need to get Qin Huairu to the hospital." The aunt observed Qin Huairu and anxiously addressed Jia Zhangshi. "Hospital? A midwife will suffice. A hospital birth costs over 5 yuan, while a midwife is merely 1 yuan. She has already given birth twice, so there is no need for such delicacy. The opening is already large enough. What is there to fear?" Jia Zhangshi remained obstinate, refusing to consider a hospital. The aunt, seeing no other option, exited the Jia household. By now, a crowd had gathered in the courtyard, watching the unfolding situation. Old Jia Zhangshi refuses to take her to the hospital, insisting on a midwife due to the costs, remarked the aunt, her expression darkening with frustration. The act of childbirth is a significant matter for women. Although Qin Huairu had given birth twice before, risks remained. Yi Zhonghai's face turned ashen, his anger boiling over, as thoughts of his grandchild consumed him. Chapter 72. The secret hot pot broth recipe in the courtyard. Many had overheard the words of the elder matriarch, and they all sighed, shaking their heads in disbelief. They were lamenting the absurdity of Jia Zhangshi, who in the city still sought a midwife for childbirth. Yi Zhonghai, feeling a surge of urgency, turned to Xia Zhu and said, "Xia Zhu, go next door and borrow a cart. Let's have a few aunties help bring Qin Huairu out. We must take her to the hospital. If something goes wrong, Jia Zhangshi may not care about losing face for the courtyard, but we cannot afford to lose this life. Indeed, you should assist. If anything goes awry, our courtyard will bear the consequences," Lu Haizhong added. "You too, lend a hand. This is a matter of life and death," Yin Bugue echoed. Before long, 3 aunties entered and gently assisted Qin Huairu out. Xia Zhu returned with the cart, and everyone prepared to set off. "You are taking Qin Huairu to the hospital, and you will cover the expenses. The Jia family has no money," shouted Jia Zhangshi from within the house. Yi Zhonghai's face darkened at her words, nearly wishing to strangle her for her blatant disregard for her child's life. Yet, no one paid her any mind. This was not the time for argument. Soon, they transported Qin Huairu to the hospital, and the residents of the courtyard dispersed to return home and rest. When Zhang Xiaopi awoke the next morning, he learned that Qin Huairu had given birth to a girl named Huaihua, and the second and third aunties had already returned to the courtyard. The elder matriarch remained at the hospital to care for Qin Huairu, while the others headed off to work. As Zhang Xiaopi passed through the courtyard, he heard Jia Zhangshi's shrill voice cursing from within the house. What a useless creature, a waste of money, and now she has brought forth another burden. Zhang Xiaopi paid her no heed, thinking to himself that it was not her family's concern. Everyone in her household was a liability. Today, however, he had significant matters at hand. The maturation of his technological advancements was imminent, and this was of utmost importance. That evening, Zhang Xiaopi summoned the farm space within his room. He first harvested the crops, setting aside a portion for processing, as the market would not accept processed goods. The remainder was sold. His ranch had reached level 2, where he kept numerous chickens, ducks, geese, and black pigs. A level 2 ranch yielded daily outputs of 20 chickens, 10 ducks, 5 geese, 2 wild boars, 100 eggs, 20 duck eggs, and 10 goose eggs. The live chickens, ducks, geese, and wild boars could be sold or processed at the factory. The cost for livestock were 20 farm coins for chicklings, 30 for ducklings, 50 for goslings, and 100 for wild piglets. Ranch cycles were monthly, and as the level increased, so did the daily yield. Although it appeared more profitable than the farm, the market's buyback price was disappointingly low, with discrepancies reaching several times between the market and real-world prices, leaving Zhang Xiaopi somewhat troubled. Upon clicking to gather from the technological tree, another tree appeared beside the fortune tree, bearing the same gathering inscription. Zhang Xiaopi promptly clicked on it. Congratulations. Technology tree gathering successful. You have acquired the secret hot pot broth recipe. The recipe will automatically integrate into the host's mind. Transmission in progress. Before Zhang Xiaopi could fully comprehend the situation, the secret hot pot broth recipe entered his consciousness. He was taken aback, pondering whether hot pot truly constituted technology. In this era, conducting business was impossible. Even if he received this recipe, he could not utilize it. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. At least he could potentially open a chain of hot pot restaurants in the future. He examined the technological tree closely. It consisted of 9 spheres, with the bottommost layer illuminated, while the 8 above remained dark. He realized that he could still gather 8 more times, but was dismayed to learn that the next gathering would not occur for 3 years, nearly causing him to choke with frustration. He proceeded to gather from the fortune tree. Congratulations. Fortune tree gathering successful. You have acquired 2 packs of Chinese cigarettes, 2 large yellow fish, 2 bottles of Fingio, and 60 steelworker cards. Items have been automatically stored in the warehouse. Zhang Xiaopi did not bother to check, as he was accustomed to receiving such items. A level 1 farm could only yield 1 item at a time, but now, at level 4, he was able to gather 4 items at once. In the hospital, Qin Huairu lay in bed, gazing at the baby Huaihua beside her, a name privately chosen by Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai and Shazhu had arrived together at the hospital. The elder matriarch returned home by noon. Qinjia, look what I brought you to eat, Shazhu cheerfully approached with 2 lunchboxes. He opened one to reveal 2 steamed buns, and the other filled with chicken soup made from a rooster, for hens were precious and typically reserved for laying eggs. Generally, no one would sell them unless they were non-layers. Qin Huairu swallowed hard at the sight. Thank you, Shazhu, for taking such good care of me. I haven't had chicken soup in ages. She expressed her gratitude with sparkling eyes. Though her complexion was pallid from childbirth, Shazhu thought she was beautiful and felt a flutter in his heart. Don't mention it, Qinjia. You must nourish yourself after giving birth. It's essential, Shazhu replied with a grin. Yi Zhonghai, observing the interaction, felt a twinge of jealousy, yet it was also what he wished to see. Shazhu, you should head back now. I need to discuss some matters regarding the Jia family with Qin Huairu. I will return shortly, Yi Zhonghai instructed Shazhu. Uncle Yi, you just got here, and now you want me to leave? Shazhu felt a bit aggrieved and was reluctant to go. Seeing Shazhu's reluctance, Yi Zhonghai had no alternative. Could you step outside for a moment? I need to talk with Qin Huairu about family matters. It might not be appropriate for you to listen. Shazhu, understanding the situation, took the kettle beside Qin Huairu. I'll go get Qinjia a fresh pot of hot water. With that, he stepped outside. The hospital room contained other new mothers, prompting Yi Zhonghai to speak softly. Build a good relationship with Shazhu. When you return to work, I'll have him bring you lunch. Qin Huairu nodded in acknowledgement. Then why not let him provide us with a lunchbox now? Our family has been eating steamed buns every day recently, she lamented softly, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. That is out of the question. If you were to take the lunchbox home now, what would your mother-in-law think? At the very least, she must be made aware of your esteemed position within the Jia family. Furthermore, given her propensity for suspicion, she would likely misconstrue Shazhu's daily deliveries of lunchboxes, which could tarnish both your reputation and that of the children. Yi Zhonghai articulated the plan in detail. After contemplating, Qin Huairu concurred. If she were to bring it home now, her mother-in-law would undoubtedly cause an uproar and would scold her for it. Once Yi Zhonghai concluded his explanation, he took his leave, aware that Shazhu's presence could complicate matters should he linger too long. Chapter 73. Inequity. When Shazhu returned with a thermos of hot water, Yi Zhonghai was no longer present. Curiously, he searched for Yi Zhonghai everywhere. Where has Yi gone? He inquired of Qin Huairu. Immediately, Qin Huairu's eyes turned red, and she gazed at Shazhu with a pitiful expression, saying, Yi has gone back. He merely came to inform me of a few matters. Shazhu, Sister Qin is suffering. I have given birth to a daughter, and my mother-in-law will undoubtedly look down on me. What will I do in the future? Upon hearing this, Shazhu patted his chest reassuringly. Sister Qin, do not worry. I am here for you. Your mother-in-law is quite uninteresting. I hardly pay her any mind. What era are we in? Still prioritizing sons over daughters? Thank you, Shazhu. I have realized that within the courtyard, you are the only one genuinely supporting me. I will certainly need your help in the future. My husband has passed, and I fear that others will take advantage of us, a mother and her child. Qin Huairu expressed her grievances while looking at Shazhu with a heart-wrenching gaze. Shazhu felt a pang of pity. Sister Qin, rest assured, if anyone dares to bully you, I will stand up for you. As he spoke, his face flushed, and he shyly cast a glance at Qin Huairu. Sister Qin, with Jia Dongshu gone, How will you manage from here on? Have you considered me? Qin Huairu smiled faintly at Xia Zhu, yet her expression quickly darkened with worry. Xia Zhu, I understand your feelings. However, my husband has just passed. If I were to seek another partner now, what would others think of me? I must maintain my reputation for at least 3 to 5 years to avoid gossip. Qin Huairu subtly hinted at her feelings, leaving Xia Zhu uncertain whether her words signified acceptance or rejection. Instantly, Xia Zhu's face brightened, and he felt a thrill of excitement, realizing he might have a chance. Approximately half an hour later, Xia Zhu, beaming with joy, exited the hospital. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu's expression darkened, her heart filled with resentment towards Yi Zhonghai, Xia Zhu, and Jia Zhongshi. How could Yi Zhonghai presume to push her towards Xia Zhu to raise a son? What right did Xia Zhu have to marry her? Moreover, Jia Zhongshi, even as she was about to give birth, was unwilling to spare a few coins. Such disregard for her own life was simply unacceptable. As Qin Huairu contemplated these matters, a nurse approached the neighboring postpartum woman with medication. Qin Huairu glanced over. The woman had been groaning in pain all day, indicating a difficult labor. Qin Huairu remained silent, recalling her own painful first experience. Take this painkiller. Your situation is special, and you lack milk, the nurse said as she provided the medication to the neighboring woman. Thank you, nurse. This medication worked well for me at night, but the pain returned during the day. Could you give me a couple more pills? The woman implored. That is not permissible. This painkiller is addictive, and prolonged use can lead to dependence. It is detrimental to the brain's nerves, and excessive consumption may impair cognitive function, the nurse warned gravely. Qin Huairu's eyes brightened at this information, yet she refrained from speaking, choosing instead to close her eyes and rest, though a slight smile tugged at the corners of her lips. A night passed without incident, and the next morning at the 5th cafeteria of the steel rolling mill, Zhang Xiaopi remarked on the dwindling food supply in the kitchen. Sister, why are the portions becoming increasingly scarce and of poorer quality? For an entire week, it's been nothing but potatoes and cabbage. Isn't there anything else? I don't mind, but the workers cannot tolerate this. They put in hard labor, and I just visited the 4th cafeteria. Their food is just as lacking. Chef Gu mentioned that the laborers there nearly wrecked the cafeteria. Zhang Xiaopi expressed his indignation. He had often seen Xia Zhu bringing back good food, and if the factory were treating people unequally, the leaders would be utterly disgraceful. I am unsure. Ma Xiaolu, why don't you check the first 3 cafeterias? You have acquaintances there. Perhaps you can gather some information, Aunt Gu suggested to Ma Xiaolu. Ma Xiaolu quickly untied his apron and declared, I will go now. I'm about to be sick from this food. At that moment, Chef Chow arrived, noticing Ma Xiaolu's absence in the kitchen. Ma Xiaolu, hasn't Tihi arrived yet? Zhang Xiaopi turned to see Chef Chow. No, he came long ago. We sent him out to gather intelligence, Zhang Xiaopi replied. Chef Chow merely chuckled upon hearing this. What new happenings could there possibly be at the steel rolling mill? In such a large factory, fresh occurrences unfold daily. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Chef Chow, our cafeteria has been serving only potatoes and cabbage for a week, and the 4th cafeteria is the same. The quantities are dwindling, so sister asked Lu Gu to investigate the first 3 cafeterias, Zhang Xiaopi candidly shared. I wonder what the fuss is about. Is this not normal? You are new here, but Aunt Gu was transferred from the 2nd cafeteria. She wouldn't know either. There is no need for inquiry. It is likely that our food quota is insufficient. Ingredients are prioritized for the first 3 cafeterias, where the main production workshops are located. Naturally, they must ensure production. Most of us here are not part of the production department, Chef Chow explained casually, as he was already familiar with the inner workings. The chef could not know this. Their cafeteria nearly faced a riot. Zhang Xiaopi curiously asked Chef Chow. The personnel at the 4th cafeteria have long since changed. Chef Gu has only been at the steel rolling mill for a couple of years, so I would say the current staff at their cafeteria must have joined in recent years. Our 5th cafeteria opened in the latter half of 1961. I cannot recall the exact date, but Aunt Gu, do you remember? Chef Chow remarked while tying his apron. Indeed, my memory fails me. But I did not expect the portions to be so much less than when I was at the 2nd cafeteria, Aunt Gu reflected, unable to grasp the reason behind the dwindling supplies. There is little to be done. The meat processing plant allocates a set meat quota for us each month. Anything beyond that, the factory must procure independently. If the procurement office cannot secure meat, who can be blamed? In the future, should any workers instigate trouble, simply direct them to the Ersen cafeteria, assuring them that the dishes there are delectable. After all, the cafeteria is seldom frequented, and this is not a reflection of my culinary skills, nor does it pertain to us. If they choose to protest, they should address their grievances to the leadership. Soon, Ma Xiaolu returned, his countenance rather grim. The dishes at their Ersin cafeteria are far superior to ours, and even feature minced meat. Aunt Gu remarked, understood, your master has conveyed this. We now comprehend the underlying reasons. Aunt Gu recounted Master Chao's words to Ma Xiaolu, who fell silent. Zhang Xiaopai furrowed his brow, his expression somewhat discontented. However, we cannot show favoritism. I shall approach Director Chun to discuss the possibility of acquiring some provisions. With that, Zhang Xiaopai dashed out of the kitchen. Chapter 74. Senior Purchaser Zhang Xiaopi. Aunt Gu was anxious. It was only Zhang Xiaopi who would dare to confront the leaders. She hurriedly called out, Xiaopi, don't go and argue. They are the leaders. Let him be, Aunt Gu, replied Master Chao casually. He is a regular employee. The leaders won't take any action against him. Upon reflection, Aunt Gu found merit in his words. The temporary worker, Director Chun, had the authority to dismiss individuals. But for regular employees, a unanimous decision from the leadership team was necessary. As long as the mistake wasn't grievous, dismissal was unlikely. In fact, there had been instances in the past where someone had even assaulted a director yet remained employed at the factory. Zhang Xiaopi was no fool. He understood that offending the leaders would jeopardize the good prospects he had found for his agricultural products. With a demand for his goods and a supply at hand, the timing was fortuitous. Moreover, the disparity in provisions between the canteens provided him with ample justification to approach the leaders. Zhang Xiaopi made his way directly to Director Chun's office. Director Chun, I have a matter to discuss with you, he stated straightforwardly, placing a pack of mutant cigarettes on Chen's desk. Though he had access to Zhonghua cigarettes, he never offered those. Mutant cigarettes were considered a luxury for Director Chun. Director Chen's eyes lit up as he gazed at the mutant cigarettes for several seconds before smiling at Zhang Xiaopi. Zhang Xiaopi, you certainly know how to engage with people. Now what is it that you wish to discuss? Zhang Xiaopi took a seat, grinning. Director Chen, you are quite biased. The first, second, and third canteens have meat, and their dishes are superior to ours. Our fourth and fifth canteens are treated like stepchildren, with cabbage and potatoes served for over a week. The diners in our canteen have voiced significant discontent. The situation in the fourth canteen was so dire yesterday that they nearly overturned the tables. After listening to Zhang Xiaopi, Director Chun could only sigh and chuckle bitterly. Zhang Xiaopi, the ingredients are not my doing. Why would I be stingy? It's the factory's directive. With insufficient quotas, I have no recourse. The procurement department is merely a facade. We can hardly obtain any meat beyond the allotted amount. The factory manager has visited the meat processing plant numerous times, yet they refuse to supply us with more. Everyone is short on meat. What can we do? Zhang Xiaopi already knew that the directives originated from above, requiring at least the factory manager and deputy manageress approval. With the deputy manager on sick leave, it was undoubtedly Manager Yang's orders. Director Chun, I can procure off-plan vegetables, meat, and eggs, but you know that it's not in compliance. I cannot elaborate further. Director Chen's eyes brightened, and he whispered to Zhang Xiaopi, how much can you acquire? Zhang Xiaopi grew serious and replied quietly, 100 eggs daily, 100 pounds of pork, and vegetables depending on the demand. However, I must clarify that I am not engaging in profiteering. I am still young and do not wish to face any repercussions. Director Chen immediately became animated, looking at Zhang Xiaopi with delight. You're not pulling my leg, are you? In these times of scarcity, how do you manage to source so much meat? Zhang Xiaopi chuckled, Director Chen, I am utilizing the quota from the commune to procure for the steel factory. How could I not have some connections in the countryside? I cannot disclose further details. Director Chen recalled what Section Chief Lin had previously mentioned. Wait here, I will call the factory manager. He picked up the phone and briefly explained the situation to Manager Yang. Zhang Xiaopi, come with me. I will take you to the factory manager's office. Zhang Xiaopi followed Chun to the manager's office with a smile. A half hour later, he returned to the procurement department, where he obtained a procurement certificate and authorization. Instead of returning to the fifth canteen, he rode away on the procurement department's tricycle. After approximately an hour, he returned with 100 pounds of fatty pork and 2 baskets of eggs. Director Yun, the goods have arrived. Please weigh them and sign for me, he said as he entered the procurement director's office. That was quick. You're quite reliable. No wonder the factory manager assigned you to the food procurement department as a senior purchaser, Director Yun remarked, standing up. The meat processing plant only supplied the steel factory with 2,000 pounds of meat monthly, which seemed substantial, But for a factory with 10,000 workers, that equated to only £1 per person, totaling a need of £10,000 monthly. Thus, £2,000 was merely a drop in the bucket. And now with a capable person like Zhang Xiaopi procuring an additional £100 daily, he was indeed a benefactor for the steel factory. The steel factory's labor was physically demanding, and sustenance was essential for maintaining strength. As you said, I am part of the steel factory, and I must consider its interests, Zhang Xiaopi responded thoughtfully, exhibiting a grasp of the situation. After verifying the goods with Director Yun, they transported everything to logistics, leaving behind 5 pounds of meat and 5 eggs for the 5th canteen, a request Zhang Xiaopi took pride in making. Zhang Xiaopi then rode the tricycle to the finance office to collect the funds for purchasing the ingredients. As a senior purchaser for the steel factory, he bore no personal responsibility for any transactions. Therefore, the price for the meat was aligned with the supply price from the meat processing plant at 65 cents per pound, while the eggs were calculated at 35 cents each, the procurement price set by the supply and marketing cooperative. This way, Zhang Xiaopi faced no risk. He possessed the procurement certificate and authorization, enabling him to buy from anyone. If anyone accused him of profiteering, there would be no evidence against him. The 65 cents price was a state-controlled rate, meaning he charged the steel factory the same price. Even if his purchasing price was 70 cents and he sold it to the steel factory for 65 cents, it wouldn't be considered profiteering. Without profit, or even incurring losses, there could be no grounds for accusations of profiteering. Chapter 75. Qin Huairu leaves the hospital and returns to the Siheyuan shortly thereafter. Zhang Xiaopi arrived at the 5th canteen, riding a tricycle, laden with 5 pounds of meat and 10 eggs. Master Chow was adding dishes. Zhang Xiaopi delivered the meat and eggs to the canteen. Aunt Gu looked at Zhang Xiaopi with a smile, remarking, "Xiaopi, you have truly excelled. You've been transferred to the procurement department as a senior purchaser, which is quite the coveted position, earning 55 yuan a month." Director Chun had already informed them of Zhang Xiaopi's transfer to the procurement department, allowing them to manage his previous responsibilities, though the matter of the meat was left unspoken. Ma Xiaolu gazed at Zhang Xiaopi with envy. "I had intended to compete with you to see who could marry first, but now it seems I have no chance. At just 18, you could easily find someone willing to marry you." Aunt Gu burst into laughter at this. Upon hearing Ma Xiaolu's words, Master Chow also chuckled heartily. "Xiaolu, wash the meat. Today we celebrate Xiaopi's promotion with a feast." "Sure thing, Master. This meat is quite fatty. The workers are in for a treat today," Ma Xiaolu said, grinning as he held the 5 pounds of rich meat. Noticing the soy sauce was running low, Zhang Xiaopi took a bucket to replenish it. "Xiaopi, haven't you been transferred to the procurement department? Why are you still busy in the canteen? Shouldn't you be in your office?" Aunt Gu inquired curiously. Zhang Xiaopi responded with a smile. "Sister, as long as the purchasers complete their tasks, no one minds whether I go back or not. I could even sleep in my office without anyone bothering me. Besides, I only know a few of you here. This is my little nest. You can't chase me away. All right, do as you please. We're far from bored with you around," Aunt Gu teased. Master Chow and Ma Xiaolu erupted in laughter. In the following days, Zhang Xiaopi continued to deliver meat and eggs each morning, occasionally adding some vegetables. Then he would hide away in the 5th canteen, either sleeping or chatting. "Xiaopi, you have a day off tomorrow. Why not join me for a feast?" Master Chow said, sipping tea and shelling sunflower seeds while chatting with Zhang Xiaopi. "I can't. I have matters to attend to," Zhang Xiaopi replied, also snacking on seeds, which he had collected from the fortune tree the day before. "Then Xiaolu and I will be swamped. 20 tables. Aunt Gu promised her grandson a trip to the park, but can't go now. Where did you get these sunflower seeds? They're quite delicious. I'll have to get some myself." Master Chow inquired, his mouth watering. "I don't know. A fellow villager gifted them to me. I'm a purchaser now," Zhang Xiaopi casually replied, not wanting to disclose their origin from the fortune tree. Master Chow nodded, choosing not to pry further. The benefits of being a purchaser are substantial. "At your age, I wouldn't dare ask too much," Master Chow thought, knowing their relationship was amicable. "Here, take my sunflower seeds. I have half a pound left. I'll head back now." Zhang Xiaopi placed the bag of seeds before Master Chow. In truth, he still had plenty, having collected 20 pounds in one go from the fortune tree. "I want to be polite then. These seeds are flavorful, and not a single one is spoiled. I'll take them home for my wife and son to enjoy." In the afternoon, he rode out on the tricycle towards the outskirts of the 4th and 9th cities, to Zhangjiakan. The village chief, holding a letter written by Zhang Xiaopi, looked on with reddened eyes. Beside him stood 3 girls and 5 boys, all watching intently. One boy, appearing around 15 or 16, anxiously asked the village chief, "Grandpa, what did Paiga say? You look as if you might cry. Is someone bullying him? Shall we seek revenge?" The village chief glared at his grandson, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. "You little rascal, how dare you speak to your grandfather like that?" A 14 or 15-year-old girl chimed in, "Village chief, what did Paiga say? He promised to take me to the 4th and 9th cities someday." The village chief smiled at the group of 8. Xiaopi said life in the city is wonderful, so don't worry. When the time is right, he will write to invite you to the city. He also brought you some big white rabbit candies from the city. Take them and enjoy. The village chief retrieved a bag of candies from the table and tossed it to his grandson. The 8 children gleefully divided the treats before running off. The village chief carefully stored the letter, glancing at the 2 packs of cigarettes and 20 yuan on the table. This clever child has finally grown up and is earning money. Good, good, good. One day he will take the children to see the world. The village chief chuckled, placing the money on the accountant's desk while pocketing the cigarettes, which he had yet to try, having heard they were quite expensive. This was a gift from Xiaopi, while the money was meant for the entire village. In the afternoon, Shaju pushed a cart with Qin Huairu seated atop, cradling little Huaihua in her arms. Yi Zhonghai and Aunt De accompanied her back to the Siheyuan. Aunt De assisted Qin Huairu into the Jia residence. Shaju returned the cart, while Yi Zhonghai entered the courtyard. What a useless thing, another burden has been born. My Jia family is left with only one heir. The harsh voice of Jia Zhangshi resumed its scathing remarks. Yi Zhonghai's gaze turned icy, a fleeting glimmer of menace flickering in his eyes before it quickly vanished. Without a word, he retreated into the house. Aunt De, her expression sour, left the Jia household and returned home. Chapter 76. Lu Xiaoyi moves into the Siheyuan upon returning home. Dama was infuriated to find Yi Zhonghai leisurely drinking water. "Old Yi," she exclaimed, "that Jia Zhangshi is utterly insufferable." As soon as Qin Huairu came back from giving birth, she started berating her without even visiting the hospital to check on her and the baby. "You are the one paying the medical bills." Dama, still fuming, sat on the edge of the bed and took out some medicine to consume. "Leave this matter be. Qin Huairu is still a daughter-in-law of the Jia family. You know Jia Zhangshi's temperament all too well. If she truly drives Qin Huairu away, she will be the one to regret it." Yi Zhonghai replied in a nonchalant manner, yet he too was filled with anger. Although she was his daughter, she was still his child. And how could anyone dare to label her as a burden? "Are you suggesting that Qin Huairu is definitely going to remarry?" Dama asked in astonishment, casting a glance at Yi Zhonghai. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, Yi Zhonghai responded, "I cannot say for certain, but if Jia Zhangshi continues her tirades, who could endure such a person? Sooner or later, anyone would choose to remarry to escape this torment." Dama nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Yi Zhonghai's words. Indeed, if it comes to Qin Huairu supporting the family, Jia Zhangshi's attitude is remarkably ungrateful. With a sigh of relief, Yi Zhonghai said, "You should go prepare dinner. I am quite hungry." Without further ado, Dama headed to the kitchen. Not long after, the workers from the Siheyuan returned home, and Zhang Xiaopi sauntered back as well. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted Su Damao pushing a bicycle with a large bundle strapped to it, likely his luggage. Accompanying him was a woman who had a hint of baby fat on her face, dressed neatly in clean clothes, with short, lustrous black hair that suggested she was well nourished. She was quite lovely, radiating a charming demeanor. In terms of grace, she and Qin Huairu were worlds apart, as the latter seemed to pale in comparison. As they entered the Siheyuan, Zhang Xiaopi followed suit. He recognized her as Lu Xiaoyi, but paid her little mind. In his view, had Shaju not been with Lu Xiaoyi to provoke Su Damao, it was uncertain whether Su Damao would have reported Lu Xiaoyi's family. Su Damao was indeed lecherous. Yet, he believed the troubles in the Lu family were not solely Su Damao's or Lu Haizhong's fault. Qin Huairu bore significant responsibility, as did the deaf old lady and Shaju. Yin Bugue, watering the flowers, noticed Su Damao returning with a woman, and his expression brightened. "Su Damao, who is this?" he inquired curiously. Su Damao's face lit up with pride. "Sandiyi, this is my wife, Lu Xiaoyi. We just registered our marriage today." Lu Xiaoyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she greeted Yin Bugue. "Hello, Sandiyi. My name is Lu Xiaoyi." "Hello, hello. What a beautiful young lady." Yin Bugue responded warmly, then turned to Su Damao with a smile. "Su Damao, having married such a stunning wife, shouldn't you host a few tables to share the joy with everyone in the Siheyuan?" Yin Bugue swallowed hard as he looked at Su Damao. Sandiyi, let us skip the banquet. Our parents had a meal together at noon, and we didn't invite anyone. It would be inappropriate to host again. I'll bring some sunflower seeds and peanuts later for you to share. I know you are the fairest of all. Yin Bugue felt a tinge of disappointment at Su Damao's words, but the mention of snacks brightened his mood instantly. Rest assured, Su Damao, I am absolutely fair-minded, he chuckled. Very well then. Sandiyi, we shall take our leave. We still need to tidy up at home. There's quite a bit of clothing to organize. Yin Bugue smiled and urged, then hurry up and get to it. Don't forget the sunflower seeds and peanuts. Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi entered the Siheyuan, followed closely by Zhang Xiaopi. Yin Bugue's gaze turned to Zhang Xiaopi. Zhang Xiaopi, you've been in our Siheyuan for quite a while now. Are you getting accustomed to it? Hearing Yin Bugue call his name, Zhang Xiaopi glanced back. Sandiyi, please don't have any designs on me. I am quite poor. Yin Bugue's expression darkened, and he glared at Zhang Xiaopi. You young rascal, though you are small, your tongue is sharp. You should show some respect. I am quite a bit older than you. Zhang Xiaopi chuckled, whispering, Sandiyi, you are well aware of the nature of our Siheyuan. Although you are good at scheming, I understand. With 3 children and a meager salary of 29.7 yuan. It's hard to get by without some calculations. But remember, don't aid the wicked. You are a clever person and should grasp my meaning. Sometimes, retribution isn't absent, it's merely untimely. Your schemes concerning others have nothing to do with me. Don't set your sights on me. You carry on. I will take my leave now. With that, Zhang Xiaopi departed without another glance at Yin Bugue. After hearing Zhang Xiaopi's words, Yin Bugue fell silent, his expression shifting from anger to solemnity as he pondered deeply. However, he soon returned home. Wife, make sure to tell our children to never provoke the Zhang Xiaopi from the back courtyard. He is not to be trifled with. Yin Bugue instructed earnestly. Old Yin, what are you on about? Our children have no dealings with that Zhang Xiaopi. Why would they go and provoke him? Besides, he is quite formidable in a fight. Everyone in the Siheyuan knows that, and only Shaju could possibly stand a chance against him. Sandama replied with a hint of exasperation. Enough. I just wanted to give you and the children a heads up. His fighting skills are one thing, but he is also very clever. He has only been in our Siheyuan for a short while, yet he perceives things more clearly than I do. Yin Bugue warned Sandama with a serious demeanor. Surprised, Sandama replied, All right, I will inform the children. He is just a poor wretch. Yin Bugue ignored Sandama and sat at the dining table, contemplating Zhang Xiaopi's words. Chapter 77. Qin Huairu starts work at this moment. Shaju arrived at Yi Zhonghai's doorstep, leaning against the doorframe. Old man, do you know what Zhang Xiaopi from our backyard does at the steel mill? Yi Zhonghai stepped out, curiosity evident in his gaze. Why are you suddenly concerned about him? I only know he rents from our backyard, but to be honest, I have no idea what he does at the steel mill. I've never seen him there. Yi Zhonghai's response piqued Shaju's curiosity as well. After all, being a resident of the courtyard, it would be beneficial to know more about him. Let me tell you, old man, a few days ago I went to collect my wages, and that lad was there too. He's a helper at the 5th cafeteria, and astonishingly, he's a permanent employee with a salary of 27.5 yuan. I truly underestimated him before. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback, gazing intently at Shaju. Are you telling the truth? Shaju shrugged and replied earnestly, Old man, how could you doubt me? I was the one who collected my wages and kept an eye on him from behind. It was the finance department that called him in, and I saw the wages he received. He hasn't even worked a full month and earned 24.75 yuan. I've shared this news with you. I must get back to cooking now, as it's my turn to prepare meals for Grandma today, Shaju concluded before dashing off. Yi Zhonghai, deep in thought, realized that this lad was indeed a permanent employee. As long as he wasn't a substitute, he could quickly transition to an urban household registration. This came with food supply benefits, and one could hardly spend the entirety of 27.5 yuan at the next aid meeting. This lad should be encouraged to contribute more. Having thought this through, Yi Zhonghai returned home, completely forgetting the words he had spoken at the last aid meeting. He hadn't taken them seriously. They were merely a hasty excuse to prevent Zhang Xiaopi from disrupting the event. Half a month passed like this. Zhang Xiaopi delivered goods daily and often visited the 5th cafeteria and the new security office for casual chats. Jia Zhangshi stealthily took Qin Huairu out of the courtyard, returning just before lunchtime. After returning, Qin Huairu lay down to rest, while Jia Zhangshi glanced at a piece of paper in hand before heading out again. The next morning, Yi Zhonghai took Qin Huairu out of the courtyard, and she carried a cloth bag, indicating she was off to work. Zhang Xiaopi had just delivered the day's ingredients and collected his payment. As he exited the office building, he spotted Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu at the entrance. Zhang Xiaopi, why aren't you busy in the cafeteria? What brings you here? Yi Zhonghai inquired. Qin Huairu scrutinized Zhang Xiaopi, her gaze tinged with disdain. Old man, I bought some supplies for the steel mill and came to reimburse myself. Zhang Xiaopi replied, casting a teasing glance at Qin Huairu. Widow Qin, you're here to work, aren't you? Make sure to put in a good effort and don't slack off. With that, he mounted the tricycle parked outside the office and rode away. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaopi refer to her as Widow Qin, Qin Huairu felt a surge of anger, her eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaopi as he rode off. Hai Ge, this Zhang Xiaopi is insufferably arrogant. His attitude is so disrespectful. If he disrespects me, I can't believe he even disrespects you. Qin Huairu looked at Yi Zhonghai with a hint of flirtation, subtly inciting him to confront Zhang Xiaopi. Forget it. This lad is just a country bumpkin. He never shows respect to anyone and lacks any upbringing. He is young and reckless. He'll eventually learn his lesson. Besides, he is with the 5th cafeteria, and I have no authority over him. Let us go. I'll take you to handle the paperwork. Yi Zhonghai said as he headed towards the office building. Though slightly displeased, he felt the need to maintain his image at the factory. It wouldn't reflect well on him, at his age, to bully an 18-year-old over a trivial matter. Qin Huairu felt disheartened by Yi Zhonghai's demeanor, perceiving him as a coward. He was quite assertive when it came to her, yet when it came time to stand up to others, he lacked the courage. She contemplated finding an opportunity for Xia Zhu to deal with Zhang Xiaopi, as they both worked in the cafeteria. Making things difficult for him would be amusing. Little did she know, there were 5 cafeterias at the steel mill, and even Xia Zhu couldn't handle someone from the 5th cafeteria. Moreover, Zhang Xiaopi was not even at the cafeteria. He was merely there for leisure and to enjoy a meal, as Master Chao's culinary skills far surpassed his own. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Zhang Xiaopi carried 2.5 gin of pork and headed straight for the kitchen. Master Chao, we're adding a dish today. I've brought 2.5 gin of pork. Master Chao glanced back. You lad, having gone to the procurement department makes you different. No wonder everyone is eager to get into procurement. Xiao Lu, handle the meat, he instructed. Zhang Xiaopi tossed the meat beside Ma Xiaolu's cutting board. Ma Xiaolu, holding the meat, chuckled. Looks like we can indulge in a hearty feast today. Aunt Gu laughed as well but warned, Xiao Pai, don't even think about embezzling. You're still young, don't ruin your future. Zhang Xiaopi casually took a seat. Sister, rest assured, this isn't embezzlement. I bought the meat myself, so enjoy it. After saying this, he grabbed a steamed bun from the steamer and began to eat, having skipped breakfast and feeling quite hungry. I'll tell you, I saw Yi Zhonghai bringing Jia Dongshu's wife to work. I bumped into them just as I left the office building. Do you believe the steel mill is going to be lively now? Zhang Xiaopi said cheerfully while munching on the bun. Master Chao asked curiously, what do you mean by lively? Aunt Gu also looked at Zhang Xiaopi with intrigue. Just wait and see. You'll understand soon enough. You all carry on with your tasks. I'm off to return the tricycle to the procurement department. Zhang Xiaopi said before leaving the 3 of them in a state of confusion. Chapter 78. The little expert with the iron rod. The trio in the 5th canteen exchanged glances, and Gu Dama scolded irritably. What on earth is this rascal up to now? Ma Xiaolu chuckled and remarked longingly. If I were earning such a high salary every month while enjoying this much leisure, I might be even more eccentric than he is. Master Chao, hearing this, was left speechless. He picked up the frying spatula and lightly tapped Ma Xiaolu on the head. Thunk. Ouch. Master, not again. Ma Xiaolu quickly covered his head and scurried away, though it appeared the strike was more startling than painful. You're too talkative. Why don't you learn a thing or two from Xiao Pai's cleverness? If you desire a high salary, you must put in the effort, Master Chao reprimanded. Ma Xiaolu fell silent, his face adorned with an expression of envy. Yi Zhonghai completed the necessary paperwork with Qin Huairu and escorted her to the machining workshop. Master Yi, which family does this lovely young lady belong to? Please introduce her to me, one of the workers exclaimed. Look at her, she's truly captivating, with all the right curves. You men are such oafs. You see a pretty woman and can't help but gawk, another chimed in. I know. That's Jia Dongshu's wife, but her eyes and face are simply enchanting. A group of workers chattered excitedly, their eyes shamelessly roaming from Qin Huairu's head to her legs, filled with lustful admiration. Yi Zhonghai, maintaining a stern demeanor, led Qin Huairu past them. These were employees from other teams, several of whom had powerful connections, and Yi Zhonghai had no desire to engage with them. Qin Huairu felt a sense of pride, her face adorned with a slight smile. She thought to herself that she was indeed the most alluring. Perhaps she could even find a wealthy man at the factory. She deliberately exaggerated the sway of her hips, walking in a manner that was exceedingly eye-catching, while the workers behind her stared intently, almost wishing to rush forward for a brazen encounter. The headlights of the car in front had just been polished, rendering it tall and magnificent, swaying left and right, threatening to engulf one's head. Young men with less self-control immediately found themselves parched, their breath feeling scalding against their nostrils. Yi Zhonghai guided Qin Huairu to Jia Dongshu's former workstation, where the machine had been repaired and freshly painted. Huairu, this will be your workstation from now on. I will first teach you how to operate this machine, Yi Zhonghai said solemnly. This is a steel rolling mill in broad daylight. We cannot indulge in any flirtation here. Master, I don't know how. Please teach me something simpler, Qin Huairu replied gently, with a hint of a coquettish tone. Rest assured, this workpiece involves 3 steps. You'll grasp it shortly, Yi Zhonghai said earnestly, holding up a workpiece. However, Qin Huairu was hardly paying attention, as she was busy surveying the surrounding workers. The uniforms were issued by the factory, making it difficult to discern quality, but she noted their hairstyles, the smoothness of their faces, their healthy complexions, whether they wore watches on their wrists, and the condition of their shoes, all to form a rough mental picture. As lunchtime approached, Yi Zhonghai felt exasperated. Qin Huairu was utterly unteachable. He couldn't tell if her inability to learn was due to her natural dullness or some other reason. She simply couldn't grasp the production process. She would forget one thing or another, and by the end, Yi Zhonghai was nearly forgetting how the workpiece should be made himself. Forget it, Huairu, why don't you try polishing iron rods instead? That's the simplest task. Even an apprentice can manage it with ease, Yi Zhonghai decided, handing her an iron rod that had been prepared but was still somewhat rough to the touch and required polishing. After demonstrating once, Qin Huairu's eyes lit up. This was her forte, and she felt a sense of familiarity. I can do this. I'll handle this, master. Yi Zhonghai finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if she couldn't manage even this simple task, she might not last in the workshop, and others would surely have opinions. Qin Huairu gripped the iron rod, feeling a deep sense of kinship with it. She believed she was born to be a little expert at polishing iron rods. Observing her technique and the smoothness of the rod's surface, Yi Zhonghai nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that Qin Huairu possessed some talent and adapted quickly to the task. Continue working on that for now. I need to attend to my own workpieces, as I haven't completed any today, Yi Zhonghai said before returning to his workstation. Once Yi Zhonghai departed, Qin Huairu slowed her pace, her eyes wandering around the workshop, observing the workers. Soon, lunchtime arrived, and Qin Huairu made her way to the third canteen. Yi Zhonghai typically preferred to eat in the workshop rather than the canteen. As Qin Huairu entered, she was met with a sea of people and frowned at the long queue at the serving window. Drat, I lost track of time chatting and arrived late, she muttered to herself, scanning the crowd for anyone she recognized who might allow her to cut in line. Then she spotted Xia Zhu serving food at the window. Qin Huairu smiled, her eyes sparkling, and promptly approached, positioning herself at the front of the line. Xia Zhu, what are you doing serving food? Aren't you the squad leader? Xia Zhu, upon seeing Qin Huairu, beamed with delight. Sister Qin, the server went to the kitchen to fetch buns, and I'm just filling in for a bit. The individuals behind her who had been cut off were displeased. Who do you think you are, cutting in line? Have some decency. Can't you see everyone is waiting? Qin Huairu's expression soured, and she looked at Xia Zhu with a hint of distress. Xia Zhu, I'm so sorry. I was just too happy to see you and forgot to wait in line. I'll go to the back now. Xia Zhu waved his hand dismissively, his smile transforming into a serious demeanor as he turned to the disgruntled crowd. What's the matter? You, a grown man, are arguing with a woman? This is my sister Qin, and I'm allowing her to cut in. The man behind was incensed and was about to retort when someone behind him restrained him, directing his gaze toward Xia Zhu. Xia Zhu, you allowed someone to cut in line. Now please expedite the serving of the meal. Your idle chatter is causing a delay that affects not just a few of us, but countless others behind. Just look at the throng of 50 or 60 people waiting. Are you truly intent on escalating the situation? Upon glancing back, Xia Zhu realized he truly could not afford to offend such a multitude at once. Qinjia, please pass me the rice bowl. Qin Huairu, feeling aggrieved, handed the bowl over to the counter. Yet internally, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Chapter 79. Rumors at the steel mill. Sha Zhu, with a face adorned with a broad smile, cheerfully ladled a generous helping of spicy stir-fried meat onto Qin Huairu's plate, although the meat was nearly obscured by the absence of visible chili. He added 2 large white buns and some sour and spicy cabbage, filling her bowl to the brim, almost spilling over. Qin Huairu had to press down on the buns to keep them in place. "Qinjie, please enjoy this meal. Today, it's on me," Sha Zhu insisted. "Thank you, Sha Zhu. I shall not be polite," Qin Huairu replied with a smile, turning away with a sway in her hips. Sha Zhu's gaze remained fixed on Qin Huairu as she walked away, especially captivated by the noticeable movement of her hips, his eyes widening. "Sha Zhu, could you please hurry up with the food?" A fellow worker, who had nearly argued with him earlier, impatiently interjected. With a serious expression, Sha Zhu said nothing and directly took the workers' meal tickets, serving them a meager spoonful of red-hot chili. He selected the 2 smallest buns from the tray and dished out the cabbage, which was merely a collection of scraps. The portions were scant, less than a third of what Qin Huairu had received. "Sha Zhu, this is excessive. I paid for this meal, and you serve me so little. The stir-fried meat is mostly chili, with not a single piece of meat in sight, and the cabbage is just scraps. The largest piece is smaller than my fingernail. These buns are clearly leftovers." The worker fumed, glaring at Sha Zhu. "Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, then leave. This is the cafeteria, and I have the final say," Sha Zhu retorted smugly, indifferent to the worker's complaints. "Give me back my meal ticket. I will eat at another cafeteria from now on," the worker demanded. "Too bad. The food is already served. If you don't want it, you can leave. I'm not begging you to stay," Sha Zhu replied dismissively. As the worker was about to retaliate, another colleague pulled him back. "Don't cause trouble. He has connections. Let's eat at another cafeteria. This one may be his territory, but the workshop is ours. Let's tarnish his reputation." Many witnessed your earlier confrontation. Soon, the line behind Sha Zhu dwindled by several people, as many workers were displeased with him. Even before lunchtime was over, the rumors about Sha Zhu and Qin Huairu circulated throughout the steel mill. Lu Lan, who was serving food next to Sha Zhu, initially considered advising him. Offending one worker might be inconsequential, but angering so many would not bode well. However, recalling how Sha Zhu often teased her, she decided against it. In the 5th cafeteria, Zhang Xiaopi and Master Chow were already eating, while Aunt Gu and Ma Xiaolu were outside getting their meals. Before long, they returned with astonished expressions. "Xiaopi, you were right. The wife of Jia Dongshu offended many workers on her first day at the factory. Her relationship with Sha Zhu seems ambiguous. Many workers were discussing it, and just now, a worker from the 3rd workshop came to our cafeteria, speaking as if they were a river of words. Do you think it's true?" Aunt Gu asked curiously. "No smoke without fire. I don't believe everything, but I trust the discerning eyes of the public," Zhang Xiaopi replied, slicing open a white steamed bun to wrap around some braised pork, savoring the rich flavor. "Delicious," Aunt Gu exclaimed, taking her own bun and meat to eat. Ma Xiaolu returned, looking at Zhang Xiaopi as if he were a marvel. "Sixth brother, stop staring and eat quickly. They live in my courtyard. I know them better than you do. If you don't hurry, I'll finish it all." "Today, Master Chow's cooking is exceptional," Zhang Xiaopi said, chewing on the braised pork. Ma Xiaolu, recognizing Zhang Xiaopi's cleverness, sat down hastily to eat. Master Chow chuckled but remained silent, fully aware of the gossip surrounding the widow. Zhang Xiaopi was obviously cautious in his comments, yet the fact that this woman stirred so much chatter on her first day suggested she was not of good character. After finishing the last bite of his bun, Zhang Xiaopi clapped his hands and wiped the grease from his mouth. "You all enjoy your meal. I'm off to the countryside to see if I can gather some local goods," Master Chow quickly advised. "You should head to the villages around Chongping. The goods there are excellent." Zhang Xiaopi nodded and promptly left. "This kid is like a monkey in the mountains now that he is a buyer," Aunt Gu remarked, laughing. Master Chow joined in the laughter, saying, "It's normal for young people to be energetic. Unlike my apprentice, who wouldn't be able to produce anything even if he sat on a bench." Ma Xiaolu grimaced, feeling the sting of his master's teasing. Taking a large bite of his bun, he pondered the significance of the braised pork paired with the bun, stuffing another generous piece of meat into his mouth. He was transforming his frustration into appetite. Zhang Xiaopi indeed rode off on a tricycle, genuinely heading to the countryside. However, his primary aim was not to collect mushrooms, wood ears, or daylilies. He recalled from his previous life that antique furniture was abundant in rural areas. With both time and money at his disposal, he decided to explore and gather items, as the countryside was rich with treasures. Although he couldn't protect everything, he would do his best. He knew little about this realm, but in these times, genuine antiques were rare, with most being mere replicas. Collecting such replicas would surely prove valuable in the future. He was even less concerned about furniture. While he might not recognize styles, he could certainly distinguish between types of wood. Chapter 80. The game between Qin Huairu and Jia Zhongshi. As evening fell, and the steel mill workers returned home, the shrill voice of Jia Zhongshi pierced the air once more. Qin Huairu, you are nothing but a filthy whore, tarnishing the reputation of the Jia family on your very first day at work. Upon spotting Qin Huairu entering, Jia Zhongshi immediately lunged at her, delivering a series of slaps across her face. Qin Huairu, caught completely off guard, received several blows before she could react, and by the time she covered her face, it was already swollen and red. Mother, I didn't do anything. Don't listen to the gossip, she pleaded. Seeing that she could no longer strike her, Jia Zhongshi, with hands firmly on her hips, glared at Qin Huairu. The entire courtyard is abuzz with whispers about your inappropriate behavior with Sha Zhu in the canteen, how he stands up for you and saves the best food for you. Mother, that is merely jealousy speaking. Sha Zhu is from our compound, so it is only natural for him to share his meals with me. Besides, I brought back my own food and only had a single steamed bun, Qin Huairu quickly responded, bending down to pick up her lunchbox that had just been thrown to the ground. Thankfully, it had a lid, otherwise, it would have been ruined. Jia Zhongshi snatched the lunchbox from her hands, and, upon opening it, her eyes gleamed with delight. You better behave yourself from now on. If you continue to ruin the reputation of the Jia family, I will not spare you. With that, Jia Zhongshi rushed to the table to begin eating. Bongging immediately approached his grandmother. Grandma, I want to eat too. Jia Zhongshi, with a beaming smile, replied, My good grandson, wait a moment. There's only one bun left. Let your mother make some cornmeal cakes, and we can enjoy them together. After saying this, she promptly covered the lunchbox while chewing on her meat. Bongging looked anxiously at Qin Huairu. Mother, hurry and cook. I want to eat meat. It has been so long since I had any. Xiaodong also gazed longingly at the lunchbox, yet she dared not move, knowing that meat was seldom allotted to her. With no other choice, Qin Huairu grumbled as she headed to the kitchen, harboring deep resentment toward the old woman. She resolved not to bring food home in the future, curious to see what Jia Zhongshi would do then. In the following fortnight, Zhang Xiaopi tirelessly scoured the countryside, akin to a diligent spring bee, tirelessly seeking antique furniture. He had repaired his tricycle twice at his own expense. He amassed a significant collection of beautiful items, purchasing anything he deemed visually appealing or ancient, be it furniture or antique porcelain. However, he strictly avoided items like beads, as he felt they were taboo. The prices he paid ranged from mere cents to several yuan, with his most extravagant purchase being an exquisite Zitan wood cabinet adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and passion flowers, for which he paid over 50 yuan. He cherished this piece, believing its craftsmanship was worth far more. Thankfully, he arrived just in time, as the previous owner intended to chop it for firewood. The cabinet was covered in dust, but he immediately recognized the artistry of the carvings and, upon closer inspection of the wood grain, suspected it was indeed Zitan. Without hesitation, he wiped away the dust with his sleeve and confirmed the wood's rich hue. This impressive cabinet stood at 325 centimeters, a genuine antique. Even if it were a replica, he would still consider it a bargain. The combination of Zitan and the craftsmanship was worth every bit of 50 yuan, even 500 in his eyes. When the previous owner quoted a price of 100 yuan, Zhang Xiaopi did not relent, knowing that if he accepted such a high price, it would set a precedent for all his future purchases. After several rounds of haggling, they settled on 50 yuan, and he generously offered an additional 10 jin of flour. By the end of the night, news of the transaction spread throughout the village. When Zhang Xiaopi returned for the second time, every household eagerly presented him with their worn items, jars, and containers for him to collect. He did not mind the inconvenience. Despite the abundance of junk, there were indeed many ancient treasures among them. Over the course of 15 days, he traversed the villages surrounding Miyun and planned to venture towards Chongping the following day. Armed with a procurement certificate and proof of purchase, he found that these documents were more effective than mere introductions in the vicinity of Siheyuan, as procurement agents were often well off. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu enjoyed hearty meals at the factory, but upon returning home, she was met with cornmeal cakes and wild vegetable soup. After half a month, Jia Zhongshi appeared to have lost all vitality. When she saw Qin Huairu serving yet another round of cornmeal cakes and wild vegetable soup, her expression darkened considerably. Qin Huairu, are you trying to starve me? It's nothing but cornmeal cakes and wild vegetable soup every day. Can't you prepare some flour noodles with cabbage instead? Qin Huairu, feeling a sense of satisfaction, thought to herself that she had enough to eat at noon, and Jia Zhangshi would not be indulged. Mother, I don't want to eat cornmeal cakes anymore. My throat has developed calluses from it, Bongging chimed in. Qin Huairu ignored him, feigning a look of grievance towards Jia Zhangshi. Mother, what can I do? You only give me 3 yuan a week for groceries. I've only been working for half a month and haven't received my wages yet. With 3 yuan, I can only buy 25 jin of cornmeal. Tomorrow, there will be no more wild vegetable soup, and I have no time to forage for more. Perhaps you could go and gather some? Buying it would cost 2 cents per jin. Even when I do receive my wages, with 3 yuan for your elderly care, it cannot sustain a family of 5 on flour noodles. We are left with no choice but to eat cornmeal cakes, but at least they fill the stomach. Upon hearing Qin Huairu's words, Jia Zhangshi became incensed. Didn't you bring back vegetables on your very first day of work? Why have you stopped since then? Qin Huairu lowered her head, twisting her body in a show of feigned distress. Mother, didn't you say it would tarnish the Jia family's reputation? Since that day, I've had other female workers help me with my meals. I only purchased a cornmeal cake. I eat alone in the workshop to avoid the gossip. What will become of our family's reputation? Jia Zhangshi, taken aback, fell silent in anger, grabbing a cornmeal cake and biting into it. Chapter 81. Jia Zhangshi could no longer endure in the late hours of the night. Beneath the shadows of the trees outside the communal restroom of the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai inquired of Qin Huairu, "How has your mother-in-law been lately? Has she relented yet? She should be nearing her breaking point. She started grumbling today." "It won't be long now," Qin Huairu replied, accepting 2 coins from Yi Zhonghai. "Bangung has grown thin and weak. Take him out tomorrow to buy something nourishing. He has endured enough hardship." Qin Huairu placed the coins in her pocket. "Haigu, have you spoken to Shaju? Are you certain he will agree?" Qin Huairu was uncertain, aware that they understood the situation regarding leftovers. "Rest assured, Shaju will comply. His only weakness lies with you. Once I mention it, he will be grateful, and the matter will be settled. However, do not make it too obvious. The deaf old lady is still around. If she detects anything amiss, we will both be in trouble," Yi Zhonghai warned her earnestly. Qin Huairu dismissed the concern, thinking to herself that it was merely an elderly woman on the brink of death. Moreover, Yi Zhonghai's intention to bind Shaju to her was not appealing. With so many eligible men at the steel mill, why should she settle for Shaju? If she could find a wealthy man with a house who was indifferent to her 3 children, she would not hesitate to cast aside Jia Zhangshi and Yi Zhonghai, especially if he offered her a compelling proposition. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Huairu returned to the courtyard, and Yi Zhonghai slowly followed suit. Days passed, and one morning, as Qin Huairu prepared for work, Jia Zhangshi could no longer bear the monotony of eating steamed cornmeal buns daily. Her stomach was in discomfort. "Huairu, you must find a way. We cannot subsist on cornmeal buns any longer. If this continues, my stomach will not withstand it. I feel ill every day," Jia Zhangshi lamented, her face a picture of despair. "Mother, you have your pension funds. Why not take some out? I will buy you some flour. Let us avoid any misunderstandings about my intentions with your money. You can buy it yourself, and I will help you prepare it," Qin Huairu countered, turning the conversation around. "What money? I have no funds. This is my pension, meant for my old age. You are the one providing for the family now. It is your responsibility to ensure we eat," Jia Zhangshi retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. Qin Huairu understood that Jia Zhangshi was akin to a greedy dragon, hoarding rather than sharing. "Then I am at a loss, mother. You know my salary is meager. If you prefer, I can hand over my entire wage to you, and you can manage everything. I am already troubled figuring out how to stretch my earnings for a month. My salary will be dispersed today. I will give it all to you, and you can prepare 2 cornmeal buns for me daily. I cannot eat more than that." Jia Zhangshi's expression turned awkward as she gritted her teeth while gazing at Qin Huairu. "Why don't you ask Shaju for help? Perhaps he can provide you with a bit more food," Jia Zhangshi suggested helplessly. Qin Huairu chuckled softly, sighing as she replied, "Mother, Shaju does not serve food. He is the kitchen supervisor. The serving is done by the helpers. Besides, if I only buy 2 cornmeal buns, even if Shaju fills my lunchbox with rice, others will notice. If they see me, I would be in trouble, and so would Shaju. What if someone becomes envious and tarnishes the Jia family's reputation? I am a widow. I must be mindful of my status. You yourself remarked on this last time, and I bore your slap. Having said this, Qin Huairu prepared to leave for work. Huairu, fine, think of a way to persuade Shaju to bring us some food. If rumors arise, I shall pretend to be ignorant. But you must not get too close to him, Jia Zhangshi said, her face filled with grievance, unable to endure any longer. Mother, what are you saying? Shaju would not bring me food. We have no connection. The last time he provided me with so much food was merely because it was my first day at work and we are neighbors in the courtyard. It was a gesture of neighborly kindness. Do you expect him to do this daily? Why would he feel indebted to us? What can our family offer him in return? Can we promote him or increase his salary? Enough, do not say more. I must go to work. If I am late, my wages will be docked, and then it will be even harder to make ends meet. Qin Huairu remained resolute and departed without further discussion. She understood that unless Jia Zhangshi was driven to desperation, she would not easily relent, and thus, she opted to bide her time. Seeing Qin Huairu's demeanor, Jia Zhangshi's expression softened slightly, yet her brow furrowed with worry. She truly could not hold on any longer. Jia Zhangshi patted her pocket and exited the house, neglecting to check on Xiao Dang and Huaihua. In the workshop, Qin Huairu recounted Jia Zhangshi's complaints to Yi Zhonghai, who wore a smile. Indeed, let her stew in this for another half a month or so. She will undoubtedly crack, Yi Zhonghai affirmed. Qin Huairu nodded in agreement, confident that the elderly woman could not endure much longer. After wandering for over 2 hours, Jia Zhangshi returned to the courtyard, her face beaming with satisfaction. Upon entering her home, she collapsed onto the bed, letting out a belch. Xiao Dang caught a whiff in the air. It smells delicious, like roasted chicken. Jia Zhangshi glared at Xiao Dang. What nonsense are you spouting, Xiao Dang? There is no roasted chicken aroma. We have been eating cornmeal buns, just like you. Have you lost your mind? Xiao Dang hung his head in silence. Chapter 82. Zhang Xiaopi's salary of 55 yuan within the workshop of the steel mill. Qin Huairu finished polishing a steel rod and glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that the end of her shift was imminent. In a hurry, she gathered her belongings and left before the official closing time, eager to collect her wages while the number of people was still sparse. After Qin Huairu departed, some workers from her team whispered among themselves. Look at her, always the first to leave, and she only polished one rod today. If all the workers were like her, the steel mill would close its doors within a month. Another worker furtively glanced at Yi Zhonghai, realizing he had not overheard. Stop talking. We can discuss this after work. She has team leader Yi as her backing. You don't want to create trouble for yourself. If you provoke her, you might end up facing consequences. Upon hearing this, the worker's expression changed, and he cast a glance at Yi Zhonghai, who was engrossed in his tasks, and fell silent. Qin Huairu quickly made her way to the administrative building, just in time to see Zhang Xiaopi parking his tricycle beneath it before heading upstairs. A clear displeasure was etched on her face. However, her discontent could not impede her from collecting her wages. Upon reaching the staircase of the finance department, she noticed a queue forming, with Zhang Xiaopi among those waiting. The number of people was manageable, and she refrained from cutting in line, as she did not recognize anyone ahead of her, merely clerks and personnel from other departments. After a few moments, it was Zhang Xiaopi's turn. Among those acquainted with him, the finance department staff were the most familiar, as he frequently visited to collect his payments. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaopi, the staff greeted him with a smile. Zhang Xiaopi, here is your 55 yuan plus a 20 yuan bonus, totaling 75 yuan. Please sign here. The bonus was a gesture from factory manager Yang, who felt somewhat guilty. Zhang Xiaopi sold pork to the steel mill at the state procurement price. While this did not constitute speculation, it still meant Zhang Xiaopi was incurring significant losses. In these times, obtaining such a quantity of meat was no small feat, and paying Zhang Xiaopi a monthly salary of 55 yuan truly seemed inadequate. If he aimed to make a profit, he could easily sell 100 jin of pork for at least 1 yuan to 1 yuan and 1 jiao per jin at the pigeon market each morning. The profit from that sale could equal 2 months of his salary. Hence, Manager Yang and Director Li conferred and decided to award Zhang Xiaopi a bonus. Director Li, originally the logistics director, had leveraged connections to assume the role of deputy factory manager, though his formal appointment had yet to be finalized. Nevertheless, he was no longer merely the logistics director, and his purview still included logistics matters. The availability of meat in the factory was indeed due to Zhang Xiaopi's efforts, which benefited him as well. At the very least, the cafeteria was free from disturbances, and he had no objections to this arrangement. Zhang Xiaopi accepted the money without counting it, signing the receipt directly. Brother Ling, I'm off now. I'll see you tomorrow morning." The accountant, affectionately called Brother Ling, smiled but remained silent, considering the presence of many others. Zhang Xiaopi tucked the money into his pocket, ignoring the astonished expression on Qin Huairu's face, and simply walked away as if he had never known her. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, questioning who he was to earn such a high salary with an additional 20 yuan bonus. At that moment, a personnel clerk interjected, "Enough with the inquiries. He is a favored individual within the factory. I know him as Zhang Xiaopi, and he was assigned here by the commune, with the paperwork personally handled by Section Chief Lin. Even when the steel mill's quota was full, he managed to secure a position as a regular worker. Haven't you noticed the increased supply of meat in the cafeteria lately? It's likely due to his connections, so it's understandable he receives a bonus. We're just glad to have meat to eat." Another clerk chimed in, "Indeed, in these times, anyone who can help the factory procure meat deserves credit. A bonus is hardly excessive." The group ceased their discussions, envious yet accepting of the situation. Qin Huairu was taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhang Xiaopi's salary to be so substantial, amounting to 75 yuan, a figure nearing 3 times her own monthly earnings. Moreover, he lived alone, making it unlikely for him to exhaust his funds. Envy gleamed in her eyes, and as her thoughts shifted, she pondered that since this young man had crossed her and Yi Zhonghai, perhaps she should let him deal with him. Zhang Xiaopi rode away on his tricycle and, as he passed the gatekeeper, tossed a pack of Fima cigarettes to Old Gu, a familiar face. "Old Gu, these are from someone else, but here you go." Old Gu, still sprightly, caught the cigarettes with both hands, a smile breaking across his weathered face. "Xiaopi, heading home after work? It's payday. Why not stay and share a drink with this old man?" "Not today, Old Gu. I'm on my way to the post office. As you said, it's payday, and I need to send some money back to the village chief. I'll come by tomorrow for a drink. I have a bottle of Shifeng waiting for us." With that, Zhang Xiaopi pedaled away. Old Gu watched him with a grin, muttering under his breath, "That rascal, while others dine out with their earnings, he is sending money back to the village. Truly the village prodigy. If only he were a bit older." I'd introduce him to Old Han's granddaughter. Old Gu had grown familiar with the term village prodigy through their conversations, grasping its modern connotations. He glanced at the pack of cigarettes in his hand, chuckling as he placed it into his drawer, where multiple packs of Fima lay, some opened, others still sealed, all gifts from Zhang Xiaopi. Chapter 83. Qin Huairu and Yi Zhonghai scheme against Zhang Xiaopi. Upon arriving at the post office, Zhang Xiaopi pondered that sending too much money might not be prudent. He first penned a letter, then retrieved 2 packs of Chungung cigarettes, 2 buckets of wheat milk powder, a large bag of Da by 2 milk candies, and a generous assortment of sunflower seeds and peanuts. He also fished out 30 yuan from his pocket, all of which he sent back. Once his task was accomplished, he realized it was closing time at the post office. Feeling a sense of relief despite the time constraints, he was glad to have completed the errand, thus avoiding another trip the following day. With matters settled, he rode his tricycle back toward the Siheyuan. On the way, he summoned his spatial abilities and directly opened a fish pond. With over 600 farm coins remaining, he had already unlocked all the available constructions, and the primary focus now was upgrading the land. At level 6, the planting time would begin to shorten. The 5th level farm allowed for the cultivation of most common crops, leaving him curious about what would emerge at level 6. His meals had also improved. Sometimes he enjoyed cucumbers, other times tomatoes, and occasionally lettuce, but it had been a week since he last had cabbage. Cooking for himself felt tedious, so he opted for the hearty meals served at the cafeteria during lunch, preferring something lighter for dinner. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu walked back to the Siheyuan. "Brother Hai, do you know how much the Zhang family's kid in the backyard earns?" Yi Zhonghai paused, glancing at Qin Huairu, but did not dwell on it, assuming she was inquiring about the boy's circumstances due to the discord between the Jia and Zhang families. "I heard from Sha Zhu that the boy's salary is 27.5 yuan, the lowest wage for a formal worker," he replied. Qin Huairu quickly shook her head, her face full of envy. "Brother Hai, you've all been deceived. That boy's salary is actually 55 yuan, and today, when he received his wages, the factory also awarded him a bonus of 20 yuan, which means his total earnings for the month are 75 yuan. Yi Zhonghai found it hard to believe Qin Huairu's words. The boy had only recently joined the steel mill, and yet his salary was so high, prompting a sense of unease within him. He held the highest salary in the Siheyuan and was among the top earners in Nanluo Guxiang. The fact that such a young lad was now earning 55 yuan posed a significant threat to his status. "You can't be serious. Sha Zhu said he was only making 27.5 yuan, and you claim it's 55 yuan, Yi Zhonghai remarked. Qin Huairu looked at him with a knowing expression. I waited for you to finish work and inquired. His first month's pay was indeed 27.5 yuan. However, I heard he has a good relationship with the commune, which allowed him to supply the steel mill with pork at the state procurement price, thus contributing significantly, resulting in his salary rising to 55 yuan, along with the bonus. She shared everything she had discovered with Yi Zhonghai, having been quite industrious since receiving her pay, gathering information while also benefiting from a bit of insider knowledge. Unconsciously, she touched her backside, inwardly chastising the scoundrel for pinching her so hard. However, she was unaware that Zhang Xiaopi had been transferred to the procurement department, a decision agreed upon by Director Yang and Director Li, who had both made calls to Director Yun and Section Chief Lin. The person she had asked was merely a mundane clerk from the HR department, who had no knowledge of Zhang Xiaopi's situation, as his file had not passed through their department. Others, like Director Chun from the cafeteria, personnel from the 5th cafeteria, the guard Uncle Gu, and the finance department were aware. Had Qin Huairu inquired with individuals from the procurement or finance departments, she would have learned that Zhang Xiaopi was now a senior procurement officer. Yet the procurement department had long been vacant, with its members free to complete their daily purchasing tasks without supervision. Even if tasks were incomplete, no one was present in the department, as they were all out acquiring supplies for the factory, leaving only the director and section chief in their office. However, Qin Huairu would certainly not approach them, as her reach did not extend that far. The finance department was busy as well, and since Qin Huairu was not well acquainted with them, they had little time for idle chatter, especially on paydays. It seems this boy possesses some skills. He should contribute something for our Siheyuan. After all, he can acquire meat at a lower price and likely without tickets. It has been ages since any of us in the Siheyuan enjoyed meat. He ought to serve our needs, Yi Zhonghai declared with satisfaction, plotting to have Zhang Xiaopi sell meat to the residents, only to then report him, thereby ensuring the boy's downfall. Brother Hai, do you really think he will comply so easily? Do not forget, he has never shown you any respect, Qin Huairu continued to incite, harboring her own ulterior motives. Yi Zhonghai adopted a stern expression and snorted dismissively. It will not be his choice. I will return and unite the residents of the Siheyuan for a meeting. If he refuses, the entire community will scorn him. Many will be displeased with him, and he will find it impossible to remain in the Siheyuan. Qin Huairu's eyes brightened, and she feigned a pitiful demeanor. Brother Hai, with his high salary, perhaps he could also extend some assistance to my family. After all, how could he possibly spend so much money alone? Yi Zhonghai contemplated her suggestion, agreeing that since they were set to offend him anyway, they might as well leverage the meat-buying issue, knowing the residents would rally behind him, pressuring the boy to contribute 20 yuan monthly to aid the Jia family. Should he agree to support the Jia family, Yi Zhonghai would refrain from reporting him. Conversely, if he refused to assist, Yi Zhonghai would have grounds to report him for speculation and profiteering. Soon, they returned to the Siheyuan. Chapter 84. Yi Zhonghai calls for a meeting of the courtyard. Upon returning to the courtyard with Qin Huairu, Yi Zhonghai did not go home, but instead lingered in the front yard, seeking counsel from Yan Bugui. Old Yan, he began, Zhang Xiaopi has managed to acquire some ration pork without needing tickets. It has been quite a while since our courtyard residents have had meat. Should we convene a courtyard-wide meeting to have him procure some for us? It would be a way for him to contribute to our community, and it would also help him integrate into our family. Yan Bugui furrowed his brow at Yi Zhonghai's proposal. Although he too wished to purchase the inexpensive pork, he recalled Zhang Xiaopi's earlier warnings. Old Yi, I shall not partake in this matter. If you can persuade old Lu to agree, then that is your affair. My opinion holds little weight. My family is impoverished, and even if there is meat, I cannot afford it, nor can I sell it. After speaking, Yan Bugui retreated to his room, leaving Sandama somewhat curious but also silent as she followed him inside. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. He had never seen Yan Bugui pass up an opportunity for cheap goods. However, he dismissed the thought, speculating that perhaps the ration price was simply too high for Yan. With a stern expression, Yi Zhonghai felt a surge of frustration and made his way to old Lu. Lu Haizhong, upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, expressed his support, and soon they reached a consensus. Zhang Xiaopi entered the courtyard, pushing a tricycle. Upon seeing him, Yan Bugui quickly whispered, Zhang Xiaopi, old Yi and old Lu are planning to hold a courtyard meeting to pressure you into buying meat at the ration price for everyone. Be cautious. I am not involved in this. Zhang Xiaopi chuckled and pulled a pack of Fima cigarettes from his pocket, tossing it to Yen Bugue. Sandage, being considerate has its rewards. Thank you. With that, he pushed his bicycle into the central courtyard. Yen Bugue beamed with delight. Fima cigarettes were 3 dimes a pack, and only the principal and director at their school indulged in such luxuries. He could hardly afford to smoke them himself, often relying on others for a puff of the spring planting brand. Zhang Xiaopi's generosity was impressive, and Yen Bugue felt pleased with his earlier choice. Returning home, Yen Bugue was greeted by Sandama, who was unaware of the exchange between him and Zhang Xiaopi. Old Yen, why not buy the ration meat? Even if we cannot sell it, it is still a bargain for our own consumption. At this, Yen Bugue's expression grew serious. You do not understand. Refrain from meddling. If this lad can acquire ration meat, do you not think he has connections? Besides, he works at the steel mill. Have you lost your senses? And do you not remember what Yi Zhonghai said at the last relief meeting? Mark my words, Yi Zhonghai is bound to face misfortune this time. Moreover, I informed Zhang Xiaopi about Yi Zhonghai's intentions to scheme against him, and he rewarded me with a pack of Fima cigarettes, which cost 3 dimes. This lad's generosity far exceeds that of anyone in our courtyard. Why should I assist old E in scheming against him? That would be foolish. Proudly, Yen Bugue showcased the cigarettes, shaking the pack in his hand and inhaling the aroma. Indeed, this lad is quite extravagant. This cigarette must be more expensive than spring planting. Sandama, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "You know nothing. At the supply and marketing cooperative, spring planting costs 1 dime with a ticket and 1 dime and 1 cent without. Fima costs 3 dimes with a ticket and is not sold without one. Tell me, which is more expensive?" Yen Bugue gazed at her with disdain. Clearly, this lad has prospered. When he first entered our courtyard, he was reduced to gnawing on cabbages every night, begging for our help. It seems he was merely playing the part of the impoverished. Yen Bugue sighed in resignation, wishing his wife's reasoning aligned more closely with his own after all these years. I am almost embarrassed to say, did you not heed what Shaju mentioned? Cabbage is 4 cents per jean, roughly 6 jean for a single cabbage, totaling about 24 cents. He consumes 24 cents for dinner. How can you say he is pretending to be poor? He is not pretending. It is the residents of the courtyard who have not calculated the cost correctly. 24 cents could buy 2 jean of cornmeal. Having said this, Yen Bugue lost interest in further discussion with Sandama and resumed his examination of the Fima cigarettes. He had never purchased them in his life and was keen to study the packaging, ensuring he would not embarrass himself if asked about it in the future. He was reluctant to smoke them, pondering whether he could trade them for some food or vegetables. Sandama, recalling Shaju's words, felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had not realized their oversight. She also remembered Old Yan's comment that Yi Zhonghai claimed Zhang Xiaopi was merely a tenant, not one of their own. This thought made her chuckle. Old Yan, this time Yi Zhonghai is bound to embarrass himself. Initially, it was he who stated that Zhang Xiaopi was not one of us, yet now he seeks to hold a meeting to demand meat. Zhang Xiaopi likely will not heed him. Yen Bugue stroked his bare chin thoughtfully. Even if Zhang Xiaopi were one of us, he would not provide meat for everyone. He is quite astute. I suspect Yi Zhonghai has yet to grasp the depth of this lad's cleverness and is only setting himself up for failure. Our courtyard is not an organization. How could Zhang Xiaopi possibly assist us in purchasing meat? The commune's supplies are not sold to individuals. Do not forget the regulations. If Zhang Xiaopi were to sell meat to the courtyard residents, it would be akin to handing over leverage to others. This lad is so shrewd. Receiving a pack of cigarettes is enough to indicate that he has already considered the implications. Sandama pondered this and found it reasonable, choosing not to argue further. Chapter 85. Zhang Xiaopi plans to teach a lesson upon returning to his dwelling. Zhang Xiaopi dismissed the matter spoken of by Yen Bugue, for he understood that those scheming against him warranted preparation for the ensuing turmoil. He had recently acquired a piece of furniture, a rocking chair, sourced from the countryside. This was not an antique, but rather a modestly aged redwood rocking chair. Reclining in it, one hand grasped a book while the other held a tomato, indulging in both reading and snacking. In this era, nightlife was scarce, consisting mainly of quaint taverns, aged tea houses, and storytelling venues, yet the vicinity of Nanlo Guxiang offered none of these. His interest in the aforementioned establishments was minimal. He preferred the tranquility of reading. As he consumed his second tomato, Lu Guangtian's voice resonated from outside, announcing a gathering in the central courtyard. Zhang Xiaopi chose to ignore him, and Lu Guangtian departed without awaiting a response. Approximately 10 minutes later, The 3 elders of the courtyard were seated at the 8 immortals table, with all residents present except for Zhang Xiaopi. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong wore displeased expressions, while Yin Bugui nonchalantly munched on sunflower seeds, having anticipated Zhang Xiaopi's absence. Despite his initial reluctance to attend, he felt compelled to show up, considering the agreement of the first and second elders. Thus, he appeared merely to fulfill the obligation, unconcerned about the proceedings. Lu Haizhong could no longer contain himself, exclaiming that Guangtian should check on Zhang Xiaopi's whereabouts. Everyone in the courtyard awaits your presence. This is utterly disrespectful, he chastised. Lu Guangtian sprinted back to the rear courtyard. Zhang Xiaopi had left his door ajar, the warmth of the season inviting a cool breeze. Lu Guangtian hurried to the threshold. Zhang Xiaopi, everyone is waiting for you. Why are you not attending? He implored. Zhang Xiaopi did not lift his gaze from his book, merely responding, what does the courtyard assembly have to do with me? You amuse me. Lu Guangtian's expression soured as he observed Zhang Xiaopi's face obscured by the book. Fine, if you refuse to go, I shall inform my father, he retorted before dashing off. Zhang Xiaopi scoffed, aware that the matter was far from resolved. He carefully set his book aside. Lu Guangtian returned breathless to the central courtyard. Father, this fellow refuses to attend the meeting, he announced. Lu Haizhong and Yi Zhonghai exchanged concerned glances, while Yin Bugui remained impassive, continuing to crack seeds. Murmurs of discontent arose among the crowd. This fellow's arrogance is excessive. He dares to skip the courtyard assembly, one voiced. Indeed, he appears woefully unaware of his position. However, not all were silent. Su Damao refrained from comment, recognizing that Zhang Xiaopi bore no ill will towards him. And recalling the recent charity meetings events, Shazhu, Guangtian, Guangfu, return once more. If he still does not come, bring him here by force. This is intolerable, Yi Zhonghai commanded sternly. Understood, elder. I shall see if he dares to refuse, Shazhu replied confidently, heading towards the rear courtyard with Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu in tow. Zhang Xiaopi had donned his shoes by this time. Shazhu swiftly approached Zhang Xiaopi's door. Everyone awaits you. This is a courtyard assembly. Do you possess no sense of community? Are you still one of us? He proclaimed at the threshold. Ah, Shazhu, I see you have taken to eloquence. I must admit, I underestimated you. Yet, you are not the overseer. That role belongs to Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu's father. Why must you intervene? Does your deaf grandmother know of your penchant for meddling? Zhang Xiaopi countered. Stepping toward the door to regard the trio and casting a glance at the abode of the deaf grandmother, his voice deliberately loud, knowing she would hear. However, the deaf grandmother did not emerge to assess the situation. Zhang Xiaopi mused to himself that they were indeed a pack of beasts, lacking in skill, content to conspire against the honest and earnest. Such petty schemes held no weight in his eyes. Even his childhood friends could outwit them. Since they were resolute in seeking trouble, he would ensure they understood the repercussions of their actions today. Enough of your prattle. All in the courtyard await your presence. You would do well to accompany us to the assembly, or we shall forcibly escort you, Shazhu demanded, his countenance darkening as he glared at Zhang Xiaopi. Very well, I shall see what this is all about. You lot cannot seem to focus on your reading while I am here. I am not in the mood for conflict today. Chapter 86. Zhang Xiaopi fiercely confronts Yi Zhonghai. Zhang Xiaopi stepped outside, making his way directly to the courtyard. Shazhu, brimming with pride, accompanied Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu back to the courtyard as well. Upon arriving, Zhang Xiaopi found the courtyard teeming with people. Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong fixed their gaze upon Zhang Xiaopi as he approached. Yin Bugui continued to munch on sunflower seeds, completely ignoring everyone, his focus solely on the seeds in his hand. Zhang Xiaopi, step forward. Today concerns you, Yi Zhonghai stated coldly, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaopi. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaopi positioned himself amidst the crowd, his expression remaining unchanged. Old master, if you have something to say, just say it. Given the current atmosphere, it seems you come with ill intent. I can hardly recall any interaction with any of you, and yet you have visited me twice, the first time with a semblance of courtesy, but the second time lacking any politeness. Speak your mind. I am curious to hear it. Yi Zhonghai was taken aback. Before he could make his move, Zhang Xiaopi had already turned the tables on him. Zhang Xiaopi, do not speak nonsense. You have no grounds to refuse attending the courtyard meeting. I must first reprimand you for not participating in the courtyard's affairs. Zhang Xiaopi interrupted Yi Zhonghai. Hold on, old master. During the last relief meeting, you yourself stated that I need not attend the courtyard meeting, as I am merely a tenant, not one of your courtyard's residents. One must reside for 5 years to be considered part of the courtyard. Why has the narrative shifted now? Your words suggest that when you claim I am part of the courtyard, I am, yet when you assert otherwise, I am not. Is your mouth merely for producing nonsense? The crowd erupted in chatter, recalling Yi Zhonghai's words from the relief meeting. Indeed, at the last relief meeting, Zhang Xiaopi insisted on being prioritized for assistance. I remember that too. It seems Zhang Xiaopi's absence from the courtyard meeting is justifiable. Yi Zhonghai stood in stunned silence, his expression darkening as he recollected his earlier evasion regarding Zhang Xiaopi's request for help. Zhang Xiaopi, I concede that the previous matter was my fault. You are now one of us in the courtyard, and I will take responsibility for this matter. Yi Zhonghai attempted to dismiss the issue with an apology, but Zhang Xiaopi was not so easily swayed. Wait a moment, old master. Your actions are rather ungracious and decidedly unjust. When I was in need, I was not considered a part of the courtyard. Now that my circumstances have improved, I am suddenly deemed one of you. Do I require your approval? Who do you think you are to make such decisions for me? You are merely a caretaker appointed by the street office. You are just an ordinary worker. Remember your place. Furthermore, I am led to question your motives. You convened a relief meeting for the Qin widow's household while I was the poorest in the courtyard, yet you used the excuse of me not being a resident to dismiss my pleas for assistance. Zhang Xiaopi continued, addressing the crowd. My words are not solely directed at Yi Zhonghai. They are meant for all of you. You have all been neighbors for so long. Has your esteemed elder ever convened a relief meeting for you during your times of hardship? As Zhang Xiaopi's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the courtyard. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yin Bugui's eyes sparkled with amusement, though his expression remained unchanged. The crowd's gaze shifted towards Yi Zhonghai. Their perceptions altered. Zhang Xiaopi's assertions rang true. The relief meetings had only been held for the Qin widow's family, and they were all acutely aware of the previous events, rendering Zhang Xiaopi's claims indisputable. Yi Zhonghai trembled slightly, his complexion darkening. What nonsense are you spouting? Wasn't it the kindness of the Jia family that prompted assistance? You have hands and feet. Will you truly starve? Yi Zhonghai's agitation revealed his true nature. Huh. The Jia family possesses a sewing machine, while my home is barren. I have hands and feet. Do the Jias lack them? The matriarchs of the steel mill's canteen are abundant. When they face hardship, you offer help. Yet when I or others are in need, you fabricate excuses to dismiss us. I have serious doubts about your motives. You presume to make decisions on my behalf. Who do you think you are? Just a mere caretaker. Zhang Xiaopi boldly retorted, leaving no semblance of respect for Yi Zhonghai. If he sought trouble, he would soon learn the might of Zhang Jiaqin's village champion. The residents of the courtyard regarded Yi Zhonghai with newfound contemplation. Su Damao narrowed his eyes, relishing the moment Yi Zhonghai had been criticized after bullying him for so long. Suddenly, Jia Zhangshi interjected, glaring at Zhang Xiaopi. You little wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? Our family is in dire straits. Assisting us is a necessity. You have hands and feet. Do you not have any sense of shame? Zhang Xiaopi merely smiled, unfazed by Jia Zhangshi's outburst. Jia Zhangshi, may you cultivate some virtue in your speech. Retribution will come. No, it has already arrived. Your husband has perished, and your son has met the same fate, both in similar manners, akin to being struck by lightning. Your family faces hardship. Yet your household is the only one with a sewing machine. Everyone sees the comings and goings. Who possesses wealth is plain for all to observe. The courtyard remained silent. Zhang Xiaopi's words resonated with truth. Jia Zhangshi collapsed onto the ground, flailing her arms and legs, wailing in despair. Old Jia, don't you? Someone, take this wretched Zhang Xiaopi away. He is a little orphan, now bullying us widows and orphans. Hurry, take him away. Old Jia, don't you? Show your strength. Zhang Xiaopi let out a cold laugh, watching as Jia Zhangshi unleashed her dramatic display. Chapter 87. Zhang Xiaopi confronts the Siheyuan. Zhang Xiaopi observed Jia Zhangshi unleashing her skills, his expression devoid of any impatience or anger. The residents of the Siheyuan appeared flustered. After all, they prided themselves on being a united and exemplary community. Amused by their reactions, Zhang Xiaopi turned his gaze to Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai, as the steward of the household, should take responsibility for the superstitions that have resurfaced in the Siheyuan. Your reputation is at stake. And yet you turn a blind eye. Yi Zhonghai snorted dismissively, attributing the situation to Zhang Xiaopi's provocation, insisting he could not intervene. He felt a sense of triumph, mistakenly believing that Zhang Xiaopi was intimidated. Oh, is that so? Then let her continue her superstitions. Tomorrow morning, I shall report this to the street office, conveniently mentioning that you, as the elder, condone the spread of superstition in the Siheyuan without concern for the consequences. Many have witnessed this, and I doubt there will be a lack of witnesses. What a farce for an exemplary Siheyuan to be embroiled in superstition. I am determined to bring this issue to light, Zhang Xiaopi remarked with an air of indifference. The attempts to intimidate him were laughable. Such tactics were far too primitive for someone of his experience. Yi Zhonghai, upon hearing this, grew anxious, contemplating how to manage Jia Zhangshi to prevent her from returning and potentially implicating him with her loose tongue. Sister-in-law, please refrain from shouting. This fellow truly dares to report us to the street office, he implored Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi, startled, immediately retreated and fell silent. Zhang Xiaopi let out a cold laugh. Yi Zhonghai understood that Zhang Xiaopi would not show him any respect, but he believed that addressing matters affecting the community would rally support on his side. Zhang Xiaopi, let us set aside whether you are truly one of us. Just consider this a gathering where we wish to request your assistance, Yi Zhonghai stated. Zhang Xiaopi met his gaze and responded, I shall not assist. On what grounds should I? Who are they to me? Do I have any familiarity with them? At best, they are merely neighbors with whom I have never exchanged greetings. Why should I be obliged to assist? You have approached me on their behalf without consulting them or seeking my agreement. Moreover, Yi Zhonghai, what right do you have to ask for my help? Are we even acquainted? Just because you are older does not grant you the audacity to act shamelessly. Zhang Xiaopi turned to address the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, do not take offense at my words. But truth is truth. Our relationships are clear to all. If you choose to be pawns for others, that is beyond my concern. Yet, given our relationship, I trust that you will refrain from speaking out of turn, as it would only tarnish your own reputations. Throughout history, seeking assistance has never been approached with such an attitude. Do not fault me for my blunt manner. I hail from the countryside where candidness is the norm. Respect is earned, not merely accumulated through numbers, and there are hardly 100 of us here. Perhaps you are unaware of the issues raised by the elder, but he speaks on your behalf. If there are grievances to address, direct them to your elder. I am not a long-term resident of your Siheyuan, nor do I partake in your monthly rewards. I have made my stance abundantly clear and shall take my leave. With that, Zhang Xiaopi exited, leaving the crowd with displeased expressions as they turned their gaze toward Yi Zhonghai. Although Zhang Xiaopi's words were harsh, they were unaware of the context. Yi Zhonghai's actions had inadvertently made them look foolish. Yi Zhonghai's face darkened with rage, his teeth clenched, eyes filled with resentment. Zhang Xiaopi, how dare you speak in such a manner? Do you not understand what it means to respect your elders? Yi Zhonghai glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaopi's retreating figure. Zhang Xiaopi merely raised a pinky finger and cast a glance back at Yi Zhonghai. You may go to hell. There are no vermin like you in the Zhang family, he retorted, his stride unwavering as he returned to the courtyard. Luo Xiaoyi could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Yin Bugui, in his effort to suppress his amusement, had likely bruised his thigh. He was determined not to laugh, yet he now regretted attending this community meeting, the pain in his leg reminding him of his predicament. The crowd turned their attention to Yi Zhonghai, voices rising in dissent. Elder, although Zhang Xiaopi's words are harsh, he speaks truthfully. On what basis do you represent us in seeking his assistance without our knowledge? We have no connection to him, and you have made us all look foolish. The murmurs grew as more voices chimed in, expressing their disdain for Zhang Xiaopi's demeanor, yet acknowledging their own embarrassment, all stemming from Yi Zhonghai's actions. The gathering became increasingly raucous, leaving Sha Zhu equally bewildered. He too was unaware of any matters requiring Zhang Xiaopi's involvement. He simply knew a meeting was scheduled, with Yi Zhonghai providing no context. Chapter 88. Yi Zhonghai incites the residents of the Siheyuan. Yi Zhonghai, sensing the growing discontent among the crowd, felt the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He dared not offend so many at once. His forte lay in manipulating the interests of the majority while oppressing a select few, thus positioning himself as a champion of righteousness. The opposition would hesitate to confront such a multitude, stifling their grievances. However, today, before he could articulate his intentions, the situation was disrupted by Zhang Xiaopi, who not only caused chaos but also turned the tables, making Yi Zhonghai appear as the instigator. Recognizing the predicament, Yi Zhonghai hastily began to explain. Esteemed friends, I acknowledge my fault in not informing you beforehand. The urgency of the matter compelled me to act swiftly. My intentions were to consider your interests, yet it appears that my efforts have gone unappreciated. I take full responsibility for this oversight and sincerely apologize. As he rose to his feet, his expression conveyed genuine sincerity, albeit tinged with disappointment. Upon hearing his words, the resentment harbored by the crowd began to dissipate, replaced by curiosity. Elder E, please clarify how our interests are linked to this young man, one elder inquired. Indeed, I too wish to understand. Another chimed in, eager for elucidation. Yi Zhonghai, well aware of their nature, understood their motivations. After all, he had thrived in this Siheyuan for many years. Today, I inadvertently learned that Zhang Xiaopi has connections within the commune that allow him to procure pork at the unified purchasing price without tickets. I intended to convene this meeting to facilitate the acquisition of pork for all of us, thereby creating some benefits for our community. My excitement led me to act without prior consultation, and for that, I apologize. However, given the current uproar, it seems futile for me to advocate on behalf of the Siheyuan residents when he himself disavows our affiliation. I personally do not require the few pounds of pork, so let us consider this matter settled. Yi Zhonghai disclosed the situation openly, employing a strategy of retreat to advance. The eyes of Jia Zhangshi sparkled at the mention of pork priced at 6 Mao 5 per jin, for she knew it could fetch 1 yuan to 1 yuan 1 at the Gezi market. This cannot simply be dismissed, she declared fiercely. If he claims we are not residents of the Siheyuan, then he must provide us with the benefits we deserve. With great power comes great responsibility. If he has access to affordable pork, why should it be offered to others? Jia Zhenxi entirely disregarded Yi Zhonghai's previous assertion that Zhang Xiaopai was not one of them. The crowd immediately rallied in agreement. Indeed, Elder Yi, let this young man assist us in purchasing pork. It has been ages since I last enjoyed pork. I too desire that inexpensive pork. I stand with Elder Yi. Better for us to benefit than for others. We are neighbors in this Siheyuan. Elder Yi, please devise a plan for us to obtain that pork. Yi Zhonghai's expression reflected his inner turmoil, yet he felt a sense of triumph. Shaju, oblivious to the situation and lacking any need for meat, remained silent. Everyone, I understand that it has been a long time since you last had meat. My intention in calling this meeting was solely for your benefit. However, you have heard that it would be inappropriate for me to represent you again. Perhaps you should approach Zhang Xiaopi yourselves. After all, I had previously stated that he is not one of us, and it would be inconsistent for me to do so now. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, the crowd fell silent. They truly lacked the courage to confront Zhang Xiaopai, who had made his position abundantly clear without prior notice. This group, timid and apprehensive, yearned to seize the benefits while avoiding confrontation, waiting for a bold individual to step forward. Minutes passed without anyone daring to speak. Realizing that no one wished to take the lead, a cunning voice emerged. Elder E, as the esteemed elder of our Siheyuan, it is only fitting that you take charge of this matter. I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding. You two are acting in the interest of our community, and I stand by you. With this encouragement, others quickly followed suit. Indeed, you are our elder. We all support you. Our previous misjudgment was unwarranted. Absolutely. Elder E is always considering the welfare of the residents of our Siheyuan. Elder E is our leader. We shall heed his guidance. Before long, the crowd had elevated Yi Zhonghai to an exalted status. Yi Zhonghai, fully aware of their intentions, relished the moment. He remembered the grievances Zhang Xiaopi had caused him and was determined to teach him a profound lesson. He intended to make it known that offending Yi Zhonghai equated to offending the entire Siheyuan, ensuring Zhang Xiaopi could never find peace within those walls. He would either leave the Siheyuan or learn to respect Yi Zhonghai and heed his commands. If one were to procure meat, it must be for the residents of the Siheyuan. If aid were to be given to Qin Huairu, it must be done. Yi Zhonghai was the very authority of this community. Since you all hold me in such high regard, I shall not shy away from this responsibility. However, it may not be entirely appropriate to use the name of the full courtyard meeting, as it was my words that initiated this. Yet, I shall lead you all to the back courtyard to confront him. Surely, he cannot disregard the collective voice of our community, Yi Zhonghai proclaimed with pride. At that moment, Lu Haizhong's expression soured. As the second elder, he found himself overshadowed by Yi Zhonghai. While Yi Zhonghai basked in the limelight, he felt like the unsightly refuse beneath the flowers. He had yet to utter a single word and was filled with frustration. Yin Bugui remained silent, though he too harbored concerns for Zhang Xiaopi. However, he would not defy the will of the entire Siheyuan. Chapter 89. Yi Zhonghai coercing Zhang Xiaopi amidst the adoration of the crowd. Yi Zhonghai triumphantly led the way to the backyard. Soon, he was accompanied by a throng of 4 to 5 dozen individuals. A sense of pride adorned Yi Zhonghai's face. He had never felt so esteemed in his life, a transformation he owed to Zhang Xiaopi, whose reputation had elevated his own considerably. Some astute observers recognized that Zhang Xiaopi was not to be trifled with, and thus refrained from directly following Yi Zhonghai into the backyard, choosing to conceal themselves at the entrance instead. Lu Haizhong, however, was so incensed that he returned home, unconcerned with the meager meat. He had initially hoped to enhance his second uncle's standing, but now it was clear that everyone was focusing their attention on Yi Zhonghai, the foremost elder. The door to Zhang Xiaopi's abode remained ajar, for he was aware that Yi Zhonghai would not relinquish his pursuit easily. If Yi Zhonghai were to be rebuked, that would be one matter, but should he persist in creating trouble, Zhang Xiaopi was prepared to administer a proper lesson to this pack of ruffians. Zhang Xiaopi, Yi Zhonghai began, I now represent all the residents of the Siheyuan. We hope you can assist us in procuring some communal pork from the public store. And this matter is unrelated to your status as the overseer of the Siheyuan. It has been ages since we last had pork, and if you can secure some at a reasonable price, it would be a favor to all. After all, we are neighbors who frequently cross paths. Yi Zhonghai regarded Zhang Xiaopi with a smug expression. I will not assist. The public store does not sell pork to individuals as a matter of policy. If you wish to obtain pork, you may purchase it from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, or perhaps venture to the pigeon market, or even find it on the black market. Regardless, it has no bearing on me, Zhang Xiaopi retorted without a moment's hesitation. Realizing that Zhang Xiaopi was invoking policy, Yi Zhonghai grew cautious, understanding that this young man was not easily deceived. Zhang Xiaopi, this concerns all the residents of our Siheyuan. If you do not lend your assistance, you will have offended everyone here. Should any issues arise, even my authority as overseer will not be able to protect you. Selling some pork at a discount would not cause any gossip. Do you truly dare to antagonize the entire Siheyuan? The veiled threat in Yi Zhonghai's words was unmistakable, as he rallied the collective strength of all the residents against Zhang Xiaopi. Zhang Xiaopi rose from his seat, retrieving a notebook and pen from the cabinet, and set a stool at the door. As a member of the procurement department, he had access to office supplies. Whoever requires meat, write down the quantity and your name. Once you have paid, I shall inquire about it during my procurement tomorrow, he instructed. Yi Zhonghai chuckled, turning to the crowd. All right, everyone, write your requests down. Tomorrow evening, we shall feast on meat. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The elder is truly remarkable. We can finally have meat. Indeed, our household has not tasted meat since last year. Zhang Xiaopi, feeling apathetic, thought it futile to engage further with these individuals. If they wished for an early demise, so be it. There was no point in reasoning with these self-serving individuals. In their eyes, personal gain outweighed all principles, and without imparting some lessons, they would remain oblivious to the consequences of their actions. The crowd swiftly completed their requests, and Zhang Xiaopi glanced over the list. The quantities were meager. These were indeed impoverished souls, with the most requesting merely 3 jin, and the least only 1. However, upon reaching the final name, Zhang Xiaopi paused. Jia Zhangshi requested 30 jin. A smile crept across his face, for it was evident that Jia Zhangshi intended to sell the meat for profit. Yet, he concealed his amusement and prompted, now, please pay. No one objected. They were not concerned that Zhang Xiaopi might abscond with their money, as each household had only a small sum. When it came to Jia Zhangshi, she hesitated, smiling as she addressed Zhang Xiaopi. Zhang Xiaopi, might I owe you the payment, settling it once the meat is delivered? The crowd cast her curious glances. Zhang Xiaopi chuckled, responding, Jia Zhangshi, even the steel factory requires payment up front for meat. Do you believe your credit is comparable to that of the factory? Silence fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed on Jia Zhangshi. After a moment's reflection, she understood that she must indeed pay before receiving the goods. She reached into her trousers and rummaged around, finally producing 20 yuan, extracting a 50-cent note, and handing the remainder to Zhang Xiaopi. Zhang Xiaopi was taken aback. She had hidden the money there. The rest of the crowd averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Qin Huairu blushed, lowering her head in silence, while Yi Zhonghai gazed at the sky, pretending not to recognize Jia Zhangshi. Zhang Xiaopi dared not take the money with his hands, instead offering the notebook for her to place the payment upon. Just set it on the notebook. A nonchalant Jia Zhangshi complied and placed the money on the notebook. Zhang Xiaopi then secured both the notebook and the cash within his home. Addressing the crowd, everyone, You may return now. We should have news tomorrow. Everyone, go home, Yi Zhonghai proclaimed. Tomorrow, we all shall enjoy meat. His expression was one of unrestrained delight, for his satisfaction stemmed not merely from securing meat for the residents of the Siheyuan, but from the elevation of his own prestige. With Zhang Xiaopi procuring the meat tomorrow, he would hold leverage over him, ensuring that henceforth he would extract at least 30 yuan monthly from this young man, who had shown him no respect at the assembly today. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhang Xiaopi promptly closed the door behind him before exiting. Chapter 90. Qin Huairu's schemes. Yin Bugui returned home with a solemn expression, unable to fathom that Zhang Xiaopi had actually responded. Zhang Xiaopi had left a handle that everyone in the Siheyuan was aware of. He realized he had overestimated Zhang Xiaopi. However, considering the latter's youth, he sighed. Intelligence is of little use if one lacks life experience, and this lad is destined for a tumultuous future. Third Aunt cast an annoyed glance at Yin Bugui. Why didn't you let me buy a couple of Jin? Our family hasn't had meat in quite a while. Yin Bugui felt a twinge of regret, but remained cautious. It's better to be prudent. This boy doesn't seem the type to be so compliant. He didn't even utter a word of dissent before assisting with the purchases. Let us observe for now. There will be other opportunities for you to buy. Third Aunt felt helpless. Now that everyone had dispersed, it would be inappropriate to seek out additional purchases. However, she was not the only one with a desire for meat. Many secretly conspired to buy more, deciding to stock up, reasoning that any excess could be sold. Numerous individuals, with bold faces, stealthily approached Zhang Xiaopi again, some adding a Jin or two to their orders. Zhang Xiaopi did not refuse. He welcomed the additional requests as long as the money was offered. At Su Damao's household, he scolded Lu Xiaoyi. Why didn't you let me buy some? Such an inexpensive source of meat is a bargain. Su Damao glared at her in frustration. Is this your level of ambition? Don't forget my status. It's better to avoid trouble. Do you think a few dimes will make us wealthy? Lu Xiaoyi retorted angrily, exasperated by Su Damao's lack of ambition. After some contemplation, Su Damao realized she was right. He didn't need to stir up trouble over such a trifling amount. Moreover, he harbored doubts about Zhang Xiaopi's amiability, noting the stark contrast in attitude he displayed between the central courtyard and the back courtyard. In the central courtyard, he offended everyone, yet in the back courtyard, a few words from Yi Zhonghai prompted Zhang Xiaopi to agree to help them purchase meat. It struck him as odd. Lu Xiaoyi wore a serious expression, pondering the situation but unable to pinpoint any issues. Don't overthink it. Perhaps he was just wary of offending too many people. Regardless, this time, Edage has certainly gained a good reputation. I doubt Erdage and Sandage will have much standing in the Siheyuan from now on. Su Damao remarked nonchalantly, as he had little interaction with the residents of the Siheyuan, fully aware of their nature, having grown up there. At Lu Haizhong's home, he wore a dark expression, having already finished dinner, now consuming peanuts and liquor. I bought 2 jeans of meat. Tomorrow we'll have meat to eat. Second Aunt declared cheerfully. Upon hearing her words, Lu Haizhong, already irate, felt his temper explode. What nonsense. I've just been made a pawn for Lao Yi, and now everyone is rallying around him, showing me no respect. And you, of all people, want to bask in his glory by buying meat? Do you wish to infuriate me? With that, he glared furiously at Second Aunt. What is going on? Wasn't this a full courtyard meeting? Shouldn't you share in the credit? Second Aunt was still trying to grasp the situation. What do you know? The central courtyard meeting is what counts. In the back courtyard, it's merely Yi Zhonghai's personal actions, and I was completely sidelined. That old rascal has cast me aside. Moreover, the back courtyard is my territory. How could he approach the residents there without my consent? It's embarrassing, and I couldn't stop it since it involves everyone's interests. Had I known, I would have stayed out of it like Lao Yan. His meeting wouldn't have happened, and no one would have gathered in the central courtyard. Second Aunt finally grasped that Lu Haizhong had not agreed to the meeting, and without his approval, the gathering wouldn't have taken place, nor would the subsequent events have unfolded. She opted for silence, sensing Lu Haizhong's foul mood, and discreetly slipped away. Lu Haizhong, choosing not to pursue the matter further, continued to enjoy his peanuts and liquor, preparing for a night of revelry. At that moment, Zhang Xiaopi, dressed neatly, stepped outside, returning approximately 2 hours later. Soon, every household in the Siheyuan had extinguished their lights and retired for the night. In the dead of night, behind the trees near the public toilet outside the courtyard, Qin Huairu playfully tugged at Yi Zhonghai's arm. Hi Go, why didn't you let this lad assist our family? His monthly salary of 55 yuan is hardly sufficient. Huairu, Do not fret. If we were to bring this matter up today, he would surely resist. Judging by his demeanor, he wouldn't agree to help your family unless he felt pressured by the entire Siheyuan. Furthermore, I cannot allow everyone to coerce him. They wouldn't consent to such an arrangement. If they did, they would expect a share of Zhang Xiaopi's wages, leaving your family with little. I plan to wait until he returns with the meat tomorrow and then discreetly approach him. We hold significant leverage over this meat sale. I will give him a warning. If he agrees to provide monthly assistance to your family, I will let him off the hook for now. However, if he proves obstinate, I shall report him without hesitation. Yi Zhonghai wore a broad smile, his mood evidently bright despite the darkness, as his tone conveyed his satisfaction. Haigu, that plan is excellent. If this lad is wise, he will capitulate, and we will have him firmly in our grasp. Indeed, I will ensure he gives you 30 yuan each month as support for your family. Qin Huairu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, but then a thought crossed her mind. Haigu, it would be better if he allowed me to collect his wages. After all, he is just an 18-year-old boy and likely won't take proper care of his finances. Should he provide assistance, word would surely spread within the Siheyuan, and envy would arise. However, if I present it as caretaking, the circumstances will differ. The funds would be allocated for his benefit, thus minimizing any potential grievances from others. Qin Huairu was indeed calculating with remarkable precision. Even without bonuses, her monthly salary of 55 yuan sufficed, as she only needed to spend 5 yuan on Zhang Xiaopi, leaving the rest for herself. She was untroubled by any sense of shame. After all, who could truly ascertain the expenses? Qin Huairu could easily claim that all her expenditures were for Zhang Xiaopi, whether it was food, drink, or other necessities. If the situation became dire, she could shamelessly assert that Zhang Xiaopi had taken advantage of her, threatening to report him to the police for compensation. She was confident that he, being merely 18, would not dare gamble his future. Indeed, such claims were difficult to verify, and as long as her household enjoyed a comfortable life, she deemed it settled. After reaching this agreement, the two of them returned to the Siheyuan in succession. Chapter 91. Zhang Xiaopi takes a step back to advance early in the morning, in the office of the logistics director at the steel rolling mill. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Zhang Xiaopi opened the door and stepped inside. Director Yun. Zhang Xiaopi feigned a weary tone as he called out. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaopi, Director Yun's face immediately brightened with a smile. Xiaopi, you've brought the meat. Please sign the order for me. Zhang Xiaopi placed a notebook, within which lay a stack of cash, onto Director Yun's desk. Alongside it, he also placed his procurement certificate and proof of purchase. Director Yun, I can no longer continue. If I do, I will inevitably make a mistake. Zhang Xiaopi sat down across from Director Yun with a distressed expression. Director Yun, upon hearing Zhang Xiaopi's words and seeing the submitted items, was bewildered. What is going on? You were managing the procurement well, and now there is no meat available outside? Zhang Xiaopi shook his head. There is meat, but a group of people is pressuring me to make mistakes. If I continue as a procurement officer, I will inevitably find myself in trouble. Why should I endure this? They want to eat meat, they should buy it themselves. I am the procurement officer for the steel rolling mill, responsible for acquiring meat for the mill. Yet now I am being coerced to purchase on their behalf. How can I possibly do that? Isn't this forcing me to err? Zhang Xiaopi vented his frustrations, showing signs of anger. Director Yun understood the gravity of the situation. The centralized purchasing and sales system posed no issues for public entities, nor did it for private entities engaging with public ones. The supply and marketing cooperatives have dedicated collection points where farmers can sell their grains and meats, which would be documented with receipts. Units could also request purchases from private sellers, provided they had the necessary procurement credentials. If receipts were needed, Zhang Xiaopi could issue them himself, as he represented the steel rolling mill. However, private transactions were prohibited, and profiting from price discrepancies constituted speculation. Even if a transaction was not profitable, acting as a buyer without proper authorization was a violation of policy and would incur penalties, albeit less severe than speculation. If others denied it was a proxy purchase, all blame would fall squarely on Zhang Xiaopi. Xiaopi, do not rush or become agitated. Please explain the situation to me in detail. Director Yun's expression turned serious as he sought to understand the full context. Zhang Xiaopi wasted no time and recounted everything, revealing that Yi Zhonghai from the milling workshop was the mastermind behind the pressure, along with 60 to 70 individuals from the courtyard demanding that he procure meat for them. Director Yun's face darkened. This situation was indeed serious, and it was no wonder Zhang Xiaopi was unwilling to continue. Noticing Director Yun's grave demeanor, Zhang Xiaopi understood he was quite angry. If Director Yun took action, the repercussions would be significant. Zhang Xiaopi decided to press further. Director Yun, I intend to resign today. To leave the courtyard in the city of Siheyuan. I believe that if I continue working at the steel rolling mill, I will inevitably face trouble. I might as well return to the countryside and marry a wife to live a simple life. The village had initially hoped I would experience the world. Grateful for Director Yun's care over the past days, he sighed and prepared to take his leave. Director Yun was taken aback. Although Yi Zhonghai was a skilled 7th-level worker, Zhang Xiaopi was the most capable procurement officer at the mill. If meat became scarce, it would provoke unrest among the workers, and he would also be held accountable. Thus, the pressure on Zhang Xiaopi was ultimately directed at him as the director. Xiaopi, wait. The situation is not as dire as it seems. The factory will support you. Take your documents. I will accompany you to see Director Yang. Director Yun was unafraid of offending Yi Zhonghai, who aimed to undermine his position. Having only held it for 6 months, he had yet to firmly establish himself. Before long, Director Yun led Zhang Xiaopi to the director's office, where they could hear Director Yang's loud reprimands and the sound of him slamming the table. After more than 10 minutes, Director Li also arrived at Director Yang's office. Shortly thereafter, Director Yun and Zhang Xiaopi emerged from Director Yang's office. I will head to the countryside to procure the meat now. I'm running a bit late, Zhang Xiaopi said, his expression having returned to a smile. Director Yun felt buoyed by the outcome and replied, All right, you go ahead, and be careful. He returned to his office while Zhang Xiaopi rode his tricycle out to enjoy some leisure time. Inside Director Yang's office, Director Li sat with a grim expression. This matter must be handled with utmost seriousness. These people are utterly unreasonable. If Zhang Xiaopi leaves, how will we manage the canteen? Who else can procure such a large quantity of meat? Moreover, Zhang Xiaopi handled the situation appropriately, fair, reasonable, and legal. He maintained the right balance, opting to inform the steel rolling mill first rather than rushing to the police. We must set an example. Yi Zhonghai should be dismissed, and the others should be reported to security to be educated by the police for a week. Director Li, responsible for logistics, understood that this was a critical moment for him to secure the deputy factory director position. If the canteen faced issues, his aspirations would be thwarted. Thus, he took a firm stance, recognizing that while Zhang Xiaopi may not be entirely just, he was undeniably in the right this time. Chapter 92: The anticipation of the people despite the indignation of factory director Yang. He found himself in a quandary regarding how to proceed, as per Li Yud's instructions. Yi Zhonghai was a seasoned 7th-level fitter, and his skills were nearly on par with that of an 8th-level craftsman. Thus, he anticipated no significant challenges in the upcoming examination. Moreover, Yi Zhonghai had previously arrived with the deaf, elderly woman, and Director Yang was acutely aware of the connection between them. Although he had clearly communicated with the elderly woman last time and ostensibly repaid the favor, he was left pondering whether he would assist her should she request his help again. Refusing would seem excessively callous, yet assisting would leave him feeling uncertain. Currently, he faced a dilemma, especially given Li Yud's evident intent to impose severe repercussions on Yi Zhonghai. It was apparent that Li was determined not to let Yi escape unscathed. Even if Director Yang wished to issue a mere warning to Yi, he felt that minimizing the situation would prove difficult. If he were to make an arbitrary decision, Li Yud could escalate the issue to higher authorities, potentially implicating him as well. After all, this was not merely a breach of factory regulations, but a violation of policy, which could not be simply classified as an overreach in reporting procedures. Shaoli, please temper your anger. Allow me to summon Master Yi first. I will inquire about the circumstances before making any decisions. It would not be prudent to escalate matters hastily, especially considering the reputation of the rolling mill. Director Yang attempted to placate Director Li. This is a grave matter. A 7th-level fitter leading a group of 60 to 70 individuals to coerce an 18-year-old youth into engaging in unlawful activities is itself a serious offense, constituting collective intimidation, Li retorted. Director Yang, I have taken the mill's reputation into account. If I did not, Yi Zhonghai's actions, despite the coercion being unsuccessful, would still warrant imprisonment, Li continued, his gaze piercing into Director Yang, though his expression remained one of fury. Director Yang resolved to delay, seeking a viable solution. Shaoli, how about this? Let us detain Yi Zhonghai and those listed for the time being in the security department. They can take their statements, and once we have those, we can deliberate further. as there are too many individuals involved. This was the only course of action available to Director Yang, as he could not act unilaterally without Li's consent, especially considering Li Yud's influential connections through his father-in-law. Very well. I will instruct Zhang Xiaopi to take security personnel to the Siheyuan after work to apprehend them. Attempting to act now would likely alert them. Director Li acquiesced. Shortly after, Director Li exited Director Yang's office, and once the door closed, a smile crept onto his face. Zhang Xiaopi hurried back from the cafeteria. Xiaopi, Director Li has requested that after work, you accompany the security personnel to the Siheyuan. You know what to do. He has already informed the security department of the situation, Director Yun whispered with satisfaction. As he was a protege of Director Li, Director Yun, I have always believed you to be a commendable leader who cares for his subordinates. My judgment has proven correct. I have procured 2 live hen chickens for you, whether for soup or for laying eggs. It is your choice. I passed by your home earlier and delivered them to your wife. Zhang Xiaopi replied softly. Director Yun chuckled. In these times, hens are hard to come by. But for you, it's merely farm currency. You're quite resourceful. Keep up the good work, Zhang Xiaopi said cheerfully as he left Director Yun's office and headed straight to the 5th cafeteria for lunch. In his hands, Zhang Xiaopi carried 7 jin of meat, a large rooster weighing 6 or 7 jin, a 6 jin grass carp, along with tomatoes and eggs. Entering the kitchen with purpose. Master Chow, do you have any tasks today? Before you leave, could you do me a favor? Please take 2 jin of meat home. Prepare 5 jin for braised pork, half of the rooster for soup, and the other half braised, and the grass carp should be braised as well. Additionally, could you make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? I'm hosting a dinner tonight, he requested. Master Chow Ma Xiaolu and Aunt Gu were taken aback. Xiaopi, who are you treating to dinner tonight? You seem quite extravagant. Is it the factory leaders? Aunt Gu inquired curiously. Ma Xiaolu gazed at him with envy. Xiaopi, you are becoming increasingly prosperous. I feel as though we are drifting apart, he lamented. Master Chow chuckled. That's an enormous quantity of food. It could serve more than 10 people. Just leave it to me. I'll prepare everything for you this afternoon. You can come by later to pick it up. Just remember to turn off the stove. Zhang Xiaopi wore a mischievous expression. I won't tell you just yet. You'll find out when you come to work tomorrow. He placed the items in the back kitchen's vegetable washing area. Is there anything you need help with? Since I'm not heading to the countryside today, I have some spare time, Aunt Gu said cheerfully. Then you should make some steamed buns. Since you're hosting guests today, make plenty. No one can match your dough's texture, she suggested. All right, Zhang Xiaopi replied without further ado, rolling up his sleeves, donning an apron, and taking a bag of flour to begin his work. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu spent the day in a state of eager anticipation. In the Siheyuan, the mothers who were not working awaited Zhang Xiaopi's return. They had been waiting since the afternoon, with over 20 people gathered in the front yard. Jia Zhangshi was the most excited. The weather was sweltering, and she wanted to sell the meat as soon as she got her hands on it. She was the most audacious, sitting directly on the threshold of the Siheyuan, eagerly anticipating Zhang Xiaopi's return, for the finest and fattest pieces of meat would surely be hers. However, as the workers gradually finished their shifts, Zhang Xiaopi still had not arrived. Fuming, Jia Zhangshi paced back and forth in the front yard, where more people had gathered to await Zhang Xiaopi, including many men returning from work. Chapter 93. Everyone is captured by the security department. As night fell, the crowd grew increasingly impatient. Zhang Xiaopi had yet to return. Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brow, his mind filled with doubts. Uncle, do you think Zhang Xiaopi might have absconded with our money? Indeed, he hasn't returned yet. He must have run off with the cash, came the reply. That seems unlikely, though. It's not a substantial amount, and such actions are illegal. I also doubt it. Perhaps he has too much meat on hand and is worried about being seen, hence his delay until dark. Exactly, that possibility is quite high. After all, one should keep the meat concealed. Qin Huairu cast a puzzled glance at Yi Zhonghai. Uncle, you don't think this lad has truly fled, do you? Though she was skeptical of the notion, she sought confirmation from Yi Zhonghai. Impossible. If he ran away, he must be out of his mind. Would he really abandon a job at the steel mill that pays 55 yuan? Yi Zhonghai was genuinely angry. Zhang Xiaopi's failure to return with the meat had thwarted his plans. Regardless, he must bring back the meat. I had expected more from him, yet here we are, meatless. Silly Zhu sneered mockingly at Zhang Xiaopi, reveling in the unfolding drama. Yin Bugue furrowed his brow, contemplating Zhang Xiaopi's actions. Captain Liu, you've heard the situation. Apprehend him. As Zhang Xiaopi's words fell, Over a dozen members of the security department surged through the courtyard entrance, armed with rifles and handguns, an unusual sight for the ordinary folks present. Initially, they had not intended to bring weapons, as they were merely dealing with civilians. However, after a sumptuous dinner and hearing Zhang Xiaopi's remarks, the atmosphere shifted. The members of the security department were all former military personnel, and even a legal confrontation with a local resident was beneath their notice. Leading the group was Captain Liu, a towering figure at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, his serious demeanor accentuated by a long scar across his face, likely from a bullet graze. "Xiaopi, identify them. We will take them in," he said coldly. The crowd trembled. While they had seen members of the security department before, they had never encountered such an armed presence. Yi Zhonghai's complexion paled. "Captain Liu, I am Yi Zhonghai, a level 7 mechanic from the machining workshop. This is all a misunderstanding. We were merely joking with this lad, and we can resolve it ourselves." Yi Zhonghai hurriedly stepped forward, ingratiatingly trying to explain. Captain Liu ignored him entirely. The security department operated with a seriousness that far surpassed that of ordinary civilians. You, and you, Zhang Xiaopi pointed at individuals. And the members of the security department swiftly bound them with ropes, having only a few pairs of handcuffs, insufficient for the number of people. Soon, everyone was tied up, and the courtyard erupted with cries and wails. The group was paralyzed with fear, some even soiling themselves. The only one still causing a ruckus was Jia Zhangshi. They're randomly arresting people. The security department is unjustly capturing innocent civilians. Help, this is outrageous. Captain Liu was about to reprimand Jia Zhangshi when Zhang Xiaopi interjected. "Captain Liu, this is Jia Dongshu's mother. His wife is currently employed at the steel mill. It would be a waste of your breath to scold her. You could report to Director Yang and have Qin Huairu dismissed." Before Captain Liu could respond, they showed little interest in the factory's administrative matters. "I won't say another word. I'll be quiet. You can treat me like I'm invisible." Jia Zhangshi quickly changed her tune, causing Captain Liu to be taken aback. By that time, Qin Huairu had already retreated to her home, locking the door tightly, anxious about her fate. "Xiaopi, I am leaving with my men now," Captain Liu stated, preparing to depart. Zhang Xiaopi leaned close to Captain Liu and suggested, "Captain, confine them in the abandoned warehouse at the factory. It's near the woods, and there's a foul ditch behind it. The mosquitoes will be relentless at night." Captain Liu understood the implication and smiled subtly. This was not an act of deliberate revenge. They needed to detain so many individuals anyway, and providing them with a spacious area was merely practical. He nodded in agreement. Chapter 90 For the deaf old lady shows no mercy. Just as Captain Liu, accompanied by the personnel from the security department, was about to lead the residents of the Siheyuan away, a voice interrupted. "Wait a moment." It was the voice of an elderly woman. Zhang Xiaopi smiled wryly, knowing she would eventually show up. When the crowd pressed upon him, this old woman feigned deafness and silence, pretending not to see anything. Thus, she should refrain from interjecting now. With her appearance, it was clear she had crossed Zhang Xiaopi's path. The simpleton, Shaju, helped the old lady to the center of the courtyard. "Captain, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. Could we perhaps negotiate? Just refrain from taking anyone away. I will discuss this with Factory Director Yang tomorrow." The deaf old lady addressed Captain Liu. "Madam, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. We are under orders to apprehend individuals. And if anyone is to be released, it must also be by orders given." Captain Liu replied with an icy demeanor. "How dare you speak to my grandmother like that? Just because you're a captain, you think you're so important? Do you believe I want to knock you down?" Shaju raised his fist, not intending to actually strike Captain Liu, merely hoping to intimidate. However, after a few feeble swings, he quickly raised his hands in surrender. Captain Liu aimed his firearm at Shaju's head. "Try swinging again, and I will shoot you without hesitation," he warned ominously. Shaju trembled and shook his head vigorously. "I won't swing anymore. I made a mistake," he stammered in a rush to explain. The deaf old lady hurriedly stepped in front of Shaju, smiling. "Captain, this boy is just a bit foolish. Please do not hold it against him." Captain Liu holstered his weapon and disengaged the safety. "Take them all away. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be arrested on the spot. If there is any resistance, firing is permitted." The team responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Captain Liu promptly led them away. He had no choice but to be firm. With 60 to 70 people present and only a dozen of his own, he had to resort to intimidation. Even if he had to fire a shot, it would merely be a warning. Seeing Captain Liu leave with his men, Zhang Xiaopi strolled toward the back courtyard with a smile. Zhang Xiaopi, how could you be so cruel? You reported them to the factory and got them all arrested. The deaf old lady glared at him. Do you remember what I mentioned yesterday, old lady? I warned you then. Is it worth it for you to step in now? Do you truly believe that at your age, you cannot discern their intentions? Return home, lie down, and mind your own business. It might add a few years to your life. Interfering too much only brings worry and shortens one's lifespan, Zhang Xiaopi said before continuing his way to the back courtyard. Shaju, now emboldened, was ready to confront Zhang Xiaopi again. The fear that had plagued him moments ago was gone. Shaju, stop. The deaf old lady admonished sharply, her gaze following the retreating figure of Zhang Xiaopi. Grandma, that boy is utterly despicable. Was it so necessary to create such a ruckus over buying some meat? Now we don't even know how to handle this situation, Shaju complained. Be quiet. You do not understand the gravity of the situation. This matter is serious. It is not Zhang Xiaopi's fault. His words are a reflection of my failure to intervene yesterday. I should not have appeared today. He will no longer show me respect. No one in this Siheyuan will regard me, the deaf old lady sighed. An elderly woman approached the deaf old lady, sobbing, Please, you must help old E. He cannot be in trouble. First, help me back home. This situation is complicated and requires careful consideration. Soon, Shaju and the elderly woman aided the deaf old lady as they departed. The Siheyuan was filled with cries and wails. Over 20 individuals had been taken, some of whom were couples. It was a dire situation. Initially, a man ordered a pound of meat, but when his wife complained it was insufficient, she returned for another pound, resulting in both being apprehended by the security department. Yin Bugue, initially frightened, now felt somewhat relieved. Upon returning home, he remarked, I told you so, Zhang Xiaopi is quite clever. How could he so easily agree to buy meat for everyone? Now you see the consequences, don't you? He looked smugly at the third aunt. Old Yin, that Zhang Xiaopi is too ruthless. So many have been arrested from the Siheyuan. It's truly a tragedy. The third aunt lamented regarding the situation. Humph, that's the naivete of women. You should know that Zhang Xiaopi seldom acts without reason. His fate will be far worse than those captured. If he becomes a scapegoat, being dismissed from the steel mill would be considered fortunate. He might even face imprisonment. Though it may not qualify as speculation, he has violated regulations and cannot escape punishment. The individuals purchasing meat face minimal consequences. As long as they claim it was for personal consumption, it merely amounts to a reprimand. However, old E is in a precarious position as he was the ringleader. It all depends on how the steel mill chooses to handle it. With so many officials present, armed and ready, Zhang Xiaopi must have substantial backing, and old E is in deep trouble, Yin Bugue explained to the third aunt. The third aunt, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. How severe is it for Yi Zhonghai? She inquired curiously. Yin Bugue shook his head. It's hard to say. The deaf old lady has intervened. You heard her earlier. Tomorrow, she will undoubtedly visit the steel mill's director to plead for leniency. It remains uncertain how strong Zhang Xiaopi's connections are. It's best if we do not involve ourselves in this matter. We cannot afford to entangle ourselves in such affairs. Now, let us prepare dinner. Today has been quite enlightening. The situation is indeed extraordinary. Lu Haizhong returned home, feeling a mix of anxiety and elation. He was concerned that his partner had been apprehended and was unsure how this might affect his position. But he understood that the situation was not dire. After all, the second uncle was not inept. He was well aware of the policies, likely more so than the average worker. He felt a sense of satisfaction knowing old E was in trouble. Just yesterday, he had been so arrogant, and now he faced dire consequences. As the ringleader, old E would surely bear the brunt of the blame. And while he did not know much about the residents of the front and back courtyards, he was certain that his partner would place the blame squarely on old E. Chapter 95 Fear of Hunger should deter one from misdeeds. Qin Huairu had waited for a long time without anyone coming to see her. She cautiously emerged from her room and stealthily made her way to the front courtyard to observe the situation. Upon discovering that the personnel from the security department had departed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her as the sounds of crying and shouting echoed throughout the courtyard. She returned home alone, her expression no longer marred by fear or panic. At that moment, Bang Gung exuberantly burst in, exclaiming, "Mother, many people in our courtyard have been apprehended, and they were all bound with ropes. Even grandmother was tied up, and those individuals were armed with guns. They looked so formidable. I want a gun too when I grow up." Qin Huairu quickly placed her hand over Bang Geng's mouth, admonishing him, "Do not speak recklessly. If the people from the courtyard hear you, who will come to our family's aid in the future? We cannot afford to offend everyone here." Bang Geng wriggled free from her grasp, his face displaying disdain. "What is the big deal? If they are offended, so be it. Am I supposed to fear them?" Qin Huairu, feeling agitated herself, chose not to engage further. "Bang Geng, hurry and finish your homework. Scoring just 5 points on the last exam is embarrassing. Even I feel ashamed for you. Surely you could have written something better." Upon hearing her words, Bang Geng fell silent, knowing full well that his poor score was indeed the result of careless writing. An elderly woman was tearfully assisting the old lady onto the Kong. Sha Zhu sat nearby, observing the old lady with concern. "Old lady, you must help Laoyi," the elderly woman pleaded, her voice thick with sorrow. "It's all that Zhang family boy's fault. If it weren't for him, Laoyi wouldn't have been captured by the security department." Sha Zhu echoed her frustration with evident anger. "Sha Zhu, be quiet. This is a matter concerning Xiao Yi. He pressured so many residents to act against one individual. Regardless of whether it was against policy, this is not how one should conduct themselves. Besides, it was foolish to create such a ruckus. Couldn't he have just picked a few discreet individuals? Now that they are in the security department, once they record their statements, they will surely shift all the blame onto Xiao Yi. How many in our courtyard are truly good people? When trouble arises, who wouldn't deflect responsibility?" The deaf old lady sighed in resignation before continuing. "Fortunately, this incident has escalated to the steel mill. If it had gone to the police station, things might have been far worse. The steel mill will certainly cover it up. If it becomes too public, it could tarnish their reputation and the leaders would face criticism." At this point, the old lady paused, her expression heavy with concern. "Old lady, will Laoyi be all right?" "I have no idea what to expect," the elderly woman fretted, her anxiety palpable. "Do not worry, Andy. Laoyi is a 7th grade fitter and will be taking the 8th grade exam next year. He is a vital worker at the steel mill. They are unlikely to make things difficult for him." Sha Zhu reassured her with confidence. The deaf old lady glanced at Sha Zhu, then at the distressed elderly woman. "Suihua, you should return home for now. Tomorrow morning, Sha Zhu and I will visit the steel mill to plead for leniency with Director Yang." "Thank you, old lady. I will head back now." The elderly woman expressed her gratitude before departing from the old lady's residence. "Sha Zhu, be careful at the steel mill. After I visit Director Yang tomorrow, he may not be as lenient with you," the deaf old lady warned, her expression grim. "Grandmother, surely Director Yang won't refuse to help us. After all, you have done so much for him," Sha Zhu questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "It's hard to explain to you. Favors are transient, and once used, they are gone. I warn you to behave at the steel mill and avoid causing trouble. If issues arise, I cannot protect you. Tomorrow, I will approach Director Yang. Though I owe him a favor, I cannot repay it with my old bones. If something goes awry in the future, he will not assist us. Also, I have been meaning to ask you, when the daughter-in-law of the Jia family started at the mill, rumors quickly spread in our courtyard about you too. Keep your distance from her. She is not a good omen. She has alluring eyes and knows how to feign innocence, with a mournful expression that does not inspire confidence. You are of an age where you must be mindful of your reputation. What will people think if you get too close to a widow? Do you still wish to marry someday?" The deaf old lady imparted her wisdom with a serious tone. "Grandmother, I understand. I am of age, yet no one has come to introduce me to a potential match," Sha Zhu replied, his spirits dampened. He too longed for a virtuous bride. While Qin Jia was appealing, she was not suitable as a wife. He would consider a more fitting option if one presented itself. The deaf old lady regarded Sha Zhu thoughtfully before glancing in the direction of Su Damao's house. "Sha Zhu, do you find Su Damao's wife attractive?" Uncertain of the old lady's intention, Sha Zhu casually replied, "Grandmother, what does looks matter? Marrying Su Damao is akin to placing flowers in cow dung. That lad must have stumbled upon some good fortune just a few days ago. He was boasting in the kitchen and nearly got kicked out. Lu Xiaoa is wasted on him. She deserves better." The deaf old lady chuckled softly. "As long as she is good-looking. Now, go home, and remember not to stir up trouble. Focus on resolving your personal matters first." Sha Zhu nodded in agreement before taking his leave. Within the steel mill, a group of individuals found themselves confined in a dilapidated warehouse, guarded by several personnel from the security department. One by one, they were escorted in and out, clearly undergoing interrogation. Yi Zhonghai was not housed with the others. Instead, He found himself locked away in a temporary iron cell within the security department. He was genuinely frightened, uncertain of how the mill would handle the situation. Just then, a security officer passed by. "Comrade, I haven't had dinner yet. Could you spare something to eat? I am absolutely famished." Yi Zhonghai implored. His earlier bravado completely vanished. The security officer glanced at Yi Zhonghai. "If you fear hunger, refrain from wrongdoing. There is no food. You will have to wait until noon tomorrow," the officer stated curtly before moving on. Chapter 96. The deaf old lady seeks help from Director Yang. Upon hearing the words of the security personnel, Yi Zhonghai was infuriated. He had never endured such humiliation. Generally, he commanded respect from everyone, including the workshop director, who spoke to him with utmost cordiality. Despite his anger, he understood the gravity of the security department's authority and dared not utter a word of protest. As the security staff exited the temporary iron confinement, those outside began to converse. "What did he say to you?" "That old man is quite cunning," one companion inquired. "Nothing much, just that he's hungry and needs something to eat," replied another with a laugh. "Hungry? Let him suffer a bit longer. I'm still stuffed from my meal today. We've been out here for ages after catching someone, and I still feel bloated. Let us patrol and work off some of this food." The first man chuckled in agreement. "I haven't had such a splendid meal in ages. With Zhang Xiaopi's dinner, I could probably skip tomorrow's meal," he added. "That kid knows the ropes. We can't just stand by and watch good people be bullied." The security personnel exchanged smiles before setting off. Early the next morning, Xia Zhu supported the deaf old lady to Director Yang's office. Upon seeing her, Director Yang's expression grew somewhat awkward. He had anticipated her visit, but did not expect her to arrive so hastily, indicating Yi Zhonghai held significant importance to her. "Xiao Yang, the old lady has come to trouble you again," she began. The old lady was painfully aware of her disgrace, yet she felt powerless. Without Xia Zhu and Yi Zhonghai's care, she was uncertain how much longer she could survive. Death was not an option she desired. "Madam, I understand you are here regarding Yi Zhonghai, but this matter is difficult to resolve. I am under immense pressure as well," Director Yang explained, his discomfort evident as he refrained from inviting her to sit. The old lady, unceremoniously, took a seat opposite Director Yang, with Xia Zhu standing behind her. "Director Yang, as the head of the factory, can't you simply instruct the security department to release him?" Xia Zhu remarked nonchalantly. "Xia Zhu, be quiet. Xiao Yang has his own difficulties. Don't put him in a bind," the old lady scolded Xia Zhu, subtly prodding Director Yang. Director Yang recognized her intent, but offered a bitter smile, refusing to engage in pretense. "Madam, while I am the director of the rolling mill, this is a collective organization. It is not solely my decision. The situation concerning Yi Zhonghai is indeed disgraceful and involves a breach of policy. Thankfully, we intervened in time. Had he committed a serious error, not only would our factory leadership address Yi Zhonghai, but the law would not spare him either. With over 10,000 workers at the mill, can you imagine the uproar if they felt their livelihoods were threatened?" Director Yang explained helplessly, having pondered the matter all night without finding a satisfactory solution. "Xiao Yang, it can't be that severe. He is just a boy from the countryside. Can't you speak with him and persuade him to let this go? He works under your leadership, so surely he would listen to you," the old lady pleaded, hoping Director Yang would negotiate with Zhang Xiaopi to settle the matter amicably. She had initially intended to speak with Zhang Xiaopi herself, but he had dismissed her with a single retort, leaving her unable to confront him. Director Yang felt a twinge of annoyance at the old lady's words. After all, he too was from the countryside. However, due to the kindness the old lady had shown him in the past and her advanced age, he refrained from expressing his displeasure. "Madam, you are underestimating the situation. His position was granted by the commune. The superior department specially approved 3 slots, one of which is his. He has good connections with the commune and can acquire supplies outside the plan. Previously, the rolling mill could barely manage 2 or 3 meals with meat in a month, but since he arrived, the workers enjoy meat daily and even have a feast once a week. He voluntarily sought to resign yesterday, claiming he wished to return to the countryside and would no longer work at the rolling mill. If the workers learn that you all forced him out, do you not think there could be serious repercussions?" Director Yang patiently elucidated the critical aspects to the old lady. Her expression darkened as she realized Zhang Xiaopi's significance to the rolling mill and that he would willingly resign to return to the countryside instead of enjoying a comfortable life in the city. The urban perspective often failed to grasp the rural mindset. For them, the value of work points varied significantly based on personal relationships and the prosperity of their villages. Zhangjia village was currently thriving, thanks in part to Zhang Xiaopi's efforts, so returning to the countryside would not be a hardship for him. He was well regarded and known as a handsome young man. Should the old village chief retire, it was likely that he would be chosen as the new leader with the support of the village elders. Furthermore, given Zhang Xiaopi's current condition, he would not face hardship. It would merely be akin to a morning jog for him. Xiaoyang, I am an old woman with no children to rely on, depending solely on Shazhu and Yi Zhonghai for support. If anything were to happen to Yi Zhonghai, I would not be able to survive. You must help me find a solution to this matter. I promise I will not trouble you again. They each have their own fates, and I have done my utmost, the old lady implored. Recognizing the weight of her words, Director Yang understood he could not evade this responsibility. If anything were to happen to her, despite having repaid his debts of gratitude, the repercussions would be damaging to his reputation. Half an hour later, Shazhu assisted the deaf old lady as they departed. Chapter 97. Substituting labor for management. 5 minutes later, Director Li arrived at Factory Director Yang's office with the relevant documents. Director Yang, the testimonies are all in, and everyone points to Yi Zhonghai as the instigator and mastermind. He was the one who devised the plan, and several individuals involved are employees from our steel rolling mill. Additionally, there is the mother of Jia Dongxiu, who purchased an excessive amount of meat. In this sweltering heat, buying 30 pounds of meat at once, claiming it was just for her children, seems implausible. I recommend dismissing all employees from our steel mill involved in this incident, including Qin Huairu, to uphold the reputation of our factory. Upon Director Li's arrival, he directly demanded severe punishment for those involved. Director Yang felt overwhelmed, believing he had aged 100 days that morning. Shaoli, is there any room for negotiation? Your proposed penalties seem excessively harsh, he suggested, hoping to see if Li Yud could be reasoned with. Director Yang, I oversee logistics and human resources. If I were unaware of this matter, you can imagine the profound impact it would have on my career. Although I am not currently the deputy factory director, my responsibilities mirror that of one. I cannot jeopardize my future over such a triviality. I must act in the interest of our factory's reputation, uphold relevant policies, and protect the interests of law-abiding citizens. Director Yang, the previous incident involving Jia Dongxiu caused significant trouble for the steel mill, costing us an additional 500 yuan to resolve. Had my advice been heeded then, Jia Dongxiu would have only faced imprisonment, at worst, and the factory would not have incurred any losses, sparing both of us from reprimands from our superiors. Of course, I do not blame you for the handling of that situation. It was a collective decision. Yet, if this current issue is not addressed properly, it directly implicates me. If the thousands of workers at this large factory rise up, it won't just be my position at stake. The repercussions will reach our higher-ups. Director Li remained steadfast in his stance, asserting that the likelihood of unrest was high. When the factory lacked pork, everyone managed to cope. Now that pork was available, favoritism shown by the leadership towards others would undoubtedly incite worker dissent. Although furious at Director Li's words, Director Yang found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. It was true that Li had previously voted against certain measures, but he had only recently been transferred, resulting in limited support within the steel mill. Both had faced scrutiny from superiors over the Jia Dongxiu work injury incident, yet no penalties were imposed due to the involvement of higher authorities. However, this situation was different. Should a crisis arise, Director Li's predicament would escalate dramatically, as he was responsible for logistics and human resources. Regardless of his connections, the position of deputy factory director would slip away. Thus, Director Yang believed that if he failed to handle this matter to Li Yud's satisfaction, Li would undoubtedly report him, leading to his own complications. If the punitive measures proposed by Li had excluded Yi Zhonghai, he would have been indifferent to the dismissals. However, with he entangled in this matter and the elderly lady's situation needing delicate handling, he understood that if misfortunes befell her, he could offer explanations, yet his reputation would undeniably suffer. He was still harboring aspirations for advancement, and a tarnished reputation in the bureaucratic realm was a grave taboo. Director Li did not exit Director Yang's office until just before lunchtime, emerging with a broad smile. Upon returning to his office, he promptly called Director Yun. Director Yun, is Zhang Xiaopi in the factory? Director Yun responded, he seems to be here. He is usually either in the canteen or near the gate with Old Man Gu. Are you looking for him? Yes, please have someone find him and bring him to my office, Director Li instructed. After Director Yun agreed and hung up, he called the gatehouse. Fortune smiled upon him, as Zhang Xiaopi was indeed at the gatehouse. After receiving the call from Old Man Gu, Zhang Xiaopi informed Director Yun that he would be there shortly. After hanging up, he smiled. Xiaopai, you seem quite cheerful. Is there good news? Old Man Gu inquired while snacking on seeds. Old Man Gu, I will have lunch a bit later. After visiting Director Li's office, we can enjoy a couple of drinks in the canteen. Zhang Xiaopi replied before swiftly exiting the gatehouse. Old Man Gu chuckled, remarking, this kid's head works in mysterious ways. Before long, Zhang Xiaopi arrived at Director Li's office. Xiaopai, take a seat. Director Li greeted him with a warm smile, indicating a positive mood. Zhang Xiaopi did not hesitate to sit directly across from Director Li. Just as you anticipated, Director Yang has relented. He has agreed to support my appointment as Deputy Factory Director. And I have promised you the position of Deputy Section Chief, which Director Yang has also consented to. However, since you are classified as a worker, you will have to serve in a substitute capacity. After you contribute for a couple more years, I will advocate for your transition to a permanent position, and both Director Yang and I will endorse you. In high spirits, Director Li felt elated at finally securing the Deputy Factory Director role, having faced obstacles from Director Yang and his allies. With Director Yang's concession, the position was now within reach. Thank you for your guidance, Director. Rest assured, I will closely follow your lead and assist you in managing the steel mill effectively. I firmly believe that you will elevate our factory to new heights, garnering the workers' admiration. Zhang Xiaopi showered Director Li with praise, bolstering his spirits even further. Despite not yet being officially appointed as Deputy Factory Director, the informal title made him feel quite content. All right, you should return to your duties. The announcement should be made in the coming days. As for Yi Zhonghai and his associates, they will be released this afternoon. Yi Zhonghai will have 3 months' salary deducted, and the other participating employees from the steel mill will have their bonuses suspended for 6 months. The factory will also notify their respective units. Although the penalties may seem lenient, neither of us has incurred any losses. In fact, we have gained considerable advantages. Let us conclude this matter, Director Li declared decisively. Director Li, you make the decisions, and I shall follow your lead as your subordinate, Zhang Xiaopi replied before quickly leaving Director Li's office. Chapter 98 Everything is within Zhang Xiaopi's scheme. After leaving Li Yude's office, a smile finally graced Zhang Xiaopi's face. In truth, on the night when Yi Zhonghai and his cohorts pressured him, Zhang Xiaopi had ventured out for over 2 hours to visit Director Li. He had discerned the reason behind Jia Dongshu's ability to avoid imprisonment and merely pay a fine. It was Yi Zhonghai who had brought the deaf old lady to seek out Factory Director Yang. The gatekeeper was well aware of the happenings at the steel mill, and Zhang Xiaopi had specifically inquired with Old Gu about the presence of any strangers entering the factory to meet the director after Jia Dongshu's arrest. Old Gu confirmed that Yi Zhonghai had indeed visited with a long-haired, fair-skinned elderly woman. Zhang Xiaopi deduced that this must be the deaf old lady. He had never mentioned it, nor did it serve any purpose. He was merely curious about who would advocate for someone as despicable as Jia Dongshu. Individuals of power would hardly regard someone like Jia Dongshu. Even if a leader took notice, they would merely be a minor official, as the steel mill was a department-level entity. Once he understood that the old lady was deaf, he dismissed the matter. It was preferable that she was not a leader. The issue of Jia Dongshu's squatting was of no concern to him. The residence was not his. The squatter had occupied it for over a decade, while he, at that time, had been a mere child, frolicking in the small lake of Zhangjia village, performing high dives into the river. Whether Jia Dongshu was a good or bad person mattered little to him. In his previous life, the distinction between good and evil had blurred, as the era was one focused on economic pursuits, presenting him with myriad experiences. As long as the beasts did not provoke him, he had no desire to engage with them. He had no intention of reporting them to higher authorities to bring about Jia Dongshu's downfall. As a worker, offending the factory director would be unwise, especially since he lacked support. If others wielded power to oppress him, what recourse would he have? All conspiracies would crumble before authority. Given that the deaf old lady had ties to factory director Yang, and Yi Zhonghai could summon her to aid Jia Dongshu, it was likely that Yi Zhonghai would find himself apprehended as well. Would the old lady not come to his aid? Moreover, he found it hard to believe that Yang would consistently show deference to the old lady, as he was not her son. What benefit could a woman of such advanced age possibly provide to him? If the old lady possessed any significant connections, it was hardly reasonable to rely on foolish Zhu or Yi Zhonghai for her support, or to reside in a dilapidated courtyard. Thus, he utilized this insight to forge an agreement with Director Li. Initially, he had contemplated reporting the beasts to the police, But he soon realized that an investigation would be cumbersome, and he stood to gain nothing from it. If they were to trace the source of the meat, it would present complications for him as well. Although he could assert that someone had taken pity on the workers at the steel mill, sending him to deliver provisions, he had not profited a single penny. He was merely a delivery worker, and the safety authorities could do nothing to him. Meat would not simply fall from the sky. If they doubted him, they could conduct their investigations. After all, it was the law of the land. Only the commune or pig farms could sustain large-scale breeding. And these were collective entities. The commune selling to the steel mill was not illegal. However, to minimize trouble while maximizing benefits, he sought out Director Li. He was unaware of the tension between Director Yang and Director Li regarding the latter's promotion to deputy director, but he understood that their discord stemmed not from money or women, but from their ambitions for power. As long as Director Li remained steadfast, Director Yang would be unable to extricate Yi Zhonghai. A certainty in Zhang Xiaopi's mind. Director Li was the highest authority in logistics at the steel mill, and should any issue arise, the responsibility would fall heavily on him, ensuring he would not easily yield. Ambition coursed through Director Li's veins. His avarice for wealth was a mere trifling desire compared to his grand aspirations for advancement. Zhang Xiaopi directly approached Director Li, expressing his inability to continue at the steel mill, intending to resign while exposing Yi Zhonghai and his associates to higher authorities. Upon hearing this, Director Li grew anxious and promptly inquired about the matter at hand. Zhang Xiaopi refrained from embellishing the truth, recognizing that an investigation was necessary. He recounted the events surrounding the courtyard in detail. Director Li furrowed his brow, understanding the gravity of the situation. The workers at the steel mill had driven Zhang Xiaopi away, and they would perceive this as a failure on the part of the leadership, leading to his resignation. They were indifferent to him, having no personal ties. However, if the lack of meat resulted in discontent among the workers, it would directly impact their welfare, and any unrest would inevitably fall upon him. Director Li promptly assured Zhang Xiaopi that he would advocate for him, and Zhang Xiaopi feigned grievance as he revealed the connections between Director Yang and Yi Zhonghai, pretending not to wish to complicate matters for Director Li. Upon learning of these additional details, Director Li was elated. If he resolved this issue, his deputy director position would be secured. Together, Director Li and Zhang Xiaopi devised a mutually beneficial solution, forging an alliance. Unbeknownst to Director Li, the position of deputy director was destined for him. He was merely a pawn in Zhang Xiaopi's game. Zhang Xiaopi first visited the canteen, requesting Master Chow to prepare a few dishes. With the food in hand, he made his way to the guardhouse. "Old Gu, it's time for dinner. Shall we enjoy some finjo today?" Zhang Xiaopi cheerfully entered the guardhouse, carrying a bottle of liquor and several dishes in a bamboo basket. "Delightful. Peanuts, smashed cucumbers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and braised pork," Old Gu remarked, his mouth watering. Although he had shared many delightful meals with Zhang Xiaopi recently, he could never tire of good food, having endured hardship for so many years. "Xiaopi, it seems you have something good in store," Old Gu chuckled. "Regardless of the circumstances, the food I bring will never disappoint. You have no children, and I grew up eating at various households in the village. We share a kinship, making us particularly compatible." As Zhang Xiaopi poured wine for Old Gu, he bantered lightly. "Indeed, we are both unfortunate souls, though your fortune surpasses mine, having been born in such a favorable era." Old Gu observed Zhang Xiaopi with increasing fondness. "That is certainly true. It is thanks to your efforts. Allow me to propose a toast to you." Zhang Xiaopi raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. Within the confines of the steel factory, consumption of alcohol during working hours is strictly prohibited, with the exception of the gatekeeper, Old Gu, and now, Zhang Xiaopi, who has already finished his shift. Old Gu, a venerable gentleman nearing 70, possesses 2 second-class merit medals. It is unrealistic to expect him to apprehend thieves. His role, after all, is to enjoy a leisurely retirement while ensuring the gate remains secure. They prefer not to reside in a carefree retirement home, believing that in their advanced years, they should not merely consume without contributing, especially as they still receive military pensions and feel compelled to exert their remaining vigor. These individuals may not have held high military ranks or attained significant educational achievements. Nevertheless, the soldiers they once commanded surely include a few who have achieved great success. They also have comrades who have faced life and death alongside them, and they are supported by steadfast and reliable superiors. In his past, he heard tales of a 4th-class sergeant who guided 2 division commanders and 1 regimental commander. Regardless of the veracity of such claims, these figures remain legendary, and their life experiences undoubtedly serve as invaluable lessons on the journey of life. Chapter 99. The gathering of people dismissed in the afternoon. Zhang Xiaopi and Gu Dage were still engaged in jovial conversation over drinks. Meanwhile, a contingent from the security department, comprising more than 20 individuals, passed by the entrance of the rolling mill. One of them glanced at the glass window of the guardhouse, and his expression immediately darkened, filled with rage as he pointed a finger at the guardhouse and shouted, "It's Zhang Xiaopi." Everyone turned to look. "This scoundrel, I shall not let him off easily." The personnel from the security department scoffed. "You won't let him off? Are you looking for revenge to get back in?" Upon hearing this, the crowd shivered in apprehension and fell silent. Yi Zhonghai, his face etched with hatred, glared at Zhang Xiaopi as he exited the factory. He was not working today and had not rested well overnight. The words exchanged were audible even within the guardhouse. "Xiaopi, these people are the ones pressuring you to help buy meat," Gu Dage remarked curiously as they observed the departing figures. "Gu Dage, your information is remarkably astute. This is not something that can be freely discussed within the factory, lest it tarnish the reputation of the rolling mill," Zhang Xiaopi teased. "What is there to hide? It's merely that the leaders fear embarrassment and worry about their careers. Moreover, that old lady from last time. She returned this morning with Xia Zhu's assistance, and her expression was far from pleasant as she left. Now that they are all out, it seems she has a good rapport with Xiao Yang," Gu Dage bluntly stated, showing no signs of discretion. "Indeed, Director Li has spoken with me, and I have agreed. Besides, there are benefits for me as well. In a few days, I will be appointed as the Deputy Section Chief of the Procurement Department through a worker representative role, primarily responsible for the procurement of agricultural byproducts," Zhang Xiaopi candidly shared, recognizing that Gu Dage was not an outsider and would eventually find out. If he did not clarify his own advantages, it might appear as though he did not trust Gu Dage. "Work diligently. You're a clever lad. Securing an administrative position is quite commendable. Did Xiao Yang and Xiao Li promise to assist you in obtaining an administrative post?" Gu Dage continued to inquire. "Indeed, if I exert effort over these next 2 to 3 years and make some contributions, they will help me apply for an administrative position, and I will be directly promoted to section chief." With the position secured in one go, Zhang Xiaopi revealed without reservation, detailing the steps outlined by Director Li to Gu Dage. "This matter is beyond my comprehension. I was initially administrative, and transitioning to an administrative role in 2 to 3 years is certainly advantageous. Finding a spouse will be much easier then, and by that time, I will be of suitable age," Gu Dage jested with a chuckle. "Of course, when I marry, I will definitely invite you to the wedding feast. You will be seated at the head table, and I must find some elders to support me." Zhang Xiaopi laughed heartily. Gu Dage, filled with exuberance, reflected on his long life spent in battles, devoid of children or family, with his village now a mere memory. In his twilight years, he had encountered Zhang Xiaopi, a young lad with whom he felt a unique camaraderie, and he embraced this younger generation as kin. Upon returning to the courtyard, everyone hurried home, and the atmosphere in the courtyard grew lively once more. Upon seeing Yi Zhonghai return, Dama felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Oldie, are you all right? Did they harm you?" she inquired with concern. "I'm fine. It was that old lady who went to the rolling mill to find factory director Yang." Yi Zhonghai, who understood the situation well, responded, inwardly acknowledging that it was only the old lady who could have facilitated his swift release. Earlier that morning, Xia Zhu and the old lady had visited the rolling mill to seek out factory director Yang, and upon returning, the old lady had remained in a foul mood. "I will go check on the old lady. You should head home," Yi Zhonghai said before making his way to the backyard. "Old lady, I'm back," he announced, feeling somewhat awkward as he looked at the old lady reclining on the calm. "Xiao Yi is back. You didn't suffer at the factory, did you?" The deaf old lady opened her eyes to gaze at Yi Zhonghai. "Not at all. I must thank you, old lady. I know that otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble." Yi Zhonghai expressed his gratitude, though his eyes were filled with animosity towards Zhang Xiaopi. "It's good that you're fine. In the future, avoid provoking this young man. He is unlike the timid individuals from our courtyard who would scheme over trivial matters. He is not afraid of you. He has connections and a sharp mind. I never anticipated he would execute such a maneuver," the deaf old lady warned Yi Zhonghai with a stern gaze. "Old lady, I understand. I will certainly avoid antagonizing him," Yi Zhonghai replied respectfully, though his eyes still betrayed his deep-seated resentment. "Xiao Yi, I want to be able to assist you at the rolling mill anymore. Today, Factory Director Yang stated he would help me one last time. After this, he will not see me again. You and Sha Zhu must refrain from causing any more trouble. Go home and rest. I can tell from your eyes that you haven't slept all night. The old lady observed the weariness and bitterness reflected in Yi Zhonghai's gaze. Knowing he would still confront Zhang Xiaopi, but feeling powerless to intervene further. You should rest, old lady. I will take my leave now, Yi Zhonghai said as he exited the old lady's room and returned home. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu arrived home to find Jia Zhangshi sprawled on the bed, lamenting. Oh dear, she groaned, her hands incessantly rubbing her knees. Mother, what is wrong? Please don't frighten me. Our home cannot be without you. Qin Huairu feigned anxiety as she approached Jia Zhangshi. I spent the entire night in that wretched rolling mill warehouse. The moment I stopped moving, the mosquitoes would swarm me. Why are there so many mosquitoes at the rolling mill? My knees are in agony now, Jia Zhangshi complained, her face marred by the reddened welts of numerous mosquito bites. In truth, it was still early in the summer. Had it been later, the mosquitoes by the riverside would have surely targeted this plump old lady without mercy. Chapter 100. The crowd demands Zhang Xiaopi to refund as Qin Huairu observed the irate and restless Jia Zhangshi, who incessantly rubbed her knees. A glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes, revealing a peculiar smile. Mother, I have some painkillers here that work remarkably well. Allow me to fetch them for you, Qin Huairu exclaimed, promptly moving to the cabinet and retrieving a bottle of painkillers from the drawer. This bottle contained 100 tablets, which she handed directly to Jia Zhangshi, accompanied by a courteous offer of a glass of water. Jia Zhangshi found Qin Huairu's excessive attentiveness somewhat unsettling. Could it be that she harbored intentions to poison her? Cautious as ever, given her extensive experience, she had always kept an eye out for Yi Zhonghai and rarely ventured beyond the confines of the courtyard. Qin Huairu, are you attempting to poison me with such flattery? Jia Zhangshi glared at her with suspicion. What are you insinuating, mother? This is merely for consuming peanuts. The bottle remains sealed, and it even has labels. You could ask someone who can read if these are indeed painkillers, Qin Huairu replied, feigning innocence and looking quite aggrieved. Yet, Jia Zhangshi paid little heed to her protests and took the medicine to seek the opinion of Yan Bugui in the front courtyard. Third uncle, could you take a look at this medicine for me? She inquired, as Yan Bugui tended to the flowers by the entrance. Upon receiving the bottle from Jia Zhangshi, Yan Bugui examined the label. Jia Zhangshi, this is painkillers. Are you feeling unwell? He asked. With the confirmation, Jia Zhangshi's anxiety dissipated. I've been standing for too long, my knees ache. As long as the medicine is correct, I shall return home, she replied briskly. Upon arriving home, Jia Zhangshi opened the bottle, took a tablet, and downed it with a full glass of water. She then headed to her bed. Qin Huairu, hurry and prepare dinner. I haven't eaten since last night, she called out. Mother, I'm also famished. Please expedite dinner, Bang Gung chimed in. Qin Huairu did not respond, but wore a discernible smile as she gathered wild vegetables and exited the house. She placed the vegetables by the sink and then hurried to Yi Zhonghai's residence. Elder uncle, you have returned. I was quite alarmed yesterday, Qin Huairu expressed with a concerned look. Huairu, I am quite fatigued. We shall discuss matters another time, Yi Zhonghai replied, patting his thigh as he spoke. Very well, elder uncle. Do take care to rest, Qin Huairu said before departing. Old Yi, Qin Huairu came to see you, and you didn't even extend her a warm welcome, Aunt Yi remarked as she tidied up. Leave it be. I am utterly exhausted today. I shall explain things to her tomorrow. I do not wish to converse now. Just prepare some peanuts for me to accompany my drink tonight, Yi Zhonghai replied impatiently. Aunt Yi refrained from further comment, understanding that Yi Zhonghai was in a foul mood. Zhang Xiaopi and Old Gu, two inebriated companions, chatted while drinking. Old Gu, being of advanced age, consumed his drink at a leisurely pace. They managed to finish a bottle of Finjiu, continuing their gathering until all the workers from the steel mill had departed, ultimately concluding their ambiguous meal session. With all the food consumed, Old Gu chose not to have dinner and retreated to his room for sleep, while the security personnel assisted in locking the small gate. Upon Zhang Xiaopi's return to the courtyard, he was met with unfriendly glares from the residents. Most refrained from voicing their discontent, only daring to cast daggers with their eyes. After Jia Zhangshi finished her dinner and enjoyed the evening breeze in the central courtyard, she spotted Zhang Xiaopi entering. Instantly invigorated, she rushed toward him. Zhang Xiaopi, you little wretch, you owe me money, 5 yuan, or I will not let this matter rest. Jia Zhangshi glared fiercely at him, her hand extended expectantly. Her outburst drew a crowd, and many emerged to join in the chorus of demands. Return my money, 6. 5 yuan. Mine is 1. 3 yuan. And I want my 1. 95 yuan. They clamored at Zhang Xiaopi. With a cool smile, Zhang Xiaopi regarded the crowd. If you seek your money, no problem. Come to my doorstep and write your names. Tomorrow, I shall inquire with the steel mill's finance department, he replied, catching them off guard. The crowd exchanged suspicious looks, their expressions darkening as they contemplated his words. If you want the money, then follow me. Do not hesitate. I will assist you in retrieving it. There is no need for fear, he continued. You all are quite adept at stirring trouble, as if this were solely my responsibility. A bunch of clueless cowards, Zhang Xiaopi concluded, striding toward the back courtyard. They all understood that the money had been confiscated by the steel mill, but where it would ultimately end up remained a mystery. Zhang Xiaopi had not inquired, for he possessed the receipt for the confiscation from the factory. Yi Zhonghai stood at the entrance, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaopi with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to devour him whole. Just because others refrained from demanding their dues did not mean Jia Zhangshi would. Watching Zhang Xiaopi retreat to the back courtyard, she exclaimed in fury, "Let them write. I refuse to believe the steel mill would dare to withhold my money." Yi Zhonghai, alarmed, called out, "Sister-in-law, do not go. If you write it down, Qin Huairu will lose her position." At his urgent words, Jia Zhangshi halted, realizing that her livelihood depended on her job. Chapter 101. Beasts and Beasts. Jia Zhangshi felt an immense ache in her heart. So much wealth had simply vanished. She now hesitated to approach Zhang Xiaopi, fearing that this wretched creature might indeed go to the steel factory to demand money, claiming he was coerced, which would spell disaster for the Jia family's position. Nevertheless, she immediately recalled the words uttered by this little beast moments ago. While she dared not confront the collective trouble, she could certainly incite Yi Zhonghai to compensate for the meat purchased from Zhang Xiaopi. When it came to matters of finance, Jia Zhangshi was indeed formidable. While others failed to grasp the implications of Zhang Xiaopi's words, she swiftly identified the issue. Ordinarily possessing an IQ of 72, she now felt as if she had transformed into a genius with an IQ of 172, as the allure of wealth invigorated her mind. With her hands on her hips, she glared at Yi Zhonghai. "Old Yi, you were the one who led us to buy meat from this little beast. We all made purchases, yet you abstained. Have you conspired with this little creature against us? The trouble you instigated has resulted in our money being confiscated by the steel factory. Thus you must reimburse us." Jia Zhangshi immediately directed her ire towards Yi Zhonghai. Upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's words, Yi Zhonghai's expression morphed into one of astonishment. While internally, he was beset by turmoil, realizing he had foolishly spoken out. However, he felt compelled to respond. Losing his position was untenable, and he pondered how Qin Huairu would fare in such a predicament. The crowd had overheard Jia Zhangshi's remarks and found them compelling. "Indeed, it was you who took us to Zhang Xiaopi to buy meat. Now that there are problems, you must compensate us." "Exactly. You are obliged to reimburse us. I incurred a loss of 1 yuan and 95 cents. You must pay." The cacophony escalated, plunging the scene into chaos. Yi Zhonghai felt lightheaded, his temper flaring as he glared at the crowd. Lu Haizhong, with his belly protruding and head held high, sauntered over, contemplating the moment for revenge. "Old E, the crowd is right. You must compensate us. We have all suffered due to your actions. If you refuse to pay, I suggest we replace you with the first elder. I shall take your position," Lu Haizhong stated, relishing the thought of unseating Yi Zhonghai. "Indeed, if you do not step down to allow the first elder to take your place, you must reimburse us. We support the first elder. The first elder is standing up for us." Yi Zhonghai's complexion turned ashen, his fury palpable as he glared at the crowd. In the backyard, Zhang Xiaopi listened intently, shaking his head as he remarked, "What one brings upon others ultimately befalls oneself. Am I correct, old lady? Aren't you going to intervene? This is quite uncharacteristic of you." Zhang Xiaopi loudly addressed the deaf old lady's room, not waiting for a response, as he returned home, merely intending to irritate her. This was merely a trivial matter. His earlier statement was spoken casually, not truly invoking retribution. The first elder, sensing the brewing trouble, feared an impending crisis as dozens clamored for refunds. She hurriedly rushed toward the backyard. Yi Zhonghai, observing the crowd's demeanor, shouted in exasperation, "Silence! Do you have no conscience? You profited from your purchases while I did not benefit from your misfortune. Now that you face losses, it is somehow my fault? I was only trying to help you secure benefits." Yi Zhonghai found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his grievances. Blaming Jia Zhangshi for this predicament. I do not care, my money must be accounted for. This little beast has the steel factory backing him. If we cannot reclaim our money, you are our only recourse. Otherwise, I shall camp at your doorstep. Jia Zhangshi declared, promptly laying herself at Yi Zhonghai's door, flailing her arms as if possessed, revealing her theatrical prowess. Old Jia, don't you come quickly. Our family is impoverished, and your dear friend, old Jia, has caused us to lose so much money. Hurry and take him away. Heaven, open your eyes. We, the Jia family, have dedicated our lives to virtue. Why must we endure such hardship? Remove the evildoers. Jia Zhangshi lamented from Yi Zhonghai's doorstep, her cries echoing throughout the courtyard, beseeching both celestial and earthly beings. Yi Zhonghai gasped for breath, trembling with rage, his mind a blank slate. While this tirade might not devastate others, it struck him profoundly. The crowd, lacking Jia Zhangshi's dramatic flair, unitedly chanted, "Compensate us! Compensate us! Compensate us!" Lu Haizhong reveled in the chaos, relishing the reversal of fortunes, reflecting on how arrogant Yi Zhonghai had been just days prior. He remained silent, merely enjoying the spectacle. Yin Bugue had long since hidden at the front gate, unwilling to partake in such turmoil, wary of Jia Zhangshi's potential ire. Zhang Xiaopi reclined in a chair, leisurely eating a tomato. Jia Zhangshi has indeed risen to the role of the first elder. Her cohesion is remarkable, her presence commanding, almost akin to a master sorceress. Zhang Xiaopi's voice resonated, and at that moment, the first elder emerged, supporting the deaf old lady. Chapter 102. The deaf old lady to the rescue. The deaf old lady and an auntie overheard Zhang Xiaopi's mocking remarks. The deaf old lady glared at Zhang Xiaopi, clearly incensed. As she passed by his room, she muttered, "Young man, one should learn to show restraint." The auntie glanced at Zhang Xiaopi, but refrained from speaking. Indeed, age sometimes brings about forgetfulness, yet her hearing remained remarkably acute, contrary to the claims of his poor hearing. It seemed otherwise. The nuances of right and wrong eluded her, and as she reflected on the lack of virtue that often accompanies old age, she realized the truth behind the saying that one should not disrespect their elders. Today was an eye-opening experience for her. Zhang Xiaopi retorted sharply at the old lady. Upon hearing his words, the deaf old lady trembled slightly and paused for a moment before continuing her way to the courtyard. The auntie was taken aback. Although she understood the implication of Zhang Xiaopi's words, she was baffled as to why he would speak so to the old lady. Yi Zhonghai had not disclosed to the auntie the reasons for his scheming against Zhang Xiaopi, nor had she pondered the severe ramifications that could ensue from such machinations. However, the deaf old lady comprehended Zhang Xiaopi's intent and recognized the gravity of the leverage he possessed against her. It was not just Yi Zhonghai who could manipulate Zhang Xiaopi. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence residing in the courtyard could do the same. Zhang Xiaopi was fortunate to be the most subservient in the courtyard. Otherwise, he might face a fate worse than death. The instigator of this turmoil was Yi Zhonghai. Had the deaf old lady intervened at that moment, perhaps Zhang Xiaopi would have spared her some regard in the future. Now, the deaf old lady was acutely aware that Zhang Xiaopi had seen through her, leaving her with a sense of trepidation regarding his capabilities at such a young age. Regret washed over her as she realized that her own selfishness had caused her to squander an opportunity presented by Zhang Xiaopi, an opportunity that would not come again. She now worried that Zhang Xiaopi might seek retribution against Yi Zhonghai, cautioning him to avoid provoking Zhang Xiaopi, as any evidence he might leave behind would not be a matter to be taken lightly. The deaf old lady was indeed correct in her conjecture. Zhang Xiaopi was genuinely angry. Initially, he had intended to teach Yi Zhonghai a profound lesson. Yet after discussing with Director Li, who had promised him compelling terms, he chose to let Yi Zhonghai off the hook for the time being. His heart was neither twisted nor dark. He knew that the beasts would continue to trouble him. After all, they would not be called beasts otherwise. The defining trait of a beast is its inability to remember pain. Even if they recall it momentarily, they will soon forget. He would not resort to illegal means for revenge, for he was a well-educated youth who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education and retained his memories in this era. He had his own methods of vengeance. And there was no rush. He was also quite curious about the dynamics among the beasts. Eventually, they would reap what they sowed. Death was liberation, but a life worse than death was true punishment. He was keen to witness the unfolding drama. After all, the courtyard was currently a stage of sorts, showcasing an uncommon spectacle. Upon reaching the courtyard, the deaf old lady was incensed by the scene before her. Acutely aware that her control had waned since Zhang Xiaopi's arrival. "Silence!" she shouted, her cane striking the ground with a resounding thud. The residents of the courtyard fell silent, looking at her with a mix of respect and trepidation. Ignoring them, she approached Jia Zhangshi directly, delivering a sharp blow to her shoulder. "Ouch! Who dare strike me?" Jia Zhangshi exclaimed, jumping up in shock. Seeing the deaf old lady before her, her demeanor shifted to one of submissiveness. "Why did you hit me, old lady?" she stammered, fear creeping into her voice, not because she feared losing an argument, but rather because she dreaded being wronged by the old lady. "Zhang Xiaohua, what nonsense are you up to? Are you so tired of living in the Siheyuan courtyard that you wish to return to the countryside? I am still alive, and this courtyard is not a place for you to run amok." The deaf old lady continued, raising her cane and employing her technique with vigor against Jia Zhangshi. "Ouch! That hurts. I won't do it again," Jia Zhangshi cried, quickly retreating to her home and slamming the door shut. The deaf old lady attempted to follow, but exhaustion quickly set in, prompting the auntie to support her. "Zhang Xiaohua, if you misbehave again, I will smash all the glass in your house. Let's see how you live then." After venting her anger, the deaf old lady took a few deep breaths to calm her agitated emotions. Jia Zhangshi pressed her face against the glass, observing the outside world. Her already large and unattractive face appeared even larger against the glass. Whether due to pain or fear, her expression twisted grotesquely as she grimaced. Her flat nose and squinting eyes adding to the eerie visage, rendering her a natural candidate for a ghostly portrayal without the need for makeup. "You lot have made no progress over the years. Young Yi has gone to great lengths to ensure you have access to affordable meat. Was this not for the benefit of our courtyard and Yi?" Chapter 103. The deaf old lady suppresses the courtyard. The deaf old lady, having successfully intimidated the crowd, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Naturally, she could not reprimand each person present, but it was essential to make an example of someone. With Jia Zhangshi having fled and the deaf old lady unwilling to offend her too deeply, knowing that Jia Zhangshi could become uncontrollable in her fury, it was necessary to suppress another instigator to render the rest of the crowd leaderless. If she failed to subdue them, they might incite further unrest, which she might struggle to manage. Her gaze fell upon Lu Haizhong, Xiao Lu, as the second elder of the courtyard. Seeing such chaos unfold while you stoke the flames from the sidelines, do you think the old woman has not disciplined you enough in recent years for you to feel emboldened? What skill is it to usurp the elder's position? You might as well inherit my ancestor's place. From now on, you would be the ancestor of the courtyard. The deaf old lady continued to berate Lu Haizhong, who hung his head in shame. "Old lady, you jest. I would never dare to covet your ancestor's position. I was merely momentarily foolish. I will take my leave now. You all carry on." With that, Lu Haizhong hastily retreated, for he was no fool. He understood that with the deaf old lady's emergence, his position was in jeopardy. He genuinely feared her cane, knowing that, having already driven Jia Zhangshi away, she might not be finished and could target him next, further embarrassing him. The crowd remained silent, unwilling to disperse, still gathered in the courtyard, for they had each suffered losses. The deaf old lady frowned, her displeasure evident. "Are you not going to leave? Do you wish for me to visit each of your homes and shatter your glass?" She punctuated her statement by thrusting her cane into the ground with a resounding thud. The crowd, startled, quickly dispersed, their faces betraying feelings of resentment. Yet the consequences of incurring the deaf old lady's wrath compelled them to retreat in defeat. Once the crowd had vacated, Yi Zhonghai breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to the deaf old lady. "Old lady, had it not been for you, I would have faced a difficult situation today," he said, somewhat dejectedly. "Xiao Yi, there are words I had not intended to speak, but after that young man provoked me in the backyard today, I feel it necessary to offer you a warning. Your actions have been reckless. I know your intentions all too well, and I am not the only one aware of them. I am uncertain how that young man has offended you, but you have pushed him to the brink. Do you believe he will remain silent? This young man is quite astute, and I find him somewhat intimidating myself. Do not provoke him further. If he finds leverage against you, do you think he will let you off easily? He has not uttered a word in the courtyard, yet he escalated matters to the steel factory. If I had not shamelessly sought out Director Yang, think of your own fate. Remember, a dog that bites does not bark. This incident reveals that this young man is decisive and remarkably composed, possessing both courage and strategy. Be cautious." With a sigh, The deaf old lady did not wait for assistance from the elder woman and relied on her cane to return to the backyard. Yi Zhonghai, wearing a troubled expression, returned home, his mind occupied with the implications of the deaf old lady's words. The elder woman followed him inside and closed the door behind them. She observed Yi Zhonghai's silence without speaking, simply sitting beside him and waiting. After about 10 minutes, Yi Zhonghai exhaled deeply. Acknowledging that the old lady's words held truth, he had indeed acted too hastily. The crux of the issue lay in his scant understanding of Zhang Xiaopi. He had presumed that he could easily manipulate an 18-year-old rural youth without much effort. He was utterly unaware of the depth of the young man's character, leading him to underestimate the risks he was taking, nearly landing himself in an irretrievable predicament. It was clear that he must approach the situation with caution and strive to understand Zhang Xiaopi better, while also allowing the young man to lower his guard. Presently, Zhang Xiaopi was undoubtedly wary of him. Even if he wished to plot and scheme, success would not come easily. Had Zhang Xiaopi been privy to Yi Zhonghai's thoughts, he would have merely laughed dismissively. To him, it was evident that Yi Zhonghai had yet to fully grasp the situation. Being embroiled in the chaos himself, upon learning of Zhang Xiaopi's monthly salary of 55 yuan, compounded by Qin Huairu's coaxing and instigation, Yi Zhonghai's mind had become disordered. He was impatient to save money for himself, utilizing Zhang Xiaopi's funds to sustain Qin Huairu and their children. He had grown accustomed to living off others' resources to support his woman and children. After all, Jia Dongshu had maintained him for over a decade. If Zhang Xiaopi were to continue supporting him for another decade, his retirement plans would be secure. As for the fate of Zhang Xiaopi and Qin Huairu, it had never been a concern for him. Yi Zhonghai was an exceedingly selfish individual, narrow-minded to the core, incapable of contemplating the consequences of his actions. Even when it came to his own flesh and blood, he contemplated leaving them to others to nurture. What sort of person does that make him? However, Zhang Xiaopi remained oblivious to these machinations. He was not a mind reader. Old Yi, I believe the old lady's words hold merit. The elder woman finally mustered the courage to assert, feeling that Yi Zhonghai had indeed overreached in his calculations. I understand. I shall heed the old lady's advice. You need not worry, Yi Zhonghai replied before reclining on the bed. Chapter 104. Qin Huairu's complaints within the confines of the Jia residence. Jia Zhangshi was tenderly massaging the spots where the deaf old lady had struck her. That wretched old crone, despite her advanced age, possesses such strength that she nearly brought me to my demise. Lao Jia, Dongshu, please hurry and bring the deaf old lady away. It is she who shields Yi Zhonghai. Had she not appeared, my 19 yuan and 5 jiao would have been returned to me. That accursed old woman has ruined my good fortune. As Jia Zhangshi lamented, she continued to curse the deaf old lady. Mother, if it hurts so much, you should take another painkiller. They are quite effective and can alleviate all sorts of pain, Qin Huairu said dutifully. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi found it reasonable. After taking the medication, her knee felt considerably better, and she even sensed that she could run faster, which surely helped her evade the old lady's numerous strikes. Jia Zhangshi swiftly took another painkiller and washed it down with water. Observing her mother, Qin Huairu could not help but reveal a barely perceptible smile. Meanwhile, Lu Haizhong was at home, his face marred by dejection. He had lost considerable face after being scolded by the deaf old lady. However, he found some solace in knowing that many residents of the courtyard had also been driven away by her wrath. Yet, the thought that as long as the old lady remained, his position as a senior figure was utterly unattainable, left him feeling quite uneasy. He picked up a filial piety stick and began to strike Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu. You must learn to be filial as you grow up. Do you understand? Lu Haizhong reprimanded as he struck them. We understand. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu shouted in response. After several minutes of this, Lu Haizhong set the stick down in the corner and sat in a chair, breathing heavily, feeling much better. The two boys, on the other hand, bore numerous marks from the beating. Unable to voice their suffering, they could only grit their teeth and endure, silently shedding tears for fear of incurring another round of punishment. Erdema dared not speak either. She had ventured into the courtyard and witnessed the deaf old lady chastising Lu Haizhong mercilessly, preferring not to provoke her own troubles. Although her household lacked a disciplined stick, Lu Haizhong possessed the formidable iron sand palm technique, which she would rather not contend with. Yin Buguay looked on with satisfaction at Sandema. Did you see how formidable this lad is? He handled everyone with a single move. And they were all sent to the security department. Though they were only detained for one night, there will surely be consequences. I wonder how Yi Zhonghai managed to come out unscathed. Initially pleased, Yin Bugui's expression shifted to contemplation. I know that Shaju took the deaf old lady out early this morning. Typically, he is the last to leave for work in our courtyard, but today he left with her at dawn. He must be trying to plead for Yi Zhonghai. Sandama's intellect was also engaged this time, and her deduction was astute. Let us not involve ourselves further. Both Yi Zhonghai and Zhang Xiaopi have powerful backers, whereas we, Lu Haizhong and I, do not. Look at how Lu Haizhong was scolded by the deaf old lady today, like a dog. We should refrain from meddling in affairs that offer no benefits. Once Yin Bugui concluded, he began to cut paper, which was large and needed to be trimmed to the size of textbooks for effective use. Time passed, and eventually, every household extinguished their lights to rest. Outside the public restroom beneath a tree, two figures engaged in conversation, and it was evident who they were. "Hi Go, are you alright? I was so worried about you last night that I couldn't sleep, fearing something might happen to you," Qin Huairu inquired with concern. "I'm fine. I only spoke briefly and must return now. For the time being, let us not scheme against the little brat in the backyard." The deaf old lady shared some insights with me that I find quite valid. It is not the right time to plot against him, as he has become wary of us. Moreover, this lad is quite astute. You must exercise extreme caution and ensure he does not catch on to any hints. Yi Zhonghai cautioned Qin Huairu. "Hai Ge, did you not say he would assist our family? Is it not too lenient to let him off the hook now?" Qin Huairu felt a lingering resentment and continued to entice Yi Zhonghai, seeking a way to grasp Zhang Xiaopi's weaknesses. If she could hold him under her thumb, her life would become significantly easier, allowing her to purchase snowflake cream and adorn herself with beautiful new clothes, shoes, and bags. Now is not the time to scheme. He has connections at the steel mill. We must first understand this boy while gradually easing his suspicions towards us. Moving forward, we should maintain a polite facade while carefully observing his actions. We need to plan meticulously before plotting against him, as our previous actions were too conspicuous, Yi Zhonghai concluded, noticing Qin Huairu's lingering dissatisfaction. Before she could voice her thoughts, he impatiently interjected, "Enough, do not say any more. I must return. This lad is truly difficult to manipulate. He has grown cautious of all of us. Had the deaf old lady not intervened on my behalf today, I would not have been able to leave. Do not fret, we still have Shaju. We can discuss it again when your mother-in-law can no longer hold out," Yi Zhonghai stated before departing, his heart heavy with frustration. The inability to exact revenge left him unsettled. However, he understood that seeking vengeance without a chance of success could lead to Zhang Xiaopi turning the tables on him, which would yield no advantages. Upon seeing Yi Zhonghai leave, Qin Huairu's eyes brimmed with disdain. The people of the courtyard are utterly useless. They cannot even outsmart a rural newcomer despite their numbers. Yi Zhonghai, you are the greatest failure. You may have climbed into my bed swiftly, but you accomplish nothing else beautifully, nothing that satisfies me. I truly must have been blind to have chosen a man like you. The deaf old lady is equally inept. She dares to shatter the glass of anyone's home in the courtyard, yet she does not dare to confront Zhang Xiaopi at his doorstep. After venting her emotions, Qin Huairu returned to the courtyard, her face flushed with anger. Simultaneously, she pondered ways to gain leverage over Zhang Xiaopi. For she could not allow the monthly sum of 55 yuan to slip away. It was a sum she was determined to secure. Chapter 105. Vice Section Chief Zhang Xiaopi. A few days later, within the steel rolling mill, Zhang Xiaopi reclined with his eyes closed at a dining table in the canteen. In truth, he was summoning his farm space to process corn into corn oil and peanuts into peanut oil. Simultaneously, he sowed seeds anew and tended to his farm, which had just harvested a bountiful yield. His ranch had also been upgraded to level 3, allowing for the raising of cattle. He could choose between yellow cattle and dairy cows. The calves cost 200 farm coins, while the dairy cows were priced at 80 farm coins, with a production cycle of 1 month. The yellow cattle yielded a calf every 3 days, whereas the dairy cows produced 10 kilograms of milk daily. The fish pond had also reached level 2, and after stocking it with fry, the cycle was a month long. The fry for Qingyu, Xiaoyu, Lianyu, and Hongyu were all priced at 40 farm coins, while the Crucian carp was slightly more expensive at 50 farm coins. Each day, the Qingyu produced 100 jin, Xiaoyu 100 jin, Lianyu 100 jin, Hongyu 100 jin, and the Crucian carp yielded 30 jin. The daily output from a level 2 fish pond was modest, but for Zhang Xiaopi at this moment, it was inconsequential. He was content to take his time. At that moment, The loudspeaker of the steel rolling mill blared to life. "Attention, comrades within the factory. It has come to our attention that our employees Yi Zhonghai, Wu Taidan, Bao Yutian, Qin Huairu, and Lu Haizhong, or their family members, have engaged in actions detrimental to the image of the steel mill. Following a meeting of the factory leadership, the following penalties are hereby imposed. Yi Zhonghai shall have 3 months' wages deducted as a warning and receive a minor demerit. Wu Taidan, Bao Yutian, Qin Huairu, and Lu Haizhong shall have all bonuses and allowances from the past 6 months deducted in addition to their base salary and receive a formal reprimand. We hope everyone will take this as a lesson and refrain from actions that tarnish the reputation of the steel mill. We encourage everyone to learn from Comrade Zhang Xiaopi." The announcement was repeated 3 times. Once the loudspeaker fell silent, the atmosphere within the steel mill erupted with excitement. It was rare for workers to be promoted to leadership positions, and yet Zhang Xiaopi had become a cadre. Moreover, 5 individuals had been penalized. Today was indeed lively at the steel mill. Zhang Xiaopi heard the news but took little notice, having already been aware of it, and thus felt no thrill. However, the canteen patrons were far less composed. Ma Xiaolu was the first to dash out, spotting Zhang Xiaopi reclining at the table. "Xiaopi, you're incredible. You've actually become the vice section chief, earning 87.5 yuan a month. How long have you been at the steel mill? Are you working on airplanes?" Ma Xiaolu gazed at Zhang Xiaopi with admiration, his eyes seemingly proclaiming that Zhang Xiaopi would be his idol from now on. "Xiaopi, I have high hopes for you. You've become a vice section chief so quickly. How about my niece? She is 3 years older than you, but she is absolutely beautiful." Aunt Gu chuckled as she stepped forward, her fondness for Zhang Xiaopi growing. If he didn't mind, she would immediately rush home to bring her niece back. "All right, Aunt Gu. You should have brought her over when Xiaopi was just a kitchen helper. Now he is a vice section chief, a leader. Your niece is no longer a match for him." Master Chow chimed in with a smile, munching on peanuts. Zhang Xiaopi leaped off the dining table, feeling elated as he saw everyone rejoicing for him. "All right, I'm going out to gather some ingredients. Tonight we shall celebrate with a feast. I promise there will be fish and meat," he declared, swaggering out of the canteen. The others were also joyful. Ever since Zhang Xiaopi's arrival, they had rarely lacked for good food. Zhang Xiaopi rode his tricycle to the gatekeeper's station and called through the window, "Old Gu, let us have dinner together tonight. It's a gathering." Old Gu shared in Zhang Xiaopi's happiness, his face beaming with a smile. "Xiaopi, the factory has made the announcement. It's officially confirmed now." Zhang Xiaopi gave a thumbs up. "Indeed, we must celebrate tonight. I'll go out to procure some good items for our meal." After his words, he waved goodbye and left. Old Gu chuckled to himself, reflecting, this young lad has become a vice section chief at such a young age. Transitioning from worker to administrative role is no easy feat. He has a bright future ahead, deserving of celebration. Within the steel rolling mill workshop, Yi Zhonghai's face was ashen as he filed a workpiece, his heart bleeding with resentment. 3 months' wages amounted to 253.5 yuan, all lost due to Zhang Xiaopi's actions. Moreover, that young man had been promoted to vice section chief. Yi Zhonghai now understood why he had been released so swiftly. It was undoubtedly a price paid by factory director Yang to secure his freedom. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yi Zhonghai trembled with fury, nearly ruining the tool he held. This was intolerable. After decades of hard work, he had never been afforded the opportunity to lead, and now this young man had ascended to leadership by stepping on his back, making him nothing more than a stepping stone. In a cruel twist, Yi Zhonghai's schemes against Zhang Xiaopi had backfired, leaving him outmaneuvered. With a salary of 87.5 yuan, he was now earning 3 yuan less than Zhang Xiaopi each month, and from now on, he would no longer hold the highest income in the courtyard. Though he was an elder, his status paled in comparison to that of Zhang Xiaopi. Chapter 106. Some rejoice, some resent. Lu Haizhong, upon hearing the announcement, hung his head low. He was not particularly concerned about the bonus or the subsidy. Rather, he was anxious about the reprimand he received. He was uncertain whether it would affect his future prospects for promotion and felt compelled to consult the workshop director for reassurance. Simultaneously, upon learning that Zhang Xiaopi had been promoted to deputy section chief, he felt a pang of envy. Although his resentment was significantly less than that of Yi Zhonghai, Qin Huairu, too, did not care much for bonuses or subsidies. She had yet to receive any since joining the steel rolling mill, as she consistently failed to meet her daily quota. New employees were not entitled to subsidies either. Instead, she found herself coveting Zhang Xiaopi's salary of 87.5 yuan. She mused that at such a young age, with such a high salary, if she could win Zhang Xiaopi's affection, that income would surely be hers, ensuring a life of comfort for her children, an unimaginable fortune that even surpassed Yi Zhonghai's earnings. However, she merely entertained these thoughts, for despite her unwavering confidence in her appearance and figure, she felt little allure to the 18-year-old Zhang Xiaopi. He seldom cast a glance in her direction and never displayed any hint of desire. Reflecting on this, she concluded that Zhang Xiaopi was simply too young to appreciate her charms, embodying the saying that youth often overlooks the allure of mature women, mistaking youthful girls for treasures. It seemed she would have to wait until he matured a couple more years to realize that a woman like Qin Huairu was indeed the finest, curvaceous, skilled, and versatile, unreserved in her affections. She felt a twinge of disappointment. No amount of longing would change the fact that Zhang Xiaopi remained indifferent to her. She contemplated offering comfort to Yi Zhonghai, but upon seeing his twisted expression, she hesitated and returned to her task of polishing the iron rod. The others who had faced penalties in the courtyard wore equally dismal expressions, their spirits dampened. In the propaganda department, Su Damao, upon hearing about the penalties imposed on Yi Zhonghai and the others, could not suppress his glee. "Serves you right, Yi Zhonghai. You've brought this upon yourself by aiding Shaju and bullying me. A 3-month salary deduction is no small sum. That should sting quite a bit," he remarked. Zhang Xiaopi's ascension to deputy section chief astonished him. Clearly, the lad had a knack for ingratiating himself with the leaders. "I must also seek an opportunity to draw closer to the leadership and see if I can secure a position as deputy section chief in the propaganda department." Shaju stood dazed in the kitchen, momentarily at a loss. He had anticipated a punishment after he and the deaf old lady approached factory director Yang, as she had forewarned him that penalties would follow. However, he had not expected the penalty to be a deduction of 3 months' salary, a sum amounting to nearly half a year's earnings. As for Zhang Xiaopi's promotion, he felt indifferent. He had little interaction with him. Since Zhang Xiaopi joined the procurement department, the availability of meat and vegetables had indeed increased significantly, indicating a considerable contribution. His strained relationship with Qin Jie aside, even if they were on good terms, their age difference rendered her no threat to him. To him, Zhang Xiaopi was just another stranger. His promotion held no bearing on his own circumstances. At that moment, Ma Hua approached and inquired, "Master, is Zhang Xiaopi one of yours from the courtyard?" Shaju snapped back to reality and replied casually, "Indeed, but I'm not well acquainted with him. We're merely neighbors. Now, please attend to your own tasks." Upon hearing this, Ma Hua ceased his curiosity and returned to his work. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaopi was busy delivering meat. Having just finished the last stop, the steel rolling mill had 8 leaders with voting rights, each of whom received 2 pounds of pork, a 5-pound live grass carp, a 5-pound live rooster, and 2 pounds of eggs. In these times, offering food bore far more significance than presenting cigarettes or alcohol, and the leaders and their families appreciated the gesture. Having become deputy section chief, it was essential for him to imprint his name in the minds of the leaders, ensuring that they would think of him frequently. Upon returning to the 5th cafeteria of the steel rolling mill, he had set aside a portion of meat for himself, along with some chives, tomatoes, and 2 bottles of sheafing liquor, all intended for a celebratory evening. After work, the courtyard buzzed with excitement. Zhang Xiaopi's promotion to deputy section chief had stirred quite a commotion. And news of the penalties, particularly Yi Zhonghai's deduction of 3 months' salary, had spread. The courtyard's residents were jubilant, their minor losses overshadowed by Yi Zhonghai's significant financial blow. 87.5 yuan a month. Goodness, that's equivalent to 4 months of my earnings. I can't help but envy him. He must have leveraged our sacrifices to achieve this promotion. His heart is truly wicked. Perhaps he secured his position through connections and gifts to the leaders. Alas, I now regret having crossed this fellow. Seeking any advantage from him in the future seems futile. With Yi Zhonghai facing a 3-month salary deduction, I finally feel a sense of equilibrium. Indeed, I have generously forgiven him. In times of hardship, we must stand united as a courtyard. The residents of the courtyard were a mix of envious, resentful, gossiping, and gleeful individuals. Jia Zhangshi, having heard the news, sat at home, her expression rife with bitterness. She popped a painkiller from the bottle and swallowed it. Noticing this, Qin Huairu expressed her concern. "Mother, are you in pain again? Why are you taking painkillers?" As she reached for the bottle, Jia Zhangshi swiftly tucked it into her pocket. "I am unwell, my entire body aches. Taking this makes me feel better. This medicine is mine," she said, her tone filled with irritation. Mother, that bottle of medicine costs 6 yuan and requires a prescription. Please don't take it recklessly. It's quite expensive, Qin Huairu urged anxiously. Qin Huairu, what is more important, me or the medicine? Spare me the trivialities and go prepare the meal, Jia Zhangshi retorted sharply. With no choice, Qin Huairu turned away to begin cooking. Yet, as she did, the anxious expression faded from her face, replaced by a somewhat sinister smile. Chapter 107. Grandfather Gu's reminder to Zhang Xiaopi. Within the confines of the steel mill's canteen, Zhang Xiaopi assisted Grandfather Gu in his journey to the dining area, where the security personnel were instructed to keep watch. Given that these security team members were all veterans, they held Grandfather Gu in high esteem, rendering such minor matters inconsequential. Zhang Xiaopi, adept in social niceties, understood the importance of reciprocation. Thus, he discreetly gifted a pack of Fima cigarettes to the security staff, ensuring everyone departed in good spirits. Inside the canteen, Chef Chow, Ma Xiaolu, and Aunt Gu were already awaiting their arrival. Zhang Xiaopi helped Grandfather Gu to a seat. Today, the esteemed position of honor is reserved for Grandfather Gu. It is a fortuitous occasion, as I have been appointed Deputy Section Chief. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support. We are all family here. So let us indulge in a splendid feast together, Zhang Xiaopi proclaimed with a jovial smile. The crowd erupted in applause, particularly Grandfather Gu, who beamed with pride. Xiaopi, your capabilities are indeed remarkable. It has not been long since you joined the steel mill, yet you have achieved the rank of Deputy Section Chief at the 18th administrative level, a feat I would scarcely have dared to imagine, Chef Chow remarked with a grin. As Zhang Xiaopi poured drinks for Grandfather Gu and Chef Chow, he also produced 2 bottles of soda for Aunt Gu and Ma Xiaolu. Rest assured, Chef Chow, the position of Deputy Section Chief is merely a starting point. I believe I can advance further. Laughter filled the air, as none deemed Zhang Xiaopi's words as mere boastfulness. He indeed possessed a formidable skill set. Grandfather Gu's face radiated joy, for his insight surpassed that of everyone present. He had long recognized Zhang Xiaopi's boundless potential, but refrained from voicing it, fearing it might instill unwarranted pride in the young man. The gathering soon descended into a lively feast. As the clock struck 8, Aunt Gu took her leave, needing to attend to her grandchildren. By 9 o'clock, Chef Chow had imbibed sufficiently, and Ma Xiaolu assisted him in departing. This left only Zhang Xiaopi and Grandfather Gu to continue their drinking, with the latter sipping slowly due to his age. Xiaopi, now that you hold a leadership role, you must exercise caution, avoid making principled errors, and maintain a respectful distance from Xiao Yang and Xiao Li, Grandfather Gu advised, sensing their solitude warranted a word of wisdom. Zhang Xiaopi nodded in agreement, candidly expressing his thoughts. Director Yang is ill-suited for leadership. He is too easily swayed and overly concerned with his future. His ingratiating behavior towards superiors is problematic, as is his indulgence. Though not a significant issue, it fosters complacency among his subordinates, which will inevitably lead to his downfall. As for Li Yud, his lustful and avaricious nature, coupled with a ruthless decisiveness, poses a future complication. To him, allies are merely rivals in disguise. His formidable connections should not be underestimated. I shall not align myself with either. I will focus solely on my own endeavors without needlessly antagonizing them. Grandfather Gu nodded, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Zhang Xiaopi. Xiaopi, I underestimated you. Your insight into the 2 key figures is commendable. However, do not be overly cautious. As long as you do not compromise on principles and stand firmly on the side of justice, the support of the masses will be your foundation, and no one can undermine you. The world is imbued with righteousness. Zhang Xiaopi nodded, responding with a smile. Grandfather Gu, though our current lives are stable, we must not allow the atmosphere to become overly somber. While the nation may not yet be affluent, it will surely soar to great heights in due time. Let us not forget that we are descendants of dragons. Having persevered through adversity, these challenges are trivial in comparison. What we lack is merely time for development. Grandfather Gu's laughter rang out, his face illuminated with joy. Young man, your eloquence is impressive. It would be a disservice for you not to take on a leadership role. Now, let us continue our revelry. The two continued to drink until well past 10 o'clock, at which point Zhang Xiaopi escorted Grandfather Gu back to the security office for him to rest. The security personnel inquired, Section Chief Zhang, are you preparing to leave as well? Allow me to open the door for you. Zhang Xiaopi offered a cigarette to the security staff and replied, there is no rush. I still need to tidy up the canteen. I shall notify you when I am ready to depart after cleaning up. The security personnel nodded and returned to their duties. Zhang Xiaopi returned to the canteen, methodically clearing away the remnants of the meal, washing the dishes, and inspecting the kitchen before securing the canteen's main entrance. In the following days, Zhang Xiaopi enjoyed a peaceful existence among the residents of the Siheyuan. Whenever they spotted him, they would discreetly avoid his gaze, for he had become the sole leader within their ranks. Particularly, the employees of the steel mill kept their distance from him, wary of incurring his displeasure. Each time Zhang Xiaopi traversed the Siheyuan, he could sense the predatory gazes of several individuals fixated upon him. He was acutely aware that they were monitoring his actions, hoping to uncover any misstep that might serve as leverage against him. For they had suffered significant losses at his hands. Failing to retaliate would render them less than honorable. Notably, Yi Zhonghai, Qin Huairu, and the Jiazhong family were especially vigilant in observing his conduct. Zhang Xiaopi silently scoffed, recognizing their futile attempts to find fault. He harbored no vices, his only peculiar habit being the raw consumption of cabbage. Nonetheless, he mused, if they wished to engage in this game, he would gladly oblige. Chapter 108. Zhang Xiaopi's mischief. Zhang Xiaopi pondered the recent antics of the beasts in the dining hall, feeling rather unoccupied himself, and resolved to play a little trick on them. At that moment, Ma Xiaolu emerged from the kitchen, preparing to depart, leaving Zhang Xiaopi alone in the dining hall. Ma Xiaolu dusted off his sleeves and said, "Pai Gu, I'm heading out. Remember to lock the door when you leave." Zhang Xiaopi's eyes sparkled as he sized up Ma Xiaolu. "Lu Gu, come here, I need a favor." Curious, Ma Xiaolu inquired, "What is it? Speak up." With a grin, Zhang Xiaopi leaned closer and whispered, "The residents of our Siheyuan are constantly watching me, hoping to catch me off guard and retaliate for my previous complaints against them. I've decided to play a prank on them." Ma Xiaoyou's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. "What devious scheme do you have in mind this time?" Zhang Xiaopi shared a few ideas in a hushed tone, prompting Ma Xiaolu to agree. "All right, you can ride my bicycle tomorrow, and I'll assist you. I'll take my leave now." Zhang Xiaopi chuckled in delight, and Ma Xiaolu joined in his laughter. The following morning, Zhang Xiaopi rode Ma Xiaoyou's bicycle out, returning in the afternoon. Upon his return, Ma Xiaolu quietly asked, "Did you succeed?" Zhang Xiaopi nodded. "Yes, after work, come to my house and bring some tomatoes." Ma Xiaolu exclaimed joyfully, "That is fantastic. Tomatoes are quite scarce these days." Zhang Xiaopi beamed with happiness. "I'll prepare things ahead of time. Remember to come after dinner and ask around in the Siheyuan. Make some noise, especially in the central courtyard." Ma Xiaolu grinned mischievously. Zhang Xiaopi quickly departed from the dining hall, borrowing a long cart from logistics and loading several large empty baskets onto it. He then returned to the Siheyuan and placed the cart in the backyard. The residents were curious about Zhang Xiaopi's large cart and the empty baskets, yet no one inquired about its purpose. Jia Zhangshi secretly peeked at the cart multiple times, sensing something unusual about Zhang Xiaopi that day. That evening, as the residents returned from work, Qin Huairu had just arrived home when Jia Zhangshi eagerly remarked, "Huairu, the little rascal in the backyard has brought back a huge cart, and it's filled with several empty baskets." Taken aback, Qin Huairu contemplated for a moment but dismissed it. As a member of the procurement department, she regularly purchased pork, so a cart seemed unremarkable. Noticing Qin Huairu's indifference, Jia Zhangshi insisted, "No, this cart is quite different. I've seen him ride a tricycle before. It's unusual for him to switch to a large cart. This cart is sturdy. It can easily pull 1,000 to 1,500 jin of weight," she continued. Qin Huairu pondered the logic in Jia Zhangshi's words. She knew Zhang Xiaopi used a tricycle, which was more efficient for transporting meat than a cart. With this thought in mind, she went to check the backyard. The cart was indeed longer than a standard one, and it was adorned with several baskets clearly intended for purchasing vegetables. Confused, she returned to Jia's house, where she encountered Yi Zhonghai and Sha Zhu, who were conversing as they returned. She hurriedly approached them, saying, "Uncle Yi, Sha Zhu, something seems off with that Zhang kid today. He usually rides a tricycle, but today he brought back a cart loaded with empty baskets." Yi Zhonghai frowned at Qin Huairu's words, puzzled. Sha Zhu, however, was indifferent, unaware of the three's intentions to catch Zhang Xiaopi off guard. He chuckled, "Sister Qin, why are you so concerned about how he transports goods? The tricycle has limited space, while the cart can carry much more, albeit with more effort." He glanced at the cart again and continued, "I recognize this cart. It belongs to the steel mill. Logistics modified it previously. The wheels are motorcycle tires, and the axle is steel, making it easy to pull. We used to see it often, but now trucks are more common. I thought it was scrapped. Curious, Yi Zhonghai asked. How do you know? I didn't even know we still had this old contraption. With a smile, Sha Zhu replied. In my first year at the steel mill, logistics frequently used it to deliver vegetables and meat to the dining hall. I saw it every day. How could I not recognize it? Despite its shabby appearance, it can handle 1,000 jin without issue, and even 1,500 if needed. However, it's labor-intensive. You'd need 2 or 3 people or a strong donkey to pull that much. Yi Zhonghai nodded, brushing it off. Let us head back. Perhaps he broke the tricycle and is temporarily using the cart to transport meat. Taking Yi Zhonghai's words to heart, Qin Huairu felt a sense of disappointment as she turned to leave. Sha Zhu, meanwhile, stared intently at Qin Huairu as she walked away, only retracting his gaze once she had entered Jia's house. He mused to himself, Sister Qin has quite a figure. Chapter 109. Qin Huairu seeks to uncover Zhang Xiaopi's secrets. The darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings, and with the weather no longer chilly, every household left their doors ajar. At this juncture, Ma Xiaolu entered the Siheyuan, unfamiliar with Zhang Xiaopi's residence. Yet his prior knowledge of Zhang Xiaopi's abode sufficed. Zhang Xiaopi had informed him that he resided in the back courtyard, and Ma Xiaolu had parked his cart at the entrance. The gatekeeper, Yan Bugui, observed the young man arriving so late and inquired curiously, Young lad, who are you looking for at this hour? Ma Xiaolu glanced at Yan Bugui and replied, Sir, I am here to see Zhang Xiaopi, the section chief. Upon hearing this, Yan Bugui smiled warmly. Zhang Xiaopi is in the back courtyard. You may enter and find him. Ma Xiaolu nodded cheerfully and proceeded into the central courtyard, calling out before even reaching the back courtyard, Section Chief Zhang. Where's your home? This shout startled the inhabitants of the central courtyard, though most chose to remain indoors. Qin Huairu, however, was intrigued. Upon noticing someone from the 5th canteen at the gate, she approached to investigate. Qin Huairu excelled in networking with workers from the rolling mill, having inquired extensively about them. While some had worked for years, knowing only their workshop colleagues, she had made acquaintances with a substantial number of employees in the vast factory. As she approached the back courtyard, she overheard Zhang Xiaopi speaking in a hushed and secretive manner. Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know? Her eyes brightened, and she stealthily peered into the situation in the back courtyard. She observed Zhang Xiaopi anxiously pulling Ma Xiaolu back into the house, closing the door behind them. Cautiously, she crept closer, hiding beneath Zhang Xiaopi's window. Zhang Xiaopi had already noticed a shadow flitting by beneath the window. Ma Xiaolu, what's the matter with you? Why are you shouting? This is illegal. If I get caught, I could be imprisoned for several years. Zhang Xiaopi scolded with a smile, while packing tomatoes from the table into a bag. Ma Xiaolu, grinning, gazed at the bright red tomatoes. Section Chief Zhang, why the caution? No one else knows. Remember, we trade at the old place at 3 in the morning. Zhang Xiaopi responded, what's the matter? Isn't it usually at 5? Why the change to 3? Am I to forego sleep tonight? Ma Xiaolu continued, Section Chief, there's money to be made regardless of the time. A trip can earn us 1,000 yuan. If you're not going, just tell me where the old place is, and I'll go. I'll share half the earnings with you. Zhang Xiaopi handed the tomatoes to Ma Xiaolu while retorting, dream on. It's the same as before. You go first, and don't come to my Siheyuan again. Ma Xiaolu accepted the bag with a chuckle, understood. If they hadn't changed the time, they wouldn't have found you, nor would they have found me. I came to notify you right away. You should rest early. We have to hurry over at midnight. I'll take my leave now. Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu realized someone was about to exit and hurriedly fled. Ma Xiaolu opened the door, wearing a mischievous grin as he departed. Seeing him leave with a bag, Qin Huairu presumed it was filled with money, considerable sums. She began to plot, considering the potential profit of 1,000 yuan per trip and the illegal activity associated with the 5th canteen. If she could capture incriminating evidence against Zhang Xiaopi, she would surely strike it rich. A share of the bounty was a given. Otherwise, she could report Zhang Xiaopi. Her heart swelled with excitement at the thought, nearly causing her to leap for joy. However, the notion of a midnight transaction filled her with trepidation. She pondered whether she could confront Zhang Xiaopi alone, fearing he might resort to violence to protect his secrets. Torn between informing someone else, thus diminishing her share of the bounty, and risking her safety by confronting Zhang Xiaopi alone, she stood by the water basin in the central courtyard, wrestling with her thoughts for several minutes. Finally, she steeled herself and set off in the direction of Yi Zhonghai's residence. Less profit is better than no profit. Safety is paramount. Money is worthless without life, she reasoned, deciding to bring Yi Zhonghai and Sha Zhu along. knowing they would take a smaller cut of the earnings. Jia Zhangshi pressed her face against the window, observing Qin Huairu's fluctuating expressions, joy, melancholy, conflict, fear, and determination. Noticing Qin Huairu head towards Yi Zhonghai's house, she withdrew her head. Upon reaching the entrance to Yi Zhonghai's home, she called out, "Uncle, come out for a moment. I've discovered something concerning that Zhang lad in the back courtyard." Yi Zhonghai immediately stood up with excitement upon hearing her words and walked towards the door. Yi Dama also heard Qin Huairu but chose to remain inside, unwilling to involve herself. Although she felt uneasy about the unfolding events, she recognized that Yi Zhonghai held the authority in their household and could only feign ignorance. Even if she wished to intervene, Yi Zhonghai would not heed her. Yi Zhonghai looked at Qin Huairu, eager to know what issue she had uncovered. "What problem does that lad have? What did you discover?" Qin Huairu, unperturbed by Yi Dama's presence, quietly shared her findings about the 5th Canteen personnel seeking Zhang Xiaopi, recounting the conversation she overheard and expressing her thoughts. "Uncle, we need to grasp Zhang Xiaopi's weaknesses. It's likely just the two of us won't suffice. You know he is quite formidable in a fight, and at this hour, it would be too perilous for just us. I believe we should definitely bring Shazu along for safety." Yi Zhonghai pondered for a moment, acknowledging the validity of Qin Huairu's words. Although he had not witnessed Zhang Xiaopi's prowess firsthand, he recognized that Jia Dongxiu was indeed no match for him. If Zhang Xiaopi were to resort to violence, Yi Zhonghai, being older, might indeed find himself at a disadvantage. "You're right. Let us first find Shazu and then deliberate further," Yi Zhonghai said, setting off towards Shazu's home, with Qin Huairu following closely behind. Yi Dama sighed, casting a glance towards Zhang Xiaopi's residence in the back courtyard. Chapter 110. Shazu's reluctance to participate at this moment. Shazu was at home, enjoying a meal brought back from the steel mill while sipping on a bit of liquor. Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu entered Shazu's abode without calling out to him at the door. Upon seeing Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu together, Shazu inquired with curiosity, "Uncle Yi, Sister Qin, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Qin Huairu glanced at the 2 dishes on Shazu's dining table, instinctively swallowing hard. One dish was minced meat with vermicelli, and the other was stir-fry pork with cabbage. After taking a seat, Yi Zhonghai promptly urged, "Huairu, please close the door. This matter must remain confidential." Qin Huairu understood and immediately shut the door behind her. Shazu's expression grew serious. He sensed that something significant was afoot, as otherwise Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu would not be so cautious. Seeing that the door was closed, Yi Zhonghai began recounting the situation regarding Zhang Xiaopi as described by Qin Huairu. Unbeknownst to them, Jia Zhangshi had been eavesdropping at the door, mimicking Qin Huairu's actions. After listening, Shazu was taken aback, quickly turning to Yi Zhonghai and exclaiming, "Uncle Yi, this is a major issue. Are you suggesting I report it to the police? I will go immediately." Yi Zhonghai quickly restrained Shazu, intending to discuss capturing Zhang Xiaopi's incriminating evidence, when suddenly the door burst open, and Jia Zhangshi stormed in. "Shazu, are you a fool? How can we report this to the police? If we do, we won't gain anything. We should hold on to Zhang Xiaopi's leverage and use it to our advantage, demanding 9/10 of the earnings while he takes just 1/10. The room fell silent, particularly Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu, who were astonished that Jia Zhangshi had overheard them. Qin Huairu hurriedly shut the door again, anxiously looking at Jia Zhangshi and saying, "Mom, please lower your voice. If others hear us, we will have to split our gains with them." Jia Zhangshi was startled and quickly covered her mouth, but then released it, glaring at Qin Huairu and chastising her. "Huairu, what do you mean? You didn't inform me of such an important matter, but told Yi Zhonghai and Shazu instead. What is your relationship with them?" Qin Huairu nearly fainted. Her mother-in-law had an uncanny ability to draw conclusions and had evidently been watching her closely. It seemed she would need to be more cautious in the future. Yi Zhonghai, exasperated, interjected, "Sister-in-law, please do not create chaos. The prerequisite for this plan is to secure Zhang Xiaopi's leverage. They conduct their transactions at night. Even if Qin Huairu had informed you, could you be certain that Zhang Xiaopi wouldn't silence you both?" Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, Jia Zhangshi shuddered, her complexion paling slightly. She suddenly recalled that Zhang Xiaopi was quite formidable. He had swiftly dealt with her son. If she and Qin Huairu confronted him, they would indeed be in grave danger should he choose to eliminate them. Qin Huairu quickly added, "Mom, I intended to discuss this with Uncle Yi and Shazu first before informing you. Since you are here, You might as well listen in. Jia Zhangshi fell silent, observing their next move. Yi Zhonghai exchanged glances with Qin Huairu before addressing Jia Zhangshi, sister-in-law. This is not a task for just 1 or 2 people. We need everyone's cooperation. We are unaware of who Zhang Xiaopai will be trading with, or what the transaction entails. Qin Huairu chimed in. We can only follow him for now. We must confirm that he is alone before we can act. If there are many people involved, we must not reveal ourselves, for doing so could cost us our lives. If you wish to join us, you must heed my words. If you create a scene, I advise you to stay away. It could jeopardize our lives. Jia Zhangshi quickly waved her hand, assuring, rest easy. I am not a fool. I will not expose us if there are many on the other side. I have not yet had my fill of life. How will we split the money? At the mention of money, Jia Zhangshi's expression brightened, as if wealth were fluttering down from the heavens towards her. Yi Zhonghai pondered for a moment before stating, let us first secure the evidence against him before discussing the distribution of money. There is no point in discussing it now. Once we have the evidence, will you still fear not obtaining your desired share? Jia Zhangshi nodded in agreement, her mouth stretching into a wide grin, resembling a delighted puppy. Sha Zhu furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly reluctant to participate. Uncle Li, I do not wish to be involved. I have no enmity with this fellow, and what you are proposing is not lawful. I believe it would be better to report it to the police. If he is breaking the law, reporting him is not a bad deed. Of course, Sha Zhu was not entirely altruistic. He was also thinking about Yi Zhonghai's previous remarks, which he had heard clearly. This matter was discovered by Qin Huairu, and it was evident that there were calculations at play. He had no desire to be dragged into illegal activities. Helping them in a brawl was one thing, but this was a different matter altogether. He was uncertain of their true intentions and did not wish to wade into murky waters, fearing that should something go awry, he would be the one to take the fall. From what he gathered, if things went south, it could very well lead to imprisonment or even worse. Chapter 111. Qin Huairu's coquettish plea to Sha Zhu. Upon hearing Sha Zhu's words, both Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu, along with Jia Zhangshi, displayed expressions of discontent. Jia Zhangshi hastily interjected, no, Sha Zhu, you must participate. You are already aware of our secret. What if we face danger and you don't join us? Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu remained silent, merely gazing at Sha Zhu, awaiting his response. Sha Zhu, perceiving Jia Zhangshi's insistence, became increasingly reluctant to partake, recognizing her intent to use him as a mere instrument. He would willingly assist in merely teaching Zhang Xiaopi a lesson, but the current situation was far too convoluted. Aunt Jia, I refuse to get involved. You all should leave. I shall pretend I know nothing of this. I have no desire to jeopardize my life for no reason, nor do I wish to profit from such dubious dealings. He continued, earning 1,000 yuan per transaction. Do you comprehend the gravity of this? Even if his cart carries 1,500 jin of pork, selling it on the black market would yield at most 750 yuan. Who knows what he is trading? Are you all willing to risk your lives over this? Your intentions are clear. You wish to gather incriminating evidence and share the spoils. I will not partake in this. If caught, imprisonment would be the least of my worries. I have a promising future ahead, and I wish to marry and start a family. With resolute determination, Sha Zhu firmly declined, thereafter returning to his seat at the dining table to enjoy his drink. It was then that Jia Zhangshi noticed the delectable dishes before Sha Zhu, her eyes widening in hunger. However, she refrained from snatching the food, mindful of the deaf old lady's presence behind him. Yi Zhonghai sighed and remarked, let us depart then. Since Sha Zhu is unwilling to join, we must seek alternative solutions. He understood that compelling Sha Zhu was futile. The latter was indifferent to money, and Zhang Xiaopi had not wronged him. Moreover, the affair indeed bore a certain peril. Exiting Sha Zhu's home, Yi Zhonghai was followed by Qin Huairu, while Jia Zhangshi, seeing them leave, cast one last glance at Sha Zhu's meal, gulped, and reluctantly exited without closing the door behind her. Sha Zhu paid no heed, standing to shut the door himself. Once the door was secured, Sha Zhu chuckled coldly and muttered to himself, this money is too hot to handle. I have no desire for such wealth. I refuse to take the blame for you all. If this escalates, even imprisonment would be a light punishment. This amount is hardly worth it. I would be a fool to involve myself with you. With that, he resumed his drinking. Seeing her plans thwarted, Jia Zhangshi glanced at Yi Zhonghai and, in a tone tinged with frustration, stated, Old Yi, it seems Sha Zhu no longer heeds your words. Clearly, your influence is waning. She continued, if this continues, we might as well report to the police and have that brat arrested. Jia Zhangshi concluded, returning home. She dared not confront Sha Zhu alone. Having witnessed Zhang Xiaopai's prowess, she was uncertain whether Sha Zhu could indeed prevail against him. The safest course would involve both Sha Zhu and Yi Zhonghai, ensuring they could handle Zhang Xiaopi together. Observing Jia Zhongshi's departure, Qin Huairu quietly addressed Yi Zhonghai. Old Yi, what shall we do if Sha Zhu remains unwilling to cooperate? Should we truly resort to the police? 1,000 yuan per transaction. Wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? If only I had that money. My children and I could live so much better. Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding to Qin Huairu. Huairu, I suggest you approach Sha Zhu personally. He is more likely to assist if you plead with him. He is not motivated by greed, but he harbors a certain fondness for you. Besides, he will eventually be required to bring lunchboxes for you. Cultivating a good rapport with him would be beneficial for us all. Qin Huairu's eyes brightened at Yi Zhonghai's words. She realized he was correct. In her heart, she pondered that if Yi Zhonghai proved unreliable, having Sha Zhu secured as a backup could be advantageous. With 2 rooms and a salary of 37 yuan and 50 cents, if she could win over Sha Zhu, even if she later fell out with Yi Zhonghai, she would have a contingency plan. I will give it a try. Please help me keep my mother-in-law at bay. She has been watching me closely, she requested. Yi Zhonghai nodded but cautioned, when you visit Sha Zhu, do not close the door, otherwise, Jia Zhongshi might cause trouble. We absolutely cannot afford to offend Sha Zhu right now. Without further ado, Qin Huairu made her way to Sha Zhu's doorstep, adopting a pitiful expression as she pushed open the door and entered. Yi Zhonghai indeed spotted Jia Zhongshi's face pressed against the glass, and he shut his eyes, feeling a shiver run down his spine at the sight. Her visage was grotesque. Fortunately, Jia Zhongshi, noticing the door ajar, did not venture out, allowing Yi Zhonghai to lean against the sink, smoking a cigarette. When Sha Zhu saw Qin Huairu re-enter, his demeanor brightened, a smile spreading across his face. Sister Qin, why have you returned? Is there something else? Qin Huairu deliberately positioned herself out of Jia Zhongshi's line of sight, grasping Sha Zhu's arm and swaying it gently. Sha Zhu, please lend your assistance to your sister Qin. You know how difficult life has become for my family. I can barely provide for myself and my children. Rest assured, this venture carries no risk. We will only observe from a distance, and when Zhang Xiaopi returns with his cart, we will confront him. With you and Oldie, surely you can handle him. She continued, we will not engage in his trade. Let him conduct his dealings as he pleases, so long as he provides us with a token of compensation. Sha Zhu, noticing her plea, felt a stirring in his heart. You have changed, Sha Zhu. You no longer stand by me as you once did. In the past, you would always support me in my endeavors. With her charming display and gentle tugging on his arm, Sha Zhu felt a rush of excitement. He had been waiting for Qin Huairu to make her appeal, knowing that her gratitude would underscore his significance in her life. Chapter 112. The weakness of Sha Zhu. Sha Zhu was elated, gazing at the enchanting Qin Huairu, his heart aflutter. Sister Qin, please don't sway like that. If you wish for my assistance, it must be without your involvement in the transaction. A modest fee for discretion is acceptable. This matter, if escalated, could indeed lead to dire consequences. In her heart, Qin Huairu mused, indeed, my allure is irresistible. Sha Zhu shall never escape my grasp. Rest assured, Sha Zhu, Sister Qin is no fool. My life is my own. I would never jest with it, she replied, continuing to playfully tease him, pouting as she said, with your generous support, Sister Qin will surely express her gratitude in the future. Sha Zhu, filled with excitement, looked at Qin Huairu with fervor. Sister Qin, does this mean you have agreed to marry me? He asked, startled by his own boldness. Qin Huairu scolded him internally for his naivety, yet replied with a smile. Sha Zhu, I appreciate your feelings, but my husband has just passed. It would be improper for me to remarry now. My mother-in-law would not approve, and my reputation would suffer. The children would also be reluctant to accept you. If I were to marry you now, how could I face my mother-in-law, and how would the children regard me? How could I bear to live in this world under such scrutiny? Let us wait 3 to 5 years until the children have grown, and I can assure my mother-in-law's approval, and the whispers from outside have ceased, she concluded. Sha Zhu felt the same. After all, it had not been long since Jia Dongshu's death, and marrying Qin Huairu now would indeed invite scorn. He thought to himself that he too would scoff at such a woman. Very well, Sister Qin, as long as you harbor feelings for me, I will wait, he declared, his eyes brimming with excitement as he gazed at her. Seeing the moment was right, Qin Huairu took Sha Zhu's hand and said, It's settled then. When we are ready to depart, I will come to fetch you. I must keep an eye on Zhang Xiaopai, so I shall not linger. Remember, do not drink. And rest early to avoid delaying important matters. With that, she released Xia Zhu's hand, cast a lingering glance at him, and exited his room, closing the door behind her. Once outside, Qin Huairu's expression returned to its usual demeanor. Xia Zhu remained in a daze, thrilled that Sister Qin had spoken to him so tenderly for the first time and had drawn so close, even resting her hand on his shoulder. He inhaled deeply, savoring her scent. Murmuring to himself, Sister Qin's hand is truly fragrant. Resolving to abstain from alcohol and rest early, he lay down, extinguishing the light to sleep. Upon seeing Qin Huairu emerge, Yi Zhonghai quietly inquired, "How did it go?" Qin Huairu glanced at the Jia residence, noticing Jia Zhang's face pressed against the glass, and opted to keep her distance from Yi Zhonghai, her expression serious. He agreed. "When we are ready to leave, I will call for him. I need to return to my post to keep watch," she replied. Hearing that Xia Zhu had consented, Yi Zhonghai breathed a sigh of relief, nodding before returning home, reflecting that only Qin Huairu could effectively manage Xia Zhu. He could assign him minor tasks, but for significant matters, it was crucial to keep Xia Zhu uninvolved. Qin Huairu returned to the Jia household. "What were you doing at Xia Zhu's home?" Jia Zhang directly questioned upon her entrance. Qin Huairu, with a glint in her eye, replied, "I was negotiating terms with Xia Zhu. He demands a share of the profits divided into 5 parts, claiming 2 for himself. After all, his presence will ensure Zhang Xiaopai's caution. If it comes to a confrontation, he will take the lead. Who can we truly rely upon?" Jia Zhang's demeanor soured upon hearing this, ready to express her anger. But Qin Huairu quickly added, "Mother, I have agreed to Xia Zhu's request for 2 shares. Without him, we would receive nothing. With him, our share may be diminished, yet it will still be substantial. If violence ensues and someone is harmed, or even killed, Xia Zhu will bear the brunt of the blame." Jia Zhang considered this and realized the logic in Qin Huairu's words. Their family would not suffer. With 2 members, they would receive 2 shares, while Xia Zhu would take 2, and Yi Zhonghai would receive 1. Moreover, she and Qin Huairu would bear no risk. Satisfied with this arrangement, Jia Zhang conceded, "Very well, we shall grant Xia Zhu this concession, though it is audacious of him to claim 2 shares. Ignoring Jia Zhang's grumbling, Qin Huairu continued, "Mother, please turn off the lights. Keep watch for Zhang Xiaopai's departure. We do not know what time he will leave, so we must remain vigilant. I am going to sleep now." Jia Zhang protested, exclaiming, "Qin Huairu, what do you mean? You want me, an old woman, to stay awake all night? Are you seeking to take my share of the money?" Qin Huairu was left speechless, exasperatedly explaining, "Mother, what are you saying? You can still take a nap this afternoon. I have work to attend to, and I need to be alert. If you do not keep watch, how can I endure?" Without further argument, Jia Zhang flopped onto the bed, choosing silence and sleep. Qin Huairu cursed her mother internally for her laziness, lamenting that even in the face of such a significant opportunity, she was unwilling to exert any effort. Resigned, she settled by the window, observing the courtyard by the light of the moon. Chapter 113. The Beast track. Zhang Xiaopi. Qin Huairu sat quietly at home, gazing out of the window. Before long, Jia Zhangshi had fallen into a deep slumber, her snores echoing through the room. Bang Gong, Xiao Dang, and Huaihua soon succumbed to sleep as well, leaving only Qin Huairu to stare outside. Perhaps it was fatigue or sheer boredom, but she found herself growing drowsy. She struggled to maintain her alertness, but within mere moments, the heaviness of sleep returned. With no other recourse, she began to pace the room or ventured to the courtyard for a splash of cold water on her face. Meanwhile, resentment brewed within her heart. Having secured a substantial piece of evidence, she felt it imperative to extract all 1,000 yuan from Zhang Xiaopi, along with his wages. Otherwise, she would report him and see him imprisoned. Yet, upon further reflection, she pondered that if she took all his money, Zhang Xiaopi would be unable to survive, which would ultimately deprive her of future earnings. Perhaps leaving him 10 yuan each month would be a more prudent decision. Alone with her tumultuous thoughts, Qin Huairu found her spirits lifting and her drowsiness dissipated. The other residents of the courtyard had extinguished their lights, surrendering to the night. As time crept on, however, fatigue once again enveloped her. Just then, Zhang Xiaopi sauntered past the courtyard, heading towards the front yard. A surge of excitement coursed through Qin Huairu, prompting her to call for Jia Zhangshi. Yet, recalling that Zhang Xiaopi had not brought his card, she hesitated, deciding instead to stealthily follow him out of the courtyard. She trailed him until he left the compound, only to discover that he had merely gone to the restroom. Concealing herself at a distance, she observed as he returned. When Zhang Xiaopai emerged from the restroom and headed back to the courtyard, she swiftly dashed back inside. Over an hour later, he reappeared, and once again, without his cart. She followed suit, only to find him heading back to the restroom. Frustration bubbled within her, and she inwardly chastised Zhang Xiaopi for his laziness. By midnight, Zhang Xiaopi had made 4 trips to the restroom, and her patience was wearing thin. She felt both exhausted and apprehensive. Should she fall asleep, the money might slip through her fingers. As she drifted in and out of a semi-conscious state, she suddenly spotted Zhang Xiaopi emerging with his cart. This time, he appeared cautious, glancing around the courtyard as he proceeded. Instantly, Qin Huairu's energy surged, her weariness evaporating as she concealed herself in the corner by the window, intently watching Zhang Xiaopi depart the courtyard. She shook Jia Zhangshi awake. "Mother, wake up. Zhang Xiaopi has taken the cart and left." At her call, Jia Zhenshi sprang up, her expression alight with excitement. "Let us follow him," she exclaimed. Seeing her mother roused, Qin Huairu quickly added, "I'll go fetch Shaju and Uncle Da. You hurry and get dressed." After calling for Shaju and Yi Zhonghai, she rushed outside, catching sight of Zhang Xiaopi making his way toward a side alley. She trailed behind at a leisurely pace, awaiting her companions. Before long, the 3 of them joined her, hurrying to catch up. "Sister Qin, where is that scoundrel?" Jia Zhangshi and Yi Zhonghai inquired anxiously. Qin Huairu pointed to a shadow ahead. "You didn't catch up before, so I dared not get too close. Now that you're here, let us move in a bit closer." Jia Zhangshi beamed with anticipation, her mind racing with thoughts of newfound wealth. Yi Zhonghai, fueled by a desire for revenge, relished the prospect of finally confronting Zhang Xiaopi. The group quickened their pace, the dimness of night enveloping them, their quarry appearing merely as a silhouette in the distance. In the city of Siheyuan, nighttime was not illuminated, and Zhang Xiaopi, having exited the alley, was now heading north with his cart. He glanced back at the flickering shadows trailing him, a smile gracing his lips as he pulled the cart leisurely. An hour later, Jia Zhangshi could no longer contain her impatience. "Where on earth is that little rascal headed? We've been walking for ages, nearly to the outskirts of Siheyuan." Shaju, though not fatigued, felt the weight of drowsiness creeping in, yawning as they walked. "Uncle Da, it seems he is going outside the city, which isn't very safe," Yi Zhonghai remarked, tightening his coat. Although it was spring, the temperature fluctuated drastically in the mornings and evenings. They had dressed lightly for the day, but now, in the outskirts, a chill settled in. This was only logical. Given the nature of their dealings, especially illegal ones, it was wise to avoid crowded areas. If it were him, he too would seek a more secluded spot. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that a deserted place was indeed the safest choice. Qin Huairu felt her excitement mounting. The further they walked, the larger the stakes became, and the greater the risks, which meant the potential for profit was equally high. The amount of money she could claim would only increase. Chapter 114. Exhausted crowd. The group trailed behind Zhang Xiaopi from a distance. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, darkness enveloped them, and Zhang Xiaopi chose not to take the main road, but rather a country path. The night was filled with the sounds of chirping insects and birds, accompanied by the rustling of the wind. They could only faintly discern Zhang Xiaopi, who was pulling a cart, illuminated by the moonlight. As they closed the distance, they found it necessary. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaopi's figure would be lost to them in the shadows. The group grew weary, particularly Jia Zhangshi, who was drenched in sweat. Once exposed to the outdoor chill, she felt an immediate coldness seep in. "Huairu, let us return. I'm sweating, and the cold wind will surely lead to a cold," Jia Zhangshi said, shivering. Though she cherished wealth, her life took precedence. Yi Zhonghai also felt disinclined to continue the pursuit, sharing a similar plight to Jia Zhangshi. His age rendered him unable to match the stamina of youth. He remained silent, occasionally rubbing his hands together and trembling slightly. "Let us persevere for a while longer. We've already come this far. We must be nearing our destination, and this place feels sufficiently safe," Qin Huairu insisted, her spirit undeterred despite her own slight shivering. She was unwilling to let the money slip away, viewing this as a test of endurance and willpower. Shaju also felt fatigue creeping in, but he, as a man, could not voice his weariness in front of Sister Qin. Zhang Xiaopi, noticing their slowing pace, felt a twinge of irritation, deeming them ineffectual. Having grown up in the village beyond the pass and clad in multiple layers, he had noticeably strengthened his physique after consuming the Tongpi Taisian Dan, and he warded off the cold with sips of alcohol as he walked. Upon reaching a narrow stream approximately 3 meters wide, he chuckled softly. The stream was bridged by 2 wooden planks, connecting both banks. With careful steps, he pulled the cart across the planks and continued onward, entering the mountains. The remaining 4 followed suit, crossing the planks to keep pace with Zhang Xiaopi. After half an hour, the mountain path grew increasingly narrow and rugged, riddled with pits and uneven terrain. Jia Zhangshi was utterly spent. I cannot go on. I am too exhausted. The path has turned to mountains, and my feet are blistered. Where on earth is this little beast leading us? She lamented, sitting down in frustration. Yi Zhonghai panted heavily, leaning against a large tree, equally out of breath. I cannot continue either. It has been over a decade since I have traversed such a distance. Qin Huairu's complexion was wan, her hair clinging to her forehead as she gasped for breath. We cannot give up. We agreed on a transaction at 3 o'clock. We must be close now. To abandon our pursuit now would render our efforts futile, she urged, her determination undiminished despite her fatigue. Sha Zhu, too, found his breath uneven, leaning against a tree as he gazed at Zhang Xiaopi's distant figure pulling the cart. How can this kid possess such endurance? He has been walking for so long and still pulls that cart with such speed. And this is in the mountains, he remarked, observing Zhang Xiaopi. He is young and has likely traversed these mountains before. We must catch up. We cannot lose him now. We must be nearing our destination, Qin Huairu declared, pushing forward. Sha Zhu followed closely behind her. Yi Zhonghai observed Qin Huairu and Sha Zhu moving ahead, and then turned to Jia Zhangshi, who was still gasping for air on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to join them as well. Upon seeing the others move ahead, Jia Zhangshi scrambled to her feet, using her last vestiges of strength to grasp Yi Zhonghai's arm. Old Yi, lend me your support. I am utterly spent. If you do not assist me, I cannot proceed, she implored. Yi Zhonghai, feeling his temper flare, retorted, Old sister, if you cling to me like this, I cannot move either. I have little strength left myself. Jia Zhangshi, undeterred, clung tighter to Yi Zhonghai. I do not care. If you do not hold me up, I cannot go on. I am utterly drained, devoid of any strength. Yi Zhonghai, resigned to the situation, dragged Jia Zhangshi along, who was as limp as a dead weight. Zhang Xiaopi, glancing down from above, observed their disheveled figures, having traversed a considerable distance past the stream. He chuckled to himself, muttering, that should suffice. Time to accelerate. With that, he quickened his pace, leaving the mountain path behind and venturing deeper into the forest, his speed significantly increasing. Were it not for the dense trees and the cart's hindrance, he would have already started to run. Upon witnessing Zhang Xiaopi's increased pace, Qin Huairu felt a surge of joy. Hurry and catch up. We must be nearing our destination. He has quickened his pace. Sha Zhu nodded in agreement, turning to Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangshi. Uncle, he has sped up. We should hasten to catch up, or we will lose him. Qin Huairu, filled with excitement, rushed forward, momentarily forgetting her fatigue. Sha Zhu hurried after her. Yi Zhonghai, feeling faint, internally cursed the others for their speed, while he still had to carry Jia Zhangshi along. Yet, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and quicken his pace. Old Yi, slow down. I feel a bit dizzy, Jia Zhangshi called out. Yi Zhonghai, exasperated, replied, You feel dizzy? I feel like I am seeing stars. I am even more dizzy than you. Hurry up, or you will miss out on the money. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhangshi perked up, hands on her hips, declaring, Why should I not receive my share? This money is mine, and no one can take it from me. Yi Zhonghai, speechless, retorted, Zhang Xiaopi is nearly out of sight. If you do not hurry, how will you get any money? Seizing the opportunity when Jia Zhangshi momentarily released her grip, Yi Zhonghai hastened to catch up with Qin Huairu and Sha Zhu. Realizing that the distance between her and the others had widened to 6 or 7 meters, Jia Zhangshi cried out, Wait for me. Gritting her teeth, she charged forward.